Chapter 191. Everyone thought that Raphael Lang Mu and Aries Shang went to the Blackwater Wasteland territory with the Lang family. However, they did not know that the two of them went to the Black Forest City and entered the underground library not long after leaving the royal city. Shang Feifan planned to supplement his knowledge in this library, improve his identification skills, and also settle down. During this period, several tasks were completed in succession, his player level was improved again, and his various talents and professional skills were also improved. He needed to calm down and digest these skills. Lang Mu needed to contract the Magic Mystery Stone to accept and digest the magic inheritance in it. Both of them needed a quiet place where they would not be disturbed to study well, and the underground library in the Black Forest City naturally became their best choice. Moreover, Shang Feifan and Lang Mu did not plan to leave the royal city immediately, and they still had some finishing work to do. The two pretended to leave the royal city, so that conspirators such as the evil god believers could not hesitate to show up and make trouble, and they could also use this opportunity to see how many people were connected with the evil god believers. Shang Feifan also had a mission related to the inheritance sharing conference. He thought that instead of coming back, he might as well stay nearby, since the time was not far away anyway. After blowing up the evil god altar in the Earl of Mowen's mansion, Mission 76 was declared completed, and he was rewarded with 20 contribution points and a space stone. This also shows that the Earl of Mowen's mansion is the largest nest of the evil god believers in the royal city. This place was destroyed, along with the Earl of Mowen's family. It was not a serious blow to the evil god believers, but at least it hurt them. The evil god believers simply hated it. They didn't know who to hate. The person who destroyed the Earl of Mowen's mansion didn't show up at all, and the gossip newspaper didn't report it. The evil god believers were particularly angry. You, the gossip newspaper, could even dig out such secrets of the royal family. So how could you not know who destroyed the Earl of Mowen's mansion? The evil god believers went to the gossip newspaper for trouble, but others just didn't know they were evil god believers. The players of the gossip newspaper were visited by people, and some of them disappeared inexplicably. The missing players shouted on the forum after they left the game, shouting that they were kidnapped and asked their brothers and sisters to save them. They also said that someone was torturing them and forcing them to tell who destroyed the Earl of Mowen's mansion. Some players even said that someone was secretly hooking up with them, promoting the doctrine of the True God Church to them, hoping that they could join the True God Church. The players were very excited, saving people, killing people, making trouble, and there were also ambitious players who wanted to join the True God Church and want to experience the addiction of being the Pope. At this time, the players did not know about the evil God believers, and did not know that the True God Church was a sect created by the evil God believers. When they joined, they immediately felt that this sect was so evil and fun, and immediately called friends to come and develop in the True God Church. The slogan of this group of players is, "We are villains. Killing one person is a murderer. Killing 1,000 people is a hero. We want to kill wives, children, and all relatives to prove the truth, and we want to become gods by killing. Tremble and tremble under our feet, and quickly worship us as gods." There are also players who have infiltrated the True God Church, who think that the doctrine of the True God Church is too low. They want to infiltrate the upper echelons, seize the highest position of the Pope, improve the doctrine, change the development policy, and also want to create a new image for Hermukila. So these players with different ideas quickly split the True God Church after entering it. Let's not talk about it later. Shang Feifan was originally unhappy with the Lord of Tianqin Valley, and wanted to take action against him. The system also happened to release a new task related to him. Task 80, the Lord of Tianqin Valley has evil intentions towards Lang Mu, and wants to seduce him, and take away the power of the God of Nature from Lang Mu. Please destroy the Lord of Tianqin Valley's plan, and protect the heart fruit on Lang Mu. Success will reward 100 contribution points, and the bloodline talent power will be unconditionally upgraded by 1 level. Shang Feifan almost exploded after seeing the content of the task. The Lord of Tianqin Valley did not know the heart fruit, he just thought that the stone ear was on Lang Mu. He knew that the stone ear was 90% one of the powers of the God of Nature, so he wanted to take the stone ear from Lang Mu. It is not advisable to take it directly. The Lord of Tianqin Valley is very confident in his appearance and temperament. He thinks that in terms of appearance alone, he is not inferior to Aries Shang. In terms of personal ability, he is not worse than Aries Shang, who can only refine space props. It's just that he needs a chance to show off to Raphael Lang Mu. Unfortunately, just as the Lord of Tianqin Valley was about to approach Lang Mu, he was intercepted by Aries Shang before he could show his charm. He was first ridiculed, and then attacked by Aries Shang. The Lord of Tianquan Valley didn't want to expose too much in the royal city, so he chose to retreat strategically. Ari Shang didn't want to cause damage to the Lang mansion and innocent people, so he didn't pursue him, but just said that he would never let him go. The Lord of Tianquan Valley didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought that Ari Shang would catch up with him to his villa outside the royal city the next day? Ari Shang behaved abnormally crazy, completely unreasonable, and wanted to kill him. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was more and more frightened as he fought with him. He didn't expect that the fighting power of this young alchemy master was so strong, and his long-range and close-range attacks were so strong that he didn't look like an ordinary bloodline talent. The most hateful thing is that during the fight, Ari Shang actually blew up his teleportation array. The teleportation array is not something that can be set up just by saying it. In particular, the setting method and principle of the teleportation array in the Orc continent are different from those in the Fidel continent. The teleportation array in the Fidel continent borrows magic power, and uses magic crystals as energy. But the teleportation array in the Orc continent borrows natural energy, which he determined to be earth power after research. In fact, he thinks that the teleportation array in the Orc continent should use another kind of energy, but that kind of energy is no longer running, so it is activated by borrowing earth power. That kind of energy is the crystallization of scientific and technological knowledge in the Orc continent, and he can't understand it at all. He can reposition the teleportation array, which means that he has learned a lot of magic array knowledge. But just changing a teleportation position on a finished product and making a finished product from scratch require a completely different level of knowledge. In other words, the owner of Tianquan Valley can't make another teleportation array in the short term. How could he not be angry? His layout in the royal city needed manpower. He was alone. No matter how powerful he was not a god now, and could not fight against the entire True God Church. Even with the Tiger Country, he did not dare to say that he could suppress it alone. Just when he needed manpower the most, Ari Shang blew up his teleportation array, and so many players could no longer rush from Tianquan Valley. What shocked and unbelievable the master of Tianquan Valley was that Ari Shang actually summoned the servants of the God of Fear. Yes, everyone thought that the servants of the God of Fear appeared randomly. But the Lord of Tianquan Valley was very sure that the servant of the God of Fear was 99% summoned by Ari Shang. Originally, he and the players were going to get rid of Ari Shang. After all, no matter how powerful Ari Shang was, he was just one person. But just when Ari Shang was seriously injured and about to collapse, the servant of the God of Fear appeared. The Lord of Tianquan Valley was caught off guard and suffered a big loss. Not only did 70% to 80% of the players he summoned to the royal city die at the hands of the servant of the God of Fear, but his own real body was almost killed. Players can also use death to escape from that strange space, but he used his real body. In order to escape from that strange space, he had to summon a clone and use forbidden magic to escape. And every time he lost a clone, it was a great harm to his original body. The Lord of Tianquan Valley had to stay at home to recover temporarily. And the loss of so many players' bodies at once also made him feel painful. These are all precious resources. In the past, when players died, he would ask them to try to recycle their bodies. But how to recycle the bodies of players who fell into the alien space? However, this trip to the strange space also made him make some new discoveries, which somewhat made up for his pain. He found that the ancient gods of the Orc continent might not have completely fallen, and some of them still remained in this world. And that strange alien space is likely to be the last hiding place of those ancient gods. It is extremely dangerous there, but if you can explore it, the harvest will certainly be extremely huge. The owner of Tianquan Valley thought confidently that he would be in danger this time, but he was unprepared. If he had been prepared, he would never be so embarrassed. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to enter that alternate dimension again. This was also the reason why he asked the players to search for the traces of the servants of the God of Fear. The Lord of Tianquan Valley stood up and walked to the window to look out. He didn't know if it was the power of that alternate dimension, but he always felt that his injuries were recovering a little slowly, as if there was a force in his body that was preventing his body from recovering quickly, more like absorbing his vitality. The Lord of Tianquan Valley frowned. He needed to find a way to find out what the power in his body was, and whether it could be expelled. In the underground library of Black Forest City, Shang Fifan was sensing the cursed fire he had planted on someone. He occasionally bought the cursed fire from the players, and he felt that this thing would be of great use to him at the time. After absorbing and fusing the cursed fire, he found that this thing could really be called a tiger with wings for him. He also carefully studied the use of the cursed fire, in addition to being used as an actual flame. Yes, this thing can allow him to do alchemy, but he needs to control it so that the refined tools do not carry the power of curse. Of course, if you want to refine some alchemical tools with curse power, then the curse fire is simply the best auxiliary flame. In addition, the curse fire can also be released as a means of attack. Not only can it cause substantial burns to the enemy, but the burns will also be attached with the power of curse. Xiang Feifan also studied the method of using the curse fire to sneak into people, that is, to separate the curse fire, sneak into the enemy's wound, and then ambush in the enemy's body, relying on the enemy's vitality to strengthen itself, and can also torture the enemy day and night without letting the enemy know where the source is. Xiang Feifan took advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness in the fight with Tianquan Valley Master, and while inflicting wounds on the opponent, he separated a strand of curse fire and sent it into the main body of Tianquan Valley. However, in order to send out this strand of cursed fire, Xiang Feifan was also hit directly by Tianquan Valley Master's magic and was almost finished. Xiang Feifan sincerely admitted that in terms of strength alone, Tianquan Valley Master's body was indeed much better than his, far from the Tianquan Valley Master who appeared in Moro City. He relied on the power of the evil curse to constantly curse Tianquan Valley Master, interrupting the opponent's spellcasting, or making the opponent's spellcasting deviate, which delayed for a long time. When he accidentally blew up the teleportation array, Tianquan Valley Master was so angry that he shamelessly summoned a large group of players to beat him up, and Xiang Feifan could only use his ultimate move. He originally just wanted to try to see if the stinky fruit could really attract the servants of the God of Fear. Unexpectedly, the effect was so good, he also made second and third hand preparations. At that time, the return function of the system had been summoned by him. As long as there was a mistake, he could quickly return to Moyo Town. Fortunately, he was lucky. The power of Tianquan Valley Master could not compete with the servants of the God of Fear. Together with a large group of players, they were taken into the alien space by the servants of the God of Fear. He had experience escaping from those giant-toothed orcs. When he found himself being roped up, he used the same trick to break free. It was a pity that Tianquan Valley Master was a little far away from him at that time. When he wanted to sneak over and kill Tianquan Valley Master completely, he was discovered by those giant-toothed orcs. It must be said that Tianquan Valley Master had good luck. Even if he was invisible, it was useless, because those giant orcs seemed to be able to see him. Those giant orcs seemed to recognize him, and roared at him. All the giant orcs who were originally guarding the team rushed towards him. Xiang Feifan had no choice but to give up the best chance to kill the master of Tianquan Valley, and turn around and ran. The system map opened automatically, and a green line appeared in his right eye. Xiang Feifan subconsciously followed the green line, and ran to the statue square. When he saw the statue square, the giant orcs behind him disappeared. It was as if the strange ancient city and the statue square city were under the jurisdiction of different bosses, and they had established a rule of non-aggression. After crossing an invisible border, the pursuers could only sigh at the other side. After coming out of the statue square, the system announced that he had completed task 80 and received a reward. His bloodline talent Infinite Strength was upgraded from level 3 to level 4. In addition, his evil curse was upgraded from level 4 to level 5 because of frequent use. Upgrading skills is a good thing. As a lot of knowledge poured into his mind, Xiang Feifan discussed with Lang Mu whether to find a place to settle down. Lang Mu also had this idea, so the two pretended to leave the royal city and turned to Black Forest City halfway. Congratulations. Mission 77 completed. The Queen just died in Denton's villa. You have successfully broken all the Queen's conspiracies, protected Raphael Lang Mu, and saved and obtained the Tiger King's space belt. Hereby reward Lang Mu's lucky value secret. Xiang Feifan, who was flipping through a book, sat up straight. Lang Mu was sitting in an open space, not far from him, meditating with his eyes closed. Xiang Feifan was a little excited. He really wanted to know why Lang Mu's luck value was so strange. Finally, the system did not delay deliberately, and the moment it announced the completion of the task, it turned all the details of Lang Mu's luck value secret into text and transmitted it to him. Loren Milton Sawburns, originally from the Fidel continent, a member of the Sock Kingdom royal family, failed to break through from the sage to the god of law, and used forbidden techniques to forcibly seize the body of his great-grandson. He has 19 grandchildren, all of whom are soul containers he prepared for himself. Among them, the body of his great-grandson Manning Milton is the most suitable for him. In order to become a god, Loren Milton studied various secret techniques and forbidden techniques. He occasionally found that plundering other people's luck might help him on his way to becoming a god. After painstaking research, Loren Milton found that luck cannot be plundered at will. He needs to choose the right person, and the other party needs to transfer luck to him willingly. After a long search, Loren Milton also learned divination for this purpose, and finally found a person with extremely high luck value. This person is Lang Mu, whose soul traveled to the Fardel continent. In order to seize Lang Mu's luck, Loren Milton approached him deliberately, exerted all his charm to seduce him, and wove a love trap to make Lang Mu fall deeply in love with him. Later, Loren Milton tricked Lang Mu into signing a cooperation contract with him, and when he first combined with Lang Mu, he tricked him into saying, "I am willing to give all my good luck to him, just asking him to have a smooth life." Then, he used forbidden techniques to plunder his luck and transfer it to himself, and at the same time broke the cooperation contract. Seeing this, Shang Fifan was so angry that his body trembled. If Loren Milton was right in front of him now, he could rush over and tear him to pieces alive. But the system's explanation did not end there. Loren Milton's luck plundering technique is a complete plundering. According to his idea, Lang Mu will meet with an unfortunate death later, but the strange thing is that Lang Mu's luck value can still be retained after being plundered by him, and no matter how he plunders, he can't take it away. Loren Milton spent nearly 8 years trying to figure out this problem, and even wanted to plunder the last 1 point of luck from Lang Mu, but all failed. Loren Milton finally decided to kill Lang Mu. His intuition told him that keeping Lang Mu would definitely affect his path to becoming a god. In order to prevent the backlash of the technique, Loren Milton tried to create an accident to kill Lang Mu. The accident really happened. The house where Lang Mu lived caught fire, and Lang Mu almost died in the fire. But in the end, Lang Mu still walked out of the fire. But nearby residents including Loren Milton thought Lang Mu died in the fire, because it was a magical flame, and after burning, no traces would be left on any object, including corpses. But ordinary people could not see this, and only thought that the fire was too fierce, so it burned the house, and the people inside, leaving only ashes. Shang Fifan's face turned livid. The system's explanation continued. Then why is Lang Mu's luck value so strange? Until Lang Mu chose to self-destruct in Fidel Continent to save the teachers and students of the magic school, and then his soul traveled to the Orc Continent and was noticed by the system. After a lot of analysis and calculations by the system, the secret was finally revealed. Lang Mu's soul contains fragments of the god of nature. The fragments of the god will bring him great luck, but also misfortune. A small fragment of the god that broke away from the Orc Continent of Tianhastar merged into the soul of a newborn baby on Earth. The fragment of the god is silent, hidden, and looking for an opportunity to return to Tianhastar. The little baby grows up little by little. The fate of ordinary humans cannot bear the power of the god, even if it is only a small piece. When Lang Mu grew up, he had few relatives and died at the hands of his relatives. It has a lot to do with the god. Whisper, Lang Mu, who has the god of other worlds, was rejected by the consciousness of this world. After Lang Mu died, the small piece of god returned to Tianhastar with Lang Mu's soul. Attention! Lang Mu's luck value is affected by the god, but the god cannot determine Lang Mu's luck value. On the contrary, if there is no godhead, Lang Mu's luck value will be close to full. He is a lucky child of luck. And this is also an important reason why the godhead fell on Lang Mu. Although the small piece of godhead of the god of nature did not bring much benefit to Lang Mu, it dragged down Lang Mu in his first life. But it is precisely because of this piece of godhead that Loren Milton cannot completely seize Lang Mu's luck. To completely restore Lang Mu's luck value, first, you must use the luck plundering technique in reverse to force Loren Milton to return Lang Mu's luck value. Second, remove that small piece of godhead. Attention! If you can't take back Lang Mu's luck value first, you will never be able to kill Loren Milton. Even if you kill him, you can't restore Lang Mu's luck value. Special attention! If you want to take Lang Mu to live in other worlds, unless you have become gods, please remove the godhead of the gods in this world. Otherwise, you will be rejected by the consciousness of other worlds. Don't blame the system for not explaining it in advance. Chapter 192. Lang Mu just opened his eyes, and saw Shang Fifan sitting opposite him with his cheek in his hand, staring at him. Look! Before he finished speaking, the man opposite moved his position, took him into his arms, and gently stroked his hair, like a little cub. Lang Mu was full of questions. Shang Fifan rubbed Lang Mu's hair, kissed his forehead, nose and mouth. Warm, full of vitality, and good blood color. Look at how well he raised Mu. Shang Fifan was a little proud. Although Lang Mu didn't know what this guy was doing, he didn't ask, so he relaxed and leaned on this person. The two did nothing, just sitting and leaning against each other for a long time. The system told me a little secret of yours, Shang Fifan said. Oh! What other secrets do I have that you don't know? Lang Mu laughed. About your luck value, it is also your luck value. Originally, this sentence would become meaningless if said in front of Lang Mu, but today he said it smoothly. Maybe the game progress has reached the time to reveal the secret to Lang Mu. Maybe it is also related to Lang Mu handing over 3 parts of the power of the God of Nature. The God of Nature no longer has to worry about Lang Mu knowing that he is fragments of the godhood, and then collecting these powers to become a god. Oh! Lang Mu raised his eyebrows. What happened to my luck value? Your original luck value is 97 points, and the full point is 100 points. It sounds very high. Very high. After all, his luck value is 0 points. But he doesn't seem to be particularly unlucky. On the contrary, he thinks he is quite lucky. This is also a very strange point. No, thinking back carefully, his luck is indeed neither good nor bad. If you work hard, you will get something, but you will not get something without working hard. And every time he finds something extra good, or encounters something extra good, it seems to be when Lang Mu is by his side. In addition, he seems to be particularly compatible with things like resentment and curses, and it is easy to find things related to these negative energies. Luck value and luck value may not be the same value. Maybe the player's luck value is not accurate at all. Shang Feifan said to himself. Shang Feifan opened his data panel and wanted to find his luck value. Sure enough, he didn't see it, only the luck value. System, don't I have a luck value? Shang Feifan asked directly. The system replied after a while. Your luck value cannot be seen. The luck value of non-world life cannot be seen. So players are all lucky values. This luck value is derived from the player's physical data, personal ability, personality, etc., right? That's about it. Shang Feifan understood. This luck value is the same as the fortune of the zodiac sign that the people on Earth often see. To put it bluntly, it is the result of statistics and probability. In other words, it is not very accurate. The luck value is related to a person's fate. It does not only refer to luck and misfortune. People with high luck values may also encounter many dangers and setbacks, but these dangers and setbacks may allow him to gain more and move to a higher level, right? Yes. Lang Mu listened to Shang Feifan's communication with the system. Although he did not hear the system's response, he also understood a lot from Shang Feifan's words. Shang Feifan looked at Lang Mu. Let's talk about your luck value. Well, you said I originally had 97 points, so does that mean I don't have that high luck value now? Lang Mu looked calm, as if he was talking about someone else's business. Shang Feifan nodded. When I met you, your luck value was 97, minus 96, and later every time you returned part of the power of the God of Nature, your luck value would increase a little. Now it is 97, minus 93. Lang Mu may not be very good at judging people, but he is very smart. When he heard Shang Feifan's words, he combined all the things he encountered in his 3 lives, and came to a conclusion instantly. Do you think someone has robbed me of my luck? Was it Loren Milton, when I first had an intimate relationship with him? Shang Feifan observed Lang Mu's expression, and found that he was neither happy nor angry, so he couldn't help but frown. Don't be like this. Lang Mu was at a loss. What's wrong with me? Shang Feifan held his hand. It's just that when you talk about your own affairs, it's like talking about others. You are used to suppressing your emotions, and pulling your emotions out, especially in your own affairs. This is not good. I know you do this to prevent yourself from getting hurt. But over time, you will gradually lose your humanity? Lang Mu tilted his head and smiled. Shang Feifan was not happy. It means that you can't experience more happiness, and you can no longer devote yourself to something or someone. Lang Mu couldn't help laughing. Are you complaining that I can't devote myself to you? Shang Feifan played rogue. Do I complain? I definitely don't. I love you 12 points, and I'm very happy if you return the 8 points. Lang Mu, You still say you have no complaints? Lang Mu couldn't help pinching Lao Shang's thick skin. It's really hard for him to say the word love, but he can kiss this guy. Lang Mu poked his head out. If this wasn't a library with a librarian inside, Shang Feifan might really have performed a full set of health care. When the two separated, Lang Mu blushed terribly. After a while of sticking together, the two started talking about serious things again. Shang Feifan told Lang Mu all the information shown to him by the system. After listening to it, Lang Mu showed a strange look on his face. What's wrong? Shang Feifan immediately caught Lang Mu's strangeness. Lang Mu hesitated. Why does your system know so much about my past life? It even knows the first life so clearly? Shang Feifan also thought about this. The only existence that knows all about your 3 lives is the fragment of the Godhead in your body. I suspect that the system itself may also have a fragment of the Godhead, or even a large one. The fragment of the Godhead in your body, and the one owned by the system should belong to the same God. The 2 fragments of the Godhead met and communicated in some way that we don't know, so the system can know about your past 2 lives. System, am I right? The system did not respond. Zhang Fifan also expected that the system would not answer this question. This guy is like squeezing toothpaste. It always has to wait until the process reaches a certain level before it reveals more. Lang Mu also felt that Zhang Fifan's guess was very close to the truth. So are the things the system said correct? Zhang Fifan confirmed. Lang Mu was silent for a moment. Have you investigated me in reality? Zhang Fifan admitted frankly. I took your ashes to my place. You even dug out my ashes? Lang Mu was a little shocked, but then he felt that it was not strange for Zhang Fifan to do such a thing. I found that there seemed to be something wrong with my memory. Lang Mu rubbed his forehead. I told you that I lost consciousness after being stabbed by Langan, and I don't know what happened later. But when I woke up in the Fidel continent, I only remembered that I had passed through after fainting from heat stroke. I always thought so until I met Loren Milton here. I started to have nightmares. After that, I found that my memory seemed to have a little conflict, not only about Loren Milton, but also about the cause of my death in my first life. Zhang Fifan speculated, after you met Loren Milton, your memory was stimulated, and some of the obscured and modified memories began to recover, so there is a memory conflict in my brain? Lang Mu also thinks so, but I can understand that Loren Milton modified my memory. But why was the memory of my cause of death in my first life also modified? And by whom? Zhang Fifan sneered. Who else? Of course, it was the fragment of the divine nature in your body. Lang Mu still couldn't figure it out. Then why did it modify my memory? Zhang Fifan thought of his investigation results, and suddenly a bold guess popped up in his mind. I suspect that after Langan stabbed you, you didn't die immediately. You were sent to the ambulance. Maybe you could have been saved. What do you mean? The fragment of the Godhead was rejected on Earth, where it could not become a god, nor could it leave you. It was eager to return to Tiana Star. But if you don't die, it can't leave Earth. So, the two looked at each other. Lang Mu smiled bitterly. So I, who shouldn't have died just like that. The fragment of the Godhead might have done something, maybe delayed my treatment, or moved the knife in my body. Zhang Fifan said, the fragment of the Godhead took action, so you may have felt the existence of the fragment of the Godhead at that time. In order to prevent you from noticing this, the fragment of the Godhead affected and even modified your memory, so that when you woke up in Fidel Continent, you only thought you died of heat stroke. Lang Mu, but I remember the process of Langan assassinating me very clearly. Zhang Fifan, but you don't remember what happened afterwards. This means that your memory, after being stabbed, has been modified and hidden. Lang Mu frowned. Then why do you have to? Let me think I died of heat stroke. Why not just let me think I was stabbed to death by Langan? Heat stroke. Zhang Fifan murmured. I think I understand how the fragment of the Godhead works. It may not really affect you too much, let alone do something physical. But you were stabbed at the time, your body was extremely weak, and your control over your body weakened. The fragment of the Godhead used its energy to raise your body temperature and cause you heat stroke. Your last memory is the symptoms of heat stroke. Because it was too painful, you thought you were in a coma due to heat stroke. The fragment of the Godhead did not modify your memory too much, it just deepened your last memory of death, making you think you died of heat stroke. Zhang Fifan's voice suddenly became stern. System, you are covering up that fragment of the Godhead. The system immediately replied, what you see is the truth that the system has learned. So the fragment of the Godhead in AMU's body deceived AMU? Before the system answered, Lang Mu suddenly pressed his forehead. Zhang Fifan was nervous and hugged him. AMU, what's wrong with you? Lang Mu spoke after a long time. It was that fragment of the Godhead. It was crying out for injustice. It said that it did want to return to Tiana Star, but it did not kill me. The person who killed me was Langan. I was stabbed in the spleen at the time, and Lang Yunsho shook my body, causing the wound to expand. I died in the ambulance before I could go to the hospital. At the moment of my death, the fragment of the Godhead used its energy to carry my soul through. The process of crossing caused my soul to have symptoms of heat stroke, so I thought. Zhang Fifan was speechless. This is too ridiculous. Lang Mu was also laughing helplessly. It was ridiculous, but it was really the truth. Think about it, there are not so many conspiracies in the world. This fragment of the divine power also said that because it is in my body, I have actually undergone certain changes, and am no longer an ordinary person. Otherwise, my soul would not be able to withstand the energy burning of passing through the turbulent space. In addition, Shang Fifan, what else? Lang Mu looked strange. It said that it was also because of my changes that Loren Milton could not completely plunder my luck. In fact, my luck has also had a certain impact on Loren Milton, which is to make his luck very good, and he can always find opportunities and treasures, but it will also cause him to have a bad fate and many hardships. Shang Fifan, Lang Mu added, and the fire? It was indeed Loren Milton who wanted to burn me to death. I couldn't escape from the fire, and I even wanted to die in the fire, but the fragments of the Godhead had an impact on me at the time, putting me in a very strange state, as if my instinct controlled my body. Then I relied on my instinctive desire to survive, and found a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, and then I walked out of the fire. And the neighbors who talked to me were actually some dead ghosts, and they talked about me. I was being in a very delicate state. I heard their voices and even saw them. How could I forget that the house I live in is far away from the village? Even if the villagers see my house on fire, it will take time for them to rush over. Lang Mu murmured again. No wonder I awakened the blood talent of hearing the voices of the dead after getting the stone ear. It turns out that I have this ability for a long time. Lang Mu thought slowly that maybe some of the people he met in the Fardel continent, and some of the secret words he heard might not belong to real living people, and he didn't notice it at all. In his memory, sometimes he couldn't find a way or food in the wilderness, but he would always meet some kind people passing by. Those kind people would show him the way and tell him where to eat. He just thought he was lucky at the time, but now he thinks that maybe those kind people are not living people at all. Lang Mu covered his face. His second life was really too confused. Shang Fifan exhaled, as long as there is no conspiracy. He was afraid that the system and the fragment of the Godhead would join forces to cheat his AMU. Do you want to keep that fragment of the Godhead? Shang Fifan asked Lang Mu. Lang Mu shook his head without hesitation. Things that don't belong to me, let it go back to where it came from. How to take out the fragment of the Godhead? Shang Fifan turned around and asked the system. System, please complete the main task first. Shang Fifan told Lang Mu, maybe the God of Nature needs to recover a certain amount of divine power before he can take back his fragment of the Godhead. Lang Mu suddenly said, do you think that the God of Nature is not in a hurry to take back the fragment of the Godhead, which may be related to the evil God? Maybe the God of Nature taking back the fragment of the Godhead will make the evil God aware of his whereabouts. Shang Fifan also thinks this possibility is very high, otherwise the system would not say that the fragment of the Godhead should be taken back after the main task is completed. I always feel that the God of Nature doesn't seem to care much about the fragment of the Godhead. Maybe the Godhead can be condensed again? It doesn't matter whether the old one is taken or not. Shang Fifan made a random guess. Lang Mu suddenly laughed. I feel that the fragment of the divine nature in my body seems to be a little depressed. Chapter 193. Shang Fifan is not very persistent about taking out the Godhead in Lang Mu's body. If the Godhead fragments are good for Lang Mu, then keep them. Although this may not bring Lang Mu back to Earth, he has already prepared to stay in the Orc world and live with Lang Mu in the future. Before, he thought Lang Mu was Data, and was afraid that Lang Mu would disappear, so he wanted to take Lang Mu out with all his heart. Now that he knows that this world is a real world, Lang Mu is also a living person, and his player body is not controlled by Loren Milton. It is also a good thing to stay here and live with Lang Mu. Of course, the premise is to solve the troubles caused by evil gods, Zerg, natural disasters, etc. He doesn't want to stay here with Lang Mu as a coolie savior. If he really stays in this world, he wants to get his body on Earth here. And this is not a difficult thing that cannot be done. The degree of fusion of his real body has reached level 4. When he completes all the main tasks, his real body should be able to completely merge with his player body. But if possible, he still wanted to take Lang Mu back to Earth to have a look. He wanted to show Lang Mu his farm, and other hidden assets, and take Lang Mu around the world. Is this also a kind of male instinct to show off? He also wanted to introduce Lang Mu to his comrades, so that those guys would not always think that he had mental problems, that his lover died, and found a paper man who looked more like him to like. What are you thinking about? Lang Mu looked at Shang Fifan with a lingering expression. Shang Fifan retracted his running thoughts. I want to take you around Earth and show you my farm. Lang Mu also laughed. I am also very curious about your farm. I want to treat you to roast beef, braised beef, and stir-fried beef fillet. It's delicious. It seems that you are very confident in the cattle you breed? That's right. Shang Fifan couldn't help but introduce his farm to Lang Mu, bragging about how good the cattle, horses, and sheep he bred were, and said that he had planted a new kind of wheat. Shang Fifan really wanted to share his other life with Lang Mu, not only to share, but also to let Lang Mu participate. Lang Mu was also very yearning after hearing this. Shang Fifan embraced Lang Mu. I can move here and do all these with you. I can do these on Earth, and I can do these with you here. You see, I am ambitious, but I can also be a good farmer. With me, you can live the life you want most. Whatever life you want, we will live that kind of life. I am very capable, and I can learn if I don't know. Lang Mu pinched his fingers. Are you seducing me? Shang Fifan, yes. The two chatted and laughed, and talked about the fragments of the divine nature. Shang Fifan felt that the fragment of the divine nature in Lang Mu's body was useless. As a fragment of the divine nature, it can actually allow others to seize the host's luck. What's the use of you being called a fragment of the divine nature? Hearing Shang Fifan's nagging, Lang Mu felt a little hot in his heart. Well, it said that it had consumed most of its energy to carry my soul from Earth to Tianhe Star, and it could only fall into a deep sleep afterwards. But even so, it still preserved the foundation of my luck. Later, after it recovered a little energy, I died again, and it had to expend energy to take me through again. When we arrived at the Orc continent, it was because of it that the Heart Fruit and Stone Ear took the initiative to surrender. It also said that I was born in poor health in my first life, and it was its arrival that improved my physical fitness, otherwise I would have been sick when I was a child. Lang Mu suppressed his laughter, and complained about the fragment of the Godhead. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. Just ask it, if it weren't for it, would you have died so early in your first life? Similarly, if it took you through the soul for the first time, if you didn't make a mistake in the landing point and landed on the Fidel continent, would you meet Loren Milton and be deceived or even robbed of your luck? Lang Mu whispered after a while, you turned it into autism. Shang Fifan sneered, useless thing. Lang Mu coughed dryly. It said that when it recovers its strength, it can help me regain the luck value that was taken away. But it needs to establish a connection with the other party first to form a channel. It would be best if the cooperation contract can be restored. Shang Fifan's face changed, and he said firmly, no. You can't restore the cooperation contract with that scumbag Loren Milton, even if it's to take back your luck. I'm not jealous, but your luck has just recovered a little, and that scumbag's ability. No one knows whether he will continue to plunder your luck or use you for something. Lang Mu saw that Shang Fifan was trying to cover up his mistake, and he couldn't help laughing again, but there was one thing he still needed to say. The fragment of the Godhead said that the cooperation contract between Loren Milton and me was not completely broken. Not completely broken? How could it not be completely broken? You died once in your second life. Shang Fifan's face looked like he was going to kill someone. Lang Mu didn't really understand, and after asking the fragment of the Godhead, he replied, the fragment of the Godhead said that Loren Milton only cut off the flow of his luck to me, but did not cut off the flow of my luck to him. It may be related to the fact that he never took all the luck from me. Shang Fifan almost exploded. Is this a soul contract? Lang Mu was embarrassed and nodded, yes. Shang Fifan suppressed his anger. How can I completely cut it off? Not only cut it off, I want this cooperation contract to not leave any trace. Lang Mu was silent for a moment and replied, the fragment of the Godhead said that if you want to completely erase this cooperation contract, you must kill Loren Milton completely. But because of the existence of the cooperation contract, if I don't die, it will be difficult for Loren Milton to die cleanly. Lang Mu paused. So I must first take back my stolen luck, then plunder Loren Milton's, and then completely cut off the channel of the cooperation contract, and then kill Loren Milton. Shang Fifan took a deep breath. It sounds simple, but it takes too long to operate, and it is easy to have various accidents. Ask it, is there any other simpler way, such as I and you to make a new cooperation contract? Lang Mu's expression almost disappeared, and he was silent for a longer time this time. He didn't want to make a contract with others anymore, any soul-type contract. He didn't want to be bound by others anymore, and he didn't want to rely on soul contracts to bind others. Shang Fifan stared at Lang Mu solemnly. How could he not know what Lang Mu was thinking? AMU, don't hide it from me. If you don't tell me, I can ask the system. Lang Mu avoided Shang Fifan's gaze and said lightly, the fragment of the Godhead said that as long as I sign a higher soul contract with you, I can use the power of the most basic law of the magic world, the law of fairness, to completely destroy the cooperation contract between me and Loren Milton. Shang Fifan's mind moved. Yes, magicians adhere to the principle of equal exchange, but the cooperation contract between Loren Milton and you is just him unilaterally plundering your luck, which has violated the most fundamental principle of the contract. But he can still succeed. He must have used something to suppress the backlash of the contract. Lang Mu shook his head. He just took advantage of the loophole. I volunteered to give him all my luck. Yes, you said it. But if the other party is a fraud, the result will be completely different. Shang Fifen's mind turned quickly. So I need to conclude a contract with you based on a higher law. This is like many civil contracts are unfair, but many people put up with it because the litigation process is cumbersome, hiring lawyers is expensive, and takes a long time, and it is hard to say whether the final trial result will definitely be in their favor. But if there is a real lawsuit, the content of the civil contract is strictly reviewed in accordance with the legal provisions, especially the one that grasps whether the content of the contract is fair, then the possibility of the loser winning the case is very high. Not to mention compensation, at least the contract can be forcibly terminated from a legal perspective. Shang Fifen grabbed Lang Mu's hand and didn't allow him to escape. I know you don't want to make a messy soul contract with others. But are you really willing to let Loren Milton continue to suck your blood? And are you willing to endure the maintenance of the soul contract with Loren Milton? Lang Mu wanted to vomit. Of course, he didn't want to. As long as he thought that there was still a soul connection between him and Loren Milton, he wanted to burn his soul with fire and burn his soul clean. Shang Fifen, we have concluded a contract, and have added a clause in it that if any party has fraudulent intent and violates the rules of fairness, the contract will automatically be terminated and the defaulter will be punished. Lang Mu didn't say anything. Shang Fifen, one more thing. If one of the two parties proposes to end the contract, as long as the compensation provided to the other party can meet the fair rules of the contract, then the contract will be automatically terminated without the consent of the other party, and there will be no punishment. Lang Mu's expression relaxed. Shang Fifen asked the system directly, give me the highest level of equal soul contract for two people, the kind used by partners. The system actually responded, please make good use of the game mall, and search for partner soul contracts. Shang Fifen immediately opened the game mall to search, and saw the first search result was shining with gold, as if afraid that he would not see it. Original marriage law contract. This contract is naturally generated by the laws of this universe, based on the fair rules formulated by intelligent creatures, and overrides any other contract. Any other contract content that conflicts with this contract shall be subject to this contract. Original price, 10 million contribution points. Special price, 10,000 contribution points. Lang Mu saw the contract steel that Shang Fifen took out, and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. The fragment of the godhead in his body told him that this kind of stone tablet contract was the oldest contract, and the stone tablet itself was naturally formed by the power of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the content written on the stone tablet is recognized by the stone tablet and formed into text, then this contract will be supervised by the laws of the universe. The stone tablet that Shang Fifen took out already had several lines of text on it. Neither of them knew these lines of text, but they instinctively understood the meaning. To refine these lines of text, the core content is, Party A and Party B agreed to become partners and set up a marriage contract. The two parties will be connected in spirit, share life, destiny, honor and disgrace in the future, and the betrayer will die. Shang Fifen added the two additional contents he had just proposed to the stone tablet. The additional contents need to be written with the blood of the two people. When Lang Mu's hand was held to take blood, he did not speak, but he did not retreat or refuse. The words mixed with the blood of the two people were written on the stone tablet. After a moment, a golden light flashed, and the two additional contents were recognized and turned into the same words as the original words on the stone tablet, appearing on the stone tablet. There is one last step. Shang Fifen held Lang Mu's hand tightly. Sign our names on the stone tablet. Lang Mu suddenly held Shang Fifen's hand. Are you really willing to live and die with me, and share fate? Shang Fifen smiled and said very seriously, yes. What about you, AMU, are you willing to live and die with me, and share fate? Lang Mu looked at him steadily. Shang Fifen also did not blink. I just hope you don't regret it. Lang Mu said heavily. We can break up if we regret the content of the contract we set. Shang Fifen blinked. Lang Mu's tense muscles suddenly relaxed, revealing a smile. That's right. If we can't go on any longer, we don't have to be bound by the contract, and can break up peacefully at any time. Then? Sign it. The two pierced their fingertips, and signed their real names on the stone tablet with blood. A golden light flashed, and their names appeared on the stone tablet. Then in less than a second, the stone tablet suddenly broke into countless light spots, all of which sank into the bodies of the two. Lang Mu looked confused. Is he marrying someone else? Just now? Shang Feifan also felt a little weird, always feeling that his proposal should be more solemn and more grand. But just now, he and Lang Mu had formed the highest level of marriage contract. The two looked at each other, suddenly laughed together. Chapter 194. Lang Mu had a strange look on his face, and he subconsciously pressed his heart. What's wrong? Shang Feifan noticed it immediately. Lang Mu, I didn't know I still had a cooperation contract, but just now, I heard a sound like something breaking, and I felt a sense of relief in my soul, just like I hadn't taken a bath for half a year, and finally took a hot bath, and my whole body felt much lighter, and my soul felt comfortable. Shang Feifan was happy. It seems that the cooperation contract between you and that scum has completely disappeared. That's good. To confirm, he also asked the system. The system also gave a positive reply. Lang Mu also laughed. He really felt relieved. That subtle feeling could not be described in words. But have you ever had the experience of not taking a bath for half a year? Shang Feifan was happy. Yes, I walked around aimlessly after leaving the burned house. I didn't know where I was. I walked into wastelands, forests, and deserts. I don't know how I got out alive. I was really confused during that time. When I woke up again, I was already in the city, and finally realized that life was still going on. Lang Mu exhaled lightly, with a smile on his face, when he talked about his second life. Shang Feifan reached out, and took Lang Mu into his arms. Lang Mu leaned against him with a relaxed body, picked up his hand and pinched it. Shang Feifan found that Lang Mu seemed to like playing with his hand. Maybe this is a way for his Amu to express intimacy? Although I haven't had the experience of not taking a good bath for half a year, I have had it for 1 or 2 months. That was not in the desert, but in Antarctica. We left the research vessel for some reason to look for the 2 missing scientists. Shang Feifan told Lang Mu some stories from his past. After that, we stayed in the rainforest for half a year. The humidity there was very heavy. Not to mention mosquitoes, snakes and ants, they really killed people without a trace. What made us most frustrated was eczema. At that time, several of us had crotches rotten. Every time we talked, we were particularly worried about whether we could get married in the future. Later, we met local people. We exchanged 2 guns and a box of bullets for local ointment. The ointment was so magical that it really worked after 1 application. Lang Mu listened quietly. When he heard something interesting or thrilling, he would also mention similar things he had encountered. Shang Feifan just felt that this original marriage law contract was worth it. Lang Mu used to be a little distant from him. Even when he opened his heart to him, he was cautious and did not dare to devote himself wholeheartedly. Now he is not fully committed, but he is really relieved. It was like a door that was only opened a little, and there was a person behind it, and it was finally opened completely by the person behind the door, and he was welcomed in with a smile. Your cooperation contract with that scumbag is completely broken, and I don't know if that scumbag feels it. Shang Feifan saw that the atmosphere was right, so he mentioned it casually. Lang Mu said without much care, he probably thought I was dead a long time ago. It doesn't matter whether my luck value can be taken back, but I don't want to let him get it so easily. Shang Feifan hugged his big baby tightly. Of course we can't let him get it easily. We not only want to take back your luck value, but also make that scumbag pay enough compensation. Shang Feifan is not jealous or hateful of Loren Milton now, but simply disgusted. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about our wedding banquet. Wedding banquet? Lang Mu was surprised. Shang Feifan said, as a matter of course, we have to tell our relatives and friends when we get married. I plan to hold it here and again on Earth. Let's not talk about the wedding of the century, but I will only get married once in my life. I can't just go through it vaguely. You won't be unwilling, right? Shang Feifan poked Lang Mu's palm, his eyes full of expectations. I should still be able to show it off, right? Lang Mu thought that marriage was just a matter between 2 people. If I don't agree, are you going to turn into a cub and roll around with me? Oh, you've seen through all my tricks. Shang Feifan said this shamelessly, and turned into a little tiger, crawled out of his clothes, jumped into Lang Mu's arms, and rolled around. Promise me, I want a wedding, I want a wedding, I want everyone to know that we are together. Lang Mu held the fat tiger paw, lifted it up and kissed it. The little tiger's eyes widened in surprise and shyly threw Lang Mu to the ground. Tiancan Valley No. 1 player camp. Loren Milton, who was soaking in the pool to warm up his true body, suddenly felt something strange. In an instant, his heart became empty somewhere, as if something important had left him, but he didn't know what that important thing was. Loren Milton sat up straight and used detection magic to check himself for a long time, but he couldn't find anything wrong. He didn't think about the cooperation contract with Lang Mu at all, because he had almost cut off all the cooperation contracts back then, but because he could not completely seize the last bit of Lang Mu's luck, he only unilaterally cut off his own luck channel to Lang Mu, and only kept Lang Mu's luck channel to him. But later he successfully burned Lang Mu to death, and the house was completely burned to ashes. He also used magic to detect and confirm that Lang Mu was indeed dead, so he naturally thought that the cooperation contract had completely disappeared. But he didn't know that Lang Mu was disheartened at that time, and was really in a state of hard death. It was the fragments of the divine body that temporarily controlled his body and allowed him to escape from the fire. After that, Lang Mu was also confused and almost like a walking corpse. No matter how powerful the magic detection was, it could not detect the true situation of the fragments of the divine body. The final result fed back to him was naturally that Lang Mu was dead. At this moment, he felt strange and did not associate it with Lang Mu at all. After all, to him, that was a dead person who was completely dead. Loren Milton checked again and found nothing wrong. He should have been relieved, but why did he feel an ominous haze shrouding him? Any magician would not ignore his intuition, let alone a magician who once had the strength of a magic saint. Loren Milton walked out of the pool with a splash, grabbing only a robe and putting it on his body. He was going to check some of his most important things. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu stayed in the library for 2 whole months, and both upgraded again. Lang Mu successfully entered the realm of junior magician from a great magician. And Shang Fifan mastered the various skills after the upgrade, especially the use of evil curses and resentment. The identification skill was also upgraded from elementary to intermediate. Shang Fifan took out the metal bar that Ramil gave to Lang Mu and re-identified it. This time the identification finally had some reaction. A description popped up in Shang Fifan's right eye: strange metal bar, looks like a key. But the metal it contains is not from Tianhastar, it is an alien. What is its function? Unknown. Please add additional knowledge, and continue to improve your identification skills. It is recommended that you try to contact the True God Church to learn about their special knowledge. Have you identified it? What is this? Lang Mu asked curiously. Shang Fifan played with the metal bar. It was only identified that this is an alien, not from Tianhastar. It may be related to the evil god. Oh! Then did you sense the power of the evil god on it? Lang Mu didn't feel it. Shang Fifan shook his head. It's a very clean metal bar, without any extra energy. We learn more about it later when we have a chance. Shang Fifan thought of what Lao Fu told him, that many players have infiltrated the True God Church and are doing very well there. Although they haven't really entered the upper and middle levels of the True God Church, some players are particularly favored by the upper and middle levels of the True God Church because of their nature or the madness they act out, and it's just around the corner to improve their status in the church. Maybe he can try to do business with the players of the True God Church, or he can try to sneak into the True God Church to play around. Shang Fifan looked at Lang Mu and smiled evilly. Lang Mu narrowed his eyes. What bad water are you up to? Shang Fifan, change your identity and infiltrate the True God Church together. We can play the role of the evil and crazy couple. Because our family prevents us from falling in love, we decided to throw ourselves into the arms of the evil god. Lang Mu, The two did not come out of the library until the inheritance sharing conference was officially held the day after tomorrow. When the two were about to leave, the projection of the old librarian appeared. The old man looked at the two as if they were two shameless little bastards. He wanted to curse. What do you think of the library? Thinking of someone's thick skin, it was useless for him to curse, so the old man swallowed his curse. Time is getting more and more urgent. Are you really going to just watch like this? The old man said. Shang Fifan grabbed Lang Mu and said, Isn't the Tiger King going to hold a heritage-sharing conference for the whole continent? The eruption of magma and earthquake will be the most important topic of the conference. I heard that people from the Holy Mountain Priest Palace will also come. The old man sneered. My life experience tells me that 1 orc carries water to eat, 2 orcs carry water to eat, and 3 orcs have no water to eat. The same goes for too many children, and no mother to support them. With the entire orc continent falling apart, and each ruling its own way without a unified leader, do you think they can really come up with a unified and effective plan to save the world in a chaotic conference? Shang Fifan shrugged. What does that have to do with us? The old man was choked by this vulgar remark. Shang Fifan, we are just the most ordinary orcs in the orc continent. We have no power, no resources, no manpower, and no strength. How can we make the orcs of the entire continent obey our orders? I am very curious. Why don't you just show up and negotiate with the leaders of various countries and tribes? or let the high priest of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace take the lead. Those leaders will listen to you for the sake of you old predecessors, right? Your words will be more credible, right? The old man blew his beard and glared. How can you let an old coffin board, who has been dead for more than 1,000 years, run out to take the lead? You little guys are getting more and more outrageous. Everything should be done by the older generation, and you just slack off and enjoy yourself? If the younger generations of the Orc continent think like you, it would be better to let this Orc continent disappear. The old man was really angry. Shang Fifan was unmoved. Okay. Anyway, with the ability of me and AMU, we can still escape from the Orc continent with our relatives and friends and find a safe island to live on. Shang Fifan clapped his hands. That's it. When the inheritance sharing conference comes, if everyone can't reach a consensus, I will let someone pass on the message that it's better for everyone to find their own way to survive. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they want to leave, they can leave. It's up to them. Old man, The old man didn't want to talk to Shang Fifan anymore, and turned to look at Lang Mu. Lang Mu coughed awkwardly. If you want me to find a passage to other continents, I do have some clues. So, when the inheritance conference is held, I will tell everyone the location of the passage. As for how everyone chooses in the end, it depends on themselves. In the past 2 months in the library, Lang Mu has not only absorbed and learned the magic knowledge in the magic secret stone, but also found passages to other continents. Last time he found some clues in the library, but he just thought it was too easy to get it, and doubted its authenticity, so he didn't investigate it in depth. This time, he looked for relevant information while taking a break. I don't know if there is something in the dark that affects him, or if his luck is really subtle, or if he is very good at this. He can find information that others can't find no matter how hard they try, and he can also find it out from the sea of books, and he can also connect those seemingly useless information together to infer effective information. The old man was surprised and happy. You have a clue? Do you know where the passage is? Did you find it in this library? Lang Mu nodded honestly. I found some clues from some legends, travel notes, ancient ballads, and some messy records. By connecting these clues, I can draw a conclusion. The old man was excited. What conclusion? Lang Mu. A long time ago, even though the god's cage had already captured the entire Tianhe Star and separated the various continents on Tianhe Star into different worlds, there were actually channels connecting these continents, and there was no need to forcibly break through the space barrier formed by the god's cage. Sure enough, the old man took 2 steps back and forth to hide his emotions. For many years, countless orcs have been looking for ways to cross the sea. We firmly believe that there must be other continents on the other side of the sea. For example, the Worm Queen found a continent that is no less powerful than the Orc continent, and occupied it to become the Worm continent. Unfortunately, only the Worm Queen knows the passage to the Worm continent. In ancient times, the Magic Blood Talented and the God Blood Talented fought a war, and the Magic Blood Talented fled to other continents. At that time, there was a legend that the leader of the Magic Blood Talented found a passage to other continents. After that, those who had magic powers recorded in the biography all came to the Orc continent from the Magic continent. Unfortunately, they did not clearly state where the passage was. Maybe there were some restrictions, but in the past 10,000 years, we have rarely heard of any magicians coming to our side. At that time, some of us speculated whether the passage was closed or destroyed. Hearing this, Lang Mu and Shang Fifan looked at each other. Combined with what the magician told them, even if the passage was not closed, it had disappeared from the records of the Magic continent. Otherwise, even the Magic Saint would not know the existence of the passage, and in the end, they could only break through the space barrier and fight against the space turbulence. The old man calmed down and asked Lang Mu, "Where is that passage?" Lang Mu said casually, "That is not a passage, it is a black hole, also called a natural teleportation array. Some people say it is to walk into a canyon, and walk out of the canyon to another continent. Some people say it is to enter a forest or a wasteland, and some people say it is to find a whirlpool on the sea while sailing, and boldly enter the whirlpool, and you can also appear on the sea near another continent." Old man, natural teleportation array? Lang Mu nodded. It is related to the Cage of God. The Cage of God covers the entire Tianhe Star, separating all the continents. But there are 50 great ways. 49 are derived from the heavens, and one of them is missing. The God's Cage did not completely cut off the connection between the continents, and those natural teleportation arrays were used to connect the continents. It's just that after so long, these natural teleportation arrays have either not been discovered, or have been damaged, or have been guarded. Ordinary people can hardly find them. Some natural teleportation arrays are not fixed in place, they are like predestined cars, appearing wherever they want. Lang Mu said again, the teleportation array knowledge of the Orc continent is more advanced than that of the Magic continent, and it should have evolved from the natural teleportation array. People always observe everything that exists in nature first, then summarize and learn, find the rules, and finally turn it into unique knowledge belonging to humans. It's just that the records about natural teleportation arrays have been deliberately erased. The old man asked eagerly, so have you found the exact location of these natural teleportation arrays? Lang Mu shook his head. No, there is only one. I only found a possible location of a natural teleportation array. Where is it? To the east of the Orc continent, the now famous 100 Races battlefield is also the place where the Zerg Queen led the Zerg army to land on the Orc continent. It's actually there. The old man was speechless. After a long time, the old man looked at the two people who were whispering with a complicated expression. Are you going to tell this matter at the sharing conference? Why not? Shang Fifan smiled evilly. Don't you just hope that AMU can find the passage? Now AMU has found it, and he is going to tell all the orcs in the continent the possible location of the natural teleportation array for free without asking for a copper de jus. What else are you dissatisfied with? Old man, How could he know that Lang Mu had only been in the library for 2 months, just flipping through books, looking up some past video records, etc., and actually found the passage? He thought that in order to find this passage, Lang Mu would have to go through at least 9,981 difficulties. Most of the orcs who followed him would die, and Lang Mu himself would have to sacrifice his life before he could find a glimmer of hope in despair. Who would have thought that Lang Mu easily found the clue in the library, and told him so easily? The old man was particularly powerless. Shang Fifan had other thoughts. He thought it was no wonder that the system did not issue him the task of assisting Lang Mu in finding the passage. It was possible that the system knew that it would not be difficult for Lang Mu to find the passage, or that the passage would not be of much use. Of course, it was also possible that the system was related to the ancient gods. It already knew where the passage was. If necessary, it would probably directly put the passage location on the game map and tell him. In other words, for the old man and the passage that was so important in the prophecy, it was probably not worth even one contribution point for the system. Compared with an old ghost from 1,000 years ago, and the so-called prophecy, he certainly trusted the system more. Since the system thought that the passage was not important, it might really not be important, which meant that finding the passage could not save the world. However, it cannot be ruled out that the system, as a part of the gods, may have a more indifferent attitude towards life. For the system, restoring the power of the god of nature is the most important thing, followed by dealing with the evil gods. As for whether the lives on the Orc continent can be saved, it is put last. Have you ever thought that the prophecy you know, including the murals, have been modified? Shang Fifan said suddenly. The old man looked up. By whom? Shang Fifan, the evil god. From the situation of the Fidel continent that Lang Mu and other magicians learned, it can be known that the power of the evil god has not yet extended there. In other words, the evil god is likely to be bound by the god's cage, or trapped by the ancient gods on the Orc continent. If the evil god wants to gain more power, or wants to get out of trouble, he naturally has to extend outward. But the space barrier formed by the god's cage is very unfriendly to foreign evil gods, and even gods have difficulty breaking through the barrier. After all, the god's cage, as the name suggests, can't it also lock gods in a cage? If you can't force your way out, you can only destroy it from the inside, that is, let the local natives help lead the way, find the natural teleportation array left by the god's cage, and then mix the evil god believers and evil god statues among the fleeing orcs, and naturally bring the evil god's power to the new continent. When the evil god's power spreads throughout the Tianhastar continent, and absorbs the energy of Tianhastar as nutrients, perhaps the foreign evil god can really break the shackles of the god's cage, and completely occupy or destroy Tianhastar. Shang Fifan told the old man, and Lang Mu about his speculation. The old man fell silent again. They believed too much in the prophecy, and the contents of the murals, and never thought that the prophecy might be falsified by someone. But Shang Fifan's analysis was reasonable, and the old man couldn't help but shudder when he thought about it carefully. If the prophecy and the contents of the murals have really been modified, then their pursuit of the Savior is not a disguised way of helping the evil god to occupy the world. And the orcs will inevitably become traitors, spies and invaders in the eyes of all intelligent creatures on Tianhastar. What will the hero who leads the orcs to find the passage become in the end? Even if the intelligent creatures on Tianhastar can survive in the future, the orcs will become the eternal villains, and be spurned by the entire intelligent creatures on Tianhastar. Lang Mu, who is responsible for finding the passage, will definitely become the target of countless people's whipping, and maybe a kneeling statue will be erected for people to spit on it. The ancient god of their Orc continent will undoubtedly become the first meal of the evil god. And what will become of the Orc continent without the protection of the ancient god and abandoned by all orcs? The more the old man thought about it, the more terrible it became. He suddenly felt fortunate that there was Shang Fifan by Lang Mu's side. If Lang Mu hadn't been accompanied by Shang Fifan, he might have persuaded Lang Mu to go all out to find the passage the first time Lang Mu appeared in the library, and the Holy Mountain Priest's palace would have asked all the orcs on the continent to migrate with Lang Mu. The old man disappeared. He couldn't bear it, and needed to calm down. Don't rush to tell us where the passage is at the inheritance sharing conference. When the two opened the door of the library, and were about to leave, the old man's voice hurriedly caught up. Lang Mu nodded. I know. Pay attention to the movements of the evil god believers. They won't miss such a good opportunity to deal with the leader of the orcs on the entire continent. The old man added another sentence. This time, the two did not make any promises. But the old man firmly believed that the two had heard and remembered. Chapter 195. The Tiger King's capital was bustling with activity, but it was secretly under martial law. In order to ensure that the inheritance sharing conference could be held smoothly until the end, the Tiger King even asked the Grand Commander to dispatch a nearby army to patrol the city every day in cooperation with the city guards. The city gate, which was originally open to the public without any manual inspection except for the checkpoint of the police for insects, now has a manual inspection and requires identity verification. If you encounter someone whose origin is unknown, or who cannot be explained clearly, you will be invited to the temporary camp of the city guards set up outside the city. The city guards at the city gate have also changed from ordinary soldiers to elite soldiers, and their combat capabilities have at least doubled. Because entering and leaving the royal city requires inspection, it naturally attracts people's complaints and dissatisfaction. For foreign guests, a special channel is set up. In this channel, as long as you can show your invitation letter, the items you carry, and the people you travel with have been reported, you can basically enter the city without inspection. But if you can't show your invitation letter, and are not on the report list, no matter who you are, you need to line up for detailed inspection. When Shang Fifan and Lang Mu arrived outside the royal city, the first thing they saw was not the long queue, but a huge market. This market was formed spontaneously, about 100 meters away from the city gate. According to the principle that there should be no objects blocking the view at the city gate, there is an open space 1,000 meters away from the city gate. Now this large open space is full of simple tents, and people coming and going. Many of them are residents of villages and towns near the royal city, who come with their own belongings, not to enter the royal city, but just to make a fortune by taking advantage of this unprecedented bustle since the founding of the country. Merchants and tourists from other places also saw that it took so long to queue up to enter the city. They thought that this open space didn't need rent, and there were many people here, so they simply occupied a small piece of land here to display some of their goods. If they could sell some of their goods before entering the city, they could not only reduce their burden, but also recover some of their funds. If there are people selling, there will naturally be people who want to buy. After the Orc continent experienced the Great War and the Poison Mist era, transportation was destroyed. Many orcs could only wander around in their own countries and tribes. There were many orcs who had never left their hometowns. These orcs were very interested in the special goods of other countries and regions. It was a rare trip to come out, and they could buy special goods from many different countries and regions at once. Naturally, they had to shop well, and it would not be a problem to sell them several times when they took them back. Some small-scale merchants had already sold out the goods they brought in the wild market at the city gate before they even entered the royal city. The two were not in a hurry to enter the city, so they just strolled around the market. When they saw something delicious, they would buy some to taste. Lang Mu ate some fried tofu, and found it delicious. He put a piece of it on a skewer, and put it to Shang Fifan's mouth, indicating that he should try it too. Shang Fifan took a bite, chewed it, and gave a thumbs up. Lang Mu smiled lightly, but he was very happy. Shang Fifan saw Lang Mu was happy, so he also felt happy. He felt that the sky was high, and the air was fresh and everything was pleasing to the eye. The Tiger Kingdom was located in the temperate zone, and it was not too hot in midsummer. It was already early September, and the Tiger Kingdom had entered autumn from midsummer. This was also the best season for the kingdom, not too cold or too hot, and it was harvest season. This is why there are so many small vendors at the city gate. The crops grown at home have been harvested and can be sold here at a higher price, so why not come? The stall owner showed off his fried tofu, saying that it was one of the delicacies that came from Tianquan Valley. Those Tianquan are really good at making food. They also have a caravan that travels everywhere, selling the food they make. You can buy the recipes from them at a very cheap price. If you pay a little extra, or if they like you, they will teach you until you learn it. Look, many people in this market sell the food that those Tianquan passed down. It is said that these foods are made using methods from the Great Prosperity period. Wasn't Tianquan Valley a super prosperous metropolis? I heard that those Tianquan dug up the ruins of a food city and found many recipes for making food there. For this reason, many people now want to find a Tianquan from Tianquan Valley as a partner. On the contrary, those Tianquan look down on as healthy orcs, and many people who go to ask for marriage are beaten back. The stall owner who spoke could not hide his envy and resentment on his face. Lang Mu wondered if the stall owner was one of the people who were beaten back, and just smiled and said, "Times have changed. Yes, it's getting harder and harder to find a partner nowadays. I heard that there is a big tribe in the north. In order to quickly increase the population, if you don't have a partner by the specified age, you have to accept the tribe's arrangement. It would be great if our country could be like this." The stall owner looked longingly. Lang Mu, The stall owner looked at the two people with envy and jealousy. "You are a couple, right? I can tell at a glance that you are." Lang Mu nodded generously. "Yes, I just got married." Shang Fifan's eyes were curved with smile. The stall owner picked up another spoonful of fried tofu, mixed it with seasoning, piled it on a large leaf, and handed it to Lang Mu. "Here, it's for you. I wish you a happy wedding. I also hope you can bring me good luck, and let me find a suitable partner as soon as possible." Shang Fifan smiled and took it. "Thanks, brother. I curse you to be hit by a beautiful work soon." The stall owner was stunned. The two poured the fried tofu into their own small bowls, returned the large leaf to the stall owner, and walked away with the small bowl. The Orc continent has scarce resources. Even if it is just a large leaf, it will be cherished and reused repeatedly. Therefore, there is almost no garbage on the ground. Shang Fifan saw Lang Mu smiling at him, and he also thought of his experience of selling food recipes in Moro City to raise money. Want to set up a small stall? Shang Fifan was interested. Lang Mu turned around to look at the vendors around him, and said with bright eyes, "No, we just eat. There are many snacks here that look delicious." Shang Fifan liked the way AMU looked now. "Okay, then we eat from beginning to end. If you see something you like, buy more. There's enough space. Have you researched the space props that can store food for a long time without spoiling?" "Soon." Lang Mu was amused by Shang Fifan's expression. "I saw a lot of orcs who looked like players." Lang Mu whispered. Shang Fifan nodded. "I saw it too. The temperament of players is really obvious, if they don't intend to cover it up. With the unremitting efforts of Tianquan Valley Master, the number of players coming from Earth has increased to 50,000. Because of the gimmick of the holographic game, and the fact that it is free, the number of players online at the same time can basically be maintained at around 40,000. 40,000 people is not too many, but it is not too few. But since each of them is a bloodline-gifted person, they have formed a considerable force. In the past, the area of Tianquan Valley was basically the territory of Earl Bexiyuan, who was also rumored to be the biological father of the owner of Tianquan Valley. Now, after the players' tossing, Earl Bexiyuan's forces have completely withdrawn from the large territory of Tianquan Valley. Earl Bexiyuan himself did not look down on the output there. Seeing that the servants he sent out were driven back, he actually gave that territory directly to his son, who had once abandoned him, the owner of Tianquan Valley. The other children of Count Bexiyuan were very dissatisfied with this. Although there were all kinds of terrible legends in the Tianquan Valley area, and there were also living dead and uncorrupted corpses, the territory there was large, and they were unwilling to give it to an abandoned Tianquan. However, Count Bexiyuan seemed to be determined. No matter how his children and wife protested, he still insisted on giving the land to the owner of Tianquan Valley, and signed a formal document. Bexiyuan's eldest son claimed that his father was confused by someone, and wanted to find the Tiger King to make the decision for him. But soon after, Bexiyuan's eldest son became seriously ill, and could not go, so he could only lie at home to recuperate. After Bexiyuan's eldest son became seriously ill, Bexiyuan's other children suddenly became honest, and no one made a fuss for the territory of Tianquan Valley. In short, the Tianquans in Tianquan Valley have formed a force that cannot be ignored, and are spreading to all parts of the Orc continent. However, because Tianquan is good at making delicious food and various daily necessities, and has various creative ideas, they are not excluded when they go out, and are welcomed by many places. The leader of Tianquan wants to establish a sect, But the orc leaders in various places are very wary of religion, so he did not put the name of the sect, but only let the players communicate with the orcs in various places in a friendly manner. Shang Fifan whispered. Lang Mu knew that Shang Fifan had an insider on the player's side, so he asked, has the leader of Tianqin given up his original plan and wants to take the route of slow infiltration and development? No, he is waiting for an opportunity. Shang Fifan's eyes met with a person who was smiling at him. Lang Mu understood immediately. The Lord of Tianqin Valley wants to wait for the evil god believers to take action first. If the evil god believers can harm some of the orc leaders at the sharing conference, or just kill the Tiger King and his heirs, Tiger Country will be in chaos, not to mention other places. When he appears as a savior and leads the players to repel the evil god believers, he can successfully win the hearts of the Tiger people. When Tiger Country is in chaos, it is also the best time for him to establish a sect. Shang Fifan, that's right. The man who smiled at him not far away raised his foot and walked towards them. Lang Mu also noticed that person. The two stood side by side and looked at the robed orc who came over. The orc was tall and thin, with fiery red hair and two triangular ears standing on top of his head. The long hair beside his ears was braided into a small braid, and the other untied long hair was draped on his shoulders. He was an orc with three-dimensional features and very handsome, and his age could not be seen. Priest of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace? Shang Fifan spoke first. The handsome red-haired orc was surprised. How do you know? Have you seen me? Shang Fifan shook his head and pointed to the corner of his robe. I have seen similar patterns. The old man in the library has similar patterns on his robe. The red-haired beastman smiled knowingly. I almost forgot that you have met Mr. Liang. Is he okay? If you are asking the librarian who only has a brain left, then I don't know whether he is okay or not, or you can ask him yourself. Shang Fifan smiled. I dare not see him. According to seniority, he is my great-great-grandfather, and an old senior of the priest's palace. I used to be scolded by him. The red-haired beastman smiled and straightened his face. Good day, gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Runming, a little priest of the priest's palace, and I was sent to participate in this inheritance-sharing conference. Shang Fifan. Lang Mu. Liang Runming smiled at the two people's super simple self-introductions and raised his hand to signal. Let's talk while walking. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu did not object. However, the two of them were eating fried tofu while walking, using the same small bowl. Liang Runming touched his nose and coughed dryly. Okay, I be frank, we received a message from Mr. Liang. He said something very important in the letter, which shocked us. I came here to verify this. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. Oh? So Mr. Liang can send messages from the library? Liang Runming said vaguely. It is a precious legacy left by the Great Prosperity era. Shang Fifan guessed that it was probably something like a radio transmitter. Sometimes the more primitive the invention, the longer it lasts, and it can be used under various poor conditions. The Orc continent may have had a highly developed network civilization, but after the Great War, the facilities were completely destroyed, and even the telephone system has not been restored. There are several radios hidden in the library responsible for inheriting civilization, which is normal operation. I wonder how much do you two know about the fall of the ancient gods? Liang Runming suddenly asked. Shang Fifan did not answer immediately. He browsed all the stone tablets in the statue square. He did not dare to say that he had a complete understanding of the fall of the ancient gods, but he was confident that he knew as much as the Holy Mountain Priest Palace, and he might even know more secrets. Lang Mu touched the back of Shang Fifan's hand and replied calmly, Not much. We just saw some records in the library. Liang Runming believed it. The matter about the prophecy and the content of the murals involves the ancient gods. An ancient priest left a secret message in the priest's palace, indicating that the prophecy and the content of the murals are a guiding candle left by the ancient gods for the orcs of the Orc continent. Liang Runming paused. But now you suspect that the prophecy and the content of the murals have been modified by the evil god. This involves whether some vague instructions from the gods received by our priest's palace are from the true god or the false god. This is a very important matter for us. Shang Fifan's face was slightly cold. We just raised doubts, and we don't know the actual situation. It's useless for you to find us. Liang Runming sighed. No, you are the key. Or, Liang Runming looked at Lang Mu. This will be the key for us to verify the truth of the prophecy. In the prophecy, only those favored by the gods can find the real passage location. It doesn't mean that we can find the possible location of the passage. If we are not a person favored by the gods, even if we find the location, we can't find the passage. Just like The car with a destiny under the Black Forest City. Shang Feifan's face turned completely cold. It turns out that the identification of who is the person in the prophecy starts from the car with a destiny. No wonder the old man in the library is so sure that Lang Mu is the person mentioned in the prophecy. How do you want me to verify it? Let me find the real passage to prove that I am the person in the prophecy, and then what? How to distinguish the truth from the false content of the prophecy, and whether it has been tampered by the evil gods. Lang Mu was puzzled. Liang Renming, after discussion among all the priests of the priest palace, we decided not to act according to the content of the prophecy for the time being, and only take the person in the prophecy, that is, Mr. Raphael, and go to the passage location with some priests of the priest palace and the holy mountain warriors. We will be there. You want to use Lang Mu as bait to lure out the evil god believers? Or even the evil god? Shang Feifan interrupted Liang Renming. Liang Renming was embarrassed. If the evil god really wants to go to other continents through the channel, then he will definitely appear. Even if his body does not appear, there will definitely be important attachments. At least, the top leaders of the True God Church will definitely appear. In addition to being responsible for the transmission of Orc civilization, the Holy Mountain Priest Palace is also responsible for supervising the actions of the evil god. The ancient gods of our Orc continent had to pay a huge price to trap the foreign evil gods. If we want to restore the soil and water of the Orc continent, we must liberate the ancient gods. And if we want to liberate the ancient gods, we must weaken the power of the foreign evil gods. Liang Renming looked at the two with expectant eyes. You understand, right? We Orcs on the Orc continent must help our gods fight against the evil gods, even if we have to sacrifice our lives for this, but as long as we can weaken the power of the evil gods, it's all worth it. Shang Feifan completely understood. You are planning to set up a large trap at the entrance of the passage. Of course, with your strength, you will definitely not be able to eliminate the evil gods that even the ancient gods can't deal with. Your purpose is to weaken the evil gods as much as possible. In order to attract the evil gods to take the bait, you will definitely spread the news that Lang Mu is the person in the prophecy through certain channels, and take Lang Mu to find the passage with great fanfare. Liang Renming's plan was exposed, so he simply said frankly, "Don't worry, we will definitely protect Lang Mu, and will never let him be harassed or harmed by the evil god's followers." Shang Feifan sneered. How could the followers of the evil god hurt Lang Mu? They still hope that my Amu can find the passage. You, tell me, how do you plan to deal with the evil god? What kind of traps have you set? Without waiting for Liang Renming to speak, Shang Feifan continued. What kind of power can hurt the evil god, even if it is just a clone? It is definitely useless to rely on your self-destruction. If it is useful, the ancient god only needs to tie up the Orcs of the Orc continent together, detonate them, and then throw them at the evil god. Then remove all the impossibilities, and there is only one possibility left. You plan to self-destruct in the passage, that is, in the natural teleportation array, and want to borrow the power of the god's cage to destroy the evil god's clone. Shang Feifan's tone is grim, his eyes are like poisonous snakes. Am I right, Master Priest Liang Renming? Liang Renming was shocked. It was not right to admit it, nor was it right to deny it. He also knew why Shang Feifan had such a bad attitude, because in their assumptions, if they wanted to find the passage, they would definitely need Lang Mu. And maybe the passage would need Lang Mu to maintain stability. In other words, Lang Mu would definitely be in the passage at that time. Even if Lang Mu did not need to enter the passage, in order to make the evil god believers, and the evil god believe that the passage was real, Lang Mu had to be allowed to enter. When Lang Mu entered the passage, others would follow him into the passage, and when the evil god's clone followed him into the passage, it would be time for them to detonate the passage. Needless to say, Lang Mu would definitely not survive. In fact, according to some paranoid priests in the priest palace, since the evil god wanted to find a passage to the mainland through the prophet, it would be better to kill the prophet in advance. In the end, the plan to destroy the god that everyone discussed also included the intention to kill the prophet. Liang Renming didn't expect that the seemingly dandy Aries Shang was so smart. He not only saw that the prophecy and the murals might be tampered with, but also saw through their plan at a glance. Things are in trouble. They are willing to sacrifice themselves to save the ancient gods and the entire Orc continent. But they can't guarantee that the people in the prophecy will have the same spirit of sacrifice. Chapter 196. Shang Feifan saw Liang Renming was silent and sneered. You came to us probably with the intention of coaxing us. First establish a relationship, then use emotion to talk. Maybe you will give us some benefits, so that we can take advantage of you. During this period, let us know how much you sacrificed in fighting against the evil god believers, such as looking at the wives and children of the sacrificed soldiers, And then look at those people who are living miserably under natural disasters and man-made disasters. If you can't do it, or you can go one step further, then it will be time for a bigger person to come out and have a heart-to-heart with us two little people, talk about ideals and the future, so that we feel valued and moved to volunteer. If this doesn't work, then push it hard. First, hype up AMU's reputation. Let everyone know that there is such a prophesied person. Let everyone talk about him. Let AMU go wherever he goes. There will be people who ask him with expectation whether he can help escape the disaster and find hope. Liang Renming, how do you know so much about our routines? Tell me, where did you come from? Lang Mu saw that the face of Liang priest had lost all the blood, so he gently pulled Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan, shut up. Impossible, he hasn't been enough. You said before that you suspected that the vague instructions from the gods received by the Holy Mountain Priest Palace might be the instructions of the false gods, right? I can tell you with certainty now, don't doubt it, you are fooled by the false gods. Because you are stupid. Liang Renming is well-mannered and didn't turn hostile on the spot. Shang Fifan was very rude. Look at the method you came up with. Just to destroy a being that you don't know if it's the evil god's clone, you have to find a group of elites, and bring my AMU with you, to use the method of self-destruction to blow up a natural teleportation array. You are just hoping to reduce the number of opponents for the followers of the evil god, and hope that the orcs will fall faster, right? The elites are all dead, and the remaining weaklings and fools can only be slaves to others, otherwise they will die faster? Let alone anything else, if you dare to do this to my AMU, unless you can kill me, I will turn around and defect to the evil god. I will not rest in peace until I exterminate all of you. You also want to blow up the natural teleportation array. You are really capable. The creator of the god's cage should be God, and that God wants to leave a way out for the creatures of each continent, but you are just cutting off your own way out. Why don't you just blow up the entire orc continent? Really, I think the evil god is not as harmful as you. Liang Renming, Lang Mu gently kicked Shang Fifan's foot, suggesting that there should be a limit to his complaints. Shang Fifan thought that he was not complaining. If he did not know that these people really had a sense of justice, and were not sinister villains, who wanted others to die while hiding behind themselves, he would not only scold them, but would have beaten them up long ago. But AMU still had to give face. Shang Fifan's sarcastic face was gone, and he said sincerely, I admire your spirit of sacrifice, really. I don't mean to laugh at you, this is sincere. Anyone who is willing to sacrifice for justice deserves the admiration and respect of others. But we should pay attention to the method of doing things, and don't think about using our lives to resist guns all day long. Can we eliminate the evil gods? In the past, we couldn't beat them, so we could only fight with our lives. But the times are developing, and we have walked out of the poisonous fog era for more than 200 years. Why can't you change your thinking? Don't we have alchemy? Don't we have the innate skills of the divine blood? Can't we attack from a distance? If that doesn't work, we still have the library that inherits the complete civilization of the orc world. Shang Fifan crossed his arms. I think when Mr. Liang passed the message to you, he didn't suggest you to do the self-destruction thing, right? Didn't he tell you to first figure out the true content of the prophecy and the murals, and then figure out whether the secret language of God is the secret language of the true God? Did he also tell you not to come to us before confirming all this? Liang Renming almost nodded. This Shang Fifan is really terrible. Why does he seem to know everything? Shang Fifan, because these are all leftovers from me and my boss. No, these methods are all abandoned by us long ago. What's the point of playing sacrifice? Save your life before completing the mission, understand? If you can't save your own life, you have to save the lives of your comrades, instead of dragging your comrades to die together. We are not as powerful as the gods, but aren't our learning and innovation abilities what we intelligent creatures are most proud of? The libraries have appeared. Isn't it to let everyone pick up civilization again and become stronger again? Don't say you don't have time. If the orc continent really erupts in natural disasters such as magma and earthquakes, at worst we will move to the islands, or find ways to reclaim islands. Is this really difficult for the gifted? Yes, we are threatened by the evil god believers. But look at the development of our orc civilization. What period is there without enemies and threats? In ancient times, there was a confrontation between God's blood and demon's blood. In the God's blood dynasty, there was a confrontation between nobles, civilians, and slaves. There was also a confrontation between God's blood talent and technological development. In addition, there is the confrontation between the Zerg and other races. Are there not enough fights between other races and even regions? We have always lived under threat. But what can kill us and make all of us orcs exterminate is never the gods, but ourselves. Liang Runming looked strange. He did not think that Shang Fifen's words were so deafening and shocking. He felt that he wanted to educate others, but ended up being educated by others. Well, what you said, some priests in our priest palace also said it. It's just that. Liang Runming smiled bitterly, and did not dare to be arrogant anymore, and said sincerely with the attitude of a friend, the combined strength of all of us cannot resist the evil god. We just thought that if we can wear away the evil god's power a little, it will also help our gods a little. Did the ancient gods of the Orc continent seek help from you? Shang Fifen asked on the spot. Liang Runming stuttered. He wanted to say that there was a prophecy and a secret word from the gods, but when he thought about the fact that they doubted that the prophecy was wrong and the secret word from the gods did not come from the true gods, he could not say anything. Shang Fifen said very confidently, they did not. The ancient gods never expected to rely on us orcs to deal with the evil gods. He didn't know whether the system was really related to the ancient gods, but even if it was related, the task issued to him by the system was only to let him find and return the lost power of the god of nature, and to cause trouble for the evil god believers. It was something that he, an orc, could do, not to let him confront the evil gods head-on. In other words, the ancient gods never expected the orcs to fight against the evil gods from the beginning to the end. They may have always believed that fighting against the evil gods was their responsibility, and only they could do it. This is a kind of arrogance, but isn't it also a kind of protection for the orcs and the orc continent? Just like most parents, who always stand up to face bad guys instead of pushing their young children out to fend off the enemy. Children can help, but they must also learn to use their brains instead of running out to deliver food for nothing. Liang Runming smiled bitterly again. Then we can't just do nothing. Haven't you done a lot? For example, your holy mountain priest palace has been secretly leading your warriors to deal with the evil god believers. But generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. The bigger the belly, the bigger the bowl. The level is for the enemy. The evil god believers have been supplying energy to the evil god. As long as we can destroy the evil god believers, it will be enough to make the evil god drink a pot. In addition, there are still many things we need to do, and there are two major things in front of us. Shang Fifen raised his finger. The first is how to deal with natural disasters in the Orc continent. The second is how to. Passing on the knowledge in the library will not increase the power of the evil god believers. Shang Fifen thought for a while. There is still a third thing, that is how to defend against the conspiracy that the evil god believers may set up at the sharing conference. Finally, Shang Fifen looked at Liang Priest very sincerely. Look, there are so many big things that you have to do, and can do in the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. Those things that require others to sacrifice at every turn should be put aside. Maybe when you solve the things I mentioned, you will find that most of the difficulties have been solved. Liang Runming was about to speak, but Shang Fifen said first, Oh Lang Mu, and I have more important tasks, so I won't cause trouble for you. Just like you said, help the ancient gods. It's the kind of help that can really help the ancient gods. We also receive the secret language of the gods. It couldn't be more true. Liang Runming, Shang Fifen spread his hands to Lang Mu. Look, no one believes the truth. Liang Runming was particularly powerless. He was also a good speaker, otherwise the priest palace would not have sent him to contact the two, but in front of Shang Fifen, he found that his eloquence had no room to play. Shang Fifen said all the good and bad things, and Shang Fifen's attitude was obviously soft and hard. For this kind of person, Liang Runming really felt like a weasel biting a turtle, and he had no idea where to start. Fortunately, these two people have not yet developed a bad impression of the priest palace, and they still have a chance to turn around. If you don't want to push the two people to the priest palace, the opposite of the palace, they can only come slowly. In addition, the three major events proposed by Shang Fifen are indeed the most urgent now. Tiger Country wants to take the lead, but their strength is not enough to make all countries and tribes in the continent listen to their call. For this reason, Tiger Country specially invited them through the court priests. In fact, regarding the inheritance of civilization, even if Tiger Country does not invite them, their priest palace will also intervene. At least they will supervise from the side, and will not let the entire orc civilization become a family inheritance. Liang Runming finally nodded to Lang Mu and said with a smile, Welcome to the Holy Mountain. If you have time, please go there. Don't worry, I won't imprison you, let alone force you. It's just that the High Priest wants to see you. The High Priest only wants to see Lang Mu, but Shang Fifen next to him obviously can't let Lang Mu act alone. Liang Runming felt strange. With the ability of the High Priest, he could see the influence of Lang Mu on the Orc continent, But why didn't he see the equally extraordinary Shang Fifan, and the name of Shang Fifan? According to his investigation, there were 2 males around Lang Mu, namely Shang Huang and Aries Shang, and a little tiger. The little tiger disappeared, and it might have been taken away by the old couple Lang Zhen. And Shang Huang, Aries Shang, and Shang Fifan in front of him all have Shang in their names. Looking at Lang Mu's attitude towards them, it would be a joke to say that they are not the same person. It's just that I don't know which one is Shang's real name. Liang Runming decided to write a report on the details of his contact with the 2 people today and send it to the high priest after he returned. His intuition told him that this Shang might be more important than Lang Mu, and at least it would affect Lang Mu's choice. They must find out the origin of this Shang and his position. After all, Shang had just said to him that if they were not good for Lang Mu, he would join the evil god and kill them all. Liang Runming was confident that he had a way of judging people. He could tell from Shang's expression and actions that he was not joking or exaggerating, and that he would really do that. In other words, this was an uncontrollable existence. The 2 watched Liang Runming leave the market. Shang Fifan turned to look at Lang Mu. Lang Mu pinched his fingers, and his mood was not affected at all. If there was no Shang Fifan, perhaps he would still embark on a similar path to his previous 2 lives, and in the end, he would either be fooled into sacrificing himself, or die without knowing how. This ending has a lot to do with his character. Isn't there a saying that character determines destiny? In the past, Lang Mu thought it didn't matter when or how he died, and it would be best if he could die meaningfully. But now, he has made a marriage contract with someone to live and die together. If he dies, what will Shang Fifan do? Now he has to consider not only himself but also his partner when doing things. So, don't worry, I will discuss everything with you. If you don't agree, I will never do it. Shang Fifan's mouth curved. It's not that serious. You are an independent individual, and you have your own ideas. If you insist on doing something, I will support you. Don't take advantage of me. When we really have a disagreement, you will listen to me. It's unfair. Look at when I didn't support you. I just want to help you filter it out first, because I'm afraid that you will be deceived and fooled by others. Control freak. No way. Don't deny it. Didn't you admit it before? I call this love and care. Get out. Shang Fifan refused to leave, and even held her hand. Lang Mu said seriously, I have sensed your danger. People like you can easily develop into paranoia. Shang Fifan smiled. My mind is indeed not very stable. Lao Fu is always worried that I will become mentally ill. Dear, you have to take good care of me, and use your love to influence me, tolerate me, and stabilize me. Lang Mu felt that he was entangled by some terrible vines. Sure enough, it was too hasty to get married so soon. It's better to drain me every day so that I don't have time to think about random things or even go astray. That's enough. The 2 of them were bickering with each other, but their eyes were full of smiles. From time to time, you poked me and I pinched you, just like children. The appearance of Liang Runming really didn't affect them. The 2 of them walked around the market for most of the day, eating a lot of delicious and not delicious snacks from the beginning to the end of the market. After leaving the market, the 2 changed their clothes. Shang Fifan became Long Yu, the behind-the-scenes boss of the gossip newspaper, and Lang Mu became a silent guard with wheat skin color. Long Yu, a middle-aged orc with a bronze complexion, a strong body, and a very ordinary face, always touched the equally inconspicuous guard beside him from time to time when he went to meet the members of the gossip newspaper. The members of the gossip newspaper winked at each other, and several players pointed at the backs of Long Yu and the guard with sparkling eyes, and gestured with their thumbs. Wow, a sturdy boss and a silent guard. I feel like I can write a 10,000-word tissue article. Long Yu didn't seem to notice the newspaper employees whining, and was communicating with the editor-in-chief about work, mainly to learn about the latest information in the royal city. Now the scale of the gossip newspaper is many times larger than when it was first established. They don't have many formal employees, but the temporary workers and spies who provide them with information are almost everywhere in the royal city. In addition to players, the citizens of the royal city also like to cooperate with the gossip newspaper, because the gossip newspaper pays quickly and dares to publish any news. The gossip newspaper does not have a fixed newspaper location, but there are many stations for receiving news. Of course, before publishing news, the gossip newspaper will also find someone to verify whether the information content is true, especially when it involves the reputation of others. According to Dingo, editor-in-chief of the gossip newspaper tells gossip, sells the truth, and writes news with conscience. The gossip newspaper can develop so fast because the Tiger Country officials turn a blind eye to them. The city guards and sheriffs on the road just pretend not to see people selling newspapers and collecting news. Although the Tiger Country officials don't seem to have any intention of messing with them anymore, the gossip newspaper is still relatively cautious and has not exposed the location of their newspaper to the outside world. As the owner of the newspaper who provides funds, machines, and various secret news, Long Yu has always had a close relationship with the gossip newspaper. Dingo also likes this boss very much. Who doesn't like a boss who only invests money but never distributes dividends and doesn't care about things? Recently, there are a lot of gossips about the major tribes in various countries, such as the Prince of Igua and the little Princess of Shigua dislike each other and almost fought. Also, the Deputy Minister of the Southern Alliance seems to have a close relationship with the leader of the East Sea tribe, the largest tribe in the East. There was another fight within the Northern Alliance, and the leader had a wound on his face. Is there any news about the evil god believers? Long Yu interrupted Dingo and asked. Dingo turned over another piece of paper. There are quite a few, but many of the news are plausible. We are a bit too busy just to verify the authenticity of these news. Give me this part. I find someone to verify it. Long Yu stretched out his hand. Okay. Dingo very straightforwardly slapped the piece of paper full of information into the boss's hand. All the news was sent by players who had infiltrated the True God Church. Most of these players were low-level members of the True God Church. They didn't know what was going on above, and they sold the news to the newspaper just to make some pocket money. The True God Church has very strict management of its believers. With various oaths and contracts, as well as threats and inducements, few believers dare to disclose matters of the church. It's a pity that the True God Church never expected that a group of players who would play with their lives would be mixed in among their believers. They thought they had laid a net for this inheritance-sharing conference and made all preparations. But they never expected that at the very end of this net, a group of little mice would gnaw here and there and sell their secret arrangements for a few silver dalu or even a few copper daju. Long Yu got what he wanted, turned around and left, and pulled his guard's hand when he left. Oh my god, a few players wiped their saliva. They really wanted to hide under the boss's bed. Chapter 197. In a blink of an eye, the inheritance-sharing conference was officially held. On that day, the entire Tiger Kingdom was under martial law, and all citizens had to walk along the roads designated by the city guards, and the main roads from the palace to the state guest house were all cleared. The sidewalks on both sides were full of tiger people and foreigners, who came to watch the excitement and the novelty. As time approached, teams of orcs, insects, and winged people began to appear on the cycling path in the middle. From these teams, it can be seen that most naturally powerful races can become a country, and such countries and tribes are generally named after the race, such as Tiger Kingdom, Rhino Kingdom, Elephant Kingdom, Golden Eagle Tribe, etc. Of course, the members of these countries are not all single races, but headed by that race. But there are also many races that are used to living together, and most of these races have formed alliances. For example, the Southern Alliance and the Northern Alliance. There are also forces like the Winged Kingdom, and the insect tribe named after a certain general racial characteristic. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan stood in the crowd, hoping to see the plant race, but the plant people seemed to have really disappeared from the Orc continent and had been missing for a long time. It is also possible that the plant people have become a hidden existence and will not appear easily. Shang Fifan knew what Lang Mu was looking forward to. Since Lang Mu was favored by the god of nature, he has a natural liking for all beings rich in natural breath, and he was a little disappointed when he heard this. Shang Fifan whispered, "Now that we have finished this matter, let's go around and look for the scattered power. In addition to looking for the scenery of the Orc world, we may encounter the plant people and other rare races that did not appear today." Lang Mu had expectations in his eyes, and nodded with a smile. "Have you noticed that the South and the North are in the form of alliances? The East is basically tribes, and the West is mostly named after countries." Shang Fifan noticed this. Lang Mu also introduced Shang Fifan. "As far as I know, the South has more resources, and is the most developed, and is more tolerant of foreign populations. The North has relatively poor resources, but the people are tough. The East is more xenophobic and mysterious, and it is also the place with the most slaves. The West is large, and many mega cities in the prosperous era are concentrated here. There are the most relics, and the number of evil god believers is also the largest." Shang Fifan subconsciously asked, "Is there no central part?" Lang Mu smiled. "The Holy Mountain is located in the middle of the Orc continent. If you insist, the central part is the Holy Mountain sphere of influence. Surrounded? But the Holy Mountain will not admit it. The tribes surrounding the Holy Mountain believe that they are protected by the Holy Mountain and never pay attention to the collusion and threats of other forces. But they listen to the Holy Mountain very much and will take the initiative to pay tribute to the Holy Mountain. Shang Fifan understood. I just wonder where the priests and warriors of the Holy Mountain get the huge resources to live and train. In addition to the large and small tribes in the central region that pay tribute to the Holy Mountain, other forces with priests stationed will also provide certain supplies to the Holy Mountain every year, calling it a betrothal gift to invite the priests to come down the mountain. Lang Mu added. Brothel? It's just a saying. Don't think about it. Shang Fifan didn't believe it. Is there no lingering love story between the priests and the local dignitaries or ordinary people? Yes. There are still many rumors about this, but the Holy Mountain Priest Palace is very taboo about this. Once it is found that a sent priest has an emotional entanglement with the locals, it will immediately call the person back and replace him with another person. Can't the priests of the Holy Mountain get married? Yes. But once a priest gets married, he must leave the Holy Mountain Priest Palace and can no longer be a priest. Lang Mu paused and said, the people living in the tribes and towns around the Holy Mountain are composed of people who can no longer serve as priests. Then is there anyone who wants to maintain the status of a priest and be with his lover, so he can have a secret relationship without letting others know? Are you particularly interested in this kind of gossip? Lang Mu looked at someone helplessly. Shang waved his hand. No. I am not interested in other people's affairs, but I am very interested in the weaknesses of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. After Lang Mu and Shang Fifan signed a covenant, he could vaguely sense Shang Fifan's thoughts. Do you have any opinions about the Holy Mountain Priest Palace? It can't be called an opinion. It's just... Shang Fifan's eyes were a little cold as he watched the excitement. A force that has developed for countless years can neither be called a religious organization nor a power organization. It is just a public welfare organization that is responsible for inheriting the civilization of the orc world. The priests inside cannot get married, cannot have lovers, cannot run businesses outside, and cannot collude with the powerful, otherwise they will lose the noble status of priests. 1 or 2 generations may be able to restrain themselves with lofty ideals, but this is a force that has been passed down for countless years. Do you really believe that it is still pure, neutral, secluded, and has no selfishness? Lang Mu hesitated. It is because they have been passed down for countless years that there are stricter rules to restrain them. Otherwise, the Holy Mountain Priest Palace would not have been passed down for so long. That's because in addition to the constraints of rules and regulations, there are really gods in this world, and it is really true that people do things and God watches, and priests are the group of people closest to gods, and they dare not make any mistakes. Shang Fifan said faintly, but since the appearance of the evil god, the gods have disappeared. Lang Mu was shocked. You are not suspicious. Shang Fifan said lightly, who knows? I always think that the actions of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace are strange. They say that they will never get involved in politics, but they send priests to various forces. Lang Mu struggled to explain for the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. Sending priests has been a thing since ancient times, just for teaching and inheritance and witnessing. Before the Great War, the Holy Mountain Priest Palace only needed to send one priest, because there was only one force in the entire Orc continent. A candidate for a priest must be carefully selected and supervised by the Holy Mountain at all times. But what about now? Shang Fifan made no secret of the fact that he was a skeptic. How many forces are there in the Orc continent now? How many priests have been sent by the Holy Mountain Priest Palace? Who can guarantee that none of these priests have no selfish motives? You also said that there are priests who have private feelings with the people they are sent to, and as long as people have private feelings, they will be biased. If I were a priest, and you were the child of the Tiger King I assisted, if you were interested in the throne, even if you were not of a legitimate status, and were not liked by the Tiger King and the dignitaries, I would definitely do everything possible to push you to the position of Tiger King, and for this I could kill all the royal family of the Tiger Kingdom, including those dignitaries. If I am not strong enough alone, I can even cooperate with the evil ones. Lang Mu, Shang Fifan held his hand, and the Holy Mountain Priest Palace itself. If the instructions from the gods they have received for so many years are really from the evil god, do you think their upper echelons are really not affected? Seeing the chaos in the world, the strength of each race has been greatly reduced, and there are fewer and fewer people with divine blood talents, and those who can transform into giant beasts. Their Holy Mountain Priest Palace has retained most of its power because of its transcendent status. Even because of the lofty status of the Holy Mountain, they can attract the most outstanding talents to enter the Priest Palace. In this way, will some people in the priest palace really not have ambitions? In addition, the Holy Mountain Priest Palace has been secretly fighting against the evil god believers. They paid so much, but not many people know about it. Are the people there really willing to be an unknown hero forever? Shang Fifan sneered. The Holy Mountain Priest Palace has done so many things, but all ethnic groups and countries have offered tribute to the Holy Mountain in the name of betrothal gifts. If you were a person from the Holy Mountain, how would you feel? It is obviously the resources they should take, but they are like being given alms, and they have to send a priest. If they want more resources to train more priests and warriors, they have to find a way themselves. Even the worst religions would not be so miserable. Lang Mu was stunned. He really didn't think so much. Shang Fifan finally said, in fact, when the Holy Mountain began to train warriors to fight against the evil god believers, they had already deviated from the original path. According to what I saw in the library, even if the Holy Mountain Priest Palace had warriors before, they were only used to guard the Holy Mountain and protect the inheritance in the Holy Mountain, not to the outside world. Lang Mu took a breath. He really didn't think there was anything wrong with the Holy Mountain Priest Palace before, but why did he suddenly feel that there were problems everywhere in the Holy Mountain after Lao Shang's analysis? Let's see how the Holy Mountain Priest Palace will treat you in the future. If they keep pestering you, and use all kinds of excuses just to make you find the passage yourself, then there is definitely something wrong with them. What do you mean? Lang Mu swallowed nervously. Shang Fifan's eyes were grim. Who do you think wants to find the passage to other continents the most? Lang Mu was horrified. Lang Mu couldn't help shuddering whenever he thought that the Holy Mountain Priest Palace had been infiltrated by the evil god. If that's the case, then the confrontation between the Holy Mountain Priest Palace and the evil god believers for so many years was really a confrontation, rather than a means for the evil god to wear down the elites of the Orc continent. Will this inheritance-sharing conference be very dangerous? Lang Mu asked in a very low voice. Shang Fifan seemed to have seen something interesting, staring at a group of people on the main road, with a smile on his lips. There are stupid people in this world, but there are also many smart people. Follow me. What did you find? Lang Mu's eyes swept over the team on the main road. That was the insect tribe, and their characteristics were very obvious. Only the long or short tentacles on the head are completely different from the orc-winged people. The missing part of that person. Shang Fifan, who turned into Long Yu, made a mouth shape, holding the hand of his own guard, squeezed through the crowd, and soon entered a small alley. The two walked into the back door of a family in a dignified manner, and then went through the wall of this family to another family, and then walked into the tunnel from the well of another family. After walking for a distance, the two came out and arrived at the mansion that Aries Shang had rented. Shang Fifan became Aries Shang again, but Lang Mu did not restore the face of Raphael Lang Mu. He pretended to be a low-key guard beside the dandy young master, and even his face was particularly inconspicuous. Maria, the housekeeper hired by Aries Shang, has left with the Lang family. Her latest mission is to go to Moyo Town to take care of the young master Dai. The other servants were not in death contracts. Aries Shang gave them generous rewards, and let them go after they completed their tasks. The only requirement was that they could not return to the royal city within 3 years. Those people knew what was going on. After getting the rewards, they all left the royal city without saying a word. With so much money, they can live well anywhere. Lang Mu also has a group of people in the Special Investigation Bureau, which are the guards of the former Marquis Denton, who he brought back from Black Forest City. After some training, these people are now working in the Special Investigation Bureau. After Lang Mu negotiated with them, he let them continue to stay in the Special Investigation Bureau, still mainly investigating the whereabouts and illegal activities of the evil god believers. Seeing that Tiger King did not take back Lang Mu's token of the Special Investigation Bureau investigator, the director of the Special Investigation Bureau treated Lang Mu with the same attitude as before, and even more friendly. After all, this person is no longer the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, but a legitimate child of the Lang family. If Lang Fei's friends and the connections of the old Earl Langshan had taken care of Ramil, they now feel guilty about Lang Mu. Although it was not their fault, they took care of the wrong person, and many of them despised Lang Mu, and even caused trouble for him. When Lang Mu's life story was revealed, these people would secretly take care of him more even if they were embarrassed to see him. It was a pity that Lang Mu left the royal city with the Lang family. These people had no place to release their guilt, so they would naturally take care of the people left by Lang Mu more. For this reason, the guards who stayed in the Special Investigation Bureau not only thrived in the Special Investigation Bureau and the royal city, but also got along quite well. This was of course very helpful for their investigation work, and at the same time, These people became the best spies of the Lang family in the royal city. Ari Shang swaggered out of his mansion, brought only one guard, and rode on a rented animal cart to the royal palace. When he arrived at the royal palace, Ari Shang took out the invitation letter. The palace guard recognized Ari Shang's face without looking at the invitation letter. This is a famous figure in the royal city. The palace guard was surprised that Ari Shang had run away with Raphael Langmu. So why did he come back again? However, thinking of Ari Shang's identity as an alchemy master, the palace guard felt that it was normal for Ari Shang to come back with an invitation letter. In addition to inviting leaders from various countries and forces, this inheritance-sharing conference also invited many well-known masters from all walks of life. Ari Shang and his guard Amu drove straight into the palace, where the conference was about to be held. This palace was newly built, connecting the three palaces of the royal palace together, near the meeting hall. On the way, some tiger nobles recognized Ari Shang, and many of them were surprised, but some took the initiative to come and greet him. Shang Fifen's target was the leader of the insect tribe this time. According to the reaction of the treasure-hunting compass, the leader of the insect tribe was likely to have a missing part of the statue of the god of nature. With this, task 75 was completed, and he received 10 contribution points and a space stone. Task 75 only asked him to confirm whether any of the people of various ethnic groups who came to participate in the inheritance-sharing conference this time had part of the power of the god of nature. This task was not difficult, but he needed to wait. Of course, it was impossible to let go of the missing part of the statue of the god of nature. Shang Fifen planned to approach the leader of the insect tribe to see if he could trade with him. If the trade failed, he would consider other things. Ari Shang stepped into the hall and quickly found the target. The leader of the insect tribe was arranged in a very forward position. Ari Shang lifted his foot and walked directly over. "Is it the gem pendant hanging around his waist?" Lang Mu asked in a low voice. Shang Fifen replied softly, "You also found it?" Lang Mu nodded slightly. "I feel it." "Which part of the statue is it?" Lang Mu looked for a long time, but couldn't see it. Shang Fifen told him directly, "Toe, a little toe." Chapter 198. Insect King Josie Doyle noticed this man when Ari Shang walked into the hall. This man's momentum was too arrogant. Even the most arrogant playboy in the East tribe was not as arrogant as him. Ari Shang's eyes just fell on him. As the king of the insect tribe, Josie Doyle naturally had his pride, but when he met Ari Shang's eyes, he nodded gently. As a result, the young male beast walked straight towards him. If you want to say that the most difficult thing to do in such a large-scale conference, besides security, is probably the seating arrangement. Who sits in the front, who sits in the back, or even who sits in the middle or on the sides, may cause dissatisfaction among some people. The eldest prince was fully responsible for all matters of this conference, and he racked his brains on the seating arrangement. He was so worried that his hair almost fell out. Later, he was reminded by Clement that he simply did not arrange seats for the guests of the conference, and let them choose their own seats and sit wherever they like. The seating arrangement in the hall was also different from the past. It was circular, without a primary or secondary order. The seats radiated outward from the podium in the middle. Some bigwigs who were particular about status and position had some complaints about the seating arrangement of Tiger Country this time, but most leaders thought that this seating arrangement was very good and could refer to it if they held any activities in the future. The leaders who came in really sat wherever they liked, and they didn't have to separate from their own people. In the past, if you attended a similar conference, the leaders and their partners usually sat in the front, and the officials and guards they brought could only sit in the back, or even could not enter the venue. Today, the venue adopted the method of letting the host of the invitation choose who to bring into the venue. As long as the number does not exceed 6 people, you can bring anyone you want. Some leaders who have a good relationship will choose to sit together, which is especially convenient for inquiring information and chatting. Of course, some big guys who are proud of their status or leaders who don't want to mix with others will still choose to sit in the first row, and the people they bring will sit in the back, and they dare not occupy the seats in the first row. Josie Doyle chose the 5th row, a position that is neither front nor back. The 6 people he brought sat around him. Ari Shang walked to Josie Doyle, smiled at him, and saluted, "Good day, Your Majesty the Insect King. I am Ari Shang, a free alchemist." Most people will be blocked by Josie Doyle's loyal guards before they get in front of him. But Josie Doyle signaled in advance that the guards didn't need to stop the young beast. He wanted to see what the young man wanted to do. "Good day." Josie Doyle responded casually. His eyes swept over Lang Mu, who looked unremarkable and dressed as a guard. Lang Mu remained silent, just like a template-like loyal guard. Josie Doyle was trying to figure out Aries Shang's identity. He had never heard of this person. But the people who could enter this venue today were either leaders of various tribes or masters of various industries. People who were not so good could not enter at all. And Aries Shang's temperament and momentum did not seem like someone who had sneaked in. As the king of the insect people, Josie Doyle believed that he had a certain degree of confidence in identifying talents. Aries Shang did not give the two sides time for awkward silence, and quickly continued, I don't like to beat around the bush when doing things, so I get straight to the point. I like the gem pendant hanging around your majesty's waist very much. I wonder if your majesty is willing to give it up. For this, I am also willing to offer a treasure of equal value. Josie Doyle laughed. It was the first time he met such a bold person, knowing that he was the insect king. Most people would be trembling when they walked in front of him, not to mention talking to him directly about a deal, even reporting things to him. Josie Doyle couldn't help but wonder if he looked particularly easy to talk to today. You are very brave. Thank you, many people say so. Aries Shang accepted it calmly. Josie Doyle, I am not complimenting you. The guards behind him moved. Josie Doyle raised his hand slightly, and the guards behind him did not move. Some people nearby glanced or secretly pricked up their ears, obviously paying attention to what they were saying. Especially the Tiger Kingdom dignitaries, who recognized Aries Shang, couldn't help but secretly marvel at the courage of this master, who dared to directly find the king of the insect tribe. The insect tribe is notorious. Because the Zerg Queen led the mutant Zerg to invade the Orc continent, the Zerg people had a hard time in the Orc continent. Many Zerg people were excluded and even regarded as spies. It was not until the Zerg people officially participated in the battle against the mutant Zerg, and many people were killed and injured, that the Orcs gradually changed their views on the Zerg people. However, the gap between the Zerg people and other races was still planted. Even after more than 800 years, this gap has not been completely eliminated. On the contrary, because of the Zerg curse, the Zerg people cannot be buried in the ground after death, and other strange things, the relationship between the Zerg people and other races has become worse. Some Orcs even clamored to expel all the Zerg people from the Orc continent. If the Zerg people were easy to bully, or had a weaker character, they would have left the Orc continent long ago. But the Zerg tribe not only did not leave the Orc continent, but occupied a large area in the eastern area, becoming one of the two largest tribes in the east. The other tribe that fought the Zerg tribe in the east was the Eastern tribe. The Eastern tribe was ambitious just by looking at its name. The leaders of the Eastern tribe had always wanted to unify the entire East, but because there was a large Zerg tribe that was equally powerful as them, they could never truly unify the entire East. The Zerg tribe was even close to the 100 races battlefield. It was said that every time a Zerg person reached adulthood, he would be thrown into the 100 races battlefield for training. Zerg people who could not come back alive could not be considered qualified Zerg people. The Zerg tribe was therefore very aggressive. Anyone who dared to provoke them had to be prepared to be bitten hard. Such a Zerg tribe could be regarded as the leading force in the entire Orc continent, and the first impression given to people was that it was not easy to mess with. Their leader, the Zerg King Josie Doyle, was almost demonized. It was said that in the East, he was a terrifying existence that could stop children from crying at night. Many people thought that Josie Doyle would not come in person at this inheritance sharing conference, but he actually came. It was because of the news that Josie Doyle would go to the Tiger Kingdom capital in person that the chief of the Eastern tribe changed his mind temporarily and decided to come in person. When the leaders of several other major forces learned that the two big bosses in the East had come in person, they also gave up the idea of letting their deputies or successors go to the meeting and came in person instead. In short, Josie Doyle was sitting there, and many people recognized him, but few dared to come over to say hello. The people who were qualified to greet him either hadn't come yet or hadn't had time to come. Josie Doyle took off the gem pendant hanging from his waist and paused. Is this what you're looking at? Aries Shang, yes. Josie Doyle said coldly. You have a good eye? Aries Shang said proudly. I always have a good eye. Do you know what special meaning this gem has for me? This sentence was almost equivalent to a rejection. But Aries Shang seemed to have not understood. A space bracelet, the capacity can reach 30 cubic meters. Josie Doyle's eyes narrowed slightly. This offer is definitely not low, and it can even be said to be far more than the gem pendant on his body. You have a space bracelet? Just to exchange for this gem pendant? Josie Doyle felt a little incredible. Could it be that Aries Shang wanted to make friends with him, so he came up with such a stupid way to give him treasures? Aries Shang smiled slightly. I am a little alchemist who is proficient in refining space storage props. It means don't think too much. The space storage that seems extremely precious in the eyes of you people is just an exchange item for my favorite. Josador's eyes were unclear. He was inclined to make this deal, but he was a little confused about Aries Shang's background. This gem is very important to this king. Josador stated again. Aries Shang, may I ask why it is important to your majesty? Josador's face turned cold. You are very brave and rude. This means that this king is angry. You can get out. Aries Shang said fearlessly. Your majesty thinks I am rude. It's nothing more than thinking that I am a small person, not worthy of standing in front of you and negotiating terms with you. Josie Doyle sneered. Oh, it seems that you are also very clear about this. Aries Shang smiled lightly, and said in a particularly arrogant way, since the deal failed, let's try another way. I challenge you. If I win, you give me the gem waist pendant. If I lose, I will give you the space bracelet with a capacity of 30 cubic meters. What do you think? No! Before Josie Doyle could react, the people around him were shocked by the boldness of the young male beast and became even more angry. Who is this person who dares to challenge their king? Josie Doyle now really wants to slap the young male beast in front of him to death. He admires bold and brave young people, but bravery does not mean recklessness and lack of countenance. He even wondered if this young male beast was sent by his enemy to deliberately save his face in this situation, or simply to laugh at him. Maybe there are other conspiracies. Josie Doyle thought more and more deeply. Aries Shang turned around and said helplessly to his personal guard, Your Majesty must have thought of some conspiracy now. I really just want to trade the gem pendant. The voice was so loud that everyone nearby heard it, including His Majesty the Insect King. Good day, Your Majesty. A cold voice interrupted. This alchemist is quite famous in our Tiger Kingdom. He is such an arrogant person. He relies on his superb alchemy skills and never takes us royal family members seriously. He doesn't respect my father much, but he doesn't mean to be rude to Your Majesty. This statement was so ridiculous that everyone who heard it couldn't figure out whether the Tiger Kingdom princess was helping Aries Shang out or wanted to take this opportunity to step on him hard. Princess Mala glanced at Aries Shang and the guards around him, with an inexplicable smile on her lips, and said, This master looks down on everyone except one person. Didn't Raphael come back with you? The princess asked. Aries Shang curled his lips. Don't worry about it. The farther your family is from my AMU, the better. The princess' eyes moved. The guard beside you looks strange. But your taste seems to have never changed. You like this? Aries Shang's face turned cold. If you can't speak, don't speak. No one thinks you are dumb. The princess looked unhappy. This guy was really rude and really didn't take the Tiger Kingdom royal family seriously. Don't forget who sent you the invitation letter today. The princess warned faintly. Aries Shang sneered and said in a particularly arrogant way, Why are you so arrogant? Who did you rely on to send out invitations today? If my AMU had no interest in being a king, do you think it would be your turn to hold this inheritance-sharing conference today? The eldest princess' face fell when she heard this. Aries Shang was unreasonable. It's only because my AMU is easy to talk to that I didn't ask for a single copper tael and transferred all the countless inheritances in that 1,000-year-old library to you for free. If it were me, whoever wants to go in would have to pay a 100,000 gold entrance fee first. Want to copy it and take it away. One word costs 10 gold, and one picture costs 1,000 gold. People around, wow! Big melon. Josie Doyle's originally unhappy expression also became excited. He naturally didn't think that the princess of the Tiger Kingdom, who is also the disciple of the Lion Domain Grand Commander, would conspire with Aries Shang to support Aries Shang. In other words, this Aries Shang is really acting like himself and is really capable. Otherwise, he would not have given the Tiger Kingdom princess any face and said such arrogant words. Josie Doyle gestured to someone behind him, asking him to find out who Raphael AMU is and what Aries Shang's background is. I shouldn't have come to help you out. I should have let you be beaten to death by the insect people on the spot. The eldest princess cursed in her heart. Aries Shang was disdainful. Are you here to help me out? You just want to take this opportunity to scold me and want me to thank you. Oh, by the way, I don't want to cause trouble before the meeting starts. Mava, the Grand Commander of the Lion Territory, is here. The eldest princess couldn't help but transform and wave her claws, but she barely held back when she heard the Grand Commander shout. She knew that Aries Shang was not easy to mess with, but she really didn't know that this guy was so unbearable, so it's not without reason that this person chose Raphael. Perhaps only a person with a peaceful and tolerant temperament like Raphael can handle this bastard. The eldest princess remembered this person in her heart, and decided to wait until the end of today's meeting. She would find this guy to weigh his strength, and see if his real strength is as good as his mouth. Ari Shang received the eldest princess's wait for me challenging look and didn't take it seriously at all. If this eldest princess hadn't done anything to Amu, he would have cursed her to death. Look at how unlucky the third prince is now. He chokes when drinking water, chokes when eating, falls when going out, kneels when entering the door, and either encounters ghosts or the bed collapses when sleeping. This is because he doesn't want to kill the third prince, so he punishes him severely. Otherwise, just look at the fate of the queen. The Lion Domain Grand Commander said a few words to the Insect King Josador, and then left with the princess. The Insect King's eyes fell on Ari Shang again, and suddenly said, "The breath on you. Are you a mixed-blood insect man?" Ari Shang usually restrains his breath very well. But just now, he released some intentionally or unintentionally, and it seemed that he was provoked by the princess, and his emotions could not be controlled for a while, which led to the leakage of breath. Ari Shang said lightly, "Is it important whether I am an insect man?" The Insect King's eyes became deep. If he did not perceive it wrongly just now, he seemed to sense a little power of the insect mother. Any insect man, including the insect race, has a natural fear and intimacy with the insect mother, and can also instinctively sense the energy belonging to the insect mother. No! This is impossible. The insect mother has left the Orc continent, and it is even more impossible to leave her blood and power on the Orc continent. Unless, the Insect King thought of a possibility. This possibility can also be regarded as a legend left by the insect race. Legend has it that the Zerg Queen was severely injured when she led the mutant Zerg and the various tribes of the Orc continent in a war. Her heart was injured by a bomb, and half of it was blown into pieces and scattered. If it were an ordinary Zerg, the person would definitely die if half of his heart was blown away, but the Zerg Queen not only survived, but was able to protect her subordinates and evacuate despite such a serious injury. The half of the heart fragment that was blown away by the Zerg Queen became a treasure that all Zergs and Zergs wanted to get. At that time, it was said that a lucky person got a small piece of the fragment, but it was not known whether his body could not withstand such a powerful force, and his whole body exploded after the level was upgraded. After that, these heart fragments disappeared. Although there have been rumors over the years that someone may have obtained the heart fragments of the insect mother, they cannot digest and absorb them, and they cannot fuse them. Even if they can fuse them, they will be blown into pieces. Often, when the insect people search for them according to the news, they find that it is either false news or the things have disappeared. It is said that if someone can truly fuse or absorb the heart fragments of the insect mother, then they will definitely carry some of the power of the insect mother, so that the insects and insect people will feel submissive. Jossie Doyle is the Insect King after all. He did not feel submissive because of the little bit of leaked breath, but he did sense the power of the insect mother. The Insect King stared at Ari Shang for a long time. Ari Shang looked calm and let him look. More and more people entered the venue. The Insect King and Ari Shang attracted a lot of attention. The Insect King thought for a while, and lowered his voice to Ari Shang. "I can trade this gem waist pendant to you, but the space bracelet must reach a capacity of more than 100 cubic meters. In addition, I need 3 drops of your blood essence." The heart of the insect mother is not easy to fuse, and once it is fused, it is even more impossible to take it out. The Insect King is very clear about the special energy of the heart of the insect mother. He knows that if Ari Shang really fuses the heart of the insect mother, then unless he is willing, he will not be able to get a trace of the power of the insect mother even if he captures Ari Shang and drains his blood. It might even cause Ari Shang to self-destruct. Besides, he dare not guarantee that he can really capture this Ari Shang. Before, he thought that this was just an arrogant and ignorant young man, but just now, he learned from his conversation with the Grand Admiral of the Lion Territory that even the Grand Admiral thought that the strength of this Ari Shang was unfathomable. Otherwise, how could he stay in Tiger King's capital safely until now, just because he could refine space props and had no backers? In fact, ever since Ari Shang sold the space props at the auction, there has been an endless stream of people who wanted to take advantage of him, some openly and some covertly. But no matter openly or covertly, they all returned empty-handed in the end. Otherwise, Ari Shang overthrew the family of a viscount and a big businessman, and no one dared to settle accounts with him. There must be some in-laws in those two families, right? The queen felt slapped in the face, so she would always take action, right? But all of these disappeared silently. Ari Shang was still alive and kicking, and finally left with the Lang family in a swagger, and now he is back in a swagger. Ari Shang seemed a little bored, curled his lips, and said lazily, "Your Majesty, your request is too high. I think I may not be able to accept it. Since you like the gem so much, you can keep it for yourself." After saying that, Airy Shang turned around and left. His Majesty the Insect King, What kind of person is this? Do you know what negotiation is? I asked for a sky-high price, and you can't bargain? You actually left without saying anything. Is this how you make a deal? The Insect King was itching to slap the arrogant playboy who left again. Since he took over the throne, it was the first time he met someone who didn't give him face. A big man who was familiar with the Insect King came to talk to the Insect King. Whose family is that young man from? He looks even more arrogant than the first heir of the Eastern tribe. I don't know where he came from. According to him, he is a free alchemist. How dare a free alchemist not take you? The Insect King, seriously. If you, the second biggest boss in the south, are curious about him, you can go and try it yourself. Ha! Forget it. I see that the first heir of the Eastern tribe seems to be very interested in a free alchemist, so I won't go over to join in the fun. By the way, what does that kid want from you? The Insect King did not answer but asked, why didn't your leader come? He originally wanted to come in person, but encountered something when he was leaving. The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance probably didn't want to talk about this matter, so he changed the subject. Do you know why Tiger Country can get so many inheritances? Because they discovered a 1,000-year-old library, and that library is still under the Black Forest City, which belongs to Tiger Country. The Insect King couldn't help but sigh at the luck of Tiger Country. The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance had a subtle look on his face. Then do you know that even the Tiger King cannot enter the library at will, and it can only be led by a specific person? Oh! Who is this specific person? You just heard his name. Raphael Mu? No, his name is Raphael Lungmu, and he is also the lover of the alchemist Airy Shang. Chapter 199. When the eldest prince appeared on behalf of the Tiger King, there was a slight commotion in the conference hall. Some people sneered, and some people even snorted in a sarcastic way. However, for the sake of inheritance, no one did anything to embarrass the eldest prince. The eldest prince looked around the entire hall, and saw that the seats that were originally arranged neatly had now become a free assembly. The guests were all gathered in groups, moving their chairs to sit together according to their preferences. However, this situation can also show which forces are friendly with each other, and which forces are enemies. The friendly forces mostly sit closer to each other, or sit in the same area. If the relationship is not good, even if the geographical location of the forces is close, the seats will be several levels apart at this time, and they wish they could not see each other. The beast men are not used to unnecessary frills. After a simple and formal opening speech, the conference quickly entered the topic. The guests also listened to the eldest prince speaking on the stage quietly. The eldest prince was very nervous. When he entered the hall and walked to the podium in the middle, his legs couldn't help but feel a little weak when facing the stern, disdainful or testing looks from so many powerful leaders from all directions. If he hadn't practiced his opening speech many times, he wouldn't have dared to guarantee that his voice wouldn't tremble and stutter. Fortunately, he managed to hold on decently. As he spoke, his voice became more and more stable, and his mind became clearer. I know you all came here to see the inheritance immediately, but before that, there is an important matter that needs to be decided by all of you here. You should have already known about this matter. Yes, it is about the geographical natural disaster that will soon hit the entire Orc continent. The eldest prince straightened his chest, made his expression as serious as possible, and looked around at everyone. There is a prophetic mural in the library we found that hints at this matter. At the same time, the real disaster, the magma eruption, also occurred in Black Forest City, but someone handled it in time, and did not let the magma flow out of the ground to cause more damage. However, the original underground ancient city of Black Forest City was also submerged by magma. If anyone does not believe it, you can go and visit it. Regarding the disaster and prophecy, please ask the priests of the Holy Mountain Priest Palace to help supplement it, please. A man stood up in a corner of the hall. The other party did not walk to the central podium, but stood there and said directly, I am Liang Runming, a priest specially dispatched by the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. I will not prove anything, but just tell the facts known by the Holy Mountain Priest Palace. First of all, after confirmation by the Priest Palace, Raphael Lungmu, a Tiger countryman, discovered the library thousands of years ago. One thing is true. This library is different from ordinary city libraries. It is an Orc civilization heritage library prepared by our predecessors specifically for extinction disasters. It contains all historical records and all civilization heritage from the beginning of the Orcs to 1,000 years ago. The civilization heritage in the library includes the description of the divine blood and the demon blood. The divine blood talent aspect includes the description, use and cultivation methods of all blood talent skills that have appeared so far, each complete set of divine blood talent awakening rituals, the awakening rituals of giant beasts, the cultivation and improvement methods, and the full set of professional skill development, cultivation and use knowledge. The alchemy aspect includes the full set of alchemy knowledge of various schools from ancient times to the present. The array aspect includes all related array knowledge including the teleportation array and the space array. Energy utilization includes the perception, utilization, and conversion of energy. In addition, there is all the scientific and technological knowledge pioneered by Mr. Zhang Chuan, the great father of science and technology, and discovered, invented, and supplemented by later generations. Scientific and technological knowledge includes weapons, living utensils, transportation tools, communication tools, security tools, medical equipment. When Liang Runming talked about the God Blood Talent Awakening ceremony, the breathing of the people in the hall suddenly became heavier, some people's faces even turned red, and some people straightened their backs and stared at Priest Liang. The more Priest Liang expressed, the brighter the eyes of the people in the hall became. The eldest prince saw clearly on the high podium in the middle that many orcs showed obvious desire and greed in their eyes, and even the leaders of various forces, who could control their emotions, showed a determination to win. However, when he thought about what inheritances were in the library, his concentration was not much better, and the eldest prince could understand the psychology of everyone present at this time. After discovering the above inheritance knowledge, the Tiger Kingdom did not intend to keep it privately, but decided to make it public so that the whole world could share this heavy inheritance that belongs to all orcs. Tiger Country's consideration for the orcs of the world. Liang Runming praised Tiger Country with many compliments, praising Tiger Country's righteousness to the highest level. The orcs present had to admit that King Tiger was indeed generous and righteous. If they were in his shoes, if they found such a precious inheritance, they might not be willing to reveal it, let alone share it with others. Even if they wanted to share, they would first enjoy the best, use the inheritance to develop their own power, and then use the inheritance as bait to gradually annex and unify the entire orc continent. Of course, the Tiger King did this because under the honey of inheritance, there was a natural disaster of the nature of the whole continent. This crucial problem needed to be solved by everyone. When he was unable to solve this problem alone, he could only use inheritance to attract various forces. Not to mention that if he was unwilling, Lang Mu and Shang Fifan would definitely not be willing to hand over the inheritance to him. However, this kind of thing does not need to be explained in detail. It can be regarded as Lang Mu helping the Tiger King and the Tiger Country to increase their prestige. The Tiger King should have appeared at this time to bear this supreme honor, enhance his prestige, and thus become the most famous and most respected generation of kings in the entire orc continent, but unfortunately, Shang Fifan was very satisfied with this development. Lang Mu had complicated feelings for the Tiger King, and would rather suffer a loss than kill the Tiger King. Shang Fifan was different. He didn't think much of the Tiger King from the beginning. He felt that this guy couldn't do anything well. He seemed to want to take care of everything, and acted with various considerations. In fact, he was a typical loser with insufficient ability and weak character. Wanting to centralize power, wanting to take back power and land from the nobles, this is what a normal king wants to do. But the Tiger King wanted to centralize power, but at the same time, he was afraid of the power and force in the hands of the nobles. He hesitated for more than 50 years, and was unable to take back much land. Most of the methods he used were small ways, trying to get the powerful to make concessions through marriage, exchange of interests, etc. He was so incompetent in state affairs, and he couldn't keep up his personal morality. If he could stick to the policy of keeping the red flag up, and just play around with the colorful flags outside, it wouldn't cause much trouble. But he wanted the power of the Queen's family, and at the same time, he was greedy for his lover's kindness and tenderness. He wanted to ensure the orthodox bloodline, and at the same time, he wanted his illegitimate son to live a dignified life. He tried to win over important ministers, and at the same time, he destroyed his own Great Wall. In the end, he was deserted by his friends, and almost killed by his lover. He deserved it. Anyway, Shang Fifan really didn't want the Tiger King to enjoy the glory earned by his Lang Mu. Now the Tiger King is so weak that he can't appear in front of people, and the prestige and ability of the eldest prince are not enough for him to bear the glory, which is just right for Shang Fifan. Priest Liang said a lot of things, all about how rich the inheritance is, which made the beast men in the hall excited. If it weren't for giving face to the priest palace, they would have forced the Tiger Kingdom to take out all these inheritances, and divide them up immediately. Liang Runming saw that everyone's emotions were almost aroused, so he changed his tone and mentioned prophecies and disasters. Secondly, it's about the disaster. After confirmation by the priest's palace, a magma eruption disaster did occur underground in the Black Forest City. In addition, the disaster prediction murals found in the library are also passed down by the priest's palace. There are even prophecies related to disasters. Priest Liang's eyes accurately found Aries Shang and his guards. If he didn't know the relationship between Raphael Longmu and Aries Shang, if he hadn't met the male orc who called himself Shang Fifan and Raphael Longmu outside the city gate the day before yesterday, he might have thought like everyone else that only Aries Shang came to this conference, and Raphael Longmu didn't come. Aries Shang looked lazy. His eyes were like knives. The guards around him looked natural and relaxed. Priest Liang did not dare to look at them anymore. He had a strong illusion that Aries Shang seemed to want to kill him. As for the contents of the murals, because it is of great importance, the high priest asked me to bring some of the murals. 2 orcs stood up behind the 2 priests and walked to the center of the podium. The 2 orcs each held one side of the scroll and slowly spread it out to both sides. Most orcs have good eyesight, and they can see the contents of the copied paintings clearly even from a distance. Moreover, the copied pictures were deliberately enlarged. That was the desolate scene of the entire orc continent after the magma eruption and frequent earthquakes. From right to left, the first picture was a scene of mountains collapsing, the ground cracking, and many orcs running wildly on the ground shaking like waves, and a large number of beasts, insects, ants, birds, and sparrows running out of the mountains and forests. The second picture shows that as the ground cracks, a large amount of magma gushes out from the ground and even sprays out, turning the whole world red. Countless lives fall in the magma and turn into ashes. The third picture shows the winged people carrying their cubs circling in the sky, as if making a wailing sound. They are looking for a place to stay everywhere, but the earth is full of fire and smoke, and even the sky is full of black ash. There is no place for them to stay. Some tired winged people fall from the sky and fall directly into the magma and fire. The fourth picture shows that the temperature of rivers and lakes has increased, and a large number of fish corpses float on the water, as well as many orc corpses. Even the ocean, the color of the water near the sea is wrong, and a large number of corpses are piled up on the beach and the shore. The fifth picture shows black and red gas spreading across the entire orc continent, covering the entire orc continent and the surrounding islands. Under the poisonous gas, the orcs who barely survived strangled their necks and fell down in pain. The cubs had no resistance to the poisonous gas and all died. The copied paintings ended here. Priest Liang did not let the copied paintings be put away, and asked the Tiger Kingdom guards to help hang the paintings high in the hall to ensure that everyone could see them when they looked up. Everyone, judging from the content of the murals, this disaster will be of a continental nature, and no one can escape. What is that black and red gas? I thought the poisonous fog era was over. Someone couldn't help but ask loudly. Liang Renming paused. We don't know what this black and red gas is. We can only speculate that it should be magma and earthquakes that cause the toxins hidden deep underground to spread up, and may rise with the heat, polluting the air of the entire orc continent. This poisonous gas may contain toxins from the poison mist era, or it may contain insect poisons that permeate the orc continent, or even the work of the evil god, no one knows. But we can see from the murals how much damage this black and red gas has done to the orcs, and almost no one can escape. We don't know how long this black and red poisonous gas will exist. Liang Renming concluded. Earthquakes are the first wave of disasters, magma eruptions are the second wave, fires are the third wave, volcanic ash and geothermal heat are the fourth wave, and poisonous gas is the fifth wave. Under such waves of disasters that spread across the entire orc continent, I wonder how many of us orcs will survive in the end. The whole audience was silent. The leaders of various forces naturally heard some news before coming to the meeting. They also knew that the impending disaster was very likely to be true, but hearsay is not true. They always felt that the Tiger Country might be exaggerating, and always felt that their territory would be the lucky one, and they wished that the hostile forces would be unlucky enough to be implicated by the disaster. But today, when they saw the mural copy, they realized how terrible this disaster was, and how wide it spread. If the mural was really a prophecy of the disaster, then as Priest Liang said, all the orcs in the entire orc continent would not be able to escape this disaster. Priest Liang, you mentioned the relevant prophecy just now. What is the content of the prophecy? The one who asked was the chief of the eastern tribe. In the copy just now, he saw a collapsed mountain. Judging from the characteristics of the mountain and the surrounding scenery, he suspected that it was the symbol of their tribe, Thunder Mountain, and the royal court of the eastern tribe was at the foot of Thunder Mountain. Liang Runming raised his head. Time. The prophecy mentioned the exact time of the disaster and possible solutions. Everyone was refreshed. The chief of the eastern tribe asked anxiously, "When? What is the solution?" Ari Shang stared at Liang Runming gloomily. Liang Runming sighed. 7 months in a row. When the 7 months in the sky are in a line and only one moon can be seen, disaster will break out. Ari Shang, it seems that disasters are also related to the moon tides. When is that? What year, month and day? The King of Wings also asked. The wings can fly, and it seems that they have the best self-rescue ability to escape disasters, but the King of Wings cannot ignore the miserable scene of countless winged people in the copied painting who can't find a place to rest in the sky. It's true that the wings can fly, but there must be a place to rest. If there is no place to rest and replenish water, how long can they fly in the air? The Orc continent is not a small island, it is a super large continent that once could accommodate tens of billions of people and have surplus. Most orcs can't travel all over the Orc continent in their lifetime, even if transportation is convenient during the Great Prosperity era. Liang Runming replied, according to the observation and summary of the Priest Palace on astronomical phenomena, the day of the conjunction of July is likely to be in late October 3 years later. The whole hall was in an uproar. There are only 3 years. What's the solution? Many people asked together. Liang Runming's voice was low, and he said very simply, migrate to other lands. The orcs took a breath. Is this the solution given by the prophecy? Even if they start to migrate to islands outside the mainland at this time, 3 years is not enough, not to mention that there are so many races on the entire continent. Just ask how many large islands there are outside the mainland. Will everyone fight to grab the resource-rich islands? There are also large ships going out to sea. Many inland people have no experience in making large ships. What should they do? Buy them? Will the price skyrocket? How long will it take to get the ship? Thinking about it this way, there are so many problems. Land? The insect king Josie Doyle is very perceptive. Immediately asked Liang Runming. Priest Liang mentioned land just now, not islands. Now everyone's attention was attracted. The whole place was filled with discussion at first, and then the sound gradually became smaller and disappeared. The whole hall became silent in an instant, and everyone was waiting for Liang Runming's answer. Liang Runming took a deep breath, thought for a long time, and thought of the high priest's instructions, and said, yes, the prophecy mentioned land, not islands. The whole audience started to discuss again. The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance stood up. Please be quiet, the question I am going to ask is very critical. The hall fell silent again. The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance faced Liang Runming. Excuse me, Priest Liang, where is the land mentioned in the prophecy? Liang Runming felt that a very sharp gaze seemed to penetrate his body. He wanted to see who the owner of that gaze was. He looked around and saw Ari Shang with a gloomy face. Liang Runming's heart trembled. I don't know. It is not mentioned in the prophecy. The leader of the Northern Alliance frowned. Impossible. If so, what is the meaning of the prophecy? That's it. Does the prophecy tell us that we will be in great trouble at the end of October 3 years later? The orcs followed and shouted. Liang Runming licked his lips. I haven't finished yet. Although the prophecy did not mention the detailed location of the continent, it gave a hint that someone could find the location of the land. A hand held Ari Shang's hand. The owner of the hand was not afraid of others seeing it, nor was he afraid of others guessing his identity. Ari Shang's muscles, which were tense due to anger, relaxed slightly, and he clasped his fingers with that hand and held it tightly. The leader of the Northern Alliance said rationally, even if someone can find a large land that can accommodate all of us to migrate to. But such a large land must be in the open sea, right? Let's ask, although there are so many of us, although the population is far less than that of the Great Prosperity era, there are still more than 10 million people. How can so many people be transferred to that continent in the open sea? It is said that the Southern Alliance is very good at making ships, but can they make large ships enough for more than 12 million people in 3 years? The leader of the Rhino Kingdom has a point. The Northern Alliance also has a seaport, and they also have a large shipyard. If both sides work together. Have you forgotten that the Eastern Tribe is also called the East Sea Tribe? They have a vast coastline, and their shipbuilding capabilities must be no problem. Not enough. Far from enough. Other forces can also prepare their own ships first, big or small. If it really doesn't work, then floating on the sea with a wooden basin is also a way out. Bah! Do you think the ocean is a small pond at your doorstep? And a wooden basin can float to the destination? Do you think there are no ferocious beasts in the ocean? I tell you, there are more ferocious beasts in the ocean. So many that even more than 10 million of us may not be enough to feed them. Some ferocious beasts. Besides the ferocious beasts, there are also terrible storms and strong winds on the ocean. Our big ships may not be able to withstand the wind and waves, let alone small ships. There are also sea people in the ocean. I know those guys. They are also of various races and forces. Some are easy to talk to, and some are particularly fierce and bloodthirsty. What if we encounter sea people attacking us? Why don't we copy all the inheritances, take one back each, and then find out if there is any good way in the inheritance? Yes, I also think that the inheritance should be divided first. The orcs in the hall talked a lot, raised various difficulties and problems, and some insisted on dividing the inheritance first. Not to mention priest Liang Runming. Even the big bosses of various forces were overwhelmed. The eldest prince stood on the podium in the middle, feeling a little subtle embarrassment. He seemed to be an MC who presided over the conference, and did not control the authority and strength of the entire conference. The big bosses of various forces, who came to attend the conference, did not embarrass him, but they did not put him on the same level. If only my father hadn't fallen, that would have been great, the eldest prince thought to himself. Only then did he and the other tiger people deeply realize the benefits and importance of having a super strong person to back them up. Seeing that the orcs were talking about quickly dividing the inheritance, Liang Runming gave the eldest prince several winks, asking him to bring the meeting back to solving the disaster of the entire continent. The eldest prince wanted to roar like a tiger. If the Tiger King was here at this time, a tiger roar would surely make everyone quiet down and look at him. Everyone, our focus now is how to solve the disaster of the entire continent that will come in 3 years. We will share the inheritance later. No one listened to the eldest prince, and all the orcs were talking about their own things. Quiet! A roar that resounded throughout the hall sounded. Everyone was silent. This roar was full of pressure, and the orcs with low strength couldn't roar at all. Looking at the roarer again, oh, it was the big boss of the Northern Alliance, so there was no problem. This person is a super strong person who can rank in the top 3 in the entire continent. The leader of the Northern Alliance said with a cold face, I haven't finished asking questions yet. May I ask Priest Liang, you said that someone can find a land for everyone to migrate, so is there any mention of who this person is in the prophecy? Everyone suddenly realized, yes, this is also a key question. Quick, tell us who the savior is. After today, we can let the whole continent know the name of this orc. Liang Runming's palms were wet. He wanted to say Raphael Lang Mu's name loudly, but he knew that if he dared to reveal Raphael's name, not to mention whether Aries Shang would really kill him, there would be no room for maneuver between the priest palace and the two. The prophecy does not mention the name of that person, it only says that the person can find a passage to other continents. Liang Runming thought again, and still said the most critical content of the prophecy. This is the request of the priest palace to him, and the orcs of the orc continent also need a hope to support them. Liang Runming had to say it. Passage? What passage? None of the big guys present was slow to react. Liang Runming, the priest palace doesn't know either, and the prophecy doesn't mention it in detail, but according to the deductions of the priests of the priest palace, it is speculated that it should be a special channel similar to a teleportation array. The crowd was in an uproar, and the discussion was even louder this time. Someone raised his voice and asked, so as long as we find that special channel, we don't need to build ships or cross the ocean? Liang Runming, yes. As soon as this was said, the whole hall exploded. Chapter 200. Without ships, a lot of preparation time can be saved. Not to mention that there is no need to cross the sea, the dangers faced can be reduced several times or even more. For the orcs, including the insect tribe and the flying tribe, no one wants to live on the sea for a long time. The orcs are the overlords on land and in the sky, but when they enter the ocean, they are only bullied by the sea tribe and the creatures in the sea. The orcs almost don't have to choose. If there is such a special passage, no matter how difficult it is to walk or find, they want to find it. Then the person who can find this special passage is very important. Then the orcs in the whole hall are discussing how to find this key person, and several big guys even walk directly to the side of the Liang priest to ask him if he has any clues to find people. Aries Shang patted the guards around him, stood up, and strode to the middle podium. The eldest prince was stunned when he saw Aries Shang coming up. What does this guy want to do? Aries Shang's attitude towards the eldest prince was barely acceptable. Your Highness, please make way for me. I have something to say. What is your relationship with that guard? The eldest prince lowered his voice. He saw Aries Shang holding hands with the guard. If he was not still on the stage in charge of presiding over the meeting, he would have wanted to go down and settle accounts with Eri Shang. How dare you do this behind Raphael's back? Eri Shang heard the eldest prince's questioning and anger, and was speechless for a second. Look at his eyes. The eldest prince subconsciously looked up at the eyes of the guard, who stayed in place. The guard suddenly smiled at him, a smile full of encouragement and praise, and a familiar and gentle look in his eyes. Familiar? He is Raphael. It's good to know. Besides him, who else can I be so close to? Get out of the way. Eri Shang urged impatiently. The eldest prince's anger subsided in an instant, and he actually got out of the way, stepped down from the podium, and sat in the circle of Tiger Country's dignitaries. The eldest princess came over. Why did you come down? What does that guy want to do? The eldest prince shook his head. The eldest princess glanced at him. You have a good relationship with that guy? It's okay. The eldest prince thought of the space belt, and a lot of supplies he had obtained, and thought proudly in his heart that we have more than a good relationship. The eldest princess frowned. Such an important occasion, why is father still unwilling to show up? Didn't father say that he was at the critical moment of retreating and leveling up? The eldest prince whispered. The eldest princess didn't believe it. She always felt that something was wrong. Although the Grand Commander looked calm, the Prime Minister and the Commander of the City Guard seemed to have some lingering tension and depression. On the podium, Eri Shang took out a piece of wood and slapped it 3 times in a row, each time louder than the last. When Eri Shang walked onto the podium, many people noticed it. Although Liang Runming was talking to several big men, he had been paying attention to Eri Shang and the other 2 from the corner of his eyes. When he saw him walk onto the podium, he immediately looked over. Several big men also followed his gaze. After 3 gavels, the eyes of all the orcs in the hall were attracted to the podium. The entire hall also suddenly quieted down. Eri Shang looked arrogant and looked down on everyone, as if he was accustomed to such big occasions. Being stared at by so many big men was just like being watched by ordinary people, without any extra reaction. Oh, except for a little impatience of being forced to speak on stage. Those who don't know me can ask people from Tiger Country. Without further ado, I have 3 pieces of news to tell you. The crowd at the meeting was a little noisy, and many people were not used to Eri Shang's arrogant attitude. People who didn't know him were asking others who this person was. Eri Shang ignored the discussion of the audience and said directly, the first news is that the prophecy you heard and the prophecy murals you saw were modified by the evil god or Mukila So. As for which part was modified, and why the evil god did so, you can think about it yourself. The noise suddenly became louder. Several big men shouted at the same time, quiet. Everyone in the hall immediately shut up. The leader of the Northern Alliance asked Liang Runming directly, Priest Liang, is what this person said true? Liang Runming had a headache and hesitated for a moment, but still replied, this matter is still being confirmed, but the part about the disaster has been verified by our priest palace for many years, and it can be ensured that it will really happen. The king of East State asked further, then which part of the content may be modified? Liang Runming spoke with difficulty. It has not been determined yet, but it should be related to the special channel and the guide. If the prophecy and the content of the murals have really been tampered by the evil god, does it mean that the way of life in the prophecy may also become a dead end for all of us? The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance spoke in a heavy voice. Liang Runming's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He could not give a positive answer. Under the pressure of Eri Shang's eyes, he did not dare to involve Raphael Longmu. He even saw Eri Shang threatening him with his mouth. If you dare to say anything, I dare to say that the priest palace has been infiltrated and even bewitched by the evil god. Liang Runming. It's too hard for me. Eri Shang laughed strangely and sarcastically. Maybe the evil god is eager for us to find that key person and let that person find the special passage. Of course, it is also possible that the key person is the evil god believer who is possessed by the evil god. When all of us follow him into the so-called special passage, bang! Eri Shang made a gesture of exploding and flying into the sky. Everyone, Eri Shang raised his hand, as if throwing away a bomb in his hand. The second news is that the evil god believers have prepared at least 4 evil god shadows today, divided into 4 directions to surround the Tiger Kingdom Palace. They should also launch it. Damn! Many people in the hall stood up in shock. But those top bosses were very calm, as if they had been mentally prepared. Eri Shang also knew that these people could not come without preparation. The Tiger Kingdom royal family had also greeted these people in advance. No one criticized Tiger Kingdom for not doing a good job of security at this time. All the orcs on the continent know how difficult and omnipresent the followers of the evil god are, not to mention the evil god shadows, which are impossible to guard against. The leader of the Northern Alliance still had the leisure to ask, "What is the third news?" Aries Shang: "The third news? Why do you only think about escaping from the continent where the disaster is about to happen, instead of trying to solve the disaster?" Everyone was stunned. Such a large-scale disaster can also be solved? What kind of joke is this about the continent? Aries Shang sneered. "Let me tell you this, the life on the continent is dispensable to the evil god. Eating it can give you a little energy, and not eating it doesn't matter. Eating too much can even cause indigestion. For the evil god, the most important thing is this planet. What he needs is the resources and energy from the planet itself. Secondly, it is the spiritual energy generated by life, so he needs the evil god's believers to believe in him." Evidence. The Insect King frowned. Aries Shang: "The evidence is so obvious, don't you see it? Otherwise, why would the evil god instigate the insect mother to help the insect mother transform the entire insect race into monster insects that only know how to eat and kill? And let the insect race and believers spread insect poison everywhere? Because he needs this world to be in chaos and needs to further weaken the power of our ancient gods." Aries Shang then said, "The insect poison invades our air, water and land, which is a great disaster for those of us living on the Orc continent. But insect poison is like the seasoning added to food for the evil god. He is trying to make the Orc continent more delicious and easier to eat. Similarly, the environmental changes in the Orc continent also have an impact on our ancient gods. Our ancient gods are closely related to this world, this continent, and the countless lives on the continent. They seem to be non-existent and have no contact with us, but in fact they are integrated into every aspect of our lives. We can completely regard the ancient gods as nature itself. So there is no need to believe in the ancient gods, just have all. Nature will not conform to us, but we can understand nature and make it work for us. We also need to give back to nature, that is, to protect nature as much as possible, rather than destroy it. If there are problems, we should also find ways to deal with them, rather than just escape and abandon them." Lang Mu heard Shang Fifan's speech from the audience, and thought that the natural protectors of the earth should ask Lao Shang to be their spokesperson. Aries Shang looked at Liang Priest coldly. "The evil god is trapped by our ancient god. If he wants to escape and completely defeat our ancient god, he needs more energy. So where does the more energy come from?" Insect King: "What do you mean?" Aries Shang: "Of course, we go to other continents to plunder. We orcs have the protection of the ancient gods, but other continents may not be the same. Think about it, the continent found by the insect mother is obviously where the insect people can recuperate and become the overlord of that continent. They have no need to come back to fight us. Even if they have hatred because of past grievances, they will not let the insect mother turn the entire insect people into a war tool with little self-awareness. Just ask yourself, how much do you hate your enemies? Would he turn his entire family into mindless monsters just to perish with the enemy? What kind of deep hatred would that be?" The Insect King's heart trembled fiercely. Could it be that the continent that the insect mother found is already? "That's right." Aries Shang nodded. "If my guess is correct, when the evil god was trapped by our ancient gods, he would definitely find ways to escape, and escaping requires strength. Why didn't he find someone else but the insect mother? It's just because he discovered the insect continent. I even suspect that the evil god absorbed the energy of the insect continent, which gave him the power to suppress our ancient gods in turn. As a result, our ancient gods completely stopped responding to us, and the rumors about their fall spread everywhere." Aries Shang's words were not random, nor were they his speculations. Instead, he had read the stone tablets in the statue square and learned the secret of the fall of the ancient gods. This was also the content of the 72nd task he had completed. View all the remaining inscriptions in the statue square and find the secret of the fall of the ancient gods in the Orc continent. The reward after completing this task is the query authority of the Sky Eye system. According to the records on those stone tablets, the ancient gods were most active in ancient times. They had a lot of contact with the lives living on this continent, including punishment and assistance. Maybe the ancient gods at that time had just gained complete consciousness, and they were curious about life and wanted to contact it. It's like AI just got a soul. The so-called divine blood is the offspring of the life that combined with the gods in the legend. There is also a saying that the life on the Orc continent accepted the enlightenment of the gods, and was stimulated to have special powers in the body. During the great prosperity of the Orcs, the scientific researchers of the Orcs had a certain understanding of genes. They speculated that in the super ancient times, the first divine blood awakeners were all people whose gene locks were opened. The genes of these people were passed on to their offspring, and they had divine blood. The demon blood had another genetic lock unlocked, similar to the development of mental power. Most of these people were very smart and thought a lot. They summed up various rules from the laws of nature, and finally combined the energy between heaven and earth with mental power to achieve the desired effect. But because the demon blood did not understand the essence of the energy of heaven and earth at the beginning, they named it after various elves, such as earth elves, ice and snow elves, and all things elves, and then developed into various gods. The process of them chanting the spell is actually the process of their mental power contacting and manipulating the energy of heaven and earth. The energy of heaven and earth that can be absorbed into their bodies and used by them is collectively called magic power by them. Ari Shang thinks that magic, technology, and superpowers are all the same, all of which are to manipulate a certain energy through spells, gestures, machinery, circuits, etc., to produce the desired effect. The only difference is whether there is mental power. No, it should be said that the amount of mental power used. Shang Feifan has been practicing mental power until now, and believes that any object in life has mental power. It's just that some people's mental power can be strong enough to be released, and some people's mental power is so low that it cannot be detected. But in fact, as long as we admit that there is a soul, mental power exists. To put it more extremely, when a person has an idea and then manipulates his body to do a certain action, this process is also using mental power. It's just that mental power manipulates his own body. The formula is, mental power plus magic power equals magic. Mental power plus innate energy equals superpower. Human thoughts, mental power, plus life energy equals human kinetic energy. No matter how you look at it, mental power is the most basic and most important existence. Shang Feifan told Lang Mu the conclusion he deduced from the content of the stone tablet. The evil god is very likely also an energy creature, just like the ancient gods in this world. The ancient gods are natural gods that have consciousness after the natural rules have produced consciousness, and the evil god may also be a similar existence, but more greedy. He wants more and wants to become more powerful, just like a virus, an alien virus. Shang Feifan learned from the records on the stone tablet that when the orcs were able to develop themselves, the ancient gods gave up, or perhaps lost interest in the orcs. This was the original period of the old god blood dynasty, or perhaps even earlier. Only the legend of the ancient gods remained in the orc world. When the evil gods invaded, the ancient gods and the evil gods fought each other, but at that time, the ancient gods should not have really fallen, but just entered a stalemate in order to trap the evil gods. The orcs at that time knew nothing about this, and were still developing their own civilization. The time was about the transition period from the new god blood emperor to the new orc alliance. Until the evil gods escaped a trace of energy to find the revengeful insect mother in order to find a way to escape, and also discover the insect continent. While the evil gods helped, bewitched, the insect mother, they also devoured the energy of the insect continent. After obtaining the energy of the insect continent, the power of the evil gods prevailed, the stalemate was broken, and the ancient gods were defeated by the evil gods. It just so happened that at that time, the Zerg Queen led the mutant Zerg to invade the orc continent, spreading the Zerg poison everywhere, so that the ancient gods who wanted to draw power from the orc continent would be like swallowing poison. The ancient gods paid a huge price, and they sacrificed themselves to trap the evil god again. But the ancient gods also lost a lot of power, and some even had their complete consciousness shattered. This is the truth behind the fall of the ancient gods. It is also an important reason why the evil gods tried every means to escape from the orc continent and find another continent. Because the evil god can only break the cage set for him by the ancient gods of the orc continent by consuming more energy, and truly devour all the remaining power of the ancient gods, and then eat away the entire Tianha bit by bit. How do you know all this? Who are you? Where are you from? The chief of the eastern tribe could not help but ask. These are the questions that all the orcs present wanted to know. Ari Shang raised his head. Me? I have been to a different dimension formed by the residual power of the gods. There I saw the whole process of the ancient gods rise and fall, and the invasion, and even the trapping of the evil gods. The whole audience was in an uproar. Someone couldn't help but be curious. How do you enter the alternate dimension you mentioned? How can you prove that you are telling the truth? Ari Shang smiled disdainfully. Why should I prove it to you? Believe it if you want to, forget it if you don't want to. As for how to enter the alternate dimension? Ari Shang's disdainful smile turned into a weird smile. It's simple. As long as you attract the servants of the god of fear, or something similar to it, they will naturally take you into the alternate dimension. But the energy there is weird, and the space is weird and inexplicable. People who go in basically don't want to come out alive. If you don't have my good luck, it's better not to mess around. Of course, if someone wants to go in, just go in. Everyone, What's the difference between you saying it and not saying it? And who is the servant of the god of fear? Foreigners, who are not tiger people or often come to Tiger to do business, don't know his name. Someone in the hall suddenly exclaimed, I remember. This guy and the handsome Tionkin Valley Master had a fight outside the royal city, and ended up attracting the servants of the god of fear. The Insect King was simply curious and asked Ari Shang, do you have a way to attract the servants of the god of fear? Ari Shang waved his hand. It's just a coincidence. Really? Do you think we believe it? Liang Runming wanted to give Ari Shang a thumbs up. You are awesome. You are so awesome. Just a few words diverted everyone's attention from the key person. And after Ari Shang said this, whether everyone believed it or not, even if someone broke the news that Raphael Longmu was the key person to find the special passage, I am afraid everyone would think more in their minds. Is this a conspiracy, or a personal revenge against Ari Shang? Liang Runming now just wanted to quickly send a message to the high priest and tell him that a terrible monster appeared in the Orc continent. This monster not only knows a lot, but is also very cunning and cruel. Raphael Longmu was taken into the nest by such a monster. If others want to pull Raphael Longmu out, they have to fight this monster first. Okay. Ari Shang slammed the gavel again. I have finished the news I want to tell you. Next, you better prepare to fight the evil god Shadow. After the fight, we can talk about how to solve the geological disaster of our Orc continent. As soon as the voice fell, the harsh and urgent ringing sounded throughout the palace and the Tiger King's capital. The evil god Shadow appeared. Chapter 201. In the past, the appearance of an evil god Shadow was a disaster. For example, when an insect poison spreader appeared in Moro City, the entire Moro City had to flee the city, and thousands of people died of insect poison infection before fleeing, causing countless property losses. After all, the royal city is the royal city, and the response to various disasters and emergencies is relatively comprehensive. Since the founding of the country, the evil god Shadow has appeared in the royal city, and more than once. After the first time it caused great harm to the royal city, the then Tiger King and the Tiger country's top leaders racked their brains to think about how to deal with this evil god Shadow, at least to reduce the damage it caused. Later, with the help of the court priests at the time, the Tiger Kingdom city finally came up with a fairly effective way to deal with the evil god Shadow. This method is simply to trap the evil god Shadow in one place, and prevent it from harming too many areas. The only bad thing is that trapping the evil god Shadow will also trap the orcs in that place. But once the evil god Shadow appears, few people can survive wherever it passes. So the people accept the fact that the orcs and the evil god Shadow are trapped together well, and even hope that the upper echelons of the Tiger Kingdom can completely eliminate all the orcs in the places where the evil god Shadow has been, whether dead or alive. Because these people, whether dead or alive, will mutate and bring great harm to the orcs still alive around them. In any case, after more than 200 years, very few people in the Tiger Kingdom's capital will actually flee the royal city with their entire family and property immediately after hearing the emergency alarm sound representing the appearance of the evil god Shadow. Most people would follow the orders of the city guards and immediately turn back home and prepare to evacuate. At this time, the number of pedestrians on the streets of the entire royal city was decreasing at a rapid rate, and people in taverns and shops disappeared in an instant. The originally prosperous and bustling huge city became silent in less than a quarter of an hour. Those who could go home went home. They packed up the most important property and identity documents at home, gathered their families around them, and pricked up their ears to listen to the warning bells outside or the notifications of the city guards. Most of the visitors from other places stayed in the hotel, and some people hurriedly evacuated outside the city. Except for a very small number of people who would panic and not know what to do, and then arrange to the nearest hiding place with the help of nearby people or the city guards. Most people, including outsiders, are familiar with this situation. The evil god Shadow will not only appear in the Tiger King city, but also in various places in the entire Orc continent. Some places, like the Tiger Kingdom, have good response mechanisms. Even if some places don't, experience will tell them how to deal with this situation. The Tiger Kingdom was completely quiet. Apart from the patrolling city guards, there were no more idle people on the road. The city guard commander looked up in the direction of the palace with concern. Now the 2 blocks around the palace have been completely evacuated, and martial law has been imposed. The reason why the people were evacuated so quickly was because the evacuation work started secretly before the inheritance sharing conference. It is unknown where the Tiger Kingdom's top leaders got the news, and knew in advance that the evil god believers would attack the palace. Originally, the city guards and the Public Security Bureau were worried that the evil god believers would make some feints to the east and attack the west, and cause trouble in many places in the royal city. But after they told their concerns to the upper level just told them to follow orders. The city guard commander was too worried, so he went to Clement to inquire, and then got secret news from Clement, saying that the followers of the evil god believers in Tiger Country were constantly being eliminated and suppressed, and there were not many people available in Tiger Country alone. In addition, there seemed to be some trouble inside the True God Church, and finally the evil god believers discussed and decided to concentrate their forces to deal with the venue of the conference. The city guard commander didn't know where Clement got such secret information from, as if he had planted spies inside the True God Church. The city guard commander went to the Grand Admiral to inquire again, and got a similar response. He couldn't help but ask the Grand Admiral about the source of the information. He still remembered that the expression of the Grand Admiral of Lion Territory was very subtle at the time, and finally gave him only a term gossip newspaper. The muscles at the corners of the mouth of the city guard commander Jiao, he twitched. Is the source of information from a tabloid really reliable? The Grand Admiral of Lion Territory added another name, Raphael Lang Mu. When the city guard commander heard this name, although he didn't know how Raphael got such secret information, he immediately felt that the information was much more reliable. So Raphael didn't go to the territory with Mr. Lang, but went out to find clues about the evil god believers. The Grand Admiral, he didn't resign from the Special Investigation Bureau. After the memory ended, Commander Jiao, he looked in the direction of the palace and exhaled lightly. His mission was not to protect the palace, there were other people there to perform their duties, he just had to protect the other people in the city. Commander Jiao had turned around and went to check the underground passages in the royal city. During special periods, the entrances and exits of the royal city's roads and underground passages will all be open to ensure that if there is a disaster, the people can quickly escape from the royal city. In fact, the underground passages are already secretly transferring some people, all of whom are cubs in school. Every school in the royal city has an entrance to the underground passages. The cubs are the first targets to be transferred, and the cubs are followed by the best teachers and scholars, as well as protectors. They will be transferred to various villages and towns outside the city through the underground passages, waiting for news there. If the royal city is fine or the danger is over, they can return immediately. If the danger continues, but has not endangered the surroundings, they will temporarily stay in nearby villages and towns. If the royal city falls, then they will follow the people in the villages and towns to flee to a farther place. A player who sneaked into the school as a chef received the task of protecting the cubs from evacuation. This player did not know that a big thing had happened in the royal city. He was a craftsman who was learning to cook, and he entered the game to practice his practical cooking skills. He was a little confused when he received this task, but he took it because the reward was good. Because this task was considered an elite task and required at least 5 players to form a team to complete it, the player of this game named The Road to the God of Cooking shouted on the World Channel and shared his task. Coincidentally, just as the player shared the task, another player jumped out and shouted, "Fuck! Are we going to split into camps? I received a task in my cult to capture the descendants of the heretic who rebelled against the gods. The location seems to be the coordinates marked by the brother above." As soon as this shout came out, the World Channel suddenly became lively. Is your God Church the True God Church? Has anyone really joined the evil God cult? What evil God? That's all the misunderstanding of my God by the general public. It's the slander of my God by the high-level officials and the priest palace of the Orc continent. I don't know whether it is slander or not, but this True God Church is really weird. Many of its rituals are bloody, weird and unreasonable. But isn't it more fun this way? And in a game, there must be a villain. Maybe they deliberately made it so weird to intimidate the believers. Maybe the evil god Ermaclasso is really misunderstood by the world. God, I'm sure I'm too lazy to explain. Wait! I checked the coordinates of the mission location, that's a school. It's the #1 primary school in Wancheng, and it's full of cubs under the age of 12. Fuck. So the guy above said that capturing the descendants of heretics and rebels means capturing other people's cubs? Sign up for the mission to protect the cubs and evacuate. Everyone has the responsibility to protect the cute cubs. I'm signing up too. I'm near the coordinates now, and I'll be there soon. Brothers, get ready with your knives. The bastards from the True God Church have appeared. If we don't protect the cubs, we kill those bastards. I suspect that since the True God Church has issued such a mission, they must have targeted the cubs of more than one school. Brothers and sisters, is there anyone who would like to go to other schools with me? I feel like there must be missions nearby. I've already arrived at the number 3 intermediate school in Wancheng, and I've also received a mission to protect the entrance and exit of the underground passage. Here they come, the army will be here soon. Damn Aries Shang, why did he blow up the teleportation array? Now we can't even get in time to join in. Ha ha ha, I wish you hadn't come to the royal city earlier. It's useless to come to the royal city earlier. That day, the Valley Master sent people to deal with the love rival, but who would have thought that the well-behaved Aries Shang actually summoned the servants of the god of fear and took everyone away in one wave. Now that group of people have all died and returned to the birth pool, and the teleportation array has been blown up again. If you want to come back to the royal city, you can only wait for the Valley Master to repair the teleportation array. The Valley Master seems to have returned to the player camp. It seems that the teleportation array cannot be repaired in the short term. The worst thing about this broken game is that there are too many escapes, and the death penalty time is too long. Well, secretly, there is actually more than one teleportation array in the royal city. There is one on the True God Church side. Although it is necessary to first rush to the secret station of the True God Church from the birth pool of Tianquan Valley. However, the secret station of the True God Church is not far from the player camp. You can get there by riding a giant insect in half a day. Hee hee hee, you idiots, now you know how much benefit it will bring to join my True God Church. Jealousy makes me split apart. For the teleportation array, I also want to join the True God Church. You can join and use the teleportation array first, and then quit the church when you arrive in the royal city. It seems that you can't quit the True God Church after joining. I will quit. What can it do to me? Hunt me down? Come on. Oh. Everyone in the royal city, look. The sky over the palace has turned completely dark. This is broad daylight. Hee hee hee, the heretic judge of my God Church has appeared. You unbelievers, blasphemers, and heretics who rebel against God, just wait to be judged and punished by the judge. Kill the true God believers, starting with me. Let's take up the knife together. Come on. So when the city guards just found out that the evil God believers were moving and aimed at the school in the city, they found that before their large army arrived at the school, a group of enthusiastic citizens had already cooperated with the nearby city guards to fight with those evil God believers. The palace became a complete quarantine area. As soon as the evil God shadow appeared, it began to spread insect poison. But none of the guards and attendants in the palace and the people who came to the conference fell down. What happened? The eldest prince tried to remain calm. He walked to the podium to ask everyone to be quiet and said, "We have set up a protective shield, but there are 4 evil god shadows in total. I am afraid that this protective shield will not last long. In order to protect more people, I have a request here." The eldest prince's request is that the big guys present can go out to deal with the evil god shadows, and the reward is that they can choose and copy the inheritance first. In addition to the free gift of a complete inheritance that has been agreed in advance, another free gift can be given. Everyone present knew that if they wanted to obtain the inheritance, they couldn't do it without paying any price. Originally, the inheritance of the library was provided to all beast men, and Tiger Country should be open to everyone unconditionally. But people just talked about this matter. Just ask anyone, if you found such a precious and huge inheritance, would you give it away for free? If you are willing to do so personally, then are your family and even the country willing? As the king of a country, the Tiger King is very righteous for being willing to make the inheritance public. Otherwise, he could have said nothing and just developed his own business. It is understandable that the Tiger King put the inheritance up for trade, not to mention that he also explicitly stated that he could give away a complete inheritance for free. The Tiger Country is so generous, and everyone is embarrassed not to give them a little hard-earned money. Originally, they were ready to provide supplies, food, equipment at low prices, or relax economic and trade exchanges with the Tiger Country, including providing conditions such as military lease. The countries near the Tiger Country have even prepared for how they will respond to the Tiger Country's proposal of an alliance system, and whether they will agree to the Tiger King to become the first leader of the alliance. And now, the Tiger Country's eldest prince actually said that if they help resist the invasion of the evil god believers, they can actually give away an additional complete inheritance. This reward is really tempting. In fact, the appearance of the evil god shadow was also expected by the participants. Even if the Tiger Country people did not mention it, they would confront the evil god shadow. But it should be when the Tiger Country's defense force is exhausted and the Tiger Country has to ask for help from them. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to give more benefits. It is impossible to work for nothing. Oh, they are also saving themselves by taking action? Then, they can escape. Those who dare to attend the conference have made a lot of preparations, and they have prepared at least 3 ways to escape. Failed to obtain the inheritance? The Tiger Country was destroyed. So what? The library is there. Maybe after the Tiger Country is destroyed, they can still make plans to take over the library. For evil god shadows, it seems that the True God Church has also invested a lot of money, and wants to kill more high-level orcs today. You might as well guess, if everyone escapes separately, how many people can escape? A teasing voice resounded through the conference hall. Everyone looked over, and saw that the speaker was Aries Shang, who had just walked down from the podium, and returned to his original position. The Tiger Country has perished, and several high-ranking officials from various forces have also died. In addition, the continent-wide disaster will break out in 3 years. TSK, I think the Orc continent is really going to be finished. Aries Shang pulled the guards around him to stand up together. Combat command is a big deal. I admit that I am not good at it, but it should be no problem to be a daredevil pioneer. I heard that the leader of the North Bear is very good at combat command. Can you take over the command today? The leader of the Northern Alliance thought for a while, and said calmly, if everyone agrees, Jin is no problem. Bei Xiangjin is the full name of the leader of the Northern Alliance. The eldest prince made a request, but no one responded. He was having a headache. Seeing that Aries Shang actually came up and directly pushed the leader of the Northern Alliance to the position of commander, the most amazing thing was that the leader of the North Bear actually agreed, and he was overjoyed. The Lion Domain Grand Commander also took the initiative to stand up. I am willing to be the vanguard. The Insect King looked at Aries Shang, thinking of the aura that the other party revealed, and stood up. The evil god Shadow is the enemy of all orcs. Count me in. The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance nodded slightly to the guard beside him, and the guard also stood up. I, Nan Rong, will participate in this battle on behalf of the Southern Alliance. No one objected to the Southern Alliance sending only one guard, because many people present had heard of Nan Rong's name, and he was recognized as the top master of the Southern Alliance. The bosses of other forces were still watching and thinking. Not enough. Aries Shang said decisively, with a particularly impolite tone, others should not be cowards. If you are hiding now, and just want to enjoy the results in safety, then when we discuss how to solve the continental disaster later, those forces that have not contributed must contribute more resources and manpower, at least 5 times more than others. The eldest prince was shocked. How afraid is Aries Shang of being hated by others? This guy doesn't think about himself, but he has to think about Raphael. Sure enough, someone frowned on the spot, very unhappy with Aries Shang's words, and seemed to be about to refute. The leader of the North Bear Alliance happened to speak, and said very calmly, it's okay if you don't contribute, we can take it ourselves. The Insect King laughed. It's good to take it yourself. The Grand Commander Lion Domain, we Tiger Country paid such a high price, not to be a stepping stone for others. The deputy leader of the Southern Alliance also expressed his attitude. If you don't want to contribute, then contribute something else. If you just want to take advantage, that's not the way of business. The chief of the EC tribe slowly stood up. You are right, my EC tribe also supports this point. The king of the Wing Country sighed in his heart and stood up. Fight, fight, arrange as soon as possible. Old Bear, you have to watch carefully, and don't give blind orders. Go! If you don't believe my orders, you can do it yourself. The leader of the Northern Bear Alliance laughed and scolded. All the big guys on the continent stood up, and the decision-makers of other forces could not continue to hide behind, so they had to agree to send people to the Northern Bear Alliance leader for command. The Grand Commander nodded to the Grand Prince. The Grand Prince immediately whispered to Clement. Clement left quickly. In less than 10 seconds, all the combat-capable orcs moved out of the hall. People who went out could see the darkening sky, and the vague figure of the evil god Shadow, as long as they looked up. The palace's sky seemed to be shaking, and the invisible shield temporarily blocked the attack of the evil god Shadow. Everyone jumped onto the roof of the palace. The leader of the North Bear Alliance was observing. He didn't know what the 4 evil gods and shadows were capable of, so he couldn't just send them out. He had to do some targeted analysis, and then send the corresponding people to deal with the corresponding evil gods and shadows. Aries Shang walked to the side of the leader of the North Bear Alliance. The leader of the North Bear Alliance raised his hand, signaling the guards around him not to stop him. There are 4 shadows, and I know some information about 2 of them. One is a poison spreader, who has no entity and will turn into mist. He is not afraid of water or fire. His ability is to spread poison and make the poisoned person unconscious or even die. The leader of the North Bear Alliance did not ask Aries Shang how he knew such secret information. He could not afford to waste time at this time. Poison spreaders are not easy to deal with. In the past, we always waited until the evil god Shadow left automatically, and then took action to deal with the people infected by the poison. Aries Shang, I don't know how to eliminate the evil god Shadow, but I know a way to make it leave quickly. Oh! Please tell me. To summon and control the insect poison spreader, you need the evil god statue. The evil god believers use the statue to control the insect poison spreader. The energy provided to the insect poison spreader is the corpses that were put into 2 black magic boxes and tortured to death. The 2 corpses should have a close relationship with each other, perhaps close relatives, or maybe lovers. The black magic performed through these 2 boxes is called the mother-child curse. You mean to make the insect poison spreader disappear, the best way is to find the evil god believers and statues that control it, as well as the 2 black magic boxes? Yes. How to find it? You can leave it to us. We have some experience. But before we find and destroy these things, I hope you can hold on. The leader of the North Bear Alliance pondered for a moment. He would not think that a proud person like Aries Shang would find excuses to avoid the battle at this time. Okay. The leader of the North Bear Alliance did not think for long and agreed immediately. This is the first one. There is also an evil god Shadow. How much do you know? Aries Shang replied, there is also a mutant insect manipulator. Did you see the dense black spots on the northeast corner of the protective shield? Those are all mutant insects controlled by this guy. The other party has self-awareness, and can control a large number of mutant insects to fight for it. I suspect that it was originally a bug man, and was transformed by the power of the evil god. I suggest that the Bug King deal with it. This thing has a physical body. As long as it breaks through the mutant insects it controls, it should be able to kill it. The leader of the North Bear Alliance was refreshed. When facing the enemy, it is important to understand the enemy. As long as he can understand some information about the enemy, he will not be completely in the dark. As for the other 2, do you really know nothing about them? Even if it's not accurate information, it's fine. The leader of the North Bear asked with a little hope. Aries Shang said unhappily, do you think the confidentiality measures of the True God Church are really that bad? I have already spent a lot of money to get the information of the 2 shadows. Those players are the kind of people who don't want to see the rabbit, and if the reward is too low, they are too lazy to take the relevant tasks. However, the players have only been in the True God Church for a short time, and they have not been able to find out the True God Church's full plan to attack the Tiger Kingdom Palace, but it is also amazing to get the information of the 2 shadows. As for the evil god Shadow, it is the top secret of the True God Church, and only the upper echelons can know it. The leader of the North Bear laughed, patted Aries Shang on the shoulder, and changed his tone. The protective shield has been opened. How are you going to leave the palace? The Tiger Kingdom's top leaders naturally have ways to let people go out secretly, and you also have to go out to deal with the shadows. Aries Shang said no more, and turned around and left with the guards. Before leaving, Aries Shang took out a small bag from his arms, and threw it to the leader of the North Bear Alliance. This is an insect poison removal potion. 1 bottle can treat 1 person. There are 5 bottles in total. You can distribute them as you see fit. It's not free. 1 bottle is 100 gold. Return it to me if you can't use it up. The leader of the North Bear Alliance suddenly widened his eyes. Damn, shocked my whole family. What did this madman say just now? But Aries Shang probably had expected the consequences of throwing this small bag, and after saying that, he pulled his guard and ran away. The leader of the North Bear Alliance grabbed the collar of the guard beside him, and asked in disbelief, did you hear what that kid said just now? Guard, to be honest, he also doubted his ears. Chapter 202. In the underground passage of the palace, Clement personally opened a gap to let Aries Shang and his guard leave. The guard smiled at Clement. Clement also smiled gently at him. Aries Shang frowned and pulled the guard away. Clement closed the gap silently. In just a moment, the mutant insects crawled over and tried to slip into the palace through the gap. The palace guards were in groups of 100, inputting the energy of the bloodline talent into the shield. It was said to be input, but it was more like extraction. The extraction time was not long, only 15 minutes. But every guard who came down looked a little pale, as if the talent skill was overconsumed. Every time the energy was extracted, it would take at least a whole day to recover. If it exceeded 15 minutes, then you would have to lie in bed for at least half a month. If it exceeded half an hour, there was a possibility of damaging the foundation of the talent. For this sharing conference, all the palace guards were summoned back, whether they had holidays or not. Their main responsibility is also to guard the palace, but the guarding method is slightly different. There are about 3,000 palace guards in total, and the protective shield can only last for 7 or 8 hours at most. After 8 hours, the combat effectiveness of these guards, whose energy has been extracted, will drop to the lowest. Not to mention fighting against the evil god Shadow, even self-protection will become a problem. So no matter what, the battle between the palace and the evil god Shadow must be ended within 8 hours. What's worse is that these 8 hours are only the time the protective shield can last after it is fully opened. But the fully open protective shield does not mean that it can resist the joint attack of the 4 evil god Shadows. The eldest prince did not hide this key information, and told the leader of the North Bear. The leader of the North Bear was not surprised or disappointed. The bases of these forces have similar protection methods to some extent, and they are naturally very clear about the advantages and disadvantages of this protective cover. I know, we will fight quickly and decisively. After observation, the leader of the North Bear has roughly judged the abilities of the 4 shadows. He began to call out the names of the orcs, and asked about their talents and professional skills. Some people saw that he was so unhurried and anxious. But those who know the business know that the most fearful thing at this time is to lose their composure. And the calmness, orderliness, sharpness, and wisdom of the leader of the North Bear are exactly what is needed at this time. On the other side, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu slipped out of the palace from the underground passage. The two had clear goals. Just now in the conference hall, the evil god Shadow appeared, and the system issued a new task to Shang Fifan. Task 81, the Inheritance Sharing Conference is held. The evil god believers intend to destroy this conference, and want to take this opportunity to reduce the elite forces of the Orc continent. Please destroy the evil god Shadow, and break the evil god believers' conspiracy. For each evil god Shadow destroyed, 50 contribution points and a space stone will be awarded. During this period, the evil god believers and evil god statues destroyed will be settled separately. This time the system is very powerful. The coordinates of the evil god Shadow and the dense red dots representing the evil god believers appear directly on the small map. In the past, these evil god believers hid deep, and the incomplete version of the Sky Eye system could not discover their identities. But this time, in order to destroy the Inheritance Sharing Conference, the True God Church spent a lot of money, and the believers who hid deep were also awakened. As soon as these evil god believers started to move, they were naturally detected by the Sky Eye system. Shang Fifan already had a lot of experience in how to find the evil god statue. They temporarily ignored the 4 evil god shadows, and went straight to the evil god statue. The evil god believers who were hiding in the basement of a certain Viscount's mansion, kneeling and chanting to the evil god statue, never thought that they would be found. They asked themselves that their activities were usually very secretive. If they had not received the order from the top this time, they would have kept the secret of their true god members hidden. Even their families did not know that they were members of the true god. And they usually did not do any weird sacrifices and worships. This time, they just buried 2 boxes in the designated place in advance according to the requirements, and worshipped a true god statue at the designated time according to the instructions. But all the actions were very secretive, and could never be detected. Even the people gathered in the Viscount's mansion found an excuse to celebrate the Viscount's 100th birthday, but they came a little early in the morning. But they also explained the reason why they came so early. Today was the first day of the Inheritance Sharing Conference, and they, the lower-level nobles, who were not qualified to enter the conference, naturally wanted to get together and chat. Some people who came with their families also used this reason to get rid of their families, saying that they wanted to hold another small meeting. So, a group of guys who usually had a high social status, but were actually evil god believers gathered in the basement of the Viscount's mansion. In short, they believed that there was no place where they could be exposed. But the reality was that they were found. Shang Fifan was too lazy to listen to their lies and excuses, and directly offered all these red names to the god of curse. Since the level of the evil curse was raised again, he didn't even need a curse array to curse people. He could curse anyone he wanted. He would draw a circle and cover you in the curse circle. In order to save resentment, Shang Fifan even used half of the red name believers as sacrifices to curse the other half of the red name believers. Lang Mu just felt that the curse was the biggest skill bug. No, what he wanted to say was that Lao Shan was too murderous. Just killed them all without asking for reasons? Shang Fifan carefully arranged a curse array for the statue and placed the statue in the sacrifice position. The supreme and great existence, the god of curse Cornesius. Pious believer, I offer this statue containing the power of Ermacrosso to you. Please curse the evil god Shadow, who besieged the Tiger Kingdom Palace to kill each other and die. In an instant, the statue disappeared. Lang Mu could see that he was impatient. The statue disappeared, and Lang Mu followed the scent of black witchcraft, and found the wooden box buried under the statue. The box was opened, and there was indeed a corpse inside, but this time, The corpse was a pair of twin fetuses still wrapped in the placenta. Lang Mu's face was dark. Zhang Fifan then said to Lang Mu, "The evil god believers gathered in the basement just now all have strong resentment, and each of them has killed at least 3 innocent people. And this pair of twins is the flesh and blood of one of them." Lang Mu was so angry that he blurted out, "Good curse." Zhang Fifan smiled slightly. Why would he kill people in front of his own Mu? Not to mention that the system marked all these guys as red names. Just his control over resentment and his further evolved pupil skills also let him know that these people deserve to die. There are still some evil god believers up there. But let's go find another box first. Wait until I get rid of the resentment in the fetuses, and you take care of the rest? Zhang Fifan pointed to the twin corpses. Lang Mu said in a heavy voice, "I do it." After receiving the inheritance of the magic secret stone, he has successfully broken through the realm of the great magician and entered the primary magician. Because he has always been concerned about how to interrogate the soul of Marquis Denton, he has deliberately put more effort into soul and spirit magic. Now, not to mention other magic, but for soul magic, Lang Mu is definitely several times better than before in Moro City. Zhang Fifan immediately absorbed the strong resentment in the fetuses. Lang Mu completely broke the black witchcraft that bound the souls of the fetuses, and sent the souls of the fetuses back to heaven and earth. Finally, the body of the fetus turned into a small pile of black powder. Lang Mu put the small pile of powder into the portable flower garden, and buried it in the soil. Finally, there was a box left. Lang Mu stared at the pattern on the box, wondering, if this black witchcraft is really related to Loren Milton, then what is the relationship between Loren Milton and the evil god believers? Cooperative relationship? Zhang Fifan has received the latest information from Lao Fu. It is said that the True God Church has a base near Tianquan Valley. I don't think so. Lang Mu has some understanding of Loren Milton, and knows that he is not willing to be inferior to others. It is also possible that they have cooperated before, but Loren Milton found that he could not control the entire True God Church, and was more afraid of the evil god Ermukila so inside, so he pretended to be dead and escaped? But some of the black witchcraft he taught to the True God Church remained. Besides, don't you think he seems to be hiding from the True God Church? Zhang Fifan guessed. Lang Mu felt that this possibility was very high. If Loren Milton came to the Orc continent to become a god, then the first thing he wanted to contact after coming here was everything related to the gods. The two organizations closest to the gods in the Orc continent were the Holy Mountain Priest Palace and the True God Church. He didn't know whether Loren Milton had entered the Priest Palace, but judging from the history that the Priest Palace had never produced a god from ancient times to the present, even if Loren Milton found a way to enter the Priest Palace, he would leave again. The True God Church, which preached the evil god Ermukliso and had so many miracles, it was not surprising that Loren Milton would be attracted. Don't worry about that guy first. Let's deal with the evil god Shadow first. Lang Mu put away the box, used blood magic, and took Zhang Fifan to find the location of another box. The second box was buried under the outermost wall of the palace. Zhang Fifan chuckled. We should let Clement come and see how the palace guards under his command guarded the palace. They actually let the evil god believers bury a black witchcraft box under the palace wall without knowing it. Lang Mu, there is always a loophole in 100 precautions. And the evil god believers have many tricks. If there are evil god believers among the guards, let's not talk about these. The question now is how to get this box out under the watchful eyes of the evil god Shadow. Zhang Fifan smiled confidently. Watch me. You hide first. Wait, before that, you turn me into a bug first. Lang Mu really cast a magic spell and turned Zhang Fifan into a strange bug that looked similar to a mutant bug. Zhang Fifan's aura changed, and there was no trace of human aura at all, only the aura of the Zerg. Lang Mu was relieved, and in the blink of an eye he hid in an empty house that had been evacuated a block away. The Shang mutant insect quickly jumped to the foot of the palace wall, and several sharp claws quickly moved, digging through the stone bricks, and with a sharp triangular head, it drilled deep into the soil in a few seconds. None of the 4 shadows who were attacking the palace noticed anything unusual, and even the insect controller didn't know that there was just one more insect under his command. The Shang mutant insect successfully found the box, touched it, and sent it to the statue square, and drilled all the way underground. The soil in front of Lang Mu was pushed open, and a big insect crawled out. The big insect also shook its short antennae at Lang Mu, and its 2 sharp front legs were raised. Lang Mu couldn't help laughing and quickly lifted the magic. Zhang Fifan recovered his human body, and immediately took out the box from the statue square. Lang Mu opened the box, and saw a female orc lying inside. The female orc was brutally tortured before she died. Her bones were broken, her body was covered with wounds, her face was scratched, her eyeballs were dug out, and there was a big hole in her stomach. I think the twins were pulled out of their mother's stomach alive in this way. Maybe the mother saw the whole process of the fetuses being treated. The resentment in this mother was much stronger than that in the fetuses, so dark that it almost became a substance. Lang Mu's ears hurt a lot. He heard the cries and screams of the dead. This female orc died after being tortured, and her soul became food after death. What was left in her body was only the pain before death, like countless cells screaming in pain. Shang Fifan absorbed the resentment from the female orc as usual. But this time he was very careful. Last time when he dealt with the body of his mother, he saw a black shadow escaping. This time, he would not let the other party escape again. However, the black shadow escaped too fast. Shang Fifan wanted to deal with it more than studying it. Before absorbing the resentment, he first trapped the female orc's body with a curse array and set the conditions for sacrifice in advance. Sure enough, when he finished absorbing the resentment, a black shadow jumped out of the female orc and fled to the distance like lightning. The black shadow could not escape. It was tightly sucked into the curse array by a force. Before Shang Fifan could see clearly what the black shadow was, the black shadow seemed to let out a silent howl and disappeared from the curse array in an instant. Almost at the same time, Shang Fifan received the curse in return. He used the black shadow as a sacrifice and cursed himself to know everything about the black shadow. Such a fast feedback speed shows how satisfied the god of curse is with the black shadow. Lang Mu was dealing with the purified female orc corpse, while Shang Fifan was digesting a large piece of information that just emerged in his mind. Old Shang, look. Lang Mu's voice was full of surprise. Shang Fifan looked up and saw that one of the 4 evil god shadows in the palace was missing. Lang Mu, just now, the insect poison spreader suddenly disappeared. What's even more weird is that the remaining 3 shadows, whether they don't see each other normally, or they don't like something, are fighting each other while attacking the palace. Shang Fifan's eyes were bright, and he took out the 2 black witchcraft boxes just now, and the 2 he received before, and put them together. Don't worry, let me add some more ingredients to them. AMU said that this kind of box is not easy to make and contains rich dark energy. I think the god of curse will like this new snack very much. Shang Fifan stacked the 4 boxes together, and really sacrificed them to the god of curse, cursing the evil god Shadow's formation core. In the palace, under the command of the North Bear Alliance leader, the Orc Masters, and the 4 evil gods Shadow were also fighting back and forth, but at the beginning, because they were not clear about the strength of these shadows, they suffered a lot. But the North Bear Alliance leader is worthy of being a powerful figure in battlefield command. He quickly adjusted his strategy, first using a few people to entangle 3 of the shadows, and then concentrating his strength to deal with the insect controller. The insect controller is also the most troublesome of the 4 shadows. He can control a large number of mutant insects, not only to attack the protective shield, but also to harass the orcs. But the shadow is also the high-end power of the true god society. Although there are only 4, it is difficult for these orc masters to deal with it. Many people were injured during the battle. And getting injured in a fight with the Shadow Man means that there is a 90% chance that you will be infected by the insect poison. These people felt that they would not be able to survive if they were infected by the insect poison, so they simply let go and risked their lives to fight the Shadow Man. Although the leader of the North Bear Alliance told them before they jumped out of the protective shield that Ari Shang had given him several bottles of medicine that could remove the insect poison. But no one believed it, thinking that Ari Shang was just bragging. They admitted that the guy was a very powerful alchemist, but alchemy and medicine refining were 2 different things. Not to mention that from the Great Prosperity era to the present, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to truly eliminate the insect poison. Even so many powerful alchemy masters have never been able to make a potion to cure insect poison in their entire lives, and Ari Shang just said he could take it out? They didn't believe it. Put the potion to remove insect poison aside. As the fight went on, the orcs discovered something very strange. That is, the 4 evil gods, the shadows, attacked each other for some reason. It seemed that at first, the insect of the insect controller accidentally bit through the foot of a shadow, and the damage was not much, but the shadow may have a bad temper and killed the insect with a flick of his hand. If only 1 insect died, it would be fine, but the shadow, who was good at using corrosive poison mist, released his attacks in large areas, so when it killed the insect, it also released a large area of corrosive poison mist. There are more than 1 mutant insects covered in this large area of poisonous fog. The insect controller saw that hundreds of his insects died at once, and they were killed by his own people instead of the enemy. He was unhappy at the time, and secretly wanted to take revenge on the poisonous fog corroder. But unfortunately, the number of insects controlled by the insect controller was too large, and many of them crawled into the attack range of the fourth evil god Shadow. The opponent's attack method was to release a kind of black flame, which was particularly harmful to the protective shield. And this black flame seemed to have no entity, and it was more harmful to the energy body and soul body. The insect controller controlled those insects with his own mental power. Many insects that crawled into the range of the black flame releaser were accidentally killed by the black flame. It happened that the black flame killed the insects, and it also spread to the insect controller along the mental line of the insect control. The insect controller felt that he was jointly harmed by the poisonous fog corroder and the black flame releaser. He was unhappy and naturally fought back. This time he was no longer sneaky, but pretended to be an accidental miss. During this period, the fight between the three also affected the insect poison spreader. When the leader of the North Bear saw that the shadows were about to fight internally, he made a quick decision and asked the orcs to concentrate their main forces to attack the insect controller. While they were attacking, the insect poison spreader suddenly disappeared inexplicably. Not to mention that the orcs were shocked. Even the other three shadows were also shocked. Kill him while he is sick. The leader of the North Bear saw that the opportunity was good and immediately ordered everyone to intensify the attack. When the orcs saw that there were only 3 shadows left, and the 3 had no intention of uniting at all, and were still harming each other, they were almost laughing. Originally, everyone was prepared to die or be seriously injured to fight the enemy, but now, they suddenly realized that this fight might not be so difficult. What's even better is that not long after the insect poison spreader disappeared, the body of the black flame releaser suddenly became twisted, and its expression was also very strange. The expression on its face was like several consciousnesses fighting each other. Chapter 203. The war was over, but many orcs hadn't reacted yet. The 4 evil gods and shadows, they were all prepared for the destruction of the Tiger Kingdom capital, the rampage of insect poison and mutants inside, and the Tiger Kingdom royal family had to move to the capital. The orcs from various forces, who came to the conference, were ready to give up their inheritance and get out as soon as they saw something wrong. Even if they stood up to deal with the evil gods and shadows, they didn't really want to fight to the death. If things were impossible, they would run away. But the 4 evil gods and shadows were all killed by them. Although the insect poison spreader seemed to dissipate on its own, and dissipated inexplicably. The leader of the North Bear Alliance thought of what Ari Shang said before he left, and knew that the dissipation of the insect poison spreader was 99% related to him. The other 3 were fighting more and more fiercely, and in the end, it was better to say that they died in self-destruction rather than being defeated by the orcs. The big guys, including the leader of the North Bear Alliance, had many speculations about this. They didn't believe that they and the Tiger Country would be so lucky to encounter such a good thing as a few shadow people who were not in harmony. They always felt that there was a trace of some kind of magic or blood talent in this, but they didn't know who could actually affect the evil god Shadow's mind and judgment. The leader of the North Bear Alliance took out the insect poison removal potion and looked at it, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. In any case, the 4 evil god shadows have disappeared. Such a record made the orcs feel unreal and excited, and at the same time they were a little weird and uneasy. They always felt that something more terrible would happen after this. It's like beating the small ones will lead to the big ones. Because of this uneasy thought, the orcs did not celebrate, but while they were defending and searching, they continued to go back to discuss inheritance sharing and solving the problem of geological disasters on the entire continent. Originally, before this, everyone should have been most worried about the injured infected by insect poison. The evil god believer seemed to particularly like to use insect poison, and almost all means with toxins must contain insect poison. Whether it is the insect poison spreader, the mutant insect controller, the poison fog corrosive, and the black flame releaser, their attacks will carry insect poison. Fighting with the shadows will inevitably lead to casualties. Fortunately, the leader of the North Bear Alliance commanded and dispatched properly. Although some people were seriously injured, there were no casualties. This is a short period of time, and it is hard to say if it takes a long time. But they were extremely lucky this time. Before their strongest group of orcs were exhausted, the 4 evil god shadows disappeared. Needless to say, the injured were all infected with insect poison. In the past, after the war, as long as these people still had some consciousness, they would leave their last words, and then choose to be killed by their companions before they mutated, and their bodies would be burned to ashes after death. But this time, the leader of the North Bear actually took out 5 bottles of insect poison removal potion. The leader of the North Bear said bluntly, "This is what the alchemist Ari Shang gave me, for the treatment of insect poison infected people. I don't know how effective it is, but it's better to try than to wait for death." Others had the same idea. Although they didn't think there would be an effective insect poison removal potion now, the infected people had already appeared, and when other potions were ineffective, they might as well try it out. The leader of the North Bear first used the potion on the most seriously injured Lion Domain Grand Commander. This is Tiger Country. As the strongest fighting force in Tiger Country besides Tiger King, the Grand Commander of Lion Domain must fight harder than others. Because she fought the hardest, relying on her giant beast body, she dragged the Black Flame Releaser alone, while the others dragged other shadows together in 2s or 3s. Lion Domain was also the most seriously injured. She did not retreat after being injured, but stayed on the battlefield silently and continued to fight. Others might still think of a little fluke and want to escape. But Lion Domain was really ready to exchange life for life. When Lion Domain took the bottle of potion, no one had much hope. The eldest prince and the eldest princess all surrounded her, ready to listen to her explanation of the aftermath. All the people of Tiger Country were very sad and worried. Especially the Prime Minister and priests, who knew the actual situation of Tiger King, were particularly worried. They already have no Tiger King. If they lose the Grand Commander, and there is no master among the young and middle-aged who can replace the 2 men, they don't know what Tiger Country will do in the future. If other forces know that Tiger Country has lost the strongest force that can check and balance them, how can they let go of this piece of fat meat? Even if we don't look at external forces, just talk about the internal situation of Tiger Country. Will those noble lords with huge territories and private armies want to take this opportunity to leave Tiger Country, or even seek more? Fortunately, or unfortunately, they still have so many precious inheritances that countless people covet. Without the protection of a powerful force, what is the difference between this child holding gold in a busy city? The Prime Minister thought too much. He even began to think that if it really didn't work, he would find a powerful force to hold on to. First find a backer to grow for a while, and then use the inheritance to train the young and middle-aged people of Tiger Country, and then revive the prestige of Tiger Country. To be honest, she herself was prepared for death. She knew that today's meeting would be full of dangers, and as the strongest force in Tiger Country, she could not only not avoid these dangers, but also had to face them head-on. For this reason, she had explained everything she needed to explain long before the meeting. Seeing the tears in the eyes of the eldest princess, and the anxious and uncomfortable look of the eldest prince, she was very calm. Until she drank the potion, and waited for 5 minutes. She sat up and felt something strange in her body. Before being infected by insect poison, she could feel her vitality fading, as if something was destroying and distorting her body cells inside, and there were countless voices in her brain impacting her consciousness. This process was extremely painful. But after taking the potion, she felt a force expelling. Maybe it neutralized the insect poison. First of all, the noisy and sharp voices in her head that tortured her to the point of collapse disappeared. Secondly, the mutation of her body cells stopped, and the wounds no longer shed strange black blood, but gradually turned red. Even better, after the pain of her body being forcibly transformed disappeared, she could even feel stronger. It was as if the insect poison had changed her body cells, but before it completely turned her into a mindless monster, the power of the potion protected her brain and consciousness, and forcibly neutralized the insect poison, so that the insect poison could no longer continue to transform her cells. But the mutated cells could not be reversed. Shiyu opened her hand, and tried to bend her fingers. Suddenly, she stretched her fingers hard, and extremely sharp claws popped out from her fingertips. The sharp claws emitted a dark metallic light, and they looked extremely sharp. Grand Admiral? The princess looked at her master and boss in shock and confusion. Others were also paying attention to the changes in the Grand Admiral. She was the first person to take the potion. The leader of the Northern Bear also wanted to see the effect, so he did not give the potion to other infected people immediately. I am Shiyu, a Tiger countryman, and now I am the Grand Admiral of Tiger Country. My responsibility is... Shiyu read out a passage with a serious look. Others all looked at him in confusion. In the past, the insect poison infected people mutated at any time, and I have never heard of anyone who would recite their identity, origin and responsibilities before mutation. Shiryu raised his head and looked at the princess, the prince, and the people around him. I am very conscious. I was just verifying my memory and the stability of my consciousness. Wait! Grand Admiral, what do you mean? The Grand Admiral stood up. For her strong body, as long as the insect poison can be solved, the wounds of skin and flesh are not considered serious injuries. The leader of the North Bear asked carefully and expectantly, "Is the medicine effective?" The Grand Admiral nodded vigorously. "It works." Everyone was in an uproar, and then looked at the insect poison removal potion that the leader of the North Bear took out, and their eyes were full of desire and curiosity. There are only 5 bottles of insect poison removal potion, and 1 bottle has been used up, leaving only 4 bottles. But there are more than 4 infected people. For who will take the potion second? The infected people present, and the people behind them almost fought each other. For those who have no signs of mutation for the time being, or those who mutate slowly, move to the back and take care of those who have begun to mutate and lose self-awareness first. Of course, this statement could not convince everyone present. But the next words of the North Bear Alliance leader made those who did not rank in the top 4 quiet down for the time being. He said, "This potion was taken out by Master Aries Shang. He can take out 5 bottles at a time, and he can take out more. It's just that this potion is expensive. 1 bottle costs 100 gold. However, such a rare medicine is worth 1,000 gold or even more. In short, I think as long as we can pay enough money, we should be able to get some more potions from that person." At that moment, someone couldn't help asking, "Where did Master Aries Shang go?" The North Bear Alliance leader told everyone truthfully. He said that he and his companions went to deal with the insect poison spreader. We also saw it before. The insect poison spreader suddenly dissipated. It should be them who did it. With the hope of Aries Shang, the people at the scene did not really fight for the remaining potions. After consulting with other big guys, the North Bear Alliance leader decided on a list of 4 lucky people. Everyone stared at the 4 lucky ones, wanting to see if the potion would work on them. In the end, all 5 users, including Shiryu, got rid of the insect poison. No, not eliminated, but neutralized. They all felt this subtle difference. No matter who it is, no matter how much mutation they have, as long as they take the potion, the insect poison in their body will no longer ravage, but the transformation that has been caused will not be taken back. For this reason, the 5 people infected with insect poison all showed different degrees of improvement after taking the potion. This is simply a blessing in disguise. The 5 people told everyone about their feelings. The infected who were not in line began to imagine the future out of envy. If they could mutate into powerful abilities, even if it was to make their bodies stronger, and then take the insect poison removal potion to neutralize the insect poison and retain the abilities after the mutation, then this infection would be worth it. With this idea in mind, the remaining infected people no longer urged these big guys. Of course, it would be best if they could get the potion as soon as possible. Because no one dared to guarantee that people who had not yet mutated or had mild mutations would not mutate into monsters in the blink of an eye, and then it would be too late to save them even if they had the potion. This kind of thing of being infected with insect poison, being fine at the beginning, and then suddenly mutating later, has not happened in the past. In addition, many people deliberately talked to the high-level officials of Tiger Country to try to find out more details about Aries Shang. When they learned that Aries Shang already had a lover, and that he was willing to confront the Tiger King and Queen for the other party, and even overthrew some nobles and wealthy businessmen in Tiger Country, everyone couldn't help but envy and jealous of the man named Raphael Longmu. But feelings will always fade. I saw that Master Aries Shang did not bring Raphael with him when he came to the conference this time. Maybe the two have broken up? What are you thinking? This is the top leader of Tiger Country, who directly broke the fantasy of some people. Didn't you see the guard following him? That's Raphael Longmu. He just doesn't want to cause trouble or socialize with others, so he disguised himself as a guard. The top leaders of Tiger Country have very complicated feelings towards Aries Shang and Raphael Longmu. But just because Aries Shang actually took out an effective insect poison removal agent today, they were full of pride. What? Aries Shang is not from Tiger Country? Then do you know which country he is from? No matter which country he is from, his lover Raphael Longmu is from our Tiger Country. Doesn't this mean that Aries Shang has also been naturalized in Tiger Country? And let's not talk about anything else. Is it not for the face of our Tiger Country, Raphael, that Aries Shang will take out this precious potion today? In short, the fact that Master Aries Shang is from our Tiger Country is irrefutable. The eldest prince felt it most obviously. He found that those bigwigs of various countries, who had never taken him seriously, suddenly became much more friendly to him and praised him. And they intentionally or unintentionally asked him about his relationship with Aries Shang. Everyone saw Aries Shang's attitude towards the eldest prince in the previous meeting. Not to say how close it was, but that was the tone he would use to treat his own people. The eldest prince's chest was straightened up little by little. He still has a backer. Although it is a bit embarrassing for a prince of a country, the future Tiger King, to not rely on himself and his family, but on a young beastman's partner who had been harmed by their royal family. But that was the lover of Raphael Longmu, whom he regarded as his own brother, and rounded off to his brother-in-law. Wasn't he his brother-in-law? Isn't he a family member? When will Master Aries Shang and Mr. Raphael come back? Should we send a few people to support them? Maybe they are trapped by the evil god believers now. The second stage of the conference was about to start again, and Aries Shang hadn't come back yet, so someone couldn't help asking again. The eldest prince and others were also very worried about the two. Clement had sent people to search for the whereabouts of the two, without the eldest prince's order. So where are Shang Fifan and Lang Mu now? They were originally staying at the foot of the palace wall, and were going to help. But just when they were about to take action, Shang Fifan received an urgent message from Lao Fu. It was said that 2 players in their intelligence team had spread the news after their death, that the evil god believers were going to make a big move in the royal city. And the evil god Shadow was just a tool to involve the highest force in the royal city. The system also released a new task at this time. Task 82, the evil god believers are like cockroaches that can't be killed. Kill one group and another group will pop up. They want to sacrifice the entire Tiger King's capital through evil magic. Please stop them. Successful reward 100 contribution points, an 8th level magic crystal. When Shang Fifan saw the reward for this task, he knew how urgent the situation was, and immediately took Lang Mu and ran away. The shadows in the palace have already started fighting among themselves, so even if he and Lang Mu don't show up, there shouldn't be much problem. In fact, he had already done so much and stacked so many debuffs on the evil god shadows. If so many orc bosses still couldn't beat the remaining 3 shadows, then the forces on the orc continent could just go to bed, and there was no hope. What happened? Lang Mu manipulated the acceleration magic to take Shang Fifan away while running. Shang Fifan, do you still remember the eldest son of Grand Duke Chester who bought the space bracelet at the auction? According to the order of brothers and sisters in Tiger Country, males and females are separated. The young master was the first boy in the Chester family. It was normal to say that he was the eldest son. He was even regarded as the only son by Grand Duke Chester, who valued males over females. I remember what happened to him. He's crazy, and he's having people capture his sister's children, trying to kill them all. The 2 players died in his hands. Lang Mu was confused. What does this have to do with the followers of the evil god? Shang Fifan, after the 2 players died, they broke the news on the forum, saying that they had received a mission from the true god, asking them to follow a few people to secretly capture the only son of Grand Duke Chester and take him to a certain place. It is said that the Chester Prince is the key to sacrificing the entire royal city. But the 2 players didn't find out more details. As soon as they slipped into the Chester mansion, they were captured and killed by the prince, and even the interrogation process was saved. Lang Mu thought, so who is the follower of the evil god in the Chester mansion? By the way, did Grand Duke Chester attend the meeting today? Lang Mu remembered that he saw the other party. Shang Fifan also proved this point. Yes, I saw him. If Grand Duke Chester is really related to the evil god believers, then the conference. The palace is not a place where Grand Duke Chester can get his hands on, not to mention that Clement now completely controls the entire palace. Not to say that there are no loopholes, but it is basically impossible for Grand Duke Chester to do anything there. And Grand Duke Chester doesn't look like a person who can sacrifice himself for others. He won't put himself in the most dangerous place. The evil god Shadow has appeared. How can he guarantee that he can escape from the palace? Maybe he has a token given to him by the evil god believers to ensure that even if the evil god Shadow breaks through the palace, it will not hurt him. What about this Chester? I don't know. I have to go to the scene to see. Shang Fifan is a little impatient with the evil god believers' continuous troublemaking, but his eyes are also bright. Lang Mu tilted his head to look at him. Shang Fifan threw a cheeky wink. Baby, have you found that I am more handsome and cool? Lang Mu laughed. Yes, you are super handsome and cool. I just feel. Feel what? Lang Mu shook his head and refused to say. He wanted to say that Shang Fifan was not as indifferent as he seemed on the surface. He could have ignored all the things happening in Tiger King's capital. At least, he didn't need to care so much. But even if he looked reluctant and full of yin and yang, he did a lot of things. Maybe some people are like Shang Fifan, who looks cold and ruthless, but actually carries on in the dark. Shang Fifan narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't suitable for the 2 of them to play now, he would definitely force Lang Mu to say what he hadn't said. But it doesn't matter. After solving the problem of the capital, he has plenty of time to slowly grind with his AMU. By then, He will have a lot of tortures waiting for AMU. He doesn't believe that he can't get what he wants to know. Chapter 204. Why? You lunatic, why did you kill my child? Give me back my child's life. I'm going to kill you. How dare you kill my child? You beastly demon, you are not a human. You are their uncle. Why? Why is all this happening? The cries and shouts of the female beast men continued to ring out. They wanted to rush over and tear the murderer apart, but were tightly stopped by someone. Manchester looked a little crazy and looked at the people who surrounded him, not daring to approach or leave, with a little indifference. He was surrounded by corpses and blood everywhere, including on his body. At this moment, he did not look like a noble, spotless Grand Duke's son, but more like a butcher and a demon. His sisters were madly insulting him, questioning and scolding him loudly. His brothers-in-law stood together, staring at him with hatred. And the servants, guards, etc. in the mansion surrounded him nervously. The people from the sheriff's bureau were also called in, but they were blocked by his people, not allowing them to approach the center, let alone him. The sheriffs looked distressed, with an expression that they didn't want to get involved but had to stay. The guards blocked them, so they just went with the flow and pretended that they couldn't break through. They let the Grand Duke's daughters clamor to capture the devil in Manchester, and refused to move forward. And Manchester suddenly wanted to laugh. He thought that at this time, whether it was these foreign sheriffs, or his sister and brother-in-law, including the guards and servants at home, they probably thought that he was crazy and killed his nephew and niece for the inheritance of the Grand Duke's palace. He was too lazy to respond to his sister's questions, because he knew that even if he told them, they would not believe it. Just like he knew clearly how jealous and hateful his 5 half-sisters were to him. They did not dare to hate their father who decided their fate, so they could only hate him as the only male son. They thought that he had received all the love and expectations of the great Duke, that he had taken away the glory, power, wealth, and fatherly love that should have belonged to them, and that he had taken advantage of everything. In fact, he had indeed enjoyed a lot since his birth, and had indeed received more than 80% of the attention of their father, the Grand Duke. But all these came at a price. Master, the lady is here, his servant told him in a trembling voice. And Manchester had eyes, and without the servant's report, he saw his mother, the mistress of the Grand Duke's mansion, the third wife of the Grand Duke of Chester. The Grand Duchess was only half the age of the Grand Duke of Chester. In the early 40s, in the eyes of most orcs, she was still as young as the rising sun. An orc of this age, not to mention having a 20-year-old child, can be considered a child herself. But this young Grand Duchess is weaker than she should be at her age. She doesn't look like the rising sun, but more like the setting sun. It's not that she looks old, but that she looks like she has been deprived of vitality. Iman, come here. The Grand Duchess waved to her only child, her voice soft. And Manchester did not move, and the look in her eyes when she looked at her mother was almost indifferent. The Grand Duchess sighed, don't make a fuss. When your father comes back and sees you like this, he will be unhappy. And Manchester still had no reaction. When his 5 sisters saw his mother appear, they turned their spearheads and threw all their curses and questions at her, and even wanted to rush over and tear the Grand Duchess apart. And Manchester waved his hand. Swish, a scream sounded. Half of the arm fell to the ground. The third lady of the Grand Duke's mansion held the broken arm and wailed in pain. Her husband rushed over to pick up the arm on the ground and quickly healed his wife. The fracture was clean. If it could be connected in time and the appropriate medicine was taken, the arm could still heal. The other 4 ladies stared at their brother with fear in their eyes. In the past, they and outsiders always thought that this brother was sick and weak. If it weren't for their Grand Duke father, they all thought that their martial arts could easily crush this brother. But today, this brother showed his martial arts for the first time, and they knew how strong this sickly boy was. Their children are not weaklings, and they are not much younger than their uncles. Some of them are even older than their uncles. And Manchester did not respond to the questioning and scolding of his sisters and brothers-in-law. He seemed to be waiting for something. At this time, someone came to report. Master, they have all been caught. Bring them here. The female orc dressed as a guard bowed her head, yes. Soon, a large number of guards escorted hundreds of people into the courtyard that was closest to the center of the Grand Duke's palace, and also the largest area. This is Manchester's territory. The courtyard he lives in is a little smaller than the Grand Duke's, and the rest is almost the same. Miss Chester and her sons-in-law were horrified to find that most of these hundreds of people knew or were familiar with them. What the hell are you doing? Why are you arresting our servants and guards? Let them go. The eldest lady was so angry that she had a heart attack and questioned Manchester loudly. She was the oldest here, and suffered the most damage. She got married early, and had children early. Both of her children were nearly 30 years old, but they were all killed by Manchester. In addition to her, there were the children of the second and third children. The fourth child had a lover, but no children yet. The fifth child was the youngest, had no lover, and no children. The fourth and fifth children didn't want to come out at first, but they were still living in the mansion. They were alarmed by the change, and came out together. The eldest lady yelled at the fourth and fifth ladies, "You saw it too. There are also your people in there. Don't think you can stay out of it. The youngest has gone crazy. None of us can escape today." The fourth and fifth ladies looked at each other. They were also very angry that the younger brother had arrested their people, but they didn't want to be the knife of the eldest sister, and refused to come forward. The eldest daughter was filled with grief and hatred. The third daughter, with a broken arm, was even more filled with hatred, and said angrily, "Sister, it's useless to say anything to them. They are not the same mother as us, and they have been waiting for something to happen to us." The eldest daughter was trembling, and her husband came to stand behind her, but did not comfort her or talk to her. Manchester looked at the mansion, who seemed to be in harmony but not in harmony, and could not help but sneer. Then he waved his hand, "Burn them all." The people in the yard were horrified. These more than 100 people were going to be burned alive. When the security guards heard this, they just thought that the son of the Grand Duke was really crazy. Well, maybe he has gone crazy for a long time. Look at the bodies on the ground. Among them are the nephews and nieces of the son of the Grand Duke. "Stop!" The Grand Duchess made a weak sound to stop him. Manchester turned his face. "Hurry up! What are you waiting for?" "Yes!" The guards did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately raised their alchemical weapons, and aimed at the more than 100 people who were captured. The more than 100 people begged and cursed. They wanted to escape, but they were all restrained, and some people had their limbs broken. The fire sprayed out, and ignited the hundreds of lives thrown into a pile. "Stop!" This time, more than one person shouted. The security guards, the young ladies in the mansion, and the housekeeper also ran over to shout to stop. Many people saw the housekeeper in the mansion, and their eyes lit up. They all looked at him expectantly. There were also young ladies, and others, who complained to him about Manchester's cruelty and madness. The butler looked at Manchester helplessly. "Master, that's enough, you should stop. Please think about it. What will the Grand Duke do when he comes back and knows this?" Manchester faced the butler, showed a sarcastic smile, and gently said, "Catch him too." The guards around him rushed to the butler without saying a word. The butler didn't expect that the Grand Duke was so crazy that he dared to catch him, so he could only transform into a beast to resist. The security guards, who were called in, couldn't let the hundreds of lives be burned alive, so they could only attack the orcs who stopped them. The several young ladies and sons-in-law in the mansion also either transformed or used their innate skills to attack Manchester's men. The whole yard was in chaos. Manchester stood there like watching a play. Seeing that the guards around him were attacked and the burning plan could not be implemented, he actually picked up his weapon and walked towards the prisoners, who had no resistance. One knife each, kill, and then set fire. Manchester! You devil! Someone rushed out and killed Manchester. Manchester easily blocked the attacks of his elder sister and brother-in-law. Suddenly, Manchester seemed to feel something and his body flashed. Someone attacked him. Manchester was about to find the attacker, but found that the attacker was blocked. Someone actually helped him. Confusion and surprise flashed across Manchester's face. But he didn't think much about it. After beating up his elder sister and brother-in-law who blocked and attacked him, he cut off his brother-in-law's head and started to kill the prisoners again. The people who blocked the attacker were Shang Fifan and Lang Mu. They had come a long time ago, and because they didn't know the situation, they hid aside to peek first. Until now, they couldn't figure out what the son of the Grand Duke was crazy about. But Shang Fifan saw that those who were arrested were either red-named or had a strong resentment attached to them. In short, after they arrived, they saw that none of the people killed by Manchester deserved to die. And the people who attacked Manchester were all red-named. Originally, Shang Fifan thought that Manchester was involved with the evil god believers, and it was very likely that he was an evil god believer, or even a high-level member of the True God Church. But based on what they saw so far, it seemed that the facts were exactly the opposite of their guess, and Manchester didn't know what he was thinking. After finding that someone helped him resist the attacker, he completely ignored the people who attacked him, and only focused on killing those who were captured. Xiang Fifan found that there were actually several players among the sneak attackers, which made him laugh and cry. The players were really chaotic. They just went wherever they saw the excitement. Some players didn't care about justice and kindness at all, and only cared about the amount of task rewards and whether the task was fun or not. This had nothing to do with the player's personality. It was just that the players thought this was a game world, and all lives were just data. Of course, there were also some players who were evil people on Earth. After entering the game, they let go of their nature. Even if many people speculated whether this was a real world, they would not be soft-hearted. Instead, they would feel more excited because the lives they abused or killed were real lives. Lang Mu saw that Xiang Fifan was able to deal with the sneak attackers easily, so he went to support Ivan Chester. Lang Mu didn't hit as hard as Xiang Fifan. He just stood in the air, invisible, and cast magic, rolling aside those who attacked and sneaked up on Ivan, or tied them up or knocked them out. Ivan Chester didn't know who was helping him, but he saw that the plants in the yard seemed to have suddenly gained extremely strong vitality, and the stems, vines, branches, and leaves could trap and injure people. The grass roots all over the ground entangled the hands and feet of the orcs. The roses growing along the wall, the thorny vines can entangle people and make them scream. The originally underdeveloped and wilted flower trees grew vigorously, countless flowers bloomed, and the elegant fragrance became strong. If you smell it too much, you will feel dizzy or even faint. Puff, puff. More and more people fell down. When the fragrance of the flowers became so strong that Ivan Chester couldn't stand it, all the remaining people who were still standing fell down. However, Ivan Chester still insisted on killing all the remaining captured people, and set fire to their bodies with alchemical weapons. A gust of wind blew, blowing the strong fragrance of flowers out of the Grand Duke's mansion. The vines were like snakes, automatically rolling up the living people on the ground and piling them in the corner to prevent them from being affected by the flames of the burning corpses. Ivan Chester killed the last target, and then looked at the huge yard. I don't know who you are, but believe me, you did nothing wrong. Ivan Chester left such a confusing sentence, turned around and walked into the house, without even looking at his mother, who was unconscious in the corner. Are you going to burn yourself? A figure suddenly blocked Ivan Chester's way. Iman looked at the newcomer steadily, and suddenly smiled. Master Aries Shang. Aries Shang swung the bone staff in his hand. It's me. Iman looked around. Where's your Raphael? Aries Shang's mouth curled up. He began to like Iman. He was so good at talking. Good day, Mr. Iman. Lang Mu showed up, and stood beside Aries Shang. Iman nodded to Lang Mu. Good day. Without waiting for the two to ask, Iman took the initiative to say, Do you have a lot of questions? Although I don't know why you came to me, and it was so coincidental, but it's also fortunate that it's you. I don't have much time, you ask questions and I answer them, and I will say as much as I can. Iman said meaningfully, if it were someone else, I wouldn't say anything. The top leaders of this country are completely rotten, and I can no longer tell who is good and who is bad. Lang Mu didn't know what Iman meant by the short time, so he didn't waste any time and immediately asked the question he wanted to know the most. Why do you want to attack your relatives? Iman curled her lips. I don't want to either, but if they don't die, more people in our tiger country will die. Well, this question involves a lot of things. Let me think about how to say it. A few seconds later, Iman said, Grand Duke Chester was once seriously ill, and he was not young, so he almost died. That was about 30 years ago. His butler introduced him to a miracle doctor, and that miracle doctor was Anita. Lang Mu and Xiang Fifan looked calm, but they looked at each other. They didn't expect Anita to have hooked up with the big shots in the Tiger Kingdom so early. In fact, Anita had the opportunity to get close to the Tiger King through the banquet hosted by my father. Iman revealed another little secret. Anita gave my father a bottle of potion to help him escape death. But Anita also told my father that escaping death is only temporary. If he wants a longer, healthier life, like that of a young man, he can only get the gift of the gods. And this god, as you can guess, is the evil god Ermacraso. Amon's eyes showed sarcasm. The Grand Duke really wants to live forever young, but he is also very afraid of the evil god. He wants to find a balance between the two, that is, to use the power of the evil god without letting the evil god manipulate him too much. So, he went to ask someone else for advice. That person is said to be the most powerful sorcerer in the world, who knows some long-lost but powerful and strange magic. The sorcerer really thought of a way for the Grand Duke, saying it is the soul transfer technique. It can transfer the Grand Duke's soul to a younger orc. Xiang Fifan and the other two looked at Iman with understanding. Iman shrugged. It seems that you have guessed it. Yes, I am the vessel specially cultivated by the Grand Duke to transfer souls. The sorcerer told the Grand Duke that the soul transfer technique does not work on any body. The best effect is the direct bloodline. The closer the physical condition, talent, and soul magnetic field are to the person, the better. If the container is willing to give up its body, the success rate of soul transfer will be higher. The Grand Duke has been accustomed to the body of a male orc, so naturally, he does not want to transform into a female. This is also the reason why he is so eager for a male son. And according to what the sorcerer said, cultivating a body suitable for one soul also requires some preliminary preparation. So he gave up the first 3 daughters, and looked forward to the 4th child. But maybe it was because she was not familiar with the business, or maybe the first Grand Duchess' body could not bear it. When she was pregnant with the 4th child who had been manipulated, the child mutated in her belly, and killed her mother. The Grand Duke married the younger sister of this lady, because he thought that the sisters had similar physical talents, and it was better to do it with the familiar. Unfortunately, although the second lady successfully gave birth to 2 children in succession, both children were female, and their talents were not particularly superior. The Grand Duke used a more ruthless new formula, and as a result, the second lady had the same problem as the first lady. Because her body could not bear the mutated fetus, she was killed by the pain during childbirth. Hearing this, Lang Mu frowned. The child was born? Yimin nodded. Yes, it was a male. Unfortunately, the male was born abnormal, and extremely ferocious as soon as he was born. He wanted to bite his mother's body, as soon as he opened his mouth. The Grand Duke was afraid of this mutated son, so he killed him, burned the body with the second wife, and buried it secretly. Shang Fifan interrupted. Was the body of the first Grand Duchess and the fetus in her belly also burned? Yimin nodded again. Shang Fifan said to himself, it seems that the fetus should be mutated in the direction of insect people. Yimin sneered and did not deny it, and then said, the Grand Duke felt that the qualifications of the first 2 wives were not good, so he carefully selected the current wife. Yimin paused. My mother was not from a noble family, but the daughter of a small wealthy businessman. Originally, she was not qualified to marry the Grand Duke, but because the Grand Duke said that his 2 wives had died, he no longer asked for the identity of a wife's family, but only asked for a healthy wife who could accompany him until old age. Others believe this reason. And my mother's family has been. She was very happy to marry the Grand Duke. My mother was also a smart person. She thought that the Grand Duke was more than 200 years older than her. According to the lifespan of orcs, which was 300 years at most, as long as she married him and gave birth to a child, she would soon become the person with the highest status in the Grand Duke's mansion, and everything in the Grand Duke's mansion would belong to her. So she happily married him, not knowing that she was just a tool to cultivate a soul-transforming vessel, and it was impossible for her to live longer than the Grand Duke. Amon finally looked at his mother, who had fainted on the side, but he did not make any extra movements, just like looking at a stranger. Her physical condition and talent are indeed excellent, so she can still live until now after giving birth to 2 children. Shang Fifan saw Yimin's expression and speculated, did she know? Yimin nodded lightly. After my sister was born, the woman saw the child's appearance clearly and knew it. The funny thing is that my sister met my father's requirements except for gender, but my mother thought my sister was extremely ugly, even more weird and scary. She took advantage of my father's brief absence and suffocated my sister, her biological daughter, to death with her own hands. Because she felt that this child would affect her ability to sit firmly on the position of Grand Duchess. Lang Mu took a deep breath. Shang Fifan looked normal. The Grand Duke was extremely angry about this. Although he didn't want to transfer his soul to a female, it was always good to have a spare tire. But this spare tire was killed by his smart little wife. Yimin's face showed a sarcastic look again. But because he had succeeded once, and he had just married his 3rd wife, it was not easy for him to marry another wife. The Grand Duke hoped that his soul container would have the legitimate first inheritance right of the Grand Duke's mansion when he was born, so he could not secretly find someone to give birth to a child for him. Amon suddenly showed a strange smile. Of course, this is also related to the age of the Grand Duke. He is more than 200 years old, and it is very difficult for orcs to have children after 200 years old. He was able to give birth to several children with 3 wives in a row, which was considered to be quite powerful among the orcs. In addition, he used a secret method. For this reason, even if he wanted to cast a wide net outside, it would be difficult because his physical condition did not allow it. Amon said leisurely, that's the Grand Duke, he doesn't want to leave rumors that he is not capable outside. Lang Mu, ahem. Amon smiled, without any guilt for exposing her father's incompetence. I am his last harvest. After that, no matter how much he wanted a container, he couldn't create one. He was completely unable to sow seeds anymore. So even though his physical condition didn't quite meet the Grand Duke's expectations, even though he was born sick, his Grand Duke father still poured all his efforts and love into him, raising him like a treasure. Iman changed his tone. So far, it seems that my father's plan has been successful for the most part. Next, he just needs to wait until the right time to transfer his soul to my son. He can live at least another 200 or 300 years, and then cultivate new containers, and his descendants will be endless. But can the evil godship get on and off as he pleases? Lang Mu, is that sorcerer a high-level member of the True God Association? Iman laughed. Look, this is such an obvious fact. But my father, he didn't see it. Shang Fifan, he has been trapped. And stupid smart people have a common problem, usually only willing to see what they want to see, and deliberately ignore all warnings. Iman played with the alchemical weapon that could set fire in his hand, and casually said a great secret that could shock the world, maybe. He thought he was cultivating a container to transfer his soul, but he didn't know that others were also using his hands to cultivate the divine container that would allow the evil god's consciousness and power to descend. Lang Mu was shocked. Shang Fifan thought so. No wonder the system gave him such a task. You want to burn yourself, is it because you don't want to be a vessel for God's descent? Lang Mu asked. Yimin nodded and sneered. You want me to be a container? Dream on. He is who he is, and this body is his own. If others want to take it, it depends on whether he is willing to give it. How do you know that you are a container sent by God? Lang Mu continued to ask. Yimin raised his finger. This is related to the first question you asked before. My father was not satisfied with my sick container. He couldn't give birth himself, so he set his sights on his daughters. He wanted his daughters to help him give birth to a qualified container. So he went to consult the sorcerer again, and cooperated deeply with the other party to get a new formula. He even arranged the marriages of his daughters himself, and carefully selected the breeders of the container. But he didn't know that the sons-in-law he selected were all prepared for him by the True God Church, including the current lovers, and also True God believers. Yimin sneered. This is also the reason why my sisters can live in the Grand Duke's mansion after marriage. Others only think that it is the Grand Duke's compensation to his daughter, but they don't know that it is because the Grand Duke doesn't want the container to run away. Shang Fifan sighed. The True God Church has not occupied the entire Orc continent. It is really blessed by the gods. Yimin added, That's right. Lang Mu coughed dryly. It's also because the True God Church has invested heavily in Tiger Country. Shang Fifan shrugged. Whatever his Mu said, he would never say in front of Lang Mu that Tiger people are stupid and straightforward. Lang Mu sighed and asked Yimin, So you killed your relatives just because they are also containers of the evil god? That's right. And these idiots were fooled by the people around them, and regarded becoming the container of the evil god as a great honor. Iman sneered. Because their father, and the servants and guards around them indoctrinate them all day long? Shang Fifan asked. Iman, that's it. They are useless, completely brainwashed, and will never wake up again. Keeping them is a disaster. Shang Fifan pointed at the 3 sons-in-law of the Chester family lying on the ground. Now there are only 2 left. Why don't you kill them? Iman disdainfully. Isn't it because they hid too well? I killed their children, and they didn't dare to come out until my sisters jumped out, and then they had to show up. He just didn't have time to kill these few True God low-level people. Those are the key points. Iman pointed to his nephews and nieces, who had been killed, and their servants and guards. They are the key to invite the evil god to come. They want to sacrifice the orcs of the entire royal city. Iman pointed to himself again. I am also one of their backups. And I am the most suitable one. Don't look at my weak body. In fact, my talent is stronger than anyone else. As for why I know so much, Iman looked strange. It's because my nephews and nieces are too stupid. They actually ran to me and showed off their identities as God's vessels, saying that they are the real sons and daughters of the saints, asking me not to be proud of my identity as the first heir of the Grand Duke. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu, Iman, they deliberately raised my nephews and nieces to be stupid and unable to think for themselves, but because of this, they let them do stupid things. Is it a tit for tat? Shang Fifan raised his hand. Those who were born before you, they are also vessels. Iman, of course. My father had no plan to cultivate the 3rd generation of containers before I was born, but the True God Church did. My sisters dared not refuse the people introduced by my father in order to gain his favor, not to mention that the people selected by the True God Church at least have decent appearance and family background. Lang Mu asked immediately, "When did you know all this?" Amon said slowly, "Very early. When they showed off to me, I deliberately pretended that I had already known about the God's descent container, and put on an arrogant attitude in front of those little idiots, looking down on them and laughing at them. This made them come to show off to me whenever they had something, and I pretended that I had already known it. Some time ago, I noticed that my father's actions and expressions were different, so I went to talk to those little idiots and provoke them. They exposed the True God Church's God's descent and sacrifice plan in front of me." Iman looked like she was mocking, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Seeing her blood relatives being deceived into willingly giving up their lives and giving up their bodies as containers, and being proud of it, it would be better to let them die while they were still her own. This is the reason why Iman took action. Iman finally looked at her mother. She was not fooled by others. She was just confused by the benefits she expected. Knowing that her husband had plans for her child, knowing that her pregnancy was abnormal, she still wanted to give birth to an heir, and she had to give birth to a male child, just because she thought her husband wanted a male child, and she wanted to win favor. She ignored everything abnormal in the mansion, endured her husband's contempt and indifference to her, ignored the fact that her son was not close to her, and lived and endure a few more years. Wait until her husband dies. She will get everything's beautiful dream. At that time, she could drive out all the children born by the previous wives in the mansion, make her son listen to her in the name of a mother, and look down on most of the noble ladies in the royal city as the Grand Duchess. Yemen couldn't have feelings for this woman, because he knew what she was thinking and what she expected. And he didn't know if it was because of the secret method. He sometimes felt that he was the child who was suffocated by his biological mother, and he had the memory of his sister's short life. No one knew that he had a sound mind and memory since he was born. He remembered and understood what the people around him said and did. And how could adults guard against a newborn baby? He knew much more than those adults thought. He even heard the communication between the butler and the evil god believers, and most of the servants and guards were arranged by the butler. His father, the Grand Duke of Chester, might have been considered wise and heroic 200 years ago, but after 200 years, as he grew older, he became the kind of person his past self hated the most. What's even more ridiculous is that he didn't know that his trusted butler and some of his confidants, like his master, had also turned to the True God Church for the sake of life, youth, relatives, lovers, interests, and power. He thought he was a fisherman, but he didn't know that he had already been in the game. Chapter 205. Yemen looked at the sky. "By the way, remember to kill my fourth and fifth sisters later. They have also been tampered with. Although their qualifications are much lower, they may also become containers." Shang Fifan looked at Yemen's calm and indifferent look and shook his head. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart, and Yemen is another representative of this sentence. Thinking of it, he subconsciously held Lang Mu's hand. "Also, kill the housekeeper of our family, and my two brothers-in-law. My two brothers-in-law should be the bottom of the True God Church and external personnel. They don't know much. Their family should have declined long ago. They stood up again, with the help of the True God Church, and were able to marry the daughter of the Grand Duke's mansion. If you are interested, you can interrogate the housekeeper." Yemen thought about it, and felt that he had explained almost everything, so he continued to walk into the house. He had already chosen the place where he would die, which was his study, which was also his favorite room, where all his favorite items were placed. He wanted to take these with him, and leave. "Sir Iman, wait." Lang Mu called him. Iman turned around. "What's the matter? If you want to persuade me, then there is no need. I have been prepared for a long time, and I don't want to live in the fear that my inner shell may be replaced at any time and anywhere for the next 200 years. Lang Mu suddenly said, "The True God Church has been planning for such a long time for today, such a big and secret thing. How could it be exposed like this?" Iman was about to leave, but stopped and frowned slightly. "I thought I had explained this." Shang Fifan's heart moved, and something seemed to come out of his mind. He thought and said, "Lord Yemen is smart. He noticed the clues very early. I guess he should have been investigating secretly. After catching one or two clues, he will naturally be able to unravel the truth bit by bit. If it were someone else, he would have been brainwashed successfully, or lived until the day when his body was taken away without knowing anything." Yemen nodded. "That's it." Shang Fifan smiled slightly. To be honest, he admired this young man who seemed to be in poor health. He could endure, pretend, have a clear mind, a firm will, and was extremely decisive. It's a pity for such a person to die like this. Shang Fifan thought about whether there was any way to save the son of the Grand Duke, and he always felt that there was some important information that they had overlooked. Then Lang Mu said in a slightly heavy voice, "You two, have we forgotten something?" Zhang Fifan asked casually, "What is it?" Lang Mu, "Do you remember that Clement told us that the Grand Duke of Chester has a grandson in another place, and his wife is the daughter of Earl Merwin?" Zhang Fifan was stunned, and he finally understood what important information he had overlooked. "That's it." Yimin raised his eyebrows. He almost forgot about this nephew. He still remembered that this nephew Isaiah, born by his second sister, was the most loved by the Grand Duke, but one day he suddenly asked him to marry the daughter of Earl Merwin and sent him to Dean Fortress. Being able to be the master of the territory so early is a good thing for any noble, but where to go depends on the place. Dean Fortress is a particularly poor and barren border, where the royal court army is stationed, and ordinary noble children don't like to be assigned to a territory like that as a small lord. So when his nephew was sent there with his newly married wife to temporarily take over the position of lord, almost none of Isaiah's peers envied him, but instead speculated whether Isaiah was abandoned by the Grand Duke. 2 or 3 years passed, and the other party did not come back, so he forgot about this person. Yimin was recalling the information about this nephew, and Zhang Fifan and Lang Mu were also talking about this person. The Earl of Mo Win's mansion was destroyed, and his daughter was supposed to come back to mourn, but she never came back, right? Zhang Fifan asked. Lang Mu, "It should be. No one in the royal city has seen her. The people I left in the Special Investigation Bureau also said that they have not seen her and her husband come back." Zhang Fifan recalled the relevant information that Clement told him. "What is the name of the place they are in?" Lang Mu, "Dean Fortress. One of the territories of Grand Duke Chester." Zhang Fifan immediately asked, "Where is the Dean Fortress located?" Lang Mu sighed. "Except for the coastline, the border of Tiger Country is connected to 4 countries, namely Rhino Country, Wing Country, Elephant Country, and Bat Country. Dean Fortress is the border between our Tiger Country and Bat Country, the last line of defense between the 2 countries." Zhang Fifan frowned. Such an important place, how could the Tiger King agree to let a duke's grandson and his wife guard it? Lang Mu shook his head. "They are not responsible for guarding it. Dean Village and a large area nearby belong to the territory of Grand Duke Chester. Chester's grandson used to be the temporary lord, which was equivalent to only managing the local people's livelihood. But the Real Guard is the army, and the station troops there are directly under the command of the Grand Commander and the Tiger King. In fact, there are troops stationed on all borders, and they only obey the orders of the Tiger King and the Grand Commander." Zhang Fifan understood that the border was of great importance. Unlike other places, the nobles not only had the right to manage the people's livelihood in their own territories, but also arranged their own militia. However, the border was governed by civil and military affairs separately, and the royal court directly sent troops to station there. Border fortress. This kind of place is really subtle. We have to find out whether this dispatch is the intention of Grand Duke Chester himself, or the request of the True God Church. If it is the latter, there is a 99% chance that something big will happen there. Zhang Fifan judged based on his own experience. Lang Mu had feelings for Tiger Country, so he naturally didn't want Tiger Country to be in trouble. Hearing this, he was a little anxious, but he forced himself to hold it back. After all, Dean's Fortress was too far away from them. Even if they rushed there at the fastest speed, they might not be able to stop the conspiracy of the evil god believers in time. Iman interrupted. "Do you suspect that Isaiah is the second most important backup? Even if I destroy all the containers here, as long as Isaiah is still alive, the evil god can use him as a container?" Lang Mu looked a little distressed. "More than that. I suspect that the evil god believers have prepared more than just the ones in your family." He thought of Ramil. "Is Anita really so willing to give birth to a child for the Tiger King? Even if this child is born as a tool?" But from what Iman told him, it can be learned that Anita had cooperated with the evil god believers as early as 30 years ago, and dragged Grand Duke Chester into the water. The True God Church can tell Grand Duke Chester how to cultivate the soul transfer container. Would Anita not know? Zhang Fifan and Lang Mu are in tune with each other, Ramil? Lang Mu nodded heavily. Zhang Fifan didn't care. Don't think too much about this kind of thing. If the True God cult really wants to cultivate a vessel for the descent of God, 90% of them will cast their nets everywhere and finally select the best ones for key fishing. If Iman doesn't work here, there's Isaiah. If Isaiah doesn't work, there's Ramil. If none of these people work, there might be similar beings in other countries. We simply can't manage them all. Zhang Fifan looked at Iman again. Look, there are many beings like you. Even if you kill yourself, the evil god can choose other vessels. Why not? Why not? Iman's original determination to destroy himself was slightly shaken. Shang Fifan did not respond immediately, but looked at Lang Mu. Do you have any good way to help Iman stabilize his soul, and set a trap in his spiritual sea? Once someone invades his spiritual sea, he will be injured by the trap, making it impossible for the other party to take over his body. Shang Fifan also has his own way, such as using the curse method to punish or fail to seize the existence of Iman's body. But because this matter involves the evil god, with the power of the evil god, if he wants this curse to succeed, he may have to pay a considerable price. This price may not be enough for resentment, and life, and a large number of lives, must be sacrificed. Just like the evil god's believers want to sacrifice the entire royal city to make the descent of the gods successful. And the simplest way to stop the descent of the gods is to directly sacrifice Iman's life. But in that case, it is meaningless to save Iman's life. Lang Mu was just thinking about this question, and after a while he answered, I can try. But the other party is the evil god. Shang Fifan. The evil god cannot bring all his consciousness and power to an ordinary orc body. No orc body can withstand it. It may be just a trace of consciousness and a trace of power. He cursed the evil god to fail in his descent, and he was resisting the evil god. But if he simply played tricks on Iman's spiritual sea, he would only be resisting the evil god's consciousness and power that descended. Lang Mu's eyes lit up. You are right. Iman's eyes gradually became lively. If you really want to try it on me, you can try it at will. But you must ensure that if your method fails, you must destroy my body when the evil god's consciousness descends on me. With Iman's words, Lang Mu was more willing to let go and try. Before that, I still need to practice. Just give me some time. Lang Mu wanted to take out the soul of Marquis Denton, and he happened to have something to ask him. Marquis Denton was 99% likely to have used the soul transfer method, and the body of his offspring he used was his soul container. Iman didn't know the details of the soul transfer method. Lang Mu wanted to learn about the details of the soul transfer method from Marquis Denton. He always felt that this soul transfer method was not like the method of the evil god, but more like the black magic created by magicians. And the sorcerer, he felt that the other party was very similar to the dark magic Saint Dexter, who had forced his way through the Fidel continent. I can give you time, but the evil god believers have less than half an hour to sacrifice the whole city. Iman said. Shang Fifan asked, how are they going to sacrifice the whole city? Iman replied, rely on the power of the evil god. According to the information I have found out, those evil god believers should have a holy object that stores some of the evil god's power. They will release this evil god power at the agreed time, use this evil god power to summon the evil god, and kill all the creatures in the whole king city at the same time. When the evil god descends, he can enjoy the vitality of the whole city. Shang Fifan asked again, will they send this holy object to the hands of the god's descending container they selected? Yemen nodded, yes. It was because I knew this that I took action in advance and killed all those who might become containers. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. Very good, now the focus has become how to find the holy object that stores some of the evil god's power. Shang Fifan first looked at the system map and the treasure hunting compass, and there was no hint. It seems that the difficulty of this task lies here. Shang Fifan asked Yemen if he knew the whereabouts of that thing. Yemen shook his head regretfully. I don't know, I only know that they will deliver the things to me at the agreed time. Maybe you can interrogate the butler. If the things outside want to be delivered to the Grand Duke's mansion and delivered to me, the son of the Grand Duke, he is the only one who can do it except the Grand Duke himself. Shang Fifan said nothing, and went over to pick up the unconscious Grand Duke's mansion butler. Lang Mu, it's just right for me to have one more person to practice with. Time was urgent, so Lang Mu gave up the gentle and less harmful soul detection torture method and made achieving the goal his primary goal. The accumulated spiritual power of 3 souls made Lang Mu's spiritual power extremely powerful and tenacious. He easily broke through the spiritual defense of the steward. In fact, few orcs in the orc continent knew how to protect their spiritual sea. Maybe there were methods of spiritual power cultivation during the Great Prosperity era, but after the Great War era, these inheritances were lost. At least there are very few orcs in the orc continent who know how to cultivate spiritual power and protect their spiritual sea. Maybe the people in the Holy Mountain Priest Palace would, but for some reason, they did not pass on the relevant inheritance. This is one of the reasons why Lang Mu and Shang Fifan suspected that the Priest Palace was infected by the evil god. The Priest Palace was originally responsible for preserving the inheritance of knowledge and technology, and spreading the inheritance again when the inheritance was cut off, but the Priest Palace did not perform this duty much, but only sent priests to various forces. But those priests who were sent seemed to be helping various forces, but more like monitoring. In the past, the station priests also had the task of teaching the cubs, but now there are almost no priests who do so. Lang Mu stared at one question and asked, "Where is the holy object that stores the power of the evil god?" The butler had a low reaction to this question. Lang Mu changed another question. "Where is the thing that those people asked you to give to Amon?" This time the butler responded, and his soul gave a direct answer. Lang Mu asked a few more related questions, until he was sure that the butler had confessed everything he knew. Lang Mu put down the butler, who was bleeding from his mouth and nose and whose spiritual see was mostly destroyed, and asked Amon, "Do you know a man named Festing?" Amon blinked. "My grandparents' butler's son seems to be called this name. I don't remember it very well. I only saw him 2 or 3 times. He sent things to my mother, and I saw him occasionally." Lang Mu, "The butler of your house doesn't know about the holy object. He only knows that his contact told him that Festing will give you a gift, and asked him to help Festing deliver the gift to you, and also set a time." Amon, "Oh, that might be it." Lang Mu had a headache, but he said that Festing had been here, and he was about to take him to see you, but you were killing people, and then Festing ran away. Amon said with an expression that this matter had nothing to do with him. "Then go to my grandparents' house to find him. He must have run back." "Where is your grandparents' house?" Lang Mu asked urgently. "Amon, take me with you. I will lead the way for you, and you can also let you enter my grandparents' house directly." Shang Fifan and Lang Mu naturally did not object, and immediately took Amon and left the Grand Duke's mansion. Before Amon left, he also stabbed the butler and the second and third brothers-in-law. But he did not attack the fourth and fifth sisters. He thought that if Raphael Lang Mu could help him resist the coming of the evil god's consciousness, he might also be able to help his 2 sisters. The Grand Duke's mansion was full of corpses and unconscious people. After a long while, someone slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw blood all over the ground, and was so scared that his whole body trembled. More and more people woke up, and some hurried to wake up people they knew. Some people ran away. The sheriffs counted the number of people, and saw that none of their people died, and the injuries were not too serious, so they were relieved. The sheriffs wanted to leave this place of trouble, but the awakened Grand Duchess and Grand Duchess dragged them, and wouldn't let them go. The second and third ladies cried bitterly when they saw their husbands being killed. The eldest lady went to the Grand Duchess to make trouble, and the sheriff could only protect the Grand Duchess. Amon's guards and servants woke up, and saw that their master was missing. They were very anxious and looked everywhere. The butler was also dead, and the whole Grand Duchess's mansion was in chaos. Finally, someone remembered to send a letter to the Grand Duke. The sheriff reminded that the area around the palace was under martial law, and no one was allowed to approach before the sharing meeting was over. But the people in the Grand Duke's palace didn't listen to them at all. Several young ladies and duchesses sent their servants to the palace. Chapter 206. In order to save time, Lang Mu directly used the acceleration magic. Amon was surprised, but thought it was the special effect of some alchemical items, so he didn't ask anything. With Amon there, the 3 of them broke into Amon's grandparents' house as if they were in an empty space, and no one dared to really stop them. Festing was hiding in his father's small courtyard. He had never expected that Amon Chester would come to his house from the Duke's mansion to find him, the son of a small wealthy businessman's housekeeper, and come so quickly. He hadn't even let go of the things in his hand. When he rushed to the Duke's mansion and wanted to hand over the entrusted item to Master Amon, he learned that Master Amon was killing people in the mansion, even his nephews and nieces, and many other servants and guards. Festing was terrified, afraid that if he appeared in front of Master Amon and made him unhappy, he would kill him too. Fearful, he sneaked away, while the Duke's housekeeper led people to stop Master Amon. After he came back, he sent a message to explain the situation. But just as the message was passed by the messenger, he hadn't received a reply from there, and Master Amon came to find him. His father ran and shouted for him to come out, saying that Master Amon was looking for him. Festing was very scared, and he didn't know why Master Amon came to find him. It couldn't be that Master Amon killed all the people in the Duke's house, and then came to kill his grandparents' people? Or did Master Amon know from the Duke's housekeeper that he was going to give him a treasure, and he came to find him out of curiosity? Festing didn't have much time to think about it. He just heard his father's reminder, and didn't have time to think about how to face Master Amon, and Master Amon appeared in front of him with 2 people. "Where's the stuff?" Amon asked as soon as he came up. Festing hurriedly took out the luxurious gift box, and presented it with both hands. "Here. This is a gift from Lord Dassault, the owner of Dassault Trading Company, to you. I am entrusted to pass it on." Iman stretched out his hand, but Shang Feifan stopped him, took the box himself, and quickly put it in the statue square. This kind of gift delivery through servants with higher status or close relationship with the master is very common among the powerful. It is not the first time that Dassault Trading Company has gone around the corner to find the son of the housekeeper of the Duke's son's maternal grandfather to help give gifts to the Duke's son. Festing? Lang Mu called softly. Festing was stunned. It's a villain. Lang Mu stared into his eyes and asked gently, "Who asked you to give this gift box to Master Iman?" Festing answered blankly, "It was Lord Dassault. His son found me and gave me 10 gold coins, saying that as long as I delivered the gift to Master Iman, he would give me another 20 gold coins. A total of 30 gold coins in bribes, for a servant of a wealthy merchant, is a huge sum of money that cannot be refused. What do you know about Lord Dassault? How did you get to know his family?" Lang Mu continued to ask. Festing answered Lang Mu's questions very honestly. It was nothing more than that the other party deliberately approached him, gave him money at first to ask him about Master Iman's preferences, and later invited him to go to some places where he could not go as a servant. After he took the bait, he began to entrust him to do some things. Because Festing was the son of the housekeeper in the Duchess's house, he was really useful at certain times and occasions, and others would give the Duchess and the Duke's son some face. Lang Mu asked a few questions back and forth, and then said to Shang Feifan and Yemen, "He should have nothing to do with the evil god believers. He is just a greedy fool who was dragged into the water." Yemen's eyes flickered. Is this some kind of blood talent for mind control? But isn't Raphael's blood talent related to hearing? Yemen didn't know that the special cases of plants catching people and knocking people unconscious that he had seen before were all related to Lang Mu. If he knew, he didn't know how surprised he would be. Lang Mu didn't care much about letting people know that he was a magician now, but he still had some cover-ups, but he could only deceive the eyes of the natives of the Orc continent. If he really met a magician, he would know that he was in the same industry as the magicians at a glance. Lang Mu looked at Festing again. "You will forget everything that happened today, and you can't remember it no matter how hard you try. When you hear that someone is a believer of the evil god and the true god, you will be afraid and dare not approach the relevant person." Festing was stunned and repeated subconsciously. Lang Mu reached out and gently patted Festing's forehead. Festing closed his eyes and fainted. Lang Mu turned around and said to Shang Feifan, "Let's go find Lord Dassault." Iman was now a little interested in finding the source of the holy object. He wanted to know who was hiding behind and arranging all this. "I go with you. Whether Lord Dassault is a believer of the evil god or not, believe me, my identity will definitely allow you to see him directly without waiting and fighting." He wanted to see what the holy object was. But Aries Shang rejected his request, saying that the thing was not suitable to be opened here. Iman was also worried that once he opened the gift box, the evil god's consciousness and power would penetrate into his body. "Did you put the gift box in the space bracelet? Can the space bracelet block the evil god's consciousness and power? What if it runs out by itself when the time comes?" Iman asked continuously. Aries Shang, "Ordinary space can't block the evil god's consciousness and power. But when did I say to put the gift box in the space storage tool?" Where did you put it?" Iman asked subconsciously. Aries Shang gave him a look that said, "Do you think I will tell you?" Iman touched his nose. Well, no matter where Aries Shang put the gift box, the storage tool or place that can block the evil god's consciousness and power must be extraordinary. It is probably Aries Shang's secret, and he will never tell others easily. In a blink of an eye, Shang Feifan and the other two left Iman's grandparents' house and went to Lord Dassault's mansion. When Iman's grandmother heard the news and rushed over, she only saw the housekeeper holding her son and looking worried. When they finally woke up Festing, they found that Festing had lost all his memories of that day. He didn't remember that Master Iman had brought people to find him just now, and he didn't remember that he had been to the Duke's mansion, and of course he didn't know why he went there. Iman's grandmother immediately sent the housekeeper to the Duke's mansion to inquire. Iman's grandmother stopped his wife's behavior and asked the whole family to pretend that they didn't know that Master Iman had come today. He strictly ordered everyone not to tell anyone about the relevant matters, let alone discuss them privately. On the other side, Iman relied on her status and took Shang Feifan and Lang Mu to break into Lord Dassault's mansion. When the concierge heard that the son of the Grand Duke had come in person, he was about to report to the higher-ups, but was pushed away by Iman. The servants of Lord Dassault's mansion were chasing Iman and the other two. The butler and others were running to ask Master Iman why he came, and asked someone to quickly pass the message to Lord Dassault. It was Iman's first time to Lord Dassault's mansion, and he didn't know where Lord Dassault lived. He could only order the butler to lead the way. The butler was devoted to the master, and on the surface he led the way obediently, but in fact he led the way in a detour, and secretly asked someone to notify the master. Lang Mu saw this, and used mind control magic directly. The butler's expression changed, stopped the detour, and took the three people directly to the main building where Lord Dassau lived. Lord Dassau had just heard the servant tell him that Master Manchester, the son of the Duke, had come to ask for something, and then he saw the other party's figure. There were less than 10 minutes left in half an hour. The royal city was still too big. Even if the acceleration magic was used, it took a lot of time just to travel. AMU. Shang Fifan signaled Lang Mu to use magic directly. This Lord Dassau was also full of resentment, but the system did not mark him as a red name. Lang Mu took out the bone staff. He could feel that Lord Dassau's mental power was relatively strong. Lord Dassau's mental power was strong, but it depended on who he was compared with. Lang Mu cast mental control magic on him, which was almost no difficulty. This man's mental sea also had no protection, and was easily invaded by Lang Mu. Lang Mu did not destroy his mental sea, but just asked him to answer questions. But after a few questions, the three found that Lord Dassau did not even know what was in the gift box. When asked, it was prepared by his son, and said that it would definitely be liked by the Duke's son. As for the reason for sending gifts, it was that Dassau Trading Company wanted to obtain a grain sales license. Grain sales are a big deal in Tiger Country, and even in the entire Orc continent. Many countries and forces do not allow the private sale of large quantities of grain and meat by the public, unless they are licensed grain traders. Father? I heard that Lord Amon came in person. The three of them turned their heads together, and saw a thin male orc walking in from outside. Shang Fifan's eyes lit up. Red name. Resentment. 99% of the evil god believers did not run away. After that, there was no more nonsense. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu worked together to directly capture and control the son of Lord Dassau. Lord Dassau was shocked and angry when he saw Aries Shang and his guards attacking his son, and hurriedly asked what was going on. Amon thought he was annoying and said directly, "Your son is a believer of the evil god, did you know?" Hearing this, Lord Dassau sat down on the chair with a change of expression. Yimin knew from his expression that Lord Dassau might have some knowledge. Under Lang Mu's interrogation of the true word magic, John Dassau confessed his identity in the True God Church. This turned out to be a prawn. John Dassau is a senior believer of the True God Church in the Tiger Kingdom. When Lord Dassau heard his son admit that he was a believer of the evil god, his face immediately turned pale, and his face was full of the look of the end. The Tiger Kingdom has zero tolerance for believers of the evil god. Once they are found, they will be eradicated. No matter who you are, you can't escape. Although their family can be said to be unaware, the top leaders will never let the family of a senior believer of the evil god set control a lot of wealth and power. Their family should be thankful that they were not thrown into jail, let alone keep their current property. But when asked about the origin of the gift box, John Dassau didn't know either. He only knew that the gift box was given to him by the bishop. Shang Fifan rubbed his brows and muttered, "This True God Church is just like an onion, peeling one layer after another." Lang Mu was very patient. If they were not so cautious, they would have been captured by us long ago, and it would not be their turn to come up with a big conspiracy to sacrifice the whole city for the evil god to descend. Amon reminded them, "Half an hour is up." Lang Mu comforted him. "As long as the evil god's consciousness and power do not descend, you don't have to worry about your body being taken away. And I suspect that you are both a target and a cover. If you fail here, there is still your nephew Isaiah, but it's a pity that we don't have time to get to Dean's village." Amon, Shang Fifan also said, "Don't worry, that guy can't run away. If the evil god's consciousness and a little power can still run away in the territory of the god of nature, then Shang Fifan doesn't have to do tasks for the system anymore. The ancient gods of the Orc continent are so useless. What can a small mortal like him do? It's better to take his family's AMU and go directly to the evil god." The three wanted to continue peeling the onion, but the clues were cut off when they reached John Dassau. Because John Dassau didn't know the true identity of the bishop. Every time he met the bishop, he was wearing a black robe with his head and face hidden in the hood. He didn't dare to stare at the bishop. As for the meeting place, the messenger delivered the letter to him, and there was no fixed meeting place. The messenger was an ordinary courier in the royal city. These messengers didn't know the content of the letter they delivered or who the client was. As long as the client paid enough, they would be responsible for running errands. Shang Fifan said to Lang Mu, "Ask him about the characteristics of the bishop and his impression, and where they met before. Lang Mu nodded, and he was about to ask the same question. Many things in their Special Investigation Bureau are pieced together little by little based on such clues. The half-hour deadline has arrived. Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu both subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky. The sky is still as blue as before, and it is a good day today. There is no darkness, no howling wind, no strange fog, and the earth is calm. Yemen clenched his fists, and he looked nonchalant, but how could a person really face death easily? 1 second, 2 seconds. 2 full minutes passed, and the royal city was still peaceful. Lord Dasso didn't know what happened, but he felt that this silence made him extremely uncomfortable. Looking at his son, who was lying on the ground with a confused expression, Lord Dasso felt hatred and anger in his heart. But he also knew how he got the title of Lord, and how his family suddenly became rich. Because of his son. Lord Dasso had also thought about how his son was so lucky to get so many cheap and high-quality goods. Although those goods were a bit mixed and the origins were a bit unclear, as long as they could make a lot of money for his family, these were all trivial matters. He also wondered how his son got to know so many people, some of whom were absolutely out of his reach before. Relying on these connections, and the accumulation of goods and funds, with almost no capital, his son soon earned himself the title of Lord. Lord is the lowest level of title that can be bought with money, and it can also be said to be the reserve of Lord. Even many nobles do not admit that there is such a title. But anyway, this title is still very useful for ordinary orcs, especially when they are doing business. Now Lord Dasua finally knows why his son is so capable. It's because his son has the support of the entire True God Church behind him. Another day has passed in the royal city. Xiang Fifan joked. Lang Mu exhaled lightly. Yes, another day has passed peacefully. Yemen sighed. When can we completely eradicate the True God Church? These guys are too harmful to our orc world. With them around, the orcs can't think of living a peaceful life. The evil god believers are a trouble, but the source is still the evil god. Xiang Fifan took out a little mental power to sneak a peek at the statue square. The gift box stayed quietly at the foot of the statue of the god of nature. When will the evil god really disappear? How can we help our gods defeat him? Yemen seemed to really want to help the gods. Xiang Fifan said casually, before the evil god recovers, find and return the power of our ancient god. Maybe more than that. But Xiang Fifan doesn't know what those gods, systems, are secretly planning now, so he can only take it one step at a time. Lang Mu's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak the language of the Orc continent. According to the intelligence collected by the Special Investigation Bureau, the evil god believers used to just fight and kill and do things secretly. But in recent decades, they seem to be getting more and more weird and cunning, and more organized, as if they have a brain and a knowledge reserve of various spells. Do you think that many magicians have joined the True God Church? Xiang Fifan blinked at him. Very likely. Iman saw that the two were speaking in a language he couldn't understand, and curled his lips. In the end, Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu took John Dasso away. As a senior believer, John Dasso knew a lot of arrangements of the True God Church in the royal city. At least he knew the names of several senior believers. Of course, when the believers of the True God Church meet, unless there are special circumstances, they will hide their heads and faces, and will not reveal their true identities. But John Dassault's innate ability is his eyesight. Although he has not reached the level of perspective, his observation ability is very strong, and he can notice the subtleties that others cannot notice. With this talent, he found out the true identities of several high-level believers in the royal city, but he never said it. Lang Mu and the other two went to find those high-level believers. On the way, they passed by the Special Investigation Bureau. Lang Mu handed John Dassault to his people in the Special Investigation Bureau. Finding the evil god believers was originally the responsibility of the Special Investigation Bureau. And the Dassault family will naturally have people sent by the Special Investigation Bureau to investigate and search. After the evidence is collected, it will be handed over to the Grand Justice for questioning and judgment. Chapter 207. In order to prevent the high-ranking followers of the True God Church from getting the news and running away, Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu came out of Lord Das's mansion, and went to find the high-ranking followers of the True God Church that John Dasso had confessed. Once they found one, they would let Lang Mu interrogate him, and force him to confess more followers of the evil god. In this way, the two of them almost uprooted the chess pieces and forces that the True God Church had spent decades planting in the Tiger Kingdom city. Even if there were a few fish that slipped through the net, I believe they would not be able to form a scale in the short term. During this period, Lang Mu also found people from the Special Investigation Bureau and handed over some less important low-level followers of the evil god to them for arrest. The two of them ran with Amon for a whole day, but unfortunately, there was no clear information about the bishop they wanted to catch the most. John Dasso only gave a general impression of the bishop's height, body shape, gender, speaking tone, walking posture, etc. Another thing was that the other party had a habit of always humming a few times when speaking, and also mentioned that the other party seemed to like wearing boots with gray-green uppers. With such a description, it is definitely impossible to recognize it without seeing the person. When it was completely dark, Lang Mu brought Shang Fifan and Yimin back to the Lang mansion. The old Earl Langzhen and his men had all left, leaving no one in the mansion. Lang Mu cast magic on the Earl's mansion, and the house left by Lang Fei, which not only prevented dust, moisture, insects, and corrosion, but also protected the house from being invaded by others. Yimin looked at the side door opened by Lang Mu in surprise. He was here just now, but he didn't even notice that there was a huge mansion here. What kind of alchemy is this? Hide or ignore? Yimin asked curiously. Lang Mu smiled mysteriously, opened the side door, and invited people in. Yimin looked at Ari Shang. Are you good at more than just refining space-related items? Of course. But it's not my credit that others can't find this mansion. Shang Fifan thought proudly. AMU is very capable. He is just used to being low-key and doesn't like to show off. Yimin looked at Shang Fifan, and then at Lang Mu, and felt that the two were extremely mysterious. Lang Mu and the other two walked into the mansion, chanted a spell, and the side door of Lang Mansion closed. Yimin was not surprised to see the door closed automatically. Some alchemy doors can also have the same effect. Lang Mu took the two to the greenhouse. The plants in the greenhouse had been taken away, and now it was an empty room. Yimin suddenly became nervous. Lang Mu saw his nervousness and smiled. Don't be afraid. Even if it doesn't work, I won't make you an idiot. At most, I give you a headache for a few days. Iman took a deep breath. He was not afraid of death, but when he thought that someone was going to tamper with his spiritual sea, he became nervous for no reason and resisted. Shang Fifan leaned aside, and was responsible for protecting the law. Lang Mu, if you don't want to. Iman forced himself to ignore his instinctive resistance, and said flatly, I do. You start? Anyway, he was waiting to die, so he might as well let Lang Mu try. Of course, he also doubted whether Raphael would tamper with his spiritual sea and make himself his puppet, but if it weren't for Raphael and Ari Shang, he would have committed suicide half a day ago. Although he would rather die than be controlled by others. But he decided to believe Raphael. The main reason was that Raphael's previous behavior made people believe him. At least, he didn't show that he was the kind of bad guy who would treat others as puppets. Besides, what can Raphael do to control him? Kill Grand Duke Chester? That would be great. Assassinate members of the royal family. Or even assassinate Tiger King? His father is Grand Duke Chester, and he knows royal secrets that many people don't know. For example, Tiger King is seriously ill now, and the relationship between the eldest prince and Raphael is very good. Besides that, Iman couldn't think of what else Raphael could use him for. Since his scruples and worries are not valid, why doesn't he try? Maybe it will work. People always have to have some hope when they are alive, right? Lang Mu took out a bed from the space ring and asked Iman to lie on it. Iman gritted his teeth and lay on it. His instinct was always resisting. Lang Mu gently covered both sides of Yimin's head with his hands and whispered, Relax, don't resist. The stronger your resistance, the more likely you are to be hurt. If you resist too strongly, I will give up in order not to hurt you. Yimin took another deep breath, forced down her instinctive resistance, and tried to relax. Come on, I can bear it. Shang Fifan twitched his mouth. The ambiguous words made his mood seem to do something to him. Yimin closed her eyes, and Lang Mu chanted a spell. Yimin herself had no intention of resisting, and slowly fell asleep in the sound of Lang Mu's spell, and her body relaxed. Lang Mu prepared mental defense, and then he probed his mental power into Yimin's mental sea little by little. After a moment, Lang Mu showed a slightly strange expression on his face. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows, and because he didn't want to disturb Lang Mu, he refrained from asking. About half a quarter of an hour later, beads of sweat appeared on Lang Mu's forehead, and the process of building a defense network and traps for Iman's spiritual sea was finally completed. Shang Fifan saw Lang Mu loosen his hands, went over to catch him, and complained a little, Why are you so tired? Lang Mu leaned in his arms and laughed. It's okay. It's just that I didn't expect. What didn't you expect? What's weird in this guy's spiritual sea? Shang Fifan asked. Lang Mu licked his lips. When the group of magicians crossed over, there must have been a space crack above Tiger Country. No wonder the True God Church focused on Tiger Country. If many of those magicians really went to the True God Church, they would definitely want to occupy the place they came to first. Maybe they want to guard that space crack, thinking that they can go back to Fidel Continent in the future. Zhang Fifan understood instantly. Is this Amon also a soul traveler? Lang Mu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, he was stillborn. The child of Grand Duke Chester had died in the womb a long time ago. If it weren't for Amon's soul traveling to the fetus, Grand Duke Chester would only. I will get another dead fetus. Zhang Fifan marveled. No wonder Amon was born a sickly baby. It is a miracle that the dead fetus can survive. Lang Mu sighed. Amon also paid a heavy price. He lost the power of a magician, and almost lost all his memories as a magician. It is equivalent to his real reincarnation. It's just that he still remembers the basic laws of magicians in the depths of his spiritual sea, such as equivalent exchange, protecting his spiritual sea, etc. That's why he is so resistant to being invaded by others. Zhang Fifan guessed. Is his spiritual power very strong? Lang Mu praised. Very strong. So powerful that he may have a complete consciousness at birth. Zhang Fifan understood. I was wondering how such a young orc could be so cunning. He actually knew how to trick people since he was a child, and he could also figure out the relationship between Grand Duke Chester and the evil god believers, as well as the secret of being a container. After all, who would be wary of an ignorant little cub? Zhang Fifan suddenly kissed the corner of Lang Mu's mouth and bit it gently. A question mark appeared on Lang Mu's face. Zhang Fifan, to moisten you. Lang Mu, When Yimin woke up, she saw a small table not far away, with 2 chairs placed beside the small table. The 2 people were sitting there eating and drinking soup in an intimate manner. You are awake. How do you feel? Lang Mu looked up and asked with a smile. Yimin sat up from the bed and said slowly, I feel my mind is very clear. I seem to remember something, but it's not very clear. Lang Mu put down his chopsticks. Don't worry, it's just your deep subconscious. You can also think of it as a memory of your previous life. Don't think about it. They will appear in your dreams until you can tell who you are. Amon subconsciously said, let everything go naturally. Lang Mu, yes. Believe in yourself, don't rush. Although Amon has not yet recovered his memory as a magician, he has a subtle feeling that he knows what Lang Mu is talking about. Did it succeed? Amon turned to ask about what he cares about most. Lang Mu nodded. It went well. Your mental power is very strong, which is good. I helped you build a double mental defense network and set up double traps. Once someone's soul or spiritual power breaks into your spiritual sea, it will be severely damaged by your spiritual power. If the other party forcibly breaks into the second layer, your spiritual power will in turn devour the other party's spiritual power. Yimin was delighted and felt magical. What should I do myself? Lang Mu, when someone's spiritual power breaks into your spiritual sea, you instinctively know what to do. Lang Mu wanted to say that you were originally a very powerful magician. Although you lost your memory, some basic magic and spiritual magic have become your instincts. When someone attacks you, you naturally know how to fight back. But thinking that Amon's situation is special, it is better for him to remember it himself. Lang Mu didn't say much. The defense network and traps he built for Amon were equivalent to helping Amon build 2 layers of walls and pits, but how to repel or even kill the enemy depends on Amon's own soldiers' mental power. Originally, Lang Mu imagined that if Amon's mental power was not strong, he would leave a part of his mental power to help Amon fight the enemy, and then take back this part of his mental power later. But Amon's own mental power is very strong, so he doesn't need to do this. If you force yourself to leave your mental power, you will be rejected by Amon's mental power. Amon looked at Lang Mu with a strange look. After a while he said, you and I think a little differently. Lang Mu laughed. What's the difference? Much more powerful than I thought. Yimin thought of Raphael Longmu's life experience and couldn't help saying, you are really patient. If he had the ability of Raphael, he would not wait until the day when his life experience was exposed. He would definitely beat anyone who dared to offend him and bully him into a pig's head. Lang Mu laughed and said faintly, isn't it because of the lack of magic crystals? Magic crystals? What are those? Yimin subconsciously felt that this thing was very important to him. It is the energy source needed by magicians. Lang Mu also explained very considerately, magicians are the legendary magic blood, and the magic they cast is ancient witchcraft. Yimin was surprised. Are you of the magic blood? Lang Mu smiled, and did not answer yes or no. Yimin was very interested and asked, what are the conditions for awakening the magic blood? Do you think I have the magic blood? Lang Mu thought. You don't need to awaken at all. You can become a magician as long as you recover your memory. He said, the magic blood needs magic power to provide energy. In the very distant ancient times, there was still magic power in the Orc continent, but as time passed, magic power gradually disappeared from the Orc continent. I suspect that it may be because of the decreasing magic power that the magic blood had to leave the Orc continent. Shang Fifan said, it may be related to the God's Cage. After the God's Cage appeared, the energy flow between the continents was cut off. If the remaining magic power in the Orc continent has no source to continue to produce, the magic power inside will naturally be used less and less. Lang Mu showed a thoughtful expression. In the past, a magic saint said that magic power is related to the magic crystal source. Shang Fifan naturally asked, what is the magic crystal source? Lang Mu thought for a moment. It should be some special substance on Tianhe star. This special substance can absorb the surrounding energy, such as dark matter and dark energy, and finally condense into magic crystals after some chemical reactions that we don't know yet. Shang Fifan understood. It's like cosmic dust absorbing nearby dust, gradually condensing into stones, and then slowly condensing into a planet. Lang Mu nodded. The process is similar. The magic crystal source continues to absorb more energy and condense into new magic crystals, so that the magic crystal mine is slowly formed. The radiation energy emitted by the magic crystal mine changes the local environment and forms magic power in the air. When the magic power is concentrated, it can convert other energy into magic power like the magic crystal source. When the magic power is concentrated to a certain degree, it can form a magic crystal source again. This creates a cycle. The two did not avoid Iman when they said this. Iman couldn't help asking when she heard this, don't we have a magic crystal source on the Orc continent? And what is the God's Cage? Shang Fifan answered Iman's question. If there is a magic crystal source on the Orc continent, the magic bloodline would not have been defeated by the God bloodline, and would not have left the Orc continent to find other bloodlines. He is a new continent. As for the God's Cage, it is simply a means of protection for Tianhe star by the ancient gods. According to some ancient records and legends we saw in the library, it is speculated that Tianhe star has too much energy, which gave birth to many gods, and these gods belong to different continents and use different energies. When these gods wanted to start a war of gods, or perhaps it had already started, there was a very powerful one, perhaps the planetary consciousness of Tianhe star, who created a God's Cage to divide all the continents of Tianhe star, so that those gods could not go to other continents. Shang Fifan added, there are many legends about the God's Cage in the books that Tiger King asked people to copy back. I remember he said that these general knowledge books that do not involve inheritance will be placed in the Wancheng library for everyone to read. Now they should have been put in. You can go and have a look. Iman shrugged, if I can survive, I will go and see. Now that the matter is done, you should go back. The evil god's shadow in the palace has disappeared, and your father should have returned home. I think he should be sending people to look for you all over the city. Shang Fifan put away his bowl and chopsticks and said, obviously not planning to invite Iman to dinner. Iman blinked, I haven't paid you yet. Shang Fifan likes such sensible people, you can pay after you go back. I believe that you, the son of the Grand Duke, will not refuse our payment. Lang Mu kicked Lao Shan lightly under the table, and he never thought about asking for payment. Shang Fifan felt wronged, he proposed it himself. Iman smiled, yes, I proposed it myself. Do you want land or Jinda shield? Shang Fifan was not polite, and said both were fine. Yemen simply said, are you willing to accept the employment? My father's fighting ability is still very strong, otherwise, he would not have become a Grand Duke of a country. In terms of fighting ability, he can probably rank in the top 3 in Tiger Country. Shang Fifan, are you afraid that you can't beat your father? Yemen said frankly, I'm afraid that he will knock me unconscious before invading my spiritual sea. Lang Mu, unless the opponent's spiritual power is far greater than yours, he will directly knock you out with his spiritual power. Otherwise, even if you are unconscious physically, you will still be awake mentally. Even if your consciousness is unconscious, once someone invades your spiritual sea, your consciousness will be immediately stimulated to wake up. The spiritual defense network I built has such a function. Yemen felt relieved and jumped off the single bed. I remember that my family has a territory near the territory you just got. If you are willing to help me deal with my father, plus the help I gave you before, I can give you that territory. As long as I can inherit everything from the Chester family. Before the two of them could think about it, Iman added, that territory is along the coast. If you get that piece of land, your territory will be directly connected to the sea. Shang Fifan, and Lang Mu were both tempted. Although the Blackwater Wasteland territory is good, it is inland, and the only big river is the Blackwater River. However, there are other lords in each section of the Blackwater River. It is not impossible to use the Blackwater River for water transportation, but there will be many constraints. If the Blackwater Wasteland can lead all the way to the sea, in addition to more convenient transportation, it can also bring a new retreat for them, and the people who rely on that land for their lives. In addition to the benefits of transportation and shipping, there are more benefits to the territory including the sea. Salt production, fisheries, various non-staple foods related to seafood, port trade, taxation. The benefits are simply countless. Deal. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other and agreed immediately. Even if Lang Mu didn't think about himself, he would think more about the people of Moyo Town and his uncle, the mayor. In order to ensure the legality of your actions, we'd better go to the palace before we go back to the Duke of Chester's mansion with you. Shang Fifan reminded. Iman thought about the friendship between the eldest prince and Raphael. You are going to go to the eldest prince to explain my affairs? Shang Fifan did not deny. It's up to you how much you want to say. What we want is that after you take action, the royal court will not trouble you and recognize your inheritance rights. In addition, you have to come up with a unified excuse with the royal court, that is, why you killed so many of your relatives. Yimin thought about it carefully and agreed. After I succeed to the throne, I may no longer be a duke. I may be demoted to a lower rank, but I don't know how much I will be demoted. And the property belonging to the Chester family should be preserved. Even if I can't keep it, I will transfer the promised territory to you. I think with your relationship with the eldest prince, as long as I transfer the territory to you, it will be yours. Lang Mu suddenly said, if you can't keep too many territories, I suggest you return some territories that you find troublesome to the state, such as places like Dinyaozhai, so that the eldest prince has a reason to protect you. Yimin's eyes lit up. You are right. It is better not to have the territory that cannot be recovered. Some of the barren territories near the border or bordering other nobles or territories with military functions can be given to the eldest prince. Even if I can no longer be a duke, it should not be a big problem to be a marquis. It can also win the trust of the eldest prince. Shang Fifan gave Iman a thumbs up. You think clearly. I believe you will do well in Tiger Country in the future. Lang Mushin said, if Iman can restore the magician's memory and get the magic crystal in the future, he may become a nuclear weapon of Tiger Country. In the Fardel continent, many countries will have their own magicians. And magicians are equivalent to nuclear weapons, which will not be used easily. Iman discussed a unified excuse with the two to explain to the eldest prince and the people why he killed so many relatives and servants. After the discussion, the three did not delay and went directly to the palace. This time, Shang Fifan did not enter in a swaggering manner, but asked Lang Mu to cast an invisibility spell on Iman and sneak into the palace. After they entered the palace, they did not go to the eldest prince first, but went to Clement to find out the situation. Clement was surprised to see Iman Chester, but did not ask more questions. Ari Shang explained the purpose of his visit. Clement followed the rules and asked them to wait for a while. He first went to see the eldest prince to ask for his opinion, and then led them to see the eldest prince. This was all done for Iman to see, and also to give the eldest prince a psychological preparation. The eldest prince was very welcome to the son of the duke who came to his door, especially since the other party wanted to pull his father down from the duke's position. Cough. The eldest prince admitted that he did not like Grand Duke Chester very much. Which person in power would like a minister who did not take him seriously? Especially his father suspected that Grand Duke Chester had colluded with the evil god believers. Iman Chester seemed to be much more discerning, respected him very much, and even acted like he was following his lead. The most important thing is that Iman Chester was brought by Raphael and Ari Shang. The eldest prince was sure that Raphael would never cheat him. While Iman and the eldest prince were secretly discussing, Clement was also talking to Shang Fifan and the others. Clement told the two that the leader of the North Bear Alliance and others were looking for them, because the insect poison removal potion that Ari Shang brought out was too useful. Shang Fifan had long guessed that there would be such a reaction, but he did not plan to meet those powerful leaders so soon. Those who came to the door were not worth much, so he whetted their appetite first. And the Insect King is also looking for you, saying that he wants to talk to you alone, Clement said with a hint of meaning. Shang Fifan smiled. Look, isn't there a big fish caught? Chapter 208. Lang Mu told Clement roughly what they did in the royal city that day, so that the important officials and close ministers around the king could have a clear idea. Is the bishop from the royal city? Clement also cares about this bishop. Lang Mu shook his head. It's not certain yet. John Dassault said that he speaks with the local accent of the royal city, not the kind of foreigner who has deliberately learned the local dialect. But it is also possible that the other party came to the royal city a long time ago and deliberately learned the local intonation and slang for a long time. In addition, the other party has a good temperament and should be used to being a superior. By the way, it is said that the other party likes to wear gray-green boots. Gray-green boots? Clement was slightly startled. Sean Fifen, why? Do you have an impression? Clement did have an impression, and asked first, do you know the other person's height and body shape? Lang Mu gestured to Sean Fifen. According to John Dassault's description, he is about the same height as Ah Shang, but not as lean as him. John Dassault speculated that the other person is likely to be over 100 years old and has very rich social experience. Clement heard this description and compared it with the person in his mind. I don't know if it is that person, but you can check it in detail. Don't keep me in suspense. Who is it? Sean Fifen asked directly. Clement sighed. It is the butler of the third prince's mansion. His full name is Kurt Lawrence, and he follows his mother's surname. Sean Fifen said playfully. It sounds like this butler's life story seems to have something to say. Clement was helpless. It's not special. It's just a common thing among royal families and nobles in various countries. Kurt is a descendant of a royal family member, but his mother was a female slave given to the other party by someone else. According to royal rules, most of these children will be sent to other places to grow up freely, and they will not even know their own life experience. But there are a few who will be kept by their parents because of their talents, abilities, appearance, and other reasons. But their identities are usually not recognized, but they will be trained with emphasis. I don't know much about Kurt when he was young. I only know that he was trained as a royal palace attendant and worked in the palace for a long time. Later, because of his excellent performance, the queen decided to give him to the third prince as a butler. It is said that he is also very face-saving in front of the third prince, and the third prince also relies on this butler very much. Almost all the chores in the mansion are handed over to this butler. Kurt likes to wear gray-green boots, which is related to the royal color. The base color of the emblem of the royal family of our Tiger Kingdom is gray-green. Kurt is using this method to secretly show that he is also a member of the royal bloodline. Clement paused. I remember that His Majesty once praised Kurt, saying that he arranged and managed the third prince's mansion in an orderly manner, and did not let the third prince's mansion become a mess. He can also help the third prince run some businesses, and maintain the third prince's luxurious life. Sean Fifen understood, an elite figure among butlers, with good administrative management skills. Clement, yes. It is not easy to be a butler in a noble family. The greater the nobles, the higher the requirements for the butler's ability. Kurt is quite famous as a butler. Many nobles think it is a pity for Kurt to follow the third prince. Some people also revealed that if Kurt was dismissed by the third prince or did not want to work for the third prince, they would welcome it. Lang Mu interrupted. Is Kurt's father a direct member of the royal family? No. Clement shook his head. His father is just a branch of the royal family, similar to the blood relationship between Earl Lang and the royal family. It's just that Earl Lang took his mother's surname, so he is distant from the royal family. In other words, his father is just a marginal figure in the royal city and has no real power? Sean Fifen asked. Clement nodded. The other party is average in ability. He got the title of Viscount by virtue of royal blood, but it is only a title. He has no fiefdom and no real power. When he was young, he did some chores in the palace. When he was old, he lived on the subsidy of Viscount. The other party is now older than the old Count Lang, and his health is not very good. After Lang Mu asked about the old Viscount's address, he said, I will check them all. When Yimin comes out later, please tell him that Shang and I are going to check the clues and ask him to contact you in advance. In addition, if the eldest prince has any questions, wait until we come back. Clement did not dissuade him at all, just said, be careful. Lang Mu was about to leave with Sean Fifen, but after thinking for a while he stopped, turned around, took out a translucent crystal from the space ring, and handed it to Clement. Give this to Amon later and let him carry it with him. If he asks what this crystal is, and what it does, you can tell him that he will know when he carries it with him. Anyway, it will not harm him. Clement took the crystal and promised to give it to Amon. So, when Amon came out after discussing with the eldest prince, Sean Fifen and the others were nowhere to be seen. Clement told Amon what the two had said. Is there anything I can help you with? Clement saw the gesture made by the prince's attendant when he came out and asked Amon. Amon was not polite. His Highness said that you should arrange a few guards with strong skills to accompany me back to the Grand Duke's palace until I finish my business. Clement immediately arranged for manpower. He arranged 4 good hands for Amon, and asked them to protect Amon. Amon was about to leave the palace after getting the amulet. Clement called Amon, took out the crystal and handed it to him. "This is something Raphael asked me to pass on to you. He asked you to carry it with you, and said it would be useful to you." Amon took the crystal curiously. As soon as he took the crystal in his hand, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Clement paid attention to Amon's expression, and guessed that he was not completely ignorant of this crystal. Amon woke up from his trance, looked down at the crystal in his hand, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Just now, some wonderful knowledge seemed to emerge in his mind. Amon was a little excited. He held the crystal tightly, and even forgot to say goodbye to Clement. He left the palace in a hurry. The 4 guards received the instructions from the commander, and quickly followed. When he walked out of the palace, Amon's feverish brain cooled down a little by the cold wind. Amon put the crystal into the space bracelet, smiled apologetically to the 4 guards, and then called a car to go back to the Grand Duke's mansion. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were very fast. They didn't want to give the bishop a chance to get the news and escape. They didn't want the other party to threaten the royal city with the 3rd prince and the people in his mansion. The guards of the 3rd prince's mansion were far worse than those of the palace. Even the anti-invisibility alchemy tools were only basic ones. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu didn't say that they entered the 3rd prince's mansion as if they were in an empty space, but it was not much different. At least they walked all the way to the center of the 3rd prince's mansion, and no one noticed them. The 3rd prince was not allowed to enter the venue of the inheritance-sharing conference today, which made him very unhappy. But he didn't dare to make a fuss, because he found that his father seemed to no longer tolerate the nonsense of his children. More than half a month ago, he led the crowd to beat a small noble from outside the place, and was reprimanded by his father. Not only did he order him to apologize and compensate for all the losses of the other party, but he also detained him at home, and was not allowed to step out of the 3rd prince's mansion without a clear king's order. The 3rd prince wanted to make a fuss, but his trusted servants and housekeepers advised him to endure this period of time. The 3rd prince was not really brainless. He could feel that he had been marginalized. Perhaps it would not be long before he could only be given an honorary title of earl at most, and then he would be kept in the royal city like the royal bloodline before. After 2 or 3 generations, his branch would completely become civilians. The 3rd prince didn't want to end up in such a miserable state. In his opinion, it would be miserable to only have an honorary title of nobility, and live on a little royal subsidy. Although these princes and princesses don't have any titles now, the title of prince is definitely more useful than the title of a small earl. The 3rd prince wanted to struggle, and wanted to show his father that he was also capable. He also wanted to show up at the inheritance-sharing conference and get some power. Yes, he no longer expected to become the first heir to the throne. He just wanted to have more power and wealth, at least to get a piece of territory, instead of being kept in the royal city like pigs and dogs. If it really doesn't work, it would be fine to get a leased land like Raphael, which is free of rent and tax. The 3rd prince really envied Raphael. How bad Raphael's life was before, how carefree he is now. The chief of the Blackwater Wasteland territory is not a lord, but he is better than a lord. What's more, the land is not small, and the resources are not few. As long as Raphael wants, he can create a country within a country there, and live like a king of a small country. Unfortunately, his father looked down on him. The more he made trouble, the more annoyed his father was. He didn't give him any chance to show his ability. He even confined him like a child, and sent the guards, who originally imprisoned the Denton family, to guard him. When the 3rd prince thought that he might end up like those people in the Denton family, he couldn't help but drink to drown his sorrows. During this period, the 3rd prince was drunk and ate, and drank to his heart's content in his own mansion every day, and had a wild time with the beauties in the mansion. He didn't have a wife, but there were many beauties in his mansion. Some were sent by others to curry favor with him, some were obtained by him through various means, and some were attached to him because of his status. Butler Kurt understood his feelings very well, and just asked people to pay attention to his body, and didn't dissuade him. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu saw the 3rd prince playing with a dozen beautiful maids and servants with his upper body naked and his eyes covered, and left quietly. Butler Kurt was still busy working in the study at this time. Shang Fifan whispered to Lang Mu, "Does the 3rd prince know that his butler is using his study and his seal?" Lang Mu, looking at Kurt's calm attitude, "It should not be the first time." Shang Fifan sneered, "The 3rd prince has really completely delegated power." Lang Mu, "For some ministers, This kind of boss is much better than a boss who controls everything. Xiang Feifan agreed. Kurt has a good eye, and did not choose the wrong person. Lang Mu sighed in his heart. He felt that there must be capable people in the True God Church who are giving advice to this sect. Because most countries and forces in the Orc continent do not allow messy sects to appear, once they are discovered, they will be strongly suppressed, and will not give certain sects the opportunity to take root among the people. Most of these sects cannot last long. Even the True God Church, which is supported by the evil god, has developed slowly, and their current scale is basically developed by the Great War and the chaotic period afterwards. At that time, no one of the Orcs cared about anyone else. When the Orc continent began to enter a new era, they no longer had much soil for development, and it became difficult to absorb new people. Even the territory of the True God Church was defeated and wiped out by the army sent by the Priest Palace and other Orc forces. The True God Church was forced to turn from open to dark again. But I don't know when it started, the True God Church became smart. They no longer hid here and there, but stared at the Tiger Country, wanting to take over this country as a base. They no longer just threatened and intimidated others to join their True God Church, but used more lifespan, youth, awakening of talents and other benefits that the Orcs could not refuse to tempt the Orcs. They no longer just developed from the bottom, but extended their tentacles into the upper class of a country. They were even smarter to start with the confidants around the powerful. They not only bought these people, but also cultivated them from childhood, brainwashed them, and made them loyal to the True God Church. They patiently spent decades, or even hundreds of years to erode the Tiger Country bit by bit. If no one noticed, it might not be long before the entire Tiger Country would fall into the hands of the True God Church. Think about it, if Ramil or Anita really came to power, then the True God Church would definitely become the state religion of Tiger Country. Even if Anita's plan failed, the True God Church's arrangements for Tiger Country were obviously more than just Anita. Lang Mu even thought that maybe the third prince was another puppet king prepared by the True God Church. Chapter 209. Xiang Feifan's pupils are very bright. In his vision, he can see many things that other people cannot see. The most obvious is resentment. In addition, he can also see some very special lights, which may not be lights, but the unique magnetic fields of objects. By distinguishing the differences in these magnetic fields, he can distinguish the production age and specific functions of these objects. I believe that the more experience he accumulates in the future, the higher the recognition rate and recognition accuracy will be. The effect of pupil skills is more than that. He felt that his memory seemed to have improved a lot, as if he had hyperthymesia. As long as the eyes saw something, it could automatically turn into an image and store it in the brain. Xiang Feifan's eyes stayed on the pen holder on the desk, and then fell to the ground. Then he looked at the small bag hung on the waist of the butler Kurt, which looked like a common small bag for miscellaneous items. But Xiang Feifan stared at it for a long time. They have not yet confirmed that this butler Kurt is the bishop mentioned by John Dassau. Lang Mu pulled out his bone staff, pointed it at Kurt, who was working in the study, and quickly recited a string of spells. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from Kurt's body. Xiang Feifan and Lang Mu even heard a clear click, as if something broke. Kurt reacted very quickly. He reached for the pen holder on the table, twisted it hard and pressed it again, and the chair immediately dropped. Xiang Feifan moved almost at the same time, broke through the window and rushed in, not caring whether it would alarm others. Lang Mu's magic was not slow either. A large number of vines blocked the mechanism, leaving the passage leading to the underground only half open. Kurt felt the seat got stuck when it was halfway down, so he smashed the seat and jumped down. A vine tied his body. Kurt's body suddenly became very soft and slippery, and even the vines that tightened with his body shape could not tie him up. Kurt slid out of the vines smoothly. Just when Kurt was about to slide into the tunnel, a hand grabbed him from above. Fuck! Xiang Feifan cursed. He didn't know what he grabbed. It was so slippery that it slipped out of his hand. The feeling made Xiang Feifan wipe his hands on his pants several times. Spreading his hands, he had a small bag in his hand, which was the one Kurt tied on his belt. He didn't grab Kurt, but pulled off the bag. Xiang Feifan pinched the items in the small bag, felt hard, and put the small bag into the space ring. I curse you to be blocked from this path. Xiang Feifan laughed like a supervillain, raised his fist, and punched the ground. Boom! The ground and the bricks and stones below collapsed, blocking the tunnel. Kurt wanted to slip out through the gap, but the orc above punched him twice. Not only the house shook, but also the ground. There was a rustling sound. Now the tunnel that had been prepared for many years was blocked tightly, and the further you go in, the less gaps there are. Kurt could only make his body soft and slippery, But he couldn't make his body become a paper man or shrink, but he could still think calmly at this time. Even if the person blocked his way, it would not be easy to find him in this ruin. Kurt no longer focused on finding a gap to slip out, but found a secret corner to hide himself. He can't become smaller, but he can roll himself up and hide in a small space that normal people can't enter. In the room, Shang Fifan laughed strangely. Kurt's escape this time made the system confirm the identity of the other party as a follower of the evil god, and directly marked the other party in red and marked it on the small map. Others may spend a lot of time looking for Kurt in the ruins below, but for Shang Fifan, who has the coordinates. Shang Fifan walked to a place, pointed to the ground there, and said to Lang Mu, "The guy is down there, about 1.2 meters deep. Do you think you can use magic, or should I just pierce through the ground and take him out?" Lang Mu seemed to be thinking about something, and he came back to his senses after hearing this. "Let me do it. You help me deal with those people coming outside, and we will fight quickly and decisively." "Okay." Shang Fifan agreed immediately. Lang Mu pointed at the ground with his bone staff and chanted a spell. The soil on the ground turned automatically, sending Kurt, who was hiding underneath, directly to the ground. Kurt found something wrong and tried to find a gap to escape, but he found that the soil around him had become extremely hard. He couldn't dig it no matter how hard he dug. Lang Mu saw Kurt curled up like a Swiss roll, and he was also enlightened. This orc world really has all kinds of strange talents. The vision became brighter, and Kurt seemed surprised to see the strange face, and seemed relieved, and immediately recovered from the curled state. He also said, "Who are you? I heard that the evil god Shadow attacked the palace today. When you attacked me just now, I thought it was the evil god's followers who broke in. By the way, is our third prince okay? I need to go see him right away." Lang Mu, Shang Fifan stood at the door and turned his head, happy. He is a talent. A group of people with weapons surrounded Shang Fifan and shouted at him, "Who are you? What happened here? Where is Butler Kurt?" Shang Fifan took out a black bone card and raised it. "The Special Investigation Bureau is doing business, and those who are not there should stay away." The name of the Special Investigation Bureau is very useful. Even the servants and guards of the third prince's mansion dare not take Shang Fifan lightly. Some servants did not dare to make a decision and ran to find someone who could take charge. Others shouted to Butler Kurt towards the study room, where the wall had collapsed. "So you are from the Special Investigation Bureau. I just wonder why you two gentlemen are here." Kurt found that the blockade above his head disappeared, and pointed outside. "If it is convenient, can I go out to explain the situation, and then report the matter to His Royal Highness the Third Prince?" Shang Fifan applauded. "Perform. Continue to perform. Don't stop." Lang Mu saw Kurt's expression that he really didn't know what was going on, and he looked at Shang Fifan helplessly, and he couldn't help but admire him. Suddenly asked, "Does anyone in your True God Church know magic?" Kurt was stunned. "What? Inner. How does this person know the word magic, Lang Mu? To put it another way, do you have a lot of demon blood in your True God Church?" Kurt smiled bitterly. "Sir, this special commissioner, I don't know what you are talking about. Isn't the demon blood a legendary blood? And do you have any misunderstandings about me? I am not a believer in evil gods." "Really?" Shang Fifan said with a smirk not far away. "Then repeat after me. Mukaleso is a stupid idiot with water in his brain. Mukaleso is a despicable thief who sneaks into other people's homes to steal. Mukaleso is a loser who is worse than shit. Mukaleso will definitely be defeated by our ancient gods. And Mukaleso is not even worthy of washing our orc's feet." Shang Fifan's voice was very loud, ensuring that everyone inside and outside the house could hear it clearly. Kurt's face changed. "Sir, this kind of joke is not good. What kind of existence is the evil god? How dare I, a small ordinary orc, say bad things about him?" Shang Fifan smiled. "Even if you don't repeat it like this, we will arrest you as a believer of the evil god?" Everyone outside the door was looking inside. The captain of the guard, who came overheard the conversation between the two and slowed down his pace. Kurt's face was livid. "You are forcing me to die. And what evidence do you have to prove that I am a believer of the evil god?" Shang Fifan smiled. "We found out that you are a senior believer of the evil god, the kind who has become a bishop. As for the evidence, don't worry, I will show it to you when I go back. So can you leave with us now?" When Kurt heard Shang Fifan say the word bishop, he knew that these two people would never let him go. "I want to see the third prince. I am the chief steward of the third prince's mansion. If you want to arrest me, you must get the third prince's permission." Kurt was looking for an opportunity while stalling for time. "Kurt, what do you see?" Lang Mu called from behind. Kurt turned his head subconsciously, and saw Lang Mu pointing at his eyes. Kurt's eyes naturally met Lang Mu's eyes. Oops, Kurt was about to turn his eyes away immediately. But it was too late. Lang Mu just wanted to try it out. He wanted to see if there were any alchemical items that could defend against magic on the person. It seemed that there was only that one. Kurt was extremely regretful. He never thought that an orc, a special commissioner, would know this trick. He thought that only their archbishops and more powerful high-level officials would know this trick. If he had known this, he might as well have tried to get out. Kurt's mental power was desperately resisting Lang Mu's mental attack. But his mental defense net was shaky after a few hits under Lang Mu's mental attack. Zhang Feifan even lent his mental power to Lang Mu with a sly smile. If Lang Mu was not afraid that the combined mental power of the two would rush over and turn Kurt into an idiot, why would he need to slowly grind with him? But only Lang Mu thought so. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that housekeeper Kurt started answering the special officer's questions not long after. Are you Kurt? It's me. Are you a housekeeper in the third prince's mansion? Yes. Lang Mu asked several questions with a look on his face, such as whether he had children and lovers, whether he had a hiding house somewhere else, whether he used his identity to help others, etc. These were relatively safe, but slightly sensitive questions. Kurt always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't want to lie from the bottom of his heart. Gradually, the strange male orc in front of him changed and became his immediate superior, a person he respected and feared, the archbishop in charge of the development of Tiger Country. In front of this person, he dared not tell a single lie. Are you of the royal blood of Tiger Country? Of course. The third prince came, and happened to hear this sentence. The words he wanted to curse were stuck in his throat for a while, and his face twitched. Lang Mu's questions continued. Do you think the royal family of Tiger Country has let you down? Of course they have let me down. Kurt's facial muscles suddenly became slightly twisted, as if Lang Mu asked the question he cared about most. How did they let you down? Kurt shouted angrily. I am obviously of royal blood, but how did they treat me? They actually trained me as a slave, and even called it a noble opportunity to serve the royal family. Bah! Lang Mu also saw the third prince and changed the question. Are you willing to be the third prince's butler? Yes. How could that idiot let me be his butler? Kurt's face was full of disdain. The third prince cursed, and was about to come over to beat him. Wait. Don't you want to hear the real thoughts of your butler? And don't you want to know how much of your property he has taken away, and how many bad things he has done in your name? Zhang Feifan stopped him. That's right. When the third prince heard this, he forced himself to suppress his anger and decided to wait a little longer. He was also curious about what else his butler could say. Seeing Zhang Feifan successfully stop the third prince, Lang Mu continued to ask, since you don't want to be the third prince's housekeeper, why did you agree to the queen's assignment? I believe that with your ability, if you don't want to, you can completely avoid it. Kurt showed a hint of pride, of course. But among all the princes and princesses, the third prince is the easiest to fool and control. He is just a pig. As long as he has wine to drink, meat to eat, and a certain amount of money to spend, he won't care about anything. No, calling him a pig is an insult to pigs. Pigs can be fattened and slaughtered, but this so-called third prince can only produce feces. The third prince was going crazy. Zhang Feifan shouted in a low voice. Listen. If you rush over to make him sober, he won't explain anything. The third prince didn't care about that. He only knew that he had to shut up Kurt and kill the servant who looked down on him. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will kill you too. The third prince was really furious, and was about to chop someone with his knife. Zhang Feifan turned his face and said, Get lost. The third prince was stunned. He didn't expect someone would dare to talk to him like that. He was furious. Because he had drunk a lot of wine tonight, he rushed to Zhang Feifan directly. Very good, finally he didn't have to put up with this idiot. Zhang Feifan didn't wait for the other guards to react. He clenched his fist and punched the third prince in the face. The third prince was knocked flying. When he landed, not only was his face covered with blood, his nose was broken, and he was unconscious. The guards were anxious and angry. Some shouted at the third prince to check on him, while others rushed over to surround Zhang Feifan. Zhang Feifan turned his head and shouted to the study, Let's go. Lang Mu asked Kurt those questions not to anger the third prince. He just wanted to use these questions to extend the following questions. For example, the real reason why Kurt entered the third prince's mansion. Kurt explained that it was the request of the upper level. Lang Mu casually asked who this upper level was, and whether it was the True God Church. Kurt struggled for a second and answered, yes. Lang Mu made sure that many people outside the door heard Kurt's answer, then cast a magic to make Kurt unconscious, and grabbed Kurt. Shang Feifan came over and grabbed Kurt and threw him into the statue square. The two held hands and disappeared from the study in an instant. Since Shang Feifan entered the game until now, it has been difficult to catch a middle-level figure of the True God Church. They have a lot of things to ask this person, so there is no need to kill him quickly. The third prince's mansion was in chaos. Someone sent the news to the palace, exaggerating and complaining, hoping that King Tiger would make a decision for his son. The investigator of the Special Investigation Bureau was really too much, even daring to hit the prince. King Tiger immediately sent people out, and it was the guard leader Clement who led the team. The people in the third prince's mansion were overjoyed, thinking that the investigator of the Special Investigation Bureau was going to be unlucky. As a result, Clement did not take people to the Special Investigation Bureau, but to the third prince's mansion, directly controlled the entire third prince's mansion, and began to investigate carefully. The people in the third prince's mansion did not know that there was more than one person who came to deliver the letter. After King Tiger was ill, he placed people in the children's mansions, not for other reasons, but just in case. So King Tiger received 2 pieces of information, and his people told him the whole story, focusing on the 3 points that the butler Kurt was dissatisfied with the royal family, looked down on the third prince, and was a believer of the evil god. Tiger King didn't expect that the followers of the evil god had actually mixed up with his son and daughter. He was angry and shocked. Not to mention making a decision for the third prince, he immediately ordered Clement to personally lead people to the homes of several princes and princesses to check, and make sure to check the people around his children thoroughly, and immediately get rid of anyone who has any problems. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu returned to Lang's house. Lang Mu told Shang Feifan about his suspicions on the way. The True God Church should really have magicians. I used the dream magic on Kurt before, hoping that he would dream like Anita, so that I could see the content of his dream. But he has equipment to resist magic. Fortunately, there is only one. Shang Feifan also guessed it. Lang Mu pondered. It should be difficult to make. You have the help of the system, so you can integrate magic alchemy with the unique alchemy of the Orc continent to form a new alchemy knowledge that can be used in the energy field of the Orc continent. But for the magicians of the Fidel continent, even if they are magic saints, it is not easy to break the barrier between the two alchemy in just a few decades and use the energy here to cast magic. What do you mean? Shang Feifan looked at Lang Mu. Lang Mu spread his hands. This is part of the alchemy prop that exploded before. Take a look, what can you see? Shang Feifan took the small fragment, his eyes became bright. There are some alchemy patterns on it, and the energy has been consumed. I need some time to reverse it. Lang Mu said that this matter is not urgent. Are you worried that there are magicians who will improve magic, or come up with a way to convert energy so that magic can be realized in the Orc continent? Shang Feifan saw Lang Mu's worry at a glance. Lang Mu's expression was indeed a bit heavy. I thought before that even if the magic saints were there, they wouldn't be so fast, but what if the evil god's power was added? What if the evil god gave them some advice? The orcs' abilities require talent, and now there are fewer and fewer orcs who can awaken their bloodline talents. Even if they awaken, the power of their abilities is very low. Even if they can use alchemical items to increase their ability to attack and defend, etc., but it's not easy to train a magician. Shang Feifan comforted. Lang Mu was still worried, but they have decades, and there are a lot of people for them to select and train. What if the True God cult is no longer constrained by magic when casting magic? Shang Feifan admitted that this was also possible. Those who could become magicians, or even magic saints, were really smart. Ordinary people could not come up with anything after decades of hard work, but a genius researcher might be able to make a nuclear weapon for you in a few years. Shang Feifan did not dare to underestimate the True God Church, but, according to the current performance of the True God Church, they should not have really broken through the energy conversion barrier, otherwise they would not have needed to plan for so long and still go in secret. That's right. If they had solved the problem of spellcasting, they would have used magic to cheat people a long time ago, and it would not be difficult to even change the appearance of the True God Church. Lang Mu felt a little relieved. Shang Feifan, the guy who is the master of Tianquan Valley, should have this idea. Use magic to attract believers, and establish a new sect for himself. Lang Mu couldn't help but murmur, but I still have a bad feeling. Maybe they are not far from breaking through the energy conversion barrier. Shang Feifan was startled. Could he ignore the intuition of a magician or a mage? His AMU could say such a thing, which meant that he had sensed something in the dark. System, come out and speak. Has the Sky Eye found anyone who casts magic other than us and the Lord of Tianquan Valley? The Sky Eye systems in various places have been severely damaged, especially in the True God cult sphere of influence. So even if someone casts magic, you may not know it. Please deal with the items in the gift box in the square as soon as possible. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. How impatient is this? Or is the holy relic of the evil god making some ancient gods uncomfortable? The interrogation of housekeeper Kurt can be put aside for now. To be honest, Shang Fifan is also very curious about the things that may contain some thoughts and energy of the evil god. That is to say, he has a good patience, so he has not opened the Pandora's box until now. Lang Mu heard Shang Fifan say that he was going to open the box, and he was worried and wanted to follow him. Shang Fifan was also worried about Lang Mu and wanted to refuse. Lang Mu said with a stern face, "Have you forgotten that we have signed a contract to live and die together and have the same heart? If something happens to you, what do you think will happen to me?" Shang Fifan, Lang Mu said firmly, "Take me with you. If there is any problem, maybe I can help you. Otherwise, if you are alone and something happens, you will not be able to escape. I don't want to find that my partner has changed his shell after one night." Shang Fifan immediately made a gesture of begging for mercy. "Bow, I was wrong." Lang Mu, Shang Fifan suddenly remembered something and took it out like offering a treasure. "Look, this is what I pulled off Kurt. The things in this bag may be beyond our expectations." Lang Mu's attention was indeed diverted, and he asked curiously, "What is it?" Shang Fifan opened the bag neatly and poured out the contents. The two looked at the thing together. "It looks familiar. Isn't this?" Lang Mu was surprised. Shang Fifan was also a little surprised. He noticed this small bag before because the magnetic field light of this small bag was different from other things. But he didn't expect that the things in this bag were exactly the same as the key that Ramil gave to Lang Mu last time. They are exactly the same, as if they were made from the same mold. For this reason, Shang Fifan also took out the key from before. Who would have thought that Shang Fifan had just put the two keys together and wanted to compare the differences between them, and saw that the two keys slowly merged into one. The two looked at each other. Interesting. Take a quick look. What are the changes between this fusion and the previous one? Lang Mu urged Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan raised the key and observed it carefully. Chapter 210. A strange light flashed across Shang Fifan's eyes. A lot of information appeared in his mind. When he digested the information, he heard Lang Mu's worried tone asking him again. "It's just that there are more dark patterns, which need to be seen with mental power." Shang Fifan smiled and said that he was fine, handed the key to Lang Mu, and took out a notebook and drew the dark pattern. Lang Mu tilted his head to look. The dark pattern looked like half a leaf, and also like half a wing of an insect. "Can you know what it is used for?" Lang Mu looked at the fuse key over and over for a long time, and found nothing special except the dark pattern. Shang Fifan lowered his eyes, and shook his head. "I don't know yet, but its magnetic field light seems to be stronger. Maybe I need to fuse a few more to know what this thing is, and what it is used for. At present, it seems that only people with a higher status or special status in the True God Church can have this thing," Lang Mu said thoughtfully. Shang Fifan added, "And Anita and Kurt both value this thing, and Kurt even carries it with him. Is it an identity proof?" Lang Mu guessed. Shang Fifan, "It shouldn't be that simple." Lang Mu wanted to say something, but Shang Fifan turned around and said, "Don't think too much. If we are destined to have this thing, we will always meet it again. Let's put it aside for now." Lang Mu thought so too, and didn't bother about it anymore. "Let's go and deal with the gift box." After saying that, Shang Fifan took Lang Mu into the statue square. Shang Fifan specially placed the gift box at the foot of the statue of the god of nature. Now the statue seems to be more imposing, standing in the center of the square, as if it was born. Lang Mu subconsciously performed a warrior salute to the statue. Shang Fifan saw that Lang Mu seemed to have a faint glow on his body. Lang Mu looked up at the statue and suddenly said, "I didn't block the noise this time." Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. "No impact?" Lang Mu turned his head and smiled at Shang Fifan. "No." Shang Fifan also smiled. After the two of them signed the contract, they seemed to be the same as before, but in fact the power of the contract had affected all aspects. Shang Fifan could feel the sense of peace coming from AMU, and couldn't help but reach out. Lang Mu's fingertips touched him, and took the initiative to hold his hand. "AMU?" Shang Fifan stared at the statue and spoke. Believe me." Lang Mu was confused, but still nodded. "Of course I believe you." Shang Fifan held Lang Mu's hand tightly, and then let go. "Hello, Boss Nature." We are about to open the gift box. Please take care of it. After all, it is not easy to cultivate a useful tool again. Please use it and cherish it. Xiang Fifan muttered to the statue of the god of nature seriously. Lang Mu wanted to laugh, but he also asked for care, nothing else, just to keep our consciousness. Lang Mu originally prayed with a joking heart, but as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a strange sound in his ears. No, it can't be said to be a sound, maybe it should be said to be some kind of energy wave? And he couldn't hear clearly what the energy wave said, but his brain understood the meaning of the energy wave. Don't touch the things in the box directly. Lang Mu immediately told Xiang Fifan what he heard. Xiang Fifan was not very surprised. You are a person who has been favored by the god of nature many times. Now we are standing in front of his statue. It's not surprising that he will give you some hints. Lang Mu frowned. Why not remind you? Xiang Fifan shrugged. Haven't I become a devout believer of the god of curse? Any blessing from the god of nature is useless to me, and probably can't convey any information to me. Maybe it's not that I can't, but that I don't want to. But with you here, the god of nature reminding you is equivalent to reminding me. Lang Mu looked strange. What is the relationship between the god of nature and the god of curse? Why do I feel? A lot of noise suddenly rushed to the eardrums of the two. The two covered their ears almost at the same time. After a long time, the noise disappeared. Xiang Fifan almost rolled his eyes. If he was not afraid that the annoying noise would come out again, he would definitely point at the statue of the god of nature and scold. How can you be so petty? Lang Mu rubbed his ears and said to Xiang Fifan apologetically, Sorry, I've caused you trouble. Xiang Fifan was also rubbing his ears and waved his hands weakly. Don't blame you. How do we know that such things can't be said? Full of yin and yang. Lang Mu quickly signaled Lao Shang to stop talking. They couldn't afford to offend. Xiang Fifan nodded to show that he knew, but only he knew what he was thinking. Lang Mu only looked at his eyes, and knew that this guy would definitely remember this matter. Xiang Fifan would be even more petty than these ancient gods. I'm going to open the box. AMU, stand further away. Lang Mu took a step forward. Xiang Fifan glared at him. Lang Mu shrugged. I'm curious. Xiang Fifan, don't learn from me. Lang Mu's lips curled up. Xiang Fifan was about to take action, but stopped again and said to himself, Is there no mission? The Emperor doesn't send hungry soldiers. Look, this game system is so irresponsible that it requires players to actively urge the task. Task 83, find an item that is suspected to contain a trace of evil god's consciousness and some power. Please deal with the item immediately, and destroy the evil god's consciousness in it. Success reward is a set of special equipment. Note, there are 3 types of special equipment, please choose one. Xiang Fifan, that's good enough. I can't let him work for nothing. Xiang Fifan deliberately carved a spell array, and then moved the gift box to the sacrifice area. This is just in case. If the things in this gift box really have the consciousness and power of the evil god, the two of them may not be able to bear it. It is better to sacrifice it to the god of curse. I just don't know if the god of curse can swallow this power and consciousness. The spell array was just finished. The two heard a rustling sound. Looking up, they saw the dark green vines wrapped around the statue of the god of nature spreading rapidly, and crawling all the way to the spell array, and actually used the vines to re-outline a layer of spell array. Xiang Fifan swung his bone staff. Is the god of nature giving them an extra layer of protection? That's right. If the things in the gift box really contain a trace of the evil god's consciousness and a little power, it is not something that he, who is only level 5 in evil spells, can trap. Lang Mu smiled a little when he saw the god of nature take action. At least this proves that the system and some ancient gods did not use Xiang Fifan as cannon fodder. Xiang Fifan stood outside the spell circle and used his bone staff for show to move the button on the lid of the gift box. The gift box was not locked, but just buckled. By flipping the button, the gift box can be opened. Lang Mu thought it would be more convenient for him to open the box with magic. But Xiang Fifan obviously would not be willing to change people. And the gift box opened. The two of them held their breath almost at the same time. But nothing unusual happened. The two curiously leaned into the gift box together. They saw a greenish egg inside. From the size, shape, and even color, it looks like an egg. Xiang Fifan took a step forward. Lang Mu subconsciously grabbed Xiang Fifan's arm and stopped him from going over. Xiang Fifan patted him. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look. Sacrifice it? Lang Mu whispered. Xiang Fifan stared at the green-skinned egg, and a strong desire inexplicably arose in his heart. Eat it. If you eat it, you will gain power no less than that of a god, and you will embark on the path of becoming a god. If you eat it, you will no longer be bound by the rules of this world. You can freely come and go to your hometown in Tianastar, and you can also take your lover with you. Did you hear it? Shang Fifan murmured. Lang Mu, What did you hear? I didn't hear anything. Shang Fifan's eyes never left the green-skinned egg, and his mouth was watering with greed. He really wanted to eat this egg. Why do we have to believe what the system and the god of nature say? Lang Mu was shocked. Why did the god of nature specifically remind you not to touch it directly? Is it because it is dangerous? Or because he doesn't want us to master the power equivalent to that of gods? Lang Mu grabbed Shang Fifan's arm and dragged him back. Ah, Shang! Shang Fifan! Wake up! Are you confused by the power of the evil god? Shang Fifan's eyes were fixed, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Old Shang? Shang Fifan. I'm not crazy. My consciousness is also clear. Well, maybe I was tempted a little. Shang Fifan turned to Lang Mu and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lang Mu breathed a sigh of relief and pulled him back again. Let's stay away. You should sacrifice that thing quickly. Shang Fifan smiled and said, Okay. Baby, believe me. Lang Mu felt a little strange and saw Shang Fifan raised his hand. Then his eyes went dark. Lang Mu was not on guard against Shang Fifan, and he never thought that Shang Fifan would attack him. When he lost consciousness, there was still an expression of disbelief on his face. Shang Fifan hugged Lang Mu, as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world, and carefully sent him out of the statue square and to his original bedroom. He put him on the bed, making sure that he was lying comfortably, and then lowered his head to kiss his eyebrows and mouth. Shang Fifan gently stroked Lang Mu's cheek, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Everything in the statue square was the same as before. No, there was still a little change. The vines that formed the spell array grew sharp spikes and stood up. It seemed to refuse anyone to enter the array. Shang Fifan left Lang Mu, and his temperament changed instantly. Before, he was just a retired weapons dealer who wanted to live a comfortable retirement life with his lover. Now he seemed to have walked into the dark war zone of intrigue and deception again, and the darkness that had penetrated into his bones once again permeated from him. Shang Fifan looked at the spell array, the green-skinned eggs in the gift box, and the statue of the god of nature, and smiled without any emotion. I just learned a very interesting news. Do you want to know? The statue square was quiet. Shang Fifan didn't care, and said to himself, I read the inscriptions on the entire square, and I thought I had mastered the secrets of this world, and the fall of the ancient gods of the Orc continent. But who knows that it is the missing 20% or 30% that is the most important? The statue square was still quiet. Shang Fifan showed the key that had just been fused and shook it. Don't you want to know what the evil god said to me? He said that he came to this world not because of the summons of the insect mother, but because of you, the gods of our Orc continent. You summoned him. It was also you who forcibly attacked the cage of God, causing a gap in the cage of God, which allowed him to discover this world and enter. And the reason you did this was just to covet his power. You want to devour this foreign god, want to obtain more powerful energy to break through this world, and want to go to a higher and higher dimensional universe. However, what you didn't expect was that the foreign gods were very powerful, and you gods had an internal conflict at this time. In the end, you dragged the creatures of the Orc continent into your battle, and the foreign creatures won over the insect mother. Shang Fifan suddenly raised his voice. Are you going to hide it? You are not the ancient gods of the Orc continent at all. You are just a group of local creatures. Just like those magicians at the level of the sage, but you have reached the realm equivalent to the god of law. You are the oldest orcs, and the original so-called blood of the gods. The entire statue square was as quiet as death. Shang Fifan sneered. Are you wondering why I believe the information this key conveyed to me so easily? The reason is very simple. Because you have exposed too many flaws. Oh, are you also wondering why I dare to confront you at this time? What do I rely on? Shang Fifan smiled, and his eyes were cold. Because I thought about it carefully, it is better to cooperate with the evil god than with you. He can give me more. Shang Fifan flipped his hand, and a gift box appeared in his hand again. This gift box looks exactly the same as the gift box in the spell array. Shang Fifan's eyebrows were all evil. Ermacrosso told me personally that he can give me the power to compete with you. System, have you been trying to control my body just now, but found that you can't control it? Are you surprised when I got in touch with Ermacrosso? Finally, the system responded. Fragment of the Godhead. This exclamation mark almost expressed the anger of the system. Shang Fifan just smiled, neither admitting nor denying. The evil god cannot be trusted. Don't make stupid choices. System, you should know what people like me hate the most. What do you want? Shang Fifan smiled. Right. This is the right way to open it. The system was silent. Shang Fifan didn't care. He knew the other party must be listening. First of all, I have no interest in intervening in the battle between your gods. Secondly, I don't mind continuing to be your mercenary, but we have to discuss the specific compensation again. Third, even if you kill me, it's useless. I can be resurrected again in the player rebirth pool of Tianquan Valley Master, but my physical condition will not be as good as it is now. But Mukila Sua said that he will reshape a better body for me. Shang Fifan paused for 2 seconds. The fourth and most important point is that you can't use Lang Mu to threaten me. He is my last bottom line. If you touch him, I will not hesitate to join Mukila. Mukila is deceiving you. He will not let your power surpass his. Shang Fifan sneered. Why should I surpass Mukila? I just need to have the power to compete with you. I don't need to beat you. As long as I can protect myself from the disaster that will inevitably come in the future and bring Lang Mu back to my world, that's fine. Is this world really meaningless to you? It's dangerous for you to find an alien to save you from the crisis. Although you tried every means to send Lang Mu to me, I have something to worry about. Because of Lang Mu, I care about this world. But you always get one thing wrong. I am a selfish person. I love Lang Mu, but if his love will drag me into death, I may not kill him to get out of trouble, but I will definitely knock him out and take him away directly, whether he wants to or not. Shang Fifan's expression made anyone who saw it know that what he said was true. And with the system's understanding of Shang Fifan, it also knew that he was telling the truth and had the ability to do it. The system chose Shang Fifan from countless candidates. Half of the reason was because Shang Fifan had outstanding personal abilities, and at the same time, he was ruthless and decisive. So when Shang Fifan said he would join the evil god, it was really not just a threat, but he would really do it. Of course, you could also change someone and start training again. Shang Fifan said frankly, if you don't want to talk, you can find a way to kill me now. You did it on purpose. You deliberately made a marriage contract with Lang Mu, knowing that you could not really die as long as Lang Mu was there. Even if you and Lang Mu could be killed at the same time, you could still be resurrected by using the player's rebirth pool, and as long as you didn't die, Lang Mu would not really die. If Lang Mu didn't really die, you wouldn't die completely. You put layer after layer of amulets on yourself. But why didn't you continue to wait? Why didn't you wait until you were stronger? You could still cooperate with Mukila secretly. The system seemed really confused. Shang Fifan sighed. Because this egg looks really delicious, I don't want to sacrifice it, I want to eat it all by myself, and I want to get this power safely. Greed is the original sin, and I can't escape this primitive desire. And what else? The system doesn't want to be led by a player, but this player has already trapped it. Although it can still get rid of this guy at a certain price, but can it ensure that the players it finds in the future will still be so useful? Can it ensure that the players it finds in the future will not betray it? Can it ensure that it can really get rid of this guy completely? If Shang Fifan doesn't die, there is no doubt that he will retaliate crazily. Being targeted by such a guy for revenge. Is it asking for trouble or trouble? And this guy at least has a local concern. Shang Fifan is not a human, but Lang Mu is. What makes the system most depressed is that they have calculated many times and peeked into the long river of fate many times. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu are both key. If possible, it also wants to find local natives, but it can't find them. And it has tried several times, and the candidates it found have failed. If it weren't so, there wouldn't be another poison fog era after the war era. In short, how could this candidate be chosen randomly? Shang Fifan answered slowly. And the broken glass ball I bought from the mall, I studied it for a long time and finally figured out that it was not the eye of an extremely evil curse wizard, but a fragment of the godhead of the god of curse. Thanks to the fragment of the godhead in AMU's body, and thank you for the pupil technique and identification technique, which allowed me to confirm it. Finally, when I communicated with the fragment of the godhead of the god of curse in my right eye, it said that it didn't want to increase the power of another fragment of the godhead. It said it could help me become the new god of curse as long as I get enough energy. System, fuck. Chapter 211. The system originally thought that the fragment of the god of nature hidden in Lang Mu was holding back, but it didn't expect that Shang Fifan also had one, and it was a fragment of the god of a most unreliable god. It just happened that the fragment of the god of nature was sold from its system mall. It had clearly checked all the products. It can only be said that the fragment of the god of curse was hidden too deep, otherwise no matter how small the fragment was, it would not have escaped its inspection. In other words, the other party did it on purpose. No wonder Shang Fifan embarked on the path of a sorcerer so smoothly, and when absorbing the fragment of the heart of the insect mother, he only absorbed the energy of the insect mother for his own use, and was not affected by the consciousness of the insect mother. Although this was also due to Shang Fifan's strong will and extraordinary mental strength, it cannot be ruled out that some bastard god was secretly leading the way. Originally, its plan was to make Shang Fifan a favorite person of the god of nature, awaken the blood talent of the plant system, major in potions and planting, and supplement with alchemy. But it can only guide, not forcefully assign. As a result, the god of curse took advantage of it. Shang Fifan's temperament and talent were also suitable for being a sorcerer, so he awakened his blood talent for curses. Later, by coincidence, it was upgraded step by step to evil curses, completely blocking the power of the god of nature. Treacherous. Really too treacherous. He is worthy of being the big bastard god of curse that all gods hate. And the reason why the god of curse did this is also very simple: he needs energy. Is there any better way to plunder energy than to make the child of destiny become his believer? Other believers may be lost in the dark energy at that time, let alone sacrificing a large amount of energy to the god of curse. They may not be able to protect themselves. But Shang Fifan is different. His mental strength is extremely tenacious, and his will is extremely strong. He is a person who can stick to himself in the darkness. He is simply the best choice for the god of curse. Moreover, it is naturally beneficial for the god to have the son of destiny become his believer. However, he probably didn't expect that the fragment of the godhead he divided out actually had some independent consciousness of his own. He endured the sacrifices many times before, and only hid in Shang Fifan's body to eat some leftovers. But now when he encountered a feast, he couldn't help but jump out and compete with the main godhead for energy. Yes, that green-skinned egg is definitely a feast. Didn't you see that the god of nature appeared just to prevent the energy from escaping, and prevent other beings from taking away the energy? What a fool. The system is not scolding Shang Fifan, but scolding the fragment of the godhead. The system couldn't say it in front of Shang Fifan, otherwise it would definitely warn the fragment of the godhead of the cursed god. Friend, you jumped out too early now, jumping out when you are so weak. Do you think that you can seduce your host to use you with just a few words? Wrong, very wrong. The tool host in your eyes can swallow your existence. Just wait and see if you don't believe it. The system didn't even doubt that Shang Fifan had contacted Ermukaleso a long time ago and had been bargaining for a long time. In its view, Shang Fifan definitely has this ability, and he can do it quietly. Not only did Lang Mu not notice it, but also did not let it, the system, notice it. Actually, Shang Fifan did receive a call from Ermukaleso. But not long ago, but just before he entered the statue square. When he overlapped the two keys, and saw them merge into one, a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. He told Lang Mu that he didn't know what the key was for, and he lied. When he held the fuse key, he vaguely felt that it was a communicator. When the voice of the evil god appeared in his mind, he confirmed this. He even knew that this kind of key was only issued to important figures in the True God Church, and was a one-way communicator used to contact the top leaders of the True God Church. The person holding the key could not actively contact the top leaders of the True God Church, but could receive instructions through the key. The fuse key was equivalent to energy enhancement, and the receiving bands were more and wider, and could even receive special bands, that is, the voice from the evil god. The fusion of the two keys was not enough, but Shang Fifan's mental power was very strong, and the bands that were originally unreceivable or unclear became clear. Even the evil god noticed him, and he specially added a missing true history to him. But Shang Fifan didn't think that it was really the evil god talking to him, but more like some kind of predetermined computer program, which sent specific content according to specific conditions when it found an object that met the conditions. What's more amazing is that the broadcast did not seduce him to join the evil god, but just narrated the facts to him. Shang Fifan originally had many questions, and this supplementary historical truth helped him solve many doubts. Of course, at that time he was not sure whether the content of this sudden information was true, and he set it out just to see the reaction of the system. The system, I don't know if it's too straightforward or it feels that such a thing can't be concealed, is equivalent to acquiescence. After Shang Fifan confirmed that the historical truth that appeared in his mind was actually the real truth, he decided to use the evil god to test more. Because he said something that was really true. He really wanted a green-skinned egg. He really didn't want to sacrifice it to the god of curse or any other gods at all, he just wanted to swallow it and digest it himself. His instinct told him that absorbing the green-skinned egg was very dangerous, but as long as he survived the danger, the benefits would be great. Fortune is sought in danger. Shang Fifan never lacked the spirit of adventure, And of course, he wanted to take a chance. Compared to being controlled by some existence as a thug, he certainly wanted to be a collaborator, even if the status was still unequal. At least, he couldn't let the other party completely control his life and death. If he really couldn't beat him, he also hoped to have the power to seriously injure the other party. As for the broken glass ball that got into his right eye, he didn't lie, that thing was indeed a fragment of the godhead of the god of curse. It was indeed after he came into contact with the fragment of the god of nature in Lang Mu's body, that he realized the true face of the glass ball in his right eye. The energy of the gods is so special that once you feel it, you can't mistake it. However, the fragment of the godhead did not communicate with him, nor did it tempt him to set up a new sect. On the contrary, since he realized that there was a fragment of the godhead in his body, he has always wanted to absorb it. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to absorb the fragment of the godhead in his right eye yet. I don't know if the fusion key sensed his strong desire and sent him another message, saying that as long as he could swallow the energy in the green-skinned egg, he would know how to swallow the fragment of the godhead in his body in turn. He even told him that as long as he actually touched the key could help him resist the power of other gods, such as preventing his body from being controlled by the system. The key that could sense his thoughts, and the existence of the system was terrifying. But Shang Feifan was also really tempted. That damn evil god really understood people's hearts. It was not bewitching, but it was better than bewitching. Shang Feifan wiped his saliva and waited patiently for the system to respond. The system really wanted to leave Shang Feifan alone, but who made it develop only this one player this time? Not to mention that time did not allow it to find more people. Just talking about previous experiences, sometimes it really was not enough to get things done with more people. Even if things were not done, it caused it more trouble. At least the retired weapons dealer in front of him had only entered the game. In less than a year, he had clearly found the 5 missing parts of the statue of the god of nature. He even discovered the great disaster of Black Forest City in advance and dissolved it in advance. The most important thing was that it did not want to push this person to the evil god. What do you want? I just said it. Shang Feifan dragged a chair and sat down, looking like he was going to have a long talk. Across from him, the statue of the god of nature stared at him quietly. You mean you can continue to be hired to do missions, but you need to renegotiate the compensation? That's right. Each mission has a reward, and the reward is already very generous. Generous? What do you think I will get if I hand over the missing part of the statue of the god of nature to the evil god? Let me think about it. I remember someone seemed to tell me that the True God Church has a method to refine the power of the gods. You said that if I hand over a missing part in exchange for a method of extracting and absorbing the power of the gods, will the True God Church agree? Without waiting for the system to answer, Shang Feifan said to himself, I think the evil god will definitely agree. Maybe he will tell me how to absorb and use the godhood. For example, Shang Feifan smiled maliciously. What do you think will happen if I cast a spell in the future and no longer chant the name of the cursed god, but chant my own name? Will the fragment of the godhood slowly merge with me? The godhood is not so easy to merge. Don't do stupid things. That will cut off your own path to becoming a god. But I didn't plan to become a god at all. I just want to live a happy life while I am alive. System, eh? The system now understands why Shang Feifan deliberately made Lang Mu unconscious and sent him out of the statue square, just to make it easier for him to run wild now. What kind of reward do you want to be satisfied? Shang Feifan felt the anger of the system, but he didn't care. When he was negotiating with others for some business, those partners had no idea how many times they would pull out guns, not to mention quarreling and slamming the table. But as long as the business was done, they would hug each other with a fake smile and say that they would continue to cooperate next time. Anyway, he didn't plan to be the sweetheart of the system or some gods. He was just a knife. If you want to use him well, you have to be careful that he would hurt your hands. Simple, equal exchange. Shang Feifan said leisurely, Don't worry, equal exchange does not mean you will suffer. You gave me the main task, which means that what you care most about is to recover the scattered power of the god of nature. For this, I can ensure that as before, as long as you discover and find the scattered power of the god of nature, I will send it back to you. As long as you pay the corresponding reward. Of course, my AMU can't suffer. I think the god of nature should also want to cultivate him. Besides, Shang Feifan put the bone staff horizontally on his knees. Besides, the power of the worm mother, the power of the evil god, and the sacrifices required by the god of curse, including other dark energy, all belong to me. That's impossible. Without special purification, your body can't bear it at all, and you will be contaminated by those dark energies. It may be true that you need to purify, but the energy after your purification does not belong to me. The system was silent for a long time, perhaps calculating the pros and cons, or perhaps discussing with someone, and it took a long time to reply. If you find the heart fragments of the Worm Mother or other energies that belong to and are suitable for the Worm Mother, as long as you can absorb them, they will belong to you. There is no need to hand in such task items. But there will be no additional rewards. Why can't there be additional rewards? When I do the task, am I not helping you solve the problem? This is just like the employer assigning mercenaries to attack their enemies. As long as they can kill the enemies, the mercenaries should be rewarded for completing the task. However, during the mission, the mercenaries will naturally own the property they have looted from the enemy. Then we will issue the mission, and set the mission reward based on the actual situation. You can choose to do the mission or not. Speaking of this, I must first make a point. That is, in the future, no matter whether I do it or not, or whether I fail or not, there will be no punishment for any mission. Yes, I need the curse technique, pupil technique, and all the training methods for all my professional skills, and you cannot deliberately restrict me by using the player level. You must also hope that I can complete the tasks in a flash, and each task is completed beautifully, right? Then train me well, and don't stifle my growth. The system wants to say that you are really shameless. Shang Fifan said sincerely, you and I have a good relationship. Even if I can grow to the same level as you in the future, I will stand on your side for the sake of our old friendship and my family's AMU. Even if you want to devour the power of the gods, don't you still have an evil god? And what do you want to do? As long as AMU agrees, I can help you. More friends, more roads, ants also have ants use. What do you think? System, just asking if you regard yourself as an ant? Cannot be given directly, must follow the system rules. The system paused and took a step back. In the future, the contribution points will be reduced accordingly, and the physical rewards will be increased. Shang Fifan thought about it and agreed. This green-skinned egg belongs to me, including the evil god energy found in the future, such as the energy in the statue, all belong to me. Shang Fifan followed up with, I know the danger, and I know you don't want me to be contaminated by the power of the evil god, so please tell me how to purify the power of the evil god, or tell me how to devour the other party's power without being affected. System, greedy bastard. You are jumping on the bottom line. Shang Fifan saw that the system refused to respond, so he simply stated his remaining requirements. I have no interest in devouring the fragments of the godhood of other gods, but I must get rid of the ones in my body. Tell me how to merge the fragments of the godhood. Cannot tell, violate the rules. Rules? Is the god of curse afraid that another god of curse will appear and take his place? Tell him, there is no need to be afraid. I promise not to become the god of curse in the Orc continent. Shang Fifan said the latter sentence casually. Almost as soon as the voice fell, Shang Fifan and the system sensed something. The system's perception was not clear, but it also made it understand that Shang Fifan's words were equivalent to a kind of contract with the god of curse, and the world rules here were also accepted. And why should it consider the troublemaker of the god of curse? Did the other party consider it when kidnapping Shang Fifan to be his favored one, in this case? After repeated calculations and analysis, the system went around again. Then it came back to reply, the evil god Ermaklaso devoured the god of darkness. Shang Fifan blinked. Is the system saying what he thought it meant? If you don't want to be contaminated by the power of the evil god, then the best way is to ask the power of a god to protect you. You? The dark god disappeared, but he left behind a large fragment of his godhead, and this fragment did not contain any consciousness. If you are willing to sacrifice this evil god egg to the god of curse, he can curse you to obtain the method of swallowing and fusing the fragments of godhead. Then, Shang Fifan heard a long-lost ding-dong sound, opened the system task bar, and saw that the reward for task 83 had changed. It had changed from choosing one of the 3 special equipment to rewarding fixed equipment. That equipment also had a name, called Blessing of the Dark God. Very good, the system almost told him clearly. Don't try to get the godhead of the cursed god. It gave you a fragment of the godhead of the dark god, and the other party's original body disappeared. Go absorb the power of this fragment of godhead, and work hard to become the dark god. The fragment of the godhead of the god of curse in my right eye? Under special circumstances, it can be exchanged for other similar products. It has to be of equal value. It's not the price I paid for it, but the price of this fragment of the godhead. System, you are asking for more. I will exchange it for a special item, the dark fire seed. Shang Fifan's eyes lit up. If he could get the fragment of the godhead of the god of darkness, even one without consciousness, and the dark fire seed, Then it would not matter whether he kept the fragment of the godhead of the god of curse in his right eye or not, and leaving it would be an obstacle. Of course, this does not mean that he gave up the spell. After all, the spell also originated from the dark energy. Even if you merge the fragment of the godhead of the god of darkness, it does not mean that you can absorb the power of the evil god unscrupulously. I know. Thanks for the reminder, I will be careful. Shang Fifan stood up, waved his bone staff, carried it to his shoulder, and said with a full breath, sign a cooperation agreement. Write down everything we just mentioned, including our specific cooperation methods in the future. If you can cooperate with the system, then of course, it is better to cooperate with the system. Although the evil god is tempting, but it is too troublesome to get along with the new boss again. He is more accustomed to getting along with the old boss. In particular, he has to consider Lang Mu's feelings. If there is no Lang Mu, if it is the old him, he really doesn't care who to cooperate with or who to work for. What will this world become in the end? What does it have to do with him? He is just a casual player in the game. System, you must also sacrifice the evil god's things in the gift box in your hand. Shang Fifan smiled strangely, flipped his hand, showed the gift box, and tossed it. Oh, you are talking about this? This is an empty box with a key in it. When I went to my grandparents' house in Manchester to look for the housekeeper's son, I saw a similar gift box and took one. When I took it out, I thought I might not be able to hide it from you, but I didn't expect. Shang Fifan opened the gift box with a smile, revealing the fuse key inside. It's agreed in advance that this key will not be sacrificed. I keep it for future use. System, when did this bastard come up with such a gift box? Oh, I see. This guy has a space ring. He can use his mental power to operate all this in the space ring without letting it notice anything. If there were other things in the box, it could still tell them apart, but I don't know if the key was just used. It's full of the smell of Ermicaleso's energy. Don't contact him. There used to be people who were smarter and more capable than you. They all thought they could beat that evil god, but they all slipped into the abyss without knowing it, and became the evil god's food. Shang Fifan's eyes were deep, and he raised the corners of his lips. Of course. To ensure safety, I will put this key here. He has discovered and confirmed that this statue square can isolate the evil god from perception and contact. This is why he deliberately entered the statue square to negotiate with the system. System, so you still don't want to give up contacting Ermicaleso, right? Chapter 212. Shang Fifan came out of the statue square and saw Lang Mu sitting sideways on the windowsill, with his left leg bent and his right leg on the ground, looking at the 7 moons outside the window. There was no light in the room, only the moonlight sprinkled on Lang Mu, outlining a faint halo. Shang Fifan sat down opposite him, his eyes almost glued to the face of the young male orc opposite. His AMU is really good looking, from bones to skin. Lang Mu turned his head to look at Shang Fifan, picked up the bone stick, and poked his chest. Shang Fifan laughed. Laughing. Lang Mu had no expression on his face. Shang Fifan smiled even more. It's rare that his AMU can also swear. Tell me the truth, what did you do behind my back? The bone stick poked the male beast's chest again. Shang Fifan tilted his head, and a chubby little tiger came out of his clothes and dived into his man's arms. Lang Mu held the furry little tiger, pinched his chubby little butt, and then grabbed his balls with lightning speed. The little tiger screamed. Lang Mu let go and flicked his balls. The little tiger clamped his legs and meowed miserably. Lang Mu suddenly stared at the little tiger's buttocks, his palms ready to move. What to do if the cub is not obedient? Of course, beat him. Ouch! The little tiger was so scared that he ran away with his limbs. He was held down by Lang Mu. Ouch! Domestic violence is not allowed. Domestic violence is addictive. You obviously agreed to it. You can't settle the score afterwards. You can rub my belly and pinch my paw pads. If you don't want it, you can play with my balls. Just don't spank me. The little tiger was in tears. His dignity as a man. That's right, the little tiger was crying and shouting, struggling with its limbs, but it didn't use any strength at all, and the howling seemed to have a little expectation. Lang Mu raised his eyebrows, patted the tiger's butt, hugged the little tiger in turn, rubbed his soft belly, and said slowly, "What did I promise you? Promise to cooperate with me." The little tiger was very confident. "When did I promise to cooperate with you?" "Huh?" Pinching his paws. The little tiger whispered, "I didn't use any strength, I just pretended, and you fainted, and you cooperated with such a shocked expression." Lang Mu snorted, "Idiot, you don't even know how to use strength to knock me out, and you are not afraid of being seen. I know you will cooperate." The little tiger was on his back, groaning as he was rubbed. Lang Mu was angry. In order to cooperate with this bastard, he had to use the quick sleep magic on himself to make his coma look more real. He woke up soon after Shang Fifan put him on the bed and entered the statue square. What the hell are you doing? What can I see or know? And you are like this now, aren't you afraid that the system will know that you and I are acting together? Lang Mu originally wanted to help this guy conceal it, and deliberately pretended to be indifferent and angry, but the result was that this guy directly exposed himself. The little tiger rolled in Lang Mu's arms. Don't be afraid, I have signed a new agreement with the system. Even if it knows that we were acting before, it's too late, and before signing the agreement, it also knew that I was deceiving it. Lang Mu looked up suddenly. A ball of light suddenly appeared in the air. The little tiger also looked up. Is this light ball angry? Lang Mu hesitated. The light ball gradually emitted red light. The little tiger jumped up and pounced on the light ball. The light ball flashed suddenly, and avoided the little tiger's pounce steadily. The little tiger snorted coldly, walked back to the windowsill with a proud step, and jumped onto the windowsill with all four limbs. Lang Mu caught the little tiger, looked at the light ball, and asked curiously, Is this the system? The little tiger said lazily, It is probably it. Don't worry about it, let it float out if it wants to. Lang Mu's expression was subtle. He always felt that this light ball came out just to watch the fun. Okay, we don't care about this light ball. Back to the topic just now, is there anything that I can't hear and see? Tell the truth, if you dare to lie, you know the consequences. Lang Mu's hand slid down from the furry belly. The little tiger's two hind legs spread out immediately clamped and twisted into a knot. Lang Mu couldn't help laughing. The little tiger was angry. You really don't care about your own happiness at all. Lang Mu pinched the round tiger ears, his eyes dangerous. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. The little tiger said quickly and honestly, I said I love you too much. No matter how you treat me, I am happy. Dear, let's talk about business. The little tiger did not hide anything, and explained the negotiation process and content between him and the system, making sure nothing was missed. After listening to it, Lang Mu knew why Shang Fifan wanted to knock him unconscious and not let him stay in the statue square. Sure enough, the little tiger glanced at the light ball floating in the air, and said with a particularly annoying expression and posture, AMU, you must always remember that I will not hide anything from you, and I will never go against your wishes. If there is something we cannot reach an agreement on, I will only negotiate with you slowly and seek common ground while reserving differences. I asked you to cooperate with me in the play before, but I just wanted to let the system and some gods know that I would take action against you if necessary, and I would not let you affect my decision. The little tiger cracked his lips, revealing his sharp fangs, as if he was mocking. They believed it. Obviously, they underestimated the trust between us and the feelings between us. The light ball did not emit red light this time, it emitted blue light. Lang Mu could guess how depressed the system was at this time. If the system has emotions, the little tiger is happy when he sees that the system is unhappy. This broken system just signed an agreement with him, and quibbled with him about the words, and had to bargain with him again, and also put on the rogue posture of a landlord who has no surplus food. He said equal exchange, but in fact, he just wanted to take advantage of him as a worker. Lang Mu, so you still gave up the evil god egg? The little tiger was helpless. There is no way, they are too rogue. If I don't sacrifice the evil god egg, I won't get the fragment of the godhead of the dark god, nor can I exchange it for the dark fire seed, and the method of fusing the fragments of the godhead. The light ball floated around, and seemed to have objections, but held back. Lang Mu ignored the light ball, but asked worriedly, Have you absorbed the godhead? No, I just replaced the godhead fragment of the cursed god in my right eye with the dark fire seed. I can only absorb the godhead fragment of the dark god after I digest this dark fire. I will need you to help me stabilize my consciousness at that time. Okay. Although Lang Mu was worried, he did not object to Shang Fifan's adventure. This world is not a peaceful world. It is more about the law of the jungle than the earth. If they are not strong enough, then no matter what their character is or what ambitions they have, it will be useless. Shang Fifan can indeed play it safe and do the tasks issued by the system bit by bit. But now Shang Fifan has come into contact with the evil god, and the system cannot come out to confront the evil god head-on. That means Shang Fifan will be in danger in the future, and he might die. Although the system has taken advantage of the master of Tianquan Valley to connect Shang Fifan with the system, ensuring that Shang Fifan can be reborn from the player birth pool once he dies. But no one can guarantee that if the evil god is really that easy to deal with, there will be no incomplete statues and systems that require players to complete tasks. Lang Mu knows very well that some dangers must be taken. To put it bluntly, it is better to take a chance than to wait for death. Lang Mu thought, if it were him, he would probably do the same. It's just that his mental strength and willpower are not as strong as Shang Fifan's, so he will not take the method of swallowing and absorbing the fragments of the Godhead to make himself stronger quickly. He has his own way to go. And Shang Fifan has now obviously found the direction of his own path and started to implement it. After the little tiger confessed honestly, he felt relaxed, spread his hind legs wide, and slumped in Lang Mu's arms like a big boss, asking Lang Mu to rub him here and there. Lang Mu also regarded this as a welfare. This little tiger was very bad and rarely came out. He would only become a little tiger when he was provoked or wanted to coax him, or when he wanted to make trouble. The little tiger's fur was not as rough as that of wild tiger cubs. It felt smooth and soft in the hand, like silk cotton, and thick. Not to mention that he also had a warm little belly, elastic pink pads, flexible thick tail, and a pair of cute round ears. Lang Mu really likes it. The little tiger hummed in his heart. He must be stupid to always turn into a cub. If AMU gets used to it, and turns love into father-son love, and one day he suddenly brings a strong man back and says that this is the little dad he found for him, he can't guarantee what he will do. Lang Mu lowered his head and kissed the little tiger's head, his eyes full of pampering. We can only deceive them this time. The little tiger waved his paw. It's okay, we will try other tricks next time if necessary. You don't have to worry about them getting angry. They are gods. How could they not know the little tricks played by us little mortals? Besides, the boss deceives the workers, and the workers deceive the boss. It's common for you and me. This guy even shamelessly declared, I really don't mind working for others. After all, even if you are an emperor, you are still working for others. As long as you have a good attitude, you can do any job. However, as the ability of workers improves, wages and bonuses will naturally rise. If the boss is unwilling to take the initiative, the workers below can only go on strike and change jobs to remind the boss that it's time to raise wages and change contracts. However, the initiative is still in the hands of the boss. If he really doesn't want to raise wages, I can't do anything. Lang Mu thought, that's because you have the ability to negotiate with the boss. Those who don't have the ability will either be further suppressed or get out. The light ball watched the little tiger strutting in Lang Mu's arms, and regretted why it had given this crappy player two forms, one of which was still a cub. Well, the light ball knew the reason. After many calculations, Lang Mu, who had not had a smooth life in both lives, would naturally reject adult orcs, and was only willing to open his heart to little cubs. It's a pity that this lousy player doesn't know its good intentions at all. Not only is he not grateful for it spending a lot of energy and resources to create two such good forms for him, but he always wants to jump on its head and act wild. Why are humans always so greedy? It has obviously given enough, but this lousy player still wants more. Of course, it's not just Shang Fifan who is like this. The players it found before are also similar. They always ask for more and expect higher. I just hope that Shang Fifan can at least give back the missing power of the god of nature before being swallowed by greed. The little tiger tilted his head to look at the light ball, guessing the reason why the system deliberately showed up. I think it shouldn't be because he was angry about his and Lang Mu's performance together. AMU, the little tiger opened his mouth and bit Lang Mu's finger, and said softly, the evil god Ermukaleso told me something very interesting. This is an ancient secret that is not mentioned in any inscription in the square, including the books in the library. Lang Mu saw that the light ball did not respond, so he asked, what secret? Is it a secret other than the gods of the Orc continent are not ancient gods? The little tiger nodded and said in front of the light ball, the evil god said that there have been more than one god war on Tien Hastar. It is not a god war within a single continent, but a god war among all the gods of the entire Tien Hastar. Lang Mu understood for a few seconds. You mean the gods of Tien Hastar were not originally limited to a certain continent? Little tiger, yes. He said that there were many intelligent races on this planet, and these intelligent races had their own masters. After breaking through a certain realm, these masters can become gods. Afterwards, the gods of these races led their own races to fight for more resources and further possibilities, and many races disappeared. The appearance of the god's cage is related to the frequent wars between gods. The god's cage comes from the gods of a higher level, which seems to be the real ancient god of Tien Hastar, or the world consciousness of Tien Hastar. The appearance of the god's cage is to protect this planet, the creatures and resources on this planet. But while protecting Tien Hastar, the god's cage also blocked this planet, so that the creatures inside could not leave this planet even if they reached the level of gods. So, The original protective cover became a cage. After a period of repair and recuperation, the gods of Tianhe tried every means to destroy the god's cage. In short, before the god's cage appeared, this planet already had a very brilliant and developed civilization, known as the God Blood Civilization. And the orcs and magicians we know are all new civilizations that came later. Unfortunately, the evil god only told me so much. He said that if I want to know more, I should go to him or contact his power. I will tell you that hidden history. The man and the tiger looked up at the light ball together. The two seemed to hear a sound in their ears, but it was not. It was an ultra-low sound wave that exceeded the normal range, which was directly sent into their ears and automatically transformed into meanings that they could understand in their brains. Burmacrosso used this method to deceive many orcs, including the insect mother. He will make you feel that he is not evil. He will take the initiative to teach you knowledge, tell you the history of the ancient blood civilization that others don't know, teach you special skills that others don't know, and even help you prolong your life and youth. Little by little, he gains your trust, thereby invading your soul and making you his slave and capable. Quantity. At first, we didn't know this was Ermicaleso's conspiracy, and we thought he was a low-handed person. But soon, we found that a large part of the orcs actually began to believe in him and refused our summons. He almost became the god of beasts. The tiger's paw touched Lang Mu's hand. Lang Mu understood. Shang Fifan had guessed why the system ran out on purpose. Because of the evil god. Also to facilitate communication with them. Although invisible existences can also be communicated, it always feels like there is a layer between them. But if there is a concrete thing, it will be different. Shang Fifan felt that the system seemed to have evolved a little bit. Maybe it should be said that it is more humane? Chapter 213. Wait a minute. This is a bit confusing. The little tiger stopped and asked, "Can you start from the beginning, from when the evil god had not yet come to our Tianhe star, and the god's cage had not yet appeared?" The light ball paused for a moment. Yes. The period before the god's cage appeared was indeed called the God Blood Civilization. At that time, Tianhe star was a whole, and all the continents were connected, and you could reach it by crossing the ocean. The size of Tianhe star, the rich resources, and the different climate and landforms have allowed this planet to breed a lot of life and a variety of intelligent races. No matter what kind of intelligent race on Tianhe star, they all have one common characteristic, that is, they all have two body forms. The oldest are the plant people, stone people, sea people, insect people, and later there are the orcs and winged people. And among these large races, there are countless different small races according to different characteristics and habits. At first, these intelligent races just lived on this planet in a daze, but as some gifted people appeared, they summarized their life experiences, summarized the cultivation rules of innate supernatural powers and spiritual power, and gradually led the various races from the primitive state of ignorance to the intelligent society. As time passed, a few people cultivated to the level beyond mortals and entered a very special state, which made them almost omnipotent on this planet. They called this state becoming a god. At the beginning, there were not many people who became gods, but there were also many. When they found that it was easier to become a god as long as they took on a certain responsibility in this world, they began to divide and snatch these responsibilities, and then they also called this responsibility the authority of God. After that, these gods found that the greater the authority they held, the greater their power, and the first war of gods occurred, in order to seize each other's divinity and authority. The gods who won in the end were named after their authority, such as the sun god, the moon god, the god of harvest, the god of earth, the god of ice and snow, the god of 4 seasons, the god of law, the god of commerce, the god of war, the god of death, etc. The gods at that time were very close to all intelligent life, and would directly give their favored races shelter, and even help the favored races to attack their enemies. Similarly, the favored races of these gods would fight for their gods and other races, and even fight against other gods. The war of gods would not only cause the gods to fall, but also cause great damage to the natural environment and creatures of Tianhe star. After the first war of gods, the intelligent races of the entire Shinshua civilization were severely damaged, and many intelligent races were even exterminated, and some continents were even broken and sunk. The entire Tianhe star was peaceful for a long time. However, after the gods recovered, they also took the initiative to help the favored races recover. But soon the second war of gods came. Because the gods found that they were not immortal, they would disappear. And before disappearing, they would gradually become indifferent and uninterested in everything. They would only be forced to do the duties required by the authority of the gods, day after day, night after night. Their desires were constantly decreasing. They changed from people to gods, and from gods to simple rules. When the rules can run on their own, the gods in charge of the authority will naturally disappear in the world, and the power of this god will return to Tianhastar. The gods were terrified when they found out about this situation. They were all gods transformed from humans, and they wanted to become gods because they wanted to get more. If the final outcome could only be the rules of heaven and earth without desire, then what was the point of them becoming gods? The gods wanted to leave Tianhastar and go to a higher level. They believed that there must be a higher level above the gods, as long as they could break through the energy limit of Tianhastar. And to break through the energy limit of Tianhastar, of course, they needed to absorb a lot of energy. Where did this energy come from? So the second war of gods began, and this war of gods was even more cruel. Even if some gods did not want to go to war, and did not care whether it would become the rules of heaven and earth, as long as some gods did not want to, this war that swept all the gods was inevitable. Those gods, who did not want to disappear, believed that as long as they devoured most of the gods on Tianhastar and concentrated the power of these gods on themselves, they could break through the energy limit of Tianhastar and go to a higher world. The second war of gods was larger in scale and crazier than the first war of gods. The power of gods was constantly gathered and changed, and the weaker gods were almost completely devoured. Among them, the gods of nature, darkness, war, commerce, curse, knowledge, contract, sea, and destiny were the strongest. But as the fight went on, the cage of gods appeared. It was very sudden, and the gods were completely unaware that the cage of gods appeared and enveloped them, and even separated all the continents of Tianhastar, and the energy no longer flowed between them. However, the 9 gods soon realized that this was a punishment from the planet Tianhastar to them, and it was also a protection for the planet and the creatures living on it, because the second war of gods almost killed 4/5 of the life on Tianhastar. This also almost wiped out the god blood civilization. Although the gods did not fight on Tianhastar on purpose, but tried to fight in the god space they opened up, the authority of these gods is closely related to the life and environment on Tianhastar. How could the battle between them not affect Tianhastar itself? If the god cage only separated the continents, it would be fine, but the gods found that they could not draw energy from other continents and oceans to replenish themselves. They were trapped on the continent where the battle was at that time. This change caused their power to plummet. It was as if they originally ruled a country, but now they could only rule a small village. Their power could not extend from the small village, so naturally they could not get more resources from the outside world. The gods also found that Tianhastar did not seem to want to let them leave. It allowed them to become the gods of this planet, just like cultivating an intelligent system. When they can perform their authority and responsibilities well, and make the rules run by themselves, the gods cultivated by Tianhastar will become the nourishment of Tianhastar again. The gods were terrified and in pain for their discovery. They were unwilling to be kept in captivity, and even more unwilling to become the nourishment of this planet again one day. They wanted to break free from this cage. And in the long process of the gods looking for a way out, Tianhastar once again gave birth to a new civilization. This time, of course, it is no longer the entire planetary civilization based on the planet, but the civilizations of different intelligent races based on the continent. Some gods will develop new believers and favored ones when they are free, and some gods will completely stay away from these intelligent races. Some of these races gradually developed their own new civilizations based on the remnants of the divine blood civilization. Some relied on the knowledge bestowed by the gods to develop themselves, and many started from scratch. Several intelligent races on the Orc continent received help from the gods. Some of them awakened their blood talents, and some obtained knowledge called witchcraft. Originally, the gods of the Orc continent wanted to strengthen themselves by gaining faith, but they soon found that this was not very effective, and would give birth to new gods on this continent. Once a new god is born, it will naturally take away certain authority from these ancient gods, which is equivalent to diluting the power of the ancient gods. This is still an automatic program, regardless of whether the ancient gods are willing or not. So the gods stayed away from the intelligent life on the Orc continent, letting them develop slowly on their own, and deliberately told the intelligent life here not to believe in and rely on the gods, telling them that as long as they have a reverent heart, there is no need for sacrifice and donation, let alone to establish new gods casually. This is also the original divine precept left by the Holy Mountain Priest Palace, and it is also the greatest proof that the gods once existed. Because of the operation of these gods on the Orc continent finally left only the legends about the ancient gods. Shang Fifan saw that the light ball did not continue to speak, and waved his little paw. Then what? Don't say half of the words. How did the evil god appear? Why did the gods of the Orc continent fall to this point? And why did you find foreign mercenaries to help you? Please don't beautify it. The truth is easier to move people's hearts. Light ball. I'm not considering beautification. My rules prevent some things from being said directly. I am calculating what can be said, and what cannot be said. The little tiger turned around and said to Lang Mu, "This game system is probably a new species born from the mating of the incomplete main brain of the orc civilization in the prosperous era, and the fragments of the god of nature." The light ball emitted a light red light. Lang Mu patted the little tiger's head. "Okay, some things are better to know by yourself. Don't say it out loud to make people hate you." Light ball, Ermacrosso did not lie about some things. The gods on Tianhastar really wanted to escape, so they tried every means to destroy the god's cage, and they wanted to find a way to leave Tianhastar and go to other higher worlds. Although there is a god's cage on Tianhastar that separates the continents, the god space created by the gods themselves is still connected, and the gods can still meet. Simply put, the physical world they control is divided, but the spiritual world is still interconnected. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan nodded together to show that they understood. Light ball. Although the gods all want to leave Tianhastar, they are not friendly to each other, and they will even frame and hinder each other. When several gods work together to finally open a crack in the god's cage, the god of darkness used that crack to summon the foreign evil god Ermacrosso. All the gods didn't know what method the dark god used, and how he knew that this method could summon foreign evil gods. According to the god's subsequent analysis, it is speculated that the dark god did this not because he wanted this foreign god to invade Tianhastar, but to lure him to death. The dark god thought that it was not enough to just devour the local gods. If he wanted to leave Tianhastar, he would need more and more powerful energy, such as devouring more foreign gods. At the same time, he might be able to get news from a higher world. Of course, in order to prevent other gods from noticing, the dark god did not show up directly, but took advantage of the hatred of the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother believed in the dark god, and it was the dark god who helped her discover the new continent. It was very easy for the dark god to influence her and give her some divine revelations. The Worm Mother called the evil god Ermacrosso according to the method taught by the dark god. The little tiger raised his hand. Pause. One question. Did the dark god know who the foreign god he summoned was before he summoned? The light ball? This is unknown. Before the gods had time to interrogate the dark god, he was swallowed by Ermacrosso. However, according to the god's speculation, the dark god should not know who the foreign god he summoned was. Otherwise, he would not have ended up being swallowed instead of being swallowed, because he did not know the strength of the other party. The little tiger pulled his lips. This ending is indeed miserable enough. But Lang Mu, and he did not mean to criticize. Although the dark god seemed to have done something stupid, from the dark god's point of view, he just put out the bait to hunt. But he did not expect that the prey that came by smelling the scent was so powerful that it ate him, the hunter. And the gods destroyed the cage of the gods, just because they didn't want to be prisoners. If it were him, he would not be happy to continue working for others after becoming a god, and finally be forced to be programmed and bred. But from the perspective of Time Hexing, it raised the chickens and ducks at home, and specially trained a few guard dogs to look after the chickens and ducks at home. At the same time, in order to prevent these guard dogs from stealing the chickens and ducks at home and destroying the home, it is natural to limit these guard dogs. Once they reach a certain peak, they will be retired, and when they are old and demented, they will be euthanized, and the corpses of the guard dogs will be used to fertilize the fields at home. No matter how you look at it, it is a particularly environmentally friendly circular breeding system. Summary: no one is wrong, it's just a matter of stance. Another question: did the crack appear over the Orc continent? Yes. This is a disaster for the Orc continent. But it could also be that the Dark God deliberately guided it. He wanted to use the Worm Mother to summon foreign gods, so he naturally had to find a reason to convince the Worm Mother, such as letting foreign gods devour the creatures of the Orc continent. Then it's not a surprise that the crack opened over the Orc continent. I see. The little tiger signaled the light ball to continue. The red light of the light ball converged, and it seemed to gradually calm down while telling history. In short, because the god's cage had cracks and could no longer protect Tianhastar, and there was an insider who deliberately summoned foreign evil gods, which eventually led to the foreign evil gods invading Tianhastar. The Dark God was the first to discover the foreign evil god. He went to find the foreign evil god alone without telling other gods. He originally wanted to eat alone, but in the end, he was eaten by the other party, and even his self-awareness was not left. Before the Dark God died, he split his godhead, originally wanting to leave a chance to recondense his godhead, but Ermacrosso was so powerful that he could follow the Dark God's energy to find the fragments of his godhead. It was because Ermacrosso recklessly searched for the fragments of the Dark God's godhead that he was noticed by other gods and started a war with him. The gods finally snatched a fragment of the Dark God's godhead, but unfortunately the consciousness of the Dark God attached to it had been swallowed by Ermacrosso. This fragment of the godhead is the one traded to you. Little Tiger heard the system mention many times that there was no consciousness of the Dark God's godhead fragment, but he still didn't plan to absorb it immediately. Who knows what the fragment of the godhead is like? He would never easily absorb the fragment of the godhead unless he was fully prepared or had no choice. At this time, the system also said with a hint of meaning, swallowing the fragment of the godhead does not mean that you can become a god, it is more likely to be swallowed by the fragment of the godhead. Little Tiger, yeah. Thanks for reminding me, don't stop telling stories. Lang Mu pulled the tiger's whiskers. The little tiger grimaced in pain. Lang Mu rubbed him perfunctorily. The little tiger bit his finger in anger. Light Ball, you already know the history after that. The foreign evil god regarded the gods of my Tianhe star and the entire planet as food. The gods of my star also wanted to share this foreign evil god and protect Tianhe star. In the end, the gods of our star fought against the foreign evil god Ermacrosso. But the opponent was strong and devoured the god of darkness as soon as he arrived. Unfortunately, the strength of the gods declined greatly. In the end, the gods of this planet paid a huge price to seriously injure and seal the evil god Ermacrosso. Did many gods fall? Lang Mu couldn't help asking. Yes. Most of the gods, who didn't fall, were also seriously injured and had to fall into a deep sleep. Are these gods trapped in the Orc continent? No. They are the gods of the entire Tianhe star. I just said that although their power is limited to each continent, their spiritual world is interconnected. When the foreign evil god appeared over the Orc continent, these gods also came to help, but they all came with spiritual power. I understand. The gods of Tianhe star have two kinds of energy. One is the energy that makes up the body, and the other is spiritual energy. You can understand it this way. The little tiger raised his paw again. Was this battle between the local gods and the foreign evil gods only one fight, or was it a fight and a break? 2. The first fight was to snatch the fragments of the godhood of the god of darkness. The second fight was the seal battle. The second fight lasted for a long time and affected the entire Orc continent at the same time. So the foreign evil gods began to seduce the local creatures after being sealed? No. After losing the fragments of the godhood of the god of darkness, Ermacrosso may have felt that the local gods were not too easy to mess with, and also hid for a while in order to digest and absorb the power of the god of darkness. During this time, he tried to pretend to be the god of beasts to gain the faith of the orcs. Does Ermacrosso need the power of faith? No, the gods speculated that he should just want to use this method to divide the power of the gods. He probably thought that the gods of Tianhe star became gods by the power of faith. If he was pretending to be the god of beasts. So at first, Ermacrosso was not actually evil. That was just his disguise. Later, when he was sealed, his true face was completely exposed. Is it possible that Old Air absorbed the power of the god of darkness and turned evil, or mistakenly believed that the way of worshipping the god of darkness was the way of belief in this world? The little tiger muttered. The light ball emitted red light again and said firmly, No. Ermacrosso is evil in nature. The little tiger raised his paw. I'm just guessing. Don't get excited. But we can't deny that there is such a possibility, right? Are you trying to whitewash the villain? The light ball was silent, but Lang Mu and the little tiger could hear the eerie meaning. The little tiger rolled his eyes. To ordinary creatures, you are all villains. Don't get angry. Let's move on to the next part. Why do you want to find foreign mercenaries? Why do you find me? You are local gods, and the most correct way to open it is to find local natives to help you, right? When the light ball heard this question, it emitted a blue light, and the blue light became deeper and deeper. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan, it seems that you are very depressed. Don't worry, you can slowly brew it. In addition, if there are painful things, don't hold it in, you must say it out. The more you share, the more relaxed you will be. Most of the time, painful past events are like garbage. Just pour it out. Hiding it in your heart will only make the garbage ferment into more terrible toxins, and there is no benefit except hurting yourself. The little tiger said very considerately. The light ball, Chapter 214. Even the god of destiny cannot control destiny. He can only observe and influence it. And depending on the ability of the god of destiny, the length of time that the destiny line can be observed will be different. The longer you look, the more difficult and vague it will be. Because destiny is not immutable, it is like a huge river flowing far away. When it flows, countless branches will appear, and sometimes it will turn underground, making it impossible for you to observe clearly. You follow the main stream and think you can see the end, but it is very likely that you will see that the main stream is completely cut off, dried up, and disappeared. On the contrary, other tributaries continue to flow. There are countless tributaries, and you don't know which one will eventually flow to the sea, and then repeat. Sometimes, in order to make a tributary flow all the way to the sea, you will help it dig mountains and dig holes to open up rivers and dig mud and sand, and try to prevent it from cutting off. But countless things may happen along the way, making your influence worse. When the evil god descended and Tianhastar was in danger, the god of destiny tried to spy on the long river of destiny and find a way to survive from it. This is not the first time that the god of fate has tried to influence fate. When the gods realized that their future would inevitably become a part of the great cycle of this world, they tried to change their fate. But the result was 2 wars between gods. If there were no wars between gods, at least the gods could have existed for a long time. But because of the wars between gods, many gods died early. Now, they have attracted foreign evil gods, making themselves and the entire Tianhastar the prey of other gods. But the more this happened, the more the gods wanted to struggle. No one wanted to lie down and die, nor did they want Tianhastar to disappear. If Tianhastar still exists, as long as the gods can leave a fragment of the godhead, there will be a chance to revive again. The god of destiny spied on the arrival of the evil god, which would make the entire Tianhastar a source of energy to strengthen the other party. So the gods began to work hard to change this fate line. The light ball had almost no emotions. It was really like a system at this time, just reading out this unknown history. There will be several important time nodes on a fate line. At these time nodes, one or several important people will appear. Their choices and practices will affect many people, thus affecting the development of a small section of the fate line later. After the gods sealed the evil god Mukila so, they began to try to find those important time points and important people. The first attempt was to find the damaged supreme crystal mastermind of the Orc civilization of the prosperous era, combine it with the fragment of the godhead, and create a system. Then send the system to assist certain important people, cultivate and influence them, and strive to get them to help blow up the mountains that block the river and clean up the silt that blocks the river. That was after the Great War era and entered the War Destruction era. However, the system neglected human hearts and human nature, and there was no absolute divine power to suppress and deter. In the end, the first rescue plan failed, but accelerated the destruction of the Orc continent. The Orc continent, which was originally planned to quickly enter the recovery period after the Great War, was dragged into the War Destruction period for more than 300 years, and the developed civilization left over from the prosperous period was further destroyed. The civilization of the entire Orc continent regressed rapidly, almost making the intelligent races here regress to the primitive state. What's worse is that because of the willful behavior of a certain tasker, the entire Orc continent fell into the pain of the poison mist period for 200 years. Time cannot be reversed, and the remaining consciousness of the gods cannot undo what has already happened. But they cannot watch the Orc continent, and even the entire Tianhastar gradually go to the end, so they once again peek into the long river of fate, looking for the second important time node and important person. The little tiger roared, "Wait, your later paragraphs are too brief. What did you do? Taskers? So you pretended to be the system and found local natives, wanting to train them? Want them to fight against evil spirits and eliminate disasters? But they all failed? How many taskers did you find? How did you train them?" The little tiger was very curious, his eyes sparkling. He was not gossiping, he really just wanted to know more about history. If Tianhastar was not considered his second home, Lang Mu also found it very interesting. It turns out that there have been taskers in the Orc continent, and there is more than one. These people can also be said to be the children of destiny in a sense, right? The light ball was probably confirming what can be said, and what cannot be said while speaking, and each answer would be a little later. 3 people. Different periods. The first one is a wormman. He is very powerful. He was hatched from the king wormman egg left by the worm mother. He was trained by completing tasks and getting rewards. The light ball didn't say that because he was the first tasker, the task reward it gave was the most generous, and he was the most caring. At that time, there was no need for contribution points, and all the equipment, skills, and treasures that could improve his cultivation were given directly after completing a task. Sometimes, in order to make the task go smoothly, it would agree to let the tasker pay on credit and give him the reward in advance. Why did he fail? The little tiger was afraid that the light ball would not answer, so he added, "Learning from history and summarizing the failures of previous colleagues can also avoid repeating the same mistakes." Light ball. He believes that in order to defeat the evil god, he must obtain greater power, such as devouring the insect mother. One day, he was lucky and unfortunate to obtain a fragment of the heart of the insect mother. He did not listen to my advice, and chose to devour this heart fragment like you, but maybe because he was originally a worm man, he was invaded by the consciousness of the insect mother, and completely lost himself. In order to prevent him from turning to the insect mother, and increasing her power, I forced him to self-destruct. Little tiger, fortunately, I signed a new contract with you, otherwise what if I lose my self-consciousness, and you force me to self-destruct? According to the new contract, I cannot control your body and consciousness, but you who have lost yourself will become an enemy I must destroy. Can't you trust me a little more? Listen, unless my AMU also gives up on me, don't treat me as an enemy and beat me up. I believe that even if someone takes over my body, it's only temporary. I will take back everything that belongs to me and kill the enemy. The little tiger is prepared for a rainy day. The light ball looked at Lang Mu and said nothing. Shang Fifan took it as a tacit agreement and suddenly asked, "Where is the fragment of the mother insect heart? Such a dangerous thing, you definitely can't just ignore it. Did you put it away?" The light ball didn't need to see the little tiger's greedy eyes to know what Shang Fifan wanted to do. It will be put in the game mall, and it may also be put in the task reward. The little tiger was refreshed and sat up. Very good. On to the point. What about the next two taskers? The second tasker is a female orc. She is extremely lucky. I will train her as the new orc leader. She has enough ambition and ability to match her ambition. All I have to do is to improve her ability and guide her. In fact, she did a very good job. At that time, she almost conquered half of the territory of the orc continent and forced the evil god believers to have nowhere to go. At that time, the orcs also hoped that she could unify the orc continent and bring new life to the orcs. But there were also orcs who were unwilling to obey her and wanted to seize her power and the territory she conquered. She had 5 important assistants around her at that time, at least 2 of whom had evil intentions, but they concealed it so well that even I didn't see it. In the end, this tasker fell in love with one of the 5 assistants, and was even willing to give up the position of leader for him. I suggested that she should not give in, but she said that she was pregnant and was not suitable for fighting and killing for the time being, and giving up the position of leader was also temporary. The little tiger curled up in Lang Mu's arms. Is this career ambition turning into love brain? Then, the little tiger said complacently, "Fortunately, I was love brain from the beginning." Lang Mu knocked on his forehead. The little tiger didn't think he was wrong at all. He entered the game, and found Lang Mu just to fall in love. This broken system is also using AMU as a carrot to dangle in front of him. Tell me, was this lucky female orc deceived by a scumbag and cheated of her heart, body, money, and all her family property? In the end, she was killed by the scumbag? Light ball. The 5 assistants around this task are all like her. They don't necessarily want to be her partner. Some are friends and brothers. I can't tell how many of them are sincere, but they just made a fuss because they were dissatisfied with the tasker giving birth to one of them and giving him the position of leader. Someone wants to kill the child's father, and the child's father also wants to kill the person who wants to kill him. In the end, these 5 people led their forces to fight each other. The tasker was attacked by someone when she was giving birth, and was seriously injured, and the child was taken away. After that, the tasker wanted to find the child back. After the injury healed, as long as she suspected who was the one who took her child away, she would lead people to attack the other party. In this way, the tasker was soon attacked from all sides, and 2 of her 5 assistants died in the fight. One of the remaining 3 expressed great disappointment with the tasker and took his own people out to work alone. In the end, the remaining 2 people, one is the child's father, and the other is the person she trusts most. The child's father supported the tasker in looking for his child everywhere, and thus took the position of leader, and took over the jurisdiction of the tasker. When the child's father took power, he took advantage of the tasker going out to look for the child again, and conspired to assassinate the tasker's most trusted assistant. I discovered it through the Sky Eye system, and notified the tasker to come back to save people. But the tasker didn't catch up, and only saw the body of the confidant. It was not until then that she realized that the person she loved the most was this confidant. In the end, the tasker fought with the child's father. Just when the child's father was about to be defeated, the child's grandfather appeared with a small cub and said in front of the tasker that this was her child. If she refused to let go, he would throw her child to death. The tasker determined that the cub was her child through blood induction. She didn't listen to my advice and surrendered. Little tiger, it's over. Little Tiger talked to Lang Mu. Every time I watch movies and TV series, I hate this kind of plot the most. This kind of behavior of surrendering because of threats is simply self-touching. It is useless to improve the actual situation. At most, it can only delay time. This requires ensuring backup. Lang Mu felt that he would be the type of person who surrendered 99% of the time. If it were you, what would you do? Little Tiger said without thinking, the best way is to capture a hostage first and exchange them. Then just escape first. The other party generally dare not really kill the hostage in their hands, because they threaten you with hostages, which means that they are afraid of you and there is nothing to threaten you except hostages. At this time, you have to be more ruthless and not let people see that you are afraid of the hostages being harmed. In short, you must never let yourself become a captive of the other party, otherwise you will suffer together with the hostages. Lang Mu sighed. Some things are easy to say, but too difficult to do. People who care about hostages would rather suffer than want the hostages to be harmed, and people who don't care about hostages will naturally not be threatened. In this case, those who choose strategic retreat will naturally worry that the hostages will misunderstand them. Little Tiger nodded. He didn't force others to do it, but, if I am captured one day, and someone uses me to threaten you to surrender, you can fight if you can, but if you can't fight, run away first. Don't do the stupid thing of surrendering. First of all, I have the ability to escape by myself. Secondly, you can think of a way to save me after you calm down, such as capturing an important person from the other side and exchanging me with the enemy. Otherwise, even if I can escape, you will become a burden to me if you are captured obediently. Lang Mu pinched Little Tiger, not angry. The Little Tiger stood up, hugged his face with his two front paws, and said seriously, if someone threatens me with you one day, I will not surrender obediently. You have to believe me, I will definitely save you. If the other party can really kill you on the spot, you will not really die. You and I have the same fate. As long as your soul is still there, I can save you. Lang Mu, yes. Press the Little Tiger down again, and knead it like dough. Do you think I'm a child? I can't think of this. The Little Tiger screamed when it was kneaded. The light ball obviously stood on Shang Fifen's side. If the tasker had your calmness and rationality, it would be great. Because of the betrayal of her lover and the death of her confidant, she was stimulated to fall into a semi-crazy state. When she saw her child, she wanted to save her child. What happened to her and her child in the end? Lang Mu asked softly. The light ball. They are all dead. When she surrendered, she was careful to make sure she was not completely powerless to resist, but the other party controlled her child, and even abused the child to force her to chop off her hands and feet. I reminded her again and again to let her escape first, but she refused. She hated the betrayer so much that she finally chose to die with the betrayer and take their child with her. I agreed. I can control the body of the tasker, but I can't control their heart. The second tasker had lost his ambition to rebuild the country when he was deserted by his friends and relatives. When the true love was killed by the person he regarded as his partner, he was even more determined to die. In the end, she found that the child she had been looking for was actually in the hands of the child's grandfather. The other party also abused this grandson to weaken her strength. The last bit of love in her heart disappeared, leaving only hatred and revenge. That explosion was really brilliant. Everyone in that area was killed, whether they were good or bad. The Orc continent finally showed signs of unity and recovery, but after this explosion and the death of the second tasker, it entered a more chaotic period. Lang Mu and Little Tiger looked at the light ball emitting deep blue light, and they couldn't make fun of this unlucky system. And a tasker, who only had hatred and revenge in his heart and fell into a half-madness, was obviously not the one the system wanted to continue to cultivate. That's why there was such an explosion. The light ball took the initiative to mention the third tasker without the two asking. The third tasker is special. He is a vine man among the plant people. The plant people are extremely rare in the Orc continent. He was born in the middle and late stages of the war destruction era. He is a very powerful pharmacist and extremely smart. But his problem is that he is too smart and unruly. He only sees me as a tool and wants to get away from me. Speaking of this, the light ball also glanced at Little Tiger. Little Tiger said that the more capable people are, the more they dislike being controlled. If the tasker wants to leave you, then there must be something wrong with your training method. Light ball. That Rattan man is a very daring person. He is indifferent to emotions and is devoted to researching potions. Little Tiger, did he go to extremes and choose a scientist who is only devoted to scientific research after suffering the second term? He thinks that unifying the Orc continent is too difficult and a waste of time, and he doesn't want to waste time lobbying all tribes to join hands to fight against the evil god believers and evil gods. So, he came up with a good idea to recycle waste, that is, to use dead bodies as soldiers to fight against the enemy. This person is definitely an unparalleled powerful person in his professional ability. He didn't even need my assistance. He researched the undead potion by himself. The voice of the light ball became particularly indifferent. He used the insect poison that was everywhere in the Orc continent to develop a new type of toxin, but he didn't tell me the harm of this potion. He directly produced this potion on a large scale and released it. Soon, poisonous fog appeared, and the dead bodies turned into undead corpses, and they would pounce on living things. What's worse is that if you stay in the poisonous fog for too long, the living will slowly turn into undead corpses, and the entire Orc continent will fall into the poisonous fog era that lasted for 201 years. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan. Damn! The poisonous fog era is actually man-made. Shang Fifan wanted to ask, is this person dead? How did he die? Chapter 215. Dead. He said that he had made a mistake in his research. He did not want to create poisonous fog. He wanted to hide this drug in the human body, and when a living person died, he would turn into an undead corpse, rather than turning a living person into an undead corpse. He was a very smart and arrogant person. He could not accept that there was a problem with his research results. He wanted to reverse the negative impact of the poisonous fog on organisms and concentrate on researching new drugs. But he didn't know. He was also poisoned by the drug. His idea at the time was that as long as the organism died, it would turn into an undead corpse, and he would be the manipulator. In order to make the undead corpse obey orders, he referred to the effect of the insect tribe's pheromone. In order to make the effect effective, he certainly needed to take the drug as the manipulator. He was a peerless genius, but he was obviously not a particularly rigorous scientific researcher. He directly tested the drug on himself, without conducting a large number of long-term experiments. When he took the drug, he thought that there was no way his drug would have a problem. When the potion he took combined with the toxin in the poisonous fog to form a new toxin, forcing him to transform into an undead corpse, he began to research the antidote. When the antidote research failed, he began to research the potion that could keep the mind after death. Perhaps with the talent and intelligence of this Vine Man, as long as there is enough time and opportunity, he can really research these two potions, but he has been poisoned and has too little time, especially when he turned to attack another potion after one potion failed. Little Tiger, he panicked. Light Ball, yes. In the end, whether it was the antidote for the undead corpse or the potion that could keep the mind after death, he did not succeed in researching. After his death, I found that he did have the function of gathering undead corpses, so I kept him for a while, manipulated his body to gather undead corpses, and then destroyed him. I didn't burn his body until the natural purification of the Orc continent was completed, and the toxins of the undead corpse potion were completely precipitated or naturally dissolved. The little tiger curled up, as if he was simply curious. You found these three people, did you see their fate line, and saw that they might save the world? The light ball, yes. But it's just a possibility. The fate line can produce countless branches and changes at any time. What the god of destiny sees is only a possibility, and it's not the main line. Just like a tributary stream either disappears or re-enters the mainstream, it is not impossible to make the tributary become the mainstream, but it is very, very difficult. The little tiger, I understand. You are just working for the possibility. All salvation routes are possible branches, and the mainstream of this world is to be destroyed by the evil god. The light ball was silent. Lang Mu couldn't help asking, if the gods still have consciousness, some power, and you are here, why don't you come by yourself? The light ball was well prepared for this question and answered immediately, because the future that the gods have glimpsed will fail as long as the gods intervene actively. Not everyone can become a savior, and not everyone with ability and ambition will succeed. Lang Mu, you can't do it too? The light ball, I am just a broken main brain system. Only after the integration of the fragments of the godhead can I have the ability to think and make decisions by myself. The gods have also considered using my computing ability and the wisdom and power of the gods to find a body that is not easily damaged and let me be the tasker. But the gods spied on the long river of fate and found that if the system was allowed to be the tasker, the gods and Tianhe Star would be destroyed faster. Lang Mu hugged the curled-up little tiger and thought. The light ball added, I have no creativity. For example, I can't create a new potion like the third tasker. Although he failed, he did what I couldn't do. I don't have emotions or feelings either, at least before I realized that I was me, I had no emotions. A cold program that only follows established instructions, How many people do you think will trust it, support it, like it, and follow it? Do you have emotions now? The little tiger asked. The light ball hesitated for a few seconds. Generally, part of the consciousness of the gods will remain in the fragments of the Godhead. Before, the consciousness of the God of nature was concentrated on the fragment of his main Godhead. But as the power of the God of nature recovered, the consciousness of all the fragments of the Godhead was also awakening little by little. Just when Shang Fifan asked me to sign a new cooperation contract, I felt that I woke up. But you are not the God of nature? No, I am me, the current game system. Will the God of nature not recycle the fragments of your Godhead? The original plan was that if the salvation plan succeeded, the God of nature would recycle all the fragments of Godhead. The little tiger's heart moved, and his little claws gently scratched the back of Lang Mu's hand, and said to the light ball, "You are willing to do it, but you are not willing now, right? Because after the fragment of Godhead merged with the main brain, it gradually formed a complete personality consciousness, a brand new you. If the God of nature recycles the fragment of Godhead, it is equivalent to killing you." The light ball did not respond with silence, but said, "Maybe the gods also saw this when they were spying on the long river of fate, so I can't become a tasker. In addition, I didn't understand why they didn't destroy me when they knew I might betray them. But now I know that I will become your arm after awakening my self-awareness, and I am an indispensable part of your salvation. So even if it is dangerous to keep me, the gods still keep me for a beautiful possibility." Surprise flashed in Lang Mu's eyes, and he felt that the light ball seemed to be leaning towards them. The little tiger stepped on Lang Mu's arm with his two front legs, stretched out a long lazy waist, as if he didn't hear anything. "Okay, let's cooperate well in the future. Let's put aside whether to save the world or not. Our main purpose is to do as much as we can, and never embarrass each other. But I have another question." The little tiger gathered into a ball again, and asked suddenly, "Are you planning to train the tasker into a new god?" Lang Mu's arm muscles tightened slightly. The light ball was silent for a moment and answered, "Yes. Only gods can fight against gods. The gods asked me to assist those taskers. According to the training plan, their personal strength will be gradually improved. When their strength reaches the level of a god of law, I will guide them to absorb the fragments of the godhood, so as to quickly help them become gods." The little tiger narrowed his eyes. The fragments of the godhood with the residual consciousness of the gods? This is the fastest way to become a god. Fuck. Isn't this taking over the body? If the tasker's mental strength is strong and tenacious enough, he can naturally retain his complete consciousness. You can think of this as the last test for the tasker. If the tasker cannot even resist the divine consciousness in the fragments of the divine body, how can he face the more powerful evil gods? Is it more dangerous to absorb the fragments of the divine body with lower strength? Of course. If the strength is too low, it is impossible to contain the energy in the fragments of the divine body. Then do you think I can do it? You are special. And this is what you asked for. In addition, the God of Curse has given you a safer way to absorb the fragments of the divine body. The key is not to absorb them all at once, but to absorb them bit by bit. Lang Mu raised his hand. You mentioned the God of Law just now. Does this God of Law refer to the God of Law above the level of magician and saint? The God of Law is the unified name for the highest level of strength in Tien Hastar before the appearance of the God Cage. Usually, reaching the level of God of Law has touched the barrier of becoming a god. The strength of some God of Law is even not inferior to some gods with low strength. Shang Fifan thought of the titles of the equipment he bought in the mall and asked, did these gods of law also participate in the two great wars between gods? Of course. What realm am I in the past? How far am I from becoming a god of law? Each intelligent race has its own strength level title. Later, a strong man unified the realm of the entire continent and divided it into 9 levels. According to your main talent skill level, you are now level 5. Level 9 is the realm of a god of law. Breaking through level 9 means the possibility of becoming a god. But many gods of law died in the process of breaking through. Thunder Tribulation? There is no Thunder Tribulation on Tien Hastar. There are many reasons why gods of law fail to break through. The strong at that time jokingly called this the tribulation of crossing the gods. That's about the same. The light ball also specifically explained, in the player system of Tionkin Valley Master, the maximum level for players is only level 5. Converted, about level 20 is level 1. Lang Mu converted, then I am now equivalent to the beginning of level 7. Yes. Little Tiger raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he was 2 levels lower than AMU. It seems that he has to work harder. Although soft rice tastes delicious, he has to prepare a few dishes. There is one more thing. The third tasker is the Vine Man. Where is his final research data? Is anyone still researching the antidote for the undead corpse and poisonous fog? Yes. The god of nature is researching. Originally, this pharmacist inheritance should be passed on to you as a task reward, but you are obviously more interested in alchemy and curses. The light ball felt it was a pity to mention this. In addition, before the death of the Vine Man, he left part of his inheritance in 3 places. The pharmacist inheritance that Anita got came from this tasker. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu were surprised. Neither of them expected to hear Anita's name at this time. Anita? Lang Mu's expression was complicated. If she hadn't put all her energy into revenge, she might have become an excellent tasker. The light ball didn't deny it, and said, in this timeline of the long river of fate, Anita is also a key figure. She was supposed to be the assistant of the child of fate. But the line of fate was disrupted, and everything changed. Lang Mu felt that the light ball seemed to be looking at him, so he replied with a question mark with his eyes. The light ball flew in front of Lang Mu and rubbed his cheek. Lang Mu was surprised, and his hand subconsciously touched the light ball. But his finger passed through the light ball. The light ball had no substance. The light ball stopped on Lang Mu's bent knees. The little tiger squinted at the light ball, wanting to pounce. The light ball ignored the little tiger and only focused on Lang Mu. It liked Lang Mu, and sometimes it felt sorry why Lang Mu was not the child of destiny. Sorry, Lang Mu could be considered the child of destiny. All 3 taskers failed. The gods once again spied on the long river of destiny, and this time they paid a heavy price. It even made the god of destiny fall into a deep sleep. Oh! This spying is related to me and Lang Mu? The light ball admitted, among the several possible main future development lines of Tianhe Star, one of them is that Lang Mu, who obtained the fragments of the god of nature and came from the Earth Star, is the child of destiny. Shang Fifan was not surprised at all. Just looking at Lang Mu's luck value, he knew that he would definitely not be an ordinary character. Lang Mu laughed. I am the child of destiny. The light ball said seriously, yes, you are. You will find the fragments of the statue of the god of nature, which are the fragments obtained by the lord of Tianquan Valley. And you will find the highest scientific crystallization of the prosperous era of the Orc continent, that is, the main brain after the fragments of the godhead have been integrated. Finally, combine the 2 to create a game system and a birth pool. At the same time, you will also find an underground library that collects a complete set of Orc civilization heritage. After that, you will summon a large number of players from the Earth Star, activate the players' blood talents, and use the heritage to cultivate them, so as to help Tianhe Star resist the evil gods and deal with natural disasters, and finally let Tianhe Star get out of trouble and usher in a new bright future. This is almost the clearest, most beautiful, and most likely line that the gods have spied on. The little tiger sat up and wrapped its tail around Lang Mu's arm. But in fact, it is not so. The light ball was also very angry and emitted a faint red light, because this line of destiny was spied on and affected by someone. Lang Mu did not travel to the Orc continent as the gods wished, but traveled to the Fidel continent where the magicians were, and was robbed of almost all his luck by Loren Milton. Loren Milton thus became the pseudo-fate child of Tianhe Star. He will successfully pass through the space barrier of the god's cage with other magicians, and land on the Orc continent to get the opportunity that Lang Mu deserves. And Loren Milton knew the existence of Earth Star because he secretly used the true word and dream memory magic on Lang Mu. Although Loren Milton could not go to Earth Star, he also got another opportunity for Lang Mu. Lang Mu traveled from Earth Star, leaving a vague space channel. This space channel was originally a convenience prepared by fate for the true son of destiny, so that he could recruit troops from the Earth to help Tianhe Star. The characteristics of players, who are immortal, and like to do tasks will make them fearless of evil gods and any other existence, and will also become the greatest helper of the Son of Destiny. Moreover, with Lang Mu's personality, he will not use the players in vain. He will also bring certain benefits to the players' actual bodies on the Earth through the game, which will make the players more attached to the game and more willing to pay for it. He will also spare no effort to improve the strength of the players, and guide and control the players to prevent them from doing illegal and unscrupulous things. It's a pity that this convenience was used by the false son of destiny, Loren Milton. He first used dream magic to contact several Earthlings, found out the existence that could be used, and then hypnotized them deeply to use them for himself. Then used the secret space channel and a demigod-level one-way teleportation array to make a game helmet and send it to Earth. But Loren Milton is selfish and mean, so he can't train the players well, let alone improve the players' abilities to the same level as his, and it's even more impossible to bring benefits to the players' actual bodies. He just wants to use the players as tools for him to fight for power and become a god. In the end, the players who are not properly guided will be attracted by the evil god and become the most advantageous weapon for the evil god to devour the world. Even the evil god has found the space channel to Earth because of this. After he devours and digests Tianhe Star, he will go to Earth. Lang Mu's face is pale. The little tiger patted him. It's none of your business. Then he asked the light ball, who spied on Lang Mu's fate? Loren Milton? Light ball, it's him. He had originally reached the realm of the Sage of Law, and was only a little bit away from breaking through to the God of Law, but his life has come to an end, and he no longer has the time and strength to become a God of Law. So he used his last vitality, and a lot of living sacrifices to cast dark magic, wanting to know the possibility of becoming a God of Law. Little tiger, then he spied on Lang Mu? Yes. Lang Mu is the child of destiny. It is not a dream for him to become a God of Law, let alone a real god. Loren Milton cast the spell that time to know how to become a God of Law. He asked for a possibility. Then, he chose the highest one among several possibilities, which was to plunder Lang Mu's luck. The little tiger hated it very much, but he didn't show it on his face. The light ball was also very angry. It wished that the tasker it assisted was Lang Mu. If it was Lang Mu, it would definitely get along very well with Lang Mu. But because of someone's interference, the Son of Destiny of Tianhe Star almost fell, and it also forced it to cooperate with Shang Fifan Yu. Because this time's destiny spying is very complicated, and the tributaries give rise to tributaries, the God of Destiny will exhaust himself and fall asleep in order to spy on the destiny line that can really save the world. Shang Fifan, he saw me? Yes. The light ball looked at Lang Mu again. Your luck was robbed by others, and your fate will be very bumpy in the future. If you hadn't met Shang Fifan, your luck would basically be impossible to recover. And if you can't recover your luck, you will become the victim of the false prophecy, and you will not have a good end like in the previous 2 lives, and even your sacrifice will not be appreciated by others, and you will not have a good reputation after death. Similarly, Tianhe Star will also be ruined. Lang Mu looked calm, only slightly pale. The little tiger took a deep breath, got into his clothes, and turned back into an adult male orc. He turned around and sat behind Lang Mu, hugging him in his arms. Lang Mu's tense muscles relaxed little by little. Chapter 216. Did I appear in the fate line where Lang Mu became the child of destiny? Shang Fifan couldn't help asking. The light ball didn't seem to want to answer this question, but still answered, you will appear, and you will become Lang Mu's greatest helper. And a lover, right? The light ball refused to answer this question. Shang Fifan smiled with satisfaction while holding his big baby. Lang Mu patted his legs. At this time, he had calmed down a lot and asked the light ball, you said that in my original fate line, Anita would become one of my helpers? Didn't she go crazy for revenge in that fate line? Didn't she do the evil thing of exchanging children with the Tiger King? Could I be born and raised as Lang Fei's child? The light ball could choose not to answer so many off-topic questions, but it was willing to solve the mystery for Lang Mu, and it was very detailed. The main reason was that this fate line had been changed, and it would not have any impact if it was said. Because you were directly transferred to the Orc continent, and you were still in the fetal period, your luck also affected your relatives, and you could sense the outside world and even danger during the fetal period. Because you were making a fuss in her belly, Lang Fei was in so much pain that she couldn't charge for the Tiger King, and thus avoided a serious injury that would have killed her. Your father was also injured because he was worried about his wife, who was about to give birth, and he was disturbed and injured. He was reprimanded by the Tiger King and rushed to the rear to accompany his wife, and also avoided a death situation where he died in order to protect his wife. The Tiger King was seriously injured instead, but the Tiger King showed his power, and also repelled the enemy. At the same time, you were born on the battlefield. Lang Mu was excited and in pain. If his fate had not been changed, his parents would not have died, the 2 old people would not have lost their daughter and son-in-law, and he could have grown up well with Lang Fei and Zemur. Shang Fifan hugged him and whispered in his ear, we will get it back. Lang Mu was distracted. It's too late, the people are gone. We have to take revenge. Shang Fifan said stubbornly, the more so, the more we can't let go of that bastard who caused all this. Lang Mu bit his lips. The light ball saw Lang Mu's sadness, but it hadn't learned how to comfort people, so it could only continue to tell the story. Anita still hooked up with the Tiger King, intending to take revenge on the queen. She also gave birth to Ramil. But this time the Tiger King didn't find a suitable candidate, so he didn't do the child exchange thing. But at that time, the queen had already suspected that Anita was pregnant and had a child, so she wanted to find this illegitimate child and get rid of it. The Tiger King was worried about how to better protect this illegitimate child without further offending the queen. Your parents were the Tiger King's guards. They were grateful to the Tiger King for trying his best to protect them on the battlefield and let them give birth to the child safely, so they took the initiative to propose to the Tiger King that they could raise another child. It just so happens that Ramil is only 2 months younger than you. The Tiger King was overjoyed. Lang Fei himself was his confidant, and he was also of royal blood, which was simply the best foster parent for his child. He immediately secretly sent Ramil to Lang Fei to raise. It just so happened that Lang Fei and his men had just come down from the battlefield, and only a few people knew that they had children, but it was not clear how many children they had. Lang Fei and Zemur announced to the public that they had a pair of twins. Lang Mu, This development was not unexpected. It can only be said that Ramil and him have a brotherly fate. The light ball continued. You have the soul and memory of an adult, so you are naturally not the same as a normal cub. You have been a very easy child to take care of since you were a child. You will take the initiative to take care of your younger brother, and even take care of your parents and grandparents in return. Everyone in the family likes you very much. Ramil is also very attached to you, his brother. The Tiger King still sent a maid and a tutor to teach Ramil in the name of gratitude for the achievements of Lang Fei and Zemur, but there are 2 children. He can't just teach Ramil, nominally teaching both of you. You are not a real child, and adults don't take children seriously, so you soon found that the maid had a problem. You found that she not only tried hard to win over Ramil, but also instilled some inappropriate ideas into Ramil, such as criticism of the queen, contempt for the prince and princess, and praise for Anita. The maid even said bad things about the Lang family, deliberately provoking the relationship between Ramil and your brother, trying to separate Ramil and the Lang family. You secretly told your 4 elders about the maid's problem, and asked Ramil not to listen to the maid, saying that the maid was very bad. At that time, Ramil trusted, admired and liked you, his brother, very much, and was not as close to you as anyone else. No matter how much the maid won him over, she was far less close to you, his brother. Naturally, what you say is what you mean, and because the maid said bad things about you, he was extremely repulsive to her. When the maid said bad things about the Lang family, and you again, Ramil was furious. Not only did he hit the maid with things, but he also ran to the old Count Lang to complain. After that, the maid was returned openly. The old Count also cried to the Tiger King, and asked if he didn't believe that they could raise Ramil well. If he didn't believe it, then take Ramil back, and they didn't dare to raise him. The Tiger King was embarrassed, and didn't send any more maids to take care of Ramil. He was also very angry with Anita, and severely punished the maid. The tutors also received the Tiger King's warning, and were closely watched by Lang Fei and his men. Every time they were in class, there were servants from the Lang family watching them, under the pretext of helping to take care of the 2 young and ignorant young masters. The tutors did not dare to mess around and just taught the class honestly. In addition, you paid special attention to whether Ramil had been raised astray, and once you found a problem, you would turn Ramil back. Ramil grew up to be a good boy who was as upright and brave as the Lang family. You also inadvertently used the power of the gods to repair Ramil's body, allowing his bloodline talent to be naturally stimulated, and also stimulated a very good talent. Ramil, who was a little inferior because his talent could not be stimulated for a long time, admired and liked you even more, and he would listen to whatever you said. Shang Fifan secretly pouted and hummed in his heart. I always feel that Ramil on this fate line will definitely cause a lot of trouble for him on this fate line, and become the biggest obstacle for him to pursue Lang Mu. Lang Mu felt more and more uncomfortable. If his fate had not been changed, all this would have been great. Light ball. Even if Anita found Ramil and told him his true life story, Ramil was not affected much by Anita. When Ramil was distressed that he was not the biological child of the Lang family, you discovered his problem and talked to him carefully. Ramil was deeply attached to you, and with his fear in his heart, when you asked him, he cried and told you all the secrets that he was the illegitimate child of Tiger King and Anita. You counseled him well, and told him that the identity of an illegitimate child was not important. As long as he was willing, he would always be the real child of the Lang family and his biological brother. Ramil hardly has to make a choice, he just wants to be your brother and the child of the Lang family. But Anita often comes to him, and secretly teaches and guides him on some things. Ramil told you all this, you just let him deal with it first, and discuss it with the elders of the Lang family. The Lang family raised Ramil and developed feelings for him, treating him as their own child, and they also attached great importance to this matter. After asking Ramil clearly that he didn't want to be a prince, but only wanted to be a child of the Lang family, they taught Ramil how to get along with Anita and the Tiger King, that is, to take good things and ignore bad things. Ramil gradually had fun in this secret identity. Later, when he got along with Anita, he found that Anita had contacts with the evil god believers, so he quickly told you and the elders of the Lang family. The Lang family was on guard because of this, and originally wanted to completely break up Ramil and Anita, but Ramil took the initiative to say that he wanted to be an undercover agent, lurking around Anita, to find out what she wanted to do, and what the evil god believers wanted to do. For this reason, it really destroyed many evil god believers' plots. But you were worried about your beloved brother who you raised, so you followed Ramil to get in touch with Anita's other identity. Anita wanted to use you, but you used her every time. The evil things that the evil god believers wanted to do were always destroyed by you first. You already had the game system at that time, summoned players, and issued tasks for players to help you deal with Anita and the evil god believers. Anita and the evil god believers were fooled around, but they had no idea that you were behind them. Lang Mu was puzzled. If that's the case, how could Anita become my assistant? The light ball emitted a little yellow light, and seemed a little helpless. Because you sympathize with her, and because Ramil loves her, you want to help her jump out of the quagmire of hatred. So you often go to her, and even let Ramil recognize her, and let the Lang family recognize her as Ramil's mother, and treat her like a relative. Because of this, she contacted her sister Delia and her husband, Mayor Longshow, and made the two families interact like relatives. Anita may have just pretended to deal with you at first, but people are made of flesh, and sometimes they can pretend to have feelings. Especially after you helped her ease the conflict between her and her sister Delia. Sean Fifen. This is something my MU can do. Lang Mu happened to not know much about the love-hate relationship between Anita and Delia, so he asked the light ball for advice. The light ball told him, Anita separated from Delia at that time, which was actually equivalent to abandoning Delia, and even exchanged Delia for a sum of money. In Anita's opinion, she helped Delia find a teacher and gave her support. And she wanted to do dangerous things and seek revenge, so she naturally couldn't take her only sister with her. And she had already met the followers of the evil god at that time, and thought that she had already stepped into the quagmire, so she naturally didn't want her sister to follow her. But in Delia's opinion, her sister sold her out and abandoned her. Her teacher took a fancy to her qualifications. Although he taught her, he had a very bad temper, and was not good to Delia. When Delia grew up, he even wanted to attack her. Delia accidentally met the wolf guard, who came out to sell food, and was moved by the wolf guard's character and personality. Lang Shou also fell in love with her, so he joined forces with her to deal with the so-called teacher, and paid a sum of training money, which helped Delia get out of trouble. So Delia's feelings for Anita are very complicated. She misses her, but also hates her. And Anita really favors you after you took the stone ear out of her body, and returned it to the god of nature, which also made Anita favored by the god of nature. Anita was favored by the god of nature, which repaired and improved her blood talent, greatly increasing her strength. At the same time, because of this favor, Anita instinctively rejected the evil god, and also understood that if she wanted to continue to improve her strength, she would inevitably be noticed by the evil god, and 99% would become the energy supplement of the evil god. So Anita secretly still hung out with the evil god believers, but actually favored you, which was equivalent to being undercover among the evil god believers. But she did not give up the idea of revenge on the queen, and wanting Ramil to become the Tiger King. She is a very complicated person. And you are on good terms with the eldest prince Gabriel, and you believe that the eldest prince is the first heir to the Tiger King. Influenced by you, Ramil also has a very good relationship with the eldest prince. He has no idea of competing for the succession of the Tiger King. He only wants to be a free adventurer. Anita found that Ramil was a useless person, and wanted to support you to ascend the throne. But you were not interested in being the king either. Instead, you asked Anita if she was interested in becoming the leader of the True God Church. Lang Mu was surprised. I actually lured Anita to become the leader of the True God Church. Light ball. People's behavior will change according to their circumstances, status, and position. You were managing 100,000 players at the time, and already had the qualifications of a qualified leader. Your thoughts and actions will naturally move in a direction that is beneficial to the overall situation. Not only did you persuade Anita to compete for the position of the leader of the True God Church, you also vigorously promoted Tiger Country to become the leader of the Western Alliance of the Orc Continent in the later period, and then let the three major alliances of the North, South, and West combine, and then use this to force the East to become an alliance. Finally, The four major alliances joined forces to form a new Orc Continent alliance to jointly deal with the evil god and the evil god believers. The light ball glanced at Shang Feifan. Of course, there were many powerful players who helped you at that time, especially those from your first life motherland. Shang Feifan helped you find a lot of suitable people. And the Earthstar noticed the benefits of the game to the players, and some of the technology trees of the Orc civilization also had a little awakening and auxiliary effect on the technological development of the Earthstar, so they also actively wanted to enter the game, and later even regarded the game world as a cradle for cultivating talents. Shang Feifan praised, "Not bad, mutual benefit and mutual assistance. This is the correct way to open the cross-dimensional holographic game." Did Anita become a leader of the True God Church? Lang Mu was curious. Light Ball, she did not become the leader of the True God Church, but she started another sect, called the Natural God Church. She fought fiercely with the True God Church and caused a lot of trouble for the Queen of Tiger Kingdom. In the end, she even forced the Denton family to be completely destroyed. The queen who wanted to fight for the benefits of the Denton bloodline was rejected by the Tiger King and was finally imprisoned in another palace. Her children also disliked the Denton bloodline because the queen only thought about the Denton bloodline and did not consider them at all, and became estranged from the queen. On that fate line, did Marquis Denton successfully sacrifice the Black Forest City? Lang Mu was worried. Light Ball, no. You discovered the secret of the dungeon at a very early time, and also found the library. Because you reminded the Lang family elder that there was something wrong with Marquis Denton, the Lang family went to find the Tiger King. The Tiger King sent people to monitor Marquis Denton. When Marquis Denton was plotting to sacrifice the entire Black Forest City, he was caught by the Grand Admiral Lion Domain, who was waiting for him. In the end, the Grand Admiral and the Grand Princess joined forces, and together with a team of 100 elite Orc warriors, they killed Marquis Denton. What about the magicians who traveled through time? Did they do anything? Lang Mu asked again. The magician serving Marquis Denton found that it was impossible to do anything, so he ran away secretly. But you let the players keep an eye on him, and thus discovered the magic crystal mine. And you, who have the magic crystal mine, will improve your strength very quickly afterwards. The eldest prince also gave you the magic secret stone, and you entered the realm of magician, and even magic saint, and later became a magic god under various opportunities. The light ball paused here. After you became a magic god, your fate line became very vague and could not be seen clearly. Only some fragments could be seen. But based on those fragments, the god of destiny still concluded that you should have successfully expelled the evil god, solved the natural disasters in the Orc continent, and repaired the god cage. Although the gods failed to transcend the shackles of Tianhastar, at least they had time to recover. Lang Mu quickly asked, "How did I solve the natural disasters in the Orc continent?" The light ball hesitated for a moment. Unfortunately, the god of destiny did not see the detailed process. But the gods speculated that it should be related to the repair of the god's cage. Shang Feifan interrupted. That is to say, the reason why the Orcs continent erupted with magma and the land fell apart was because there was a problem with the god's cage? The light ball was not sure about this question. Maybe. Shang Feifan felt that this possibility was very high. The god's cage could isolate all continents, so the energy must penetrate deep into the Earth's core. If a vertical grid line is damaged, and this grid line connects to the Orcs continent, it is not impossible that it will cause geological disasters on the Orcs continent. Expel the evil god? Didn't eliminate it? Shang Feifan caught another key point. Light ball. It should be no. The god of destiny only saw a shadow leaving the sky above Tianhastar, and it seemed that he could never enter Tianhastar again. Shang Feifan pondered. Lang Mu was also thinking, could it be that the repaired god's cage blocked the evil god? Shang Feifan, it's very likely. You should have let all the powerful people join forces to deal with the evil god, but there is no way to destroy it, you can only expel it. Then you took the opportunity to repair the god's cage, maybe the last step. In this way, when the evil god leaves the range of Tianhastar, it will be impossible to come back. Lang Mu frowned. Then this is not really solving the evil god, it is still lingering outside Tianhastar. Shang Feifan said rationally, but this at least gives the gods of Tianhastar time to recover, and also gives you more time to improve your strength and think of ways. Maybe your task is just to expel the evil god and repair the god's cage, and the things after that will naturally be done by the later children of destiny. Lang Mu thought so. Each stage has its own tasks, and he can't finish everything. Did the god of destiny see how I repaired the god's cage? This is a key question. The light ball broke the two people's hopes, and said very simply, no. Shang Feifan, The result is that the god of destiny didn't see the key points that he should have spied on, and just looked at gossip. The light ball. This is the rule. The more critical points that affect fate, the less likely they are to be revealed. The fact that the god of destiny can see that repairing the god's cage is a key point has already given a great hint. Then how did the gods destroy the god's cage back then? You know this, right? Shang Fifan asked. The light ball thought that Shang Fifan was really smart. You don't have the ability to repair the god's cage now. Unless you reach the realm of the god of law, you can't even see the god's cage. Shang Fifan, answer my question first. The light ball's faint yellow light turned into a faint red light. The energy of life and death is used alternately. What Shang Fifan heard was, alternate between cold and hot, and use the principle of thermal expansion and contraction to crack a cage grid line, right? Light ball, Shang Fifan sighed, while hugging Amu. Although they still don't know how to repair the god's cage, the conversation between the light ball and them tonight also let them know a lot. At least they can see the context of the whole thing, and they are no longer in the dark. Shang Fifan looked at the light ball. What about my fate line? How much do the gods see? Before answering, the light ball said, the fate line that is happening cannot be seen in detail, only some fragments can be seen. And these fragments involving the future cannot be told to you. Because the future is always changing, perhaps a decision can affect the fate line later. I tell you what will happen in the future. You may avoid danger, or you may face greater danger. Shang Fifan understood. But you chose me, which means that the fragments you saw include my successful expulsion of the evil god, and the solution of the geological disasters on the Orc continent, right? The light ball said seriously. That's just a possibility. The future will change at any moment. Shang Fifan understood, and in short, don't expect it to reveal too much. Chapter 217. However, Shang Fifan thought about the tasks that the system had issued to him, which were probably guided by fate to guide him to the most likely route to success. 7 moons disappeared into the dark clouds one by one, and the sound of roosters crowing came from afar. The light ball also shook and disappeared. Shang Fifan jumped down from the windowsill, stretched out his hand, and said to Lang Mu, let's go to bed. We talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. Lang Mu also felt a little tired, but not physically but mentally. Anyone who hears that he should have had a happy family and a successful and happy life, but because others were greedy for his luck, not only did he have a miserable second life of being deceived, but also caused his family to die early or go astray, would feel good? The things in the royal city have been dealt with almost, and next we will focus on dealing with Loren Milton, and you must get your luck back. Shang Fifan said softly, without any ups and downs in his tone. But Lang Mu heard something strange. Shang Fifan didn't know whether it was due to his personality or work habits, but his reaction was just like the national report. The bigger the event, the fewer words, and the less obvious the emotional expression. Yeah. Lang Mu didn't want to let Loren Milton go. Not for himself, but for all the people around him who were implicated. Lang Mu took a shower and lay down on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He wanted not to think too much, but couldn't help regretting it. Shang Fifan came back with a damp body, hugged him from behind, and patted him gently. It has already happened, and it's useless to think too much. The god of destiny only sees a possibility. Just like we have had countless choices before, each choice may create a new destiny line, and the other few will be cut off, and maybe there are better choices for the future. Lang Mu couldn't help but at least I am the one who makes the choice, not being deliberately influenced by others. Shang Fifan kissed the back of his neck. It may be cruel for me to say this, and you may be deceived into thinking that this is the mainstream destiny line. Don't forget, even the light ball admits that the evil god destroying this world is the main destiny line. Now the light ball and the gods, including us, are just struggling, trying to break free from the main destiny line and create a new way to live. Lang Mu closed his eyes, sadness welling up in his heart. So the destiny line where Lang Fei and the others are alive is just a possibility. It can't exist at all? Shang Fifan hugged his depressed lover tightly. No, I think it should exist, but it didn't happen in our destiny line. It belongs to another parallel world. You can think of it this way, in another destiny line, another you, Lang Fei and the others, and another me, will live happily and happily. They have their own stories. Shang Fifan added, since the god of destiny can see it, it means that this destiny line must exist, just like the countless tributaries of a river, some of which can form new rivers and flow into the sea. And the new river will also produce countless tributaries. When Loren Milton sets his eyes on you, it means that new tributaries are generated. Lang Mu was silent, and after a while, he suddenly said, I don't want our destiny line to end. I don't want what doesn't belong to me. But what originally belonged to me, I want to take it back. Shang Fifan smiled. That's right. Being angry will only hurt yourself. Instead of being angry and regretting, we should settle accounts with those shameless bastards, let them spit out what they ate us, and ask them to double the compensation. Lang Mu turned over and grabbed Shang Fifan's collar. Shang Fifan's eyes glowed in the darkness. When the two of them fell asleep after a hearty sleep, Shang Fifan always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. The next day at noon, the forgotten insect king Josie Doyle finally met Aries Shang through Clement. Other big men were still waiting in the palace, relying on their status, and were also doing the second half of the sharing conference. The insect king heard from somewhere last night that Aries Shang and the guard commander Clement had a good relationship, so he found Clement early and paid a certain price to ask Clement to contact Aries Shang. Clement was able to contact Aries Shang, and he found a servant to run errands at Lang's house. More than half an hour later, the insect king sat in the reception room of Lang's house. Aries Shang came out of the inner room with a swagger and personally poured a cup of nut milk tea popular in Tiger Country for the insect king. The servants here in the Old Earl have all left, and I am too lazy to find servants to serve you. Please forgive me for my slow treatment of your majesty. Aries Shang sat down opposite the insect king. The insect king didn't care about these things, especially after he learned about Aries Shang's abilities. I remember that you don't seem to be from the Tiger Country? Although I haven't seen that Raphael Longmu, there are many excellent and handsome people in my insect tribe. If you are willing to visit my insect tribe, I promise that you will feel at home. The insect king pretended not to know that the guard Aries Shang brought with him was most likely Raphael Longmu, and said with a smile. Aries Shang smiled lazily. I prefer furry. The insect king, the furry beast form is indeed more pleasing. We also have the bear insect tribe in our tribe. They are particularly cute when they are young with round heads and round brains. Many beastmen like that tribe. The insect king saw that Aries Shang was not interested, so he changed his tone and said jokingly, in addition, there are many insects in our insect tribe that are extremely beautiful, such as the butterfly tribe, the flower insect tribe, the moon insect tribe, and the veil shadow tribe, and their human forms are also first-class beauties. The body is slender, or chic and freehand, or graceful, or handsome, or beautiful, or gorgeous, or extremely beautiful, and there are also heroic, unruly, cute and innocent, honest and simple. Aries Shang. Your Majesty, let's talk about serious things. If you continue, even if I don't have any intentions, I'm afraid that my partner will beat me after hearing it. The insect king laughed, and seeing that Aries Shang was not tempted, he couldn't help but feel very sorry. If he had known that there was such a capable person as Aries Shang, he would have arranged for a chance encounter with him. He didn't believe that with so many beauties of different characteristics from their insect tribe, they couldn't beat a tiger beast man with ordinary appearance and troubled life. If Aries Shang liked the type of Raphael Longmu, then their insect tribe could find a lot of them. What a pity. Sometimes it's too late to do anything if you're just one step late. Can I know why you want this waist pendant? The insect king took off the waist pendant and put it on the table. Aries Shang said directly, I was entrusted by the god of nature to find the scattered fragments of power for him. Your waist pendant is it? Josie Doyle was shocked. He didn't expect Aries Shang to really tell him the reason, and it was still so unbelievable, and a little bit unbearable to believe. Have you seen a god? The insect king didn't believe it. Aries Shang, I can't say I saw it. I only saw a broken statue of the god of nature. When I got close, I received some of its thoughts. Where is that statue? The insect king couldn't help asking. Aries Shang chuckled. In the god's alternate dimension. Then he took the initiative to explain. Do you know how I entered the god's alternate dimension? Even if the insect king didn't believe it, he couldn't help asking, how did you enter? A servant of the god of fear. I was captured by it once and thrown into a strange alternate dimension. I paid a great price to break free and ran around in it. I accidentally ran to a city square. There is a statue of the god of nature in the center of that square. Aries Shang looked very honest. But the insect king didn't believe it. Even if the insect king believed that Aries Shang had really come into contact with the consciousness of the god of nature, he would not believe that he would tell others the secret of where he saw the gods. Aries Shang shrugged. Believe it or not, it's up to you. That other dimension should be composed of the god space of the gods. There is more than one god in it. Perhaps only those who are destined can enter. The insect king took a deep breath. The gods are too far away from them. Although there have been legends about gods since ancient times, the insect king is a practical man. He only believes in things that he can see with his own eyes and hold in his hands. If this gem waist pendant is really part of the power of the god of nature, isn't it very precious? The Insect King said with a smile. Aries Shang chuckled. Your Majesty, do you think it is a good thing for ordinary people to possess the power of gods? Not to mention that the evil god has been looking for the power of gods. Once it is found by the evil god's believers, you can imagine what you and your insect tribe will encounter around this gem waist pendant. In addition, not everyone can use and absorb the power of gods. For people with inappropriate attributes, the power of gods is not only not helpful, but will become a poison that harms themselves. That is, the power of the god of nature is relatively mild, so it did not cause great damage to your Majesty. But its power is just a chicken rib for you, right? The Insect King did not answer immediately. Aries Shang crossed his legs, picked up the milk tea and drank half of it, then put down the cup. Let me guess what benefits this waist pendant can bring to you. Does it keep you sane all the time? Or can it bless you with endurance, or help you increase your speed? But even if there are these benefits, they are not very strong, right? And you should not be able to use it actively, but can only accept it passively. The Insect King revealed a little calmly. I have always thought it was an alchemical ornament that can increase speed, passed down by successive generations of Insect Kings, and it is considered a royal treasure of the insect tribe. Aries Shang was not in a hurry at all, and did not seem to be in a hurry to take back the waist pendant. Seeing that Aries Shang was unwilling to take the initiative, the Insect King secretly cursed him as a cunning little fox, so he had to take the initiative to say, if this waist pendant is really one of the scattered powers of the god of nature, then this king is naturally willing to return this waist pendant to the god of nature. But this matter is just what you said, and I can't be sure of the truth. Aries Shang curled his lips. Your Majesty wants to see the statue of the god of nature? Sure. The Insect King was stunned. It was too easy. He even thought it was a scam against him. Aries Shang's smile disappeared, and he said unhappily, you big guys like to think too much. If I don't agree to take you to see the statue of the god of nature, you won't believe what I said, and won't give me the waist pendant. But now I say I am willing to take you to see the statue of the god of nature, and you think I am lying to you. TSK, then put all these aside, and tell me what conditions you want in exchange. Don't mention the two conditions you mentioned yesterday. The Insect King came to Aries Shang just to make a deal, and he had already thought of the deal. But now that Aries Shang mentioned that the waist pendant was actually the scattered power of the god of nature, he naturally felt itchy and wanted to get more. The Insect King couldn't help but wonder why Aries Shang, who seemed very smart, would take the initiative to mention that this was the scattered power of the god of nature. Wouldn't this increase the difficulty of the deal? Or is this still a conspiracy against him personally? The more the Insect King thought about it, the more complicated it became. Aries Shang looked at the Insect King, who seemed calm on the surface but tangled inside, and picked up the milk tea and continued to gulp it. How can it be so pleasant to watch others tangled? Why tell me? The Insect King asked. Aries Shang refilled himself with another cup of milk tea. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet and was hungry, because of the evil god. The evil god wants to devour the gods, devour our Orc continent, and even the entire Tianhe star. The god of nature told me about the evil god's conspiracy, and asked us Orcs to unite, and think about repairing the cage of God, and driving the evil god out of Tianhe star. But how much can a small Orc like me do? The Insect King was extremely surprised. He never thought that he would hear such a big thing today just to make a small deal. Aries Shang ignored the Insect King's expression and continued to mutter, I am not interested in being the Beast King, nor do I have the time and energy to unify the entire Orc continent, let alone being a leader. This kind of big thing is the business of all the Orcs in the entire Orc continent. Why should I bear it alone? Your Majesty, don't you think so? The Insect King didn't know how to answer for a moment. It just so happens that the Tiger Country is holding a heritage sharing conference this time. I plan to find a few reliable leaders to tell this matter, and then you can decide what to do. If you want to meet the gods directly, I can also take you to see the statue of the god of nature. Of course, I can't guarantee that the gods will talk to you. But I think you must prefer to talk to the gods directly, rather than through me as a middleman. Aries Shang's attitude at this time, no matter who you look at, doesn't look like he wants to take the opportunity to take power. Instead, he looks lazy, and wants to throw the responsibility to others. If we fight against the evil god together, will our gods give us any gifts? The Insect King asked tentatively. Aries Shang, give? Do you want power or something else? The Insect King said without hesitation, of course it's power. Aries Shang, you can talk to the gods about this. In short, talk to the gods yourself about what you want. The Insect King had a strange expression. Is it true that he can negotiate with the gods? If you are willing, I can take you to see the statue of the god of nature now. You can return the waist pendant to the god of nature in person, and maybe you can get the favor of the god of nature. Aries Shang suggested. The insect king hesitated again. If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say it. But the god of nature already knows that his scattered power is in your majesty, and you don't intend to return it. Although the god of nature's divine power has declined after the battle with the evil god, but... Aries Shang smiled, and everything was self-explanatory. Insect king, fuck. Aries Shang was particularly shameless and said, I am a kind person, so I will tell you everything clearly and let you choose. Lest you and your tribe encounter some weird things, you don't know where the root is. Insect King's face turned cold. Are you threatening me? Aries Shang laughed. How is this a threat? I am clearly stating the facts. In fact, the god of nature is already very good among the gods. At least, he did not directly rob, but was willing to negotiate with you through me and your majesty. Shang Fifan naturally would not say that many gods did not have the strength to recover their own power in order to suppress and seal the evil gods. They were even more afraid that the evil gods would notice their withdrawal of power, allowing the evil gods to find an opportunity to break free from the seal and escape, so they could only hide in the alien space and manipulate the orcs to work for themselves. The Insect King was silent for a while, then he said, the evil god is gathering evil god believers. What do you think will happen to these evil god believers? Aries Shang bluntly said, you want to ask what benefits we orcs will get if we join the evil god, and what will happen to the future of the orc continent, right? The Insect King also replied frankly yes. Whether it is the evil god or the ancient gods, we are all strangers. If we must serve one side, we naturally have to ask who will give the most benefits. Aries Shang was happy, and gave a thumbs up. Your Majesty, the Insect King is worthy of seeing things clearly. So? Aries Shang changed to a more serious sitting posture. As far as I know, evil god believers who follow the evil god will not have a good end. The evil god doesn't care about them at all. He just wants to devour more energy. We orcs, time hexing, and gods are all his devouring targets. Maybe the followers of the evil god will be put last? After all, the evil god always needs people to help him clean up and block the intelligent species on Tianhe-Star, so that all the intelligent species on Tianhe-Star will not unite to fight against the evil god. As for the local gods, as the gods of Tianhe-Star, they are closely related to the sentient beings of Tianhe-Star. Even if the gods do not care about the life and death of the sentient beings on Tianhe-Star, they must care about Tianhe-Star itself. They want to protect Tianhe-Star and keep the orc continent, so the goals of the local gods and the goals of us local creatures are the same. The Insect King nodded. Aries Shang said the truth clearly, and people can know the pros and cons at a glance. Aries Shang, now the gods hope that we orcs can unite together to deal with the evil god and the followers of the evil god, including repairing the cage of God. Maybe we will become cannon fodder, but even if we don't join the local gods, we also need to solve the geological disasters on the orc continent. And the geological disasters on the orc continent are most likely caused by problems with the cage of God. The Insect King nodded again. Aries Shang, so since we have the same goal, whether we vote with the local gods or not, we need to save our own continent first, so why not cooperate with the gods? At least we can get some benefits and help from the gods. The Insect King thought it made sense. Aries Shang smiled and suddenly said, you can also choose the evil god. The evil god wants to find a space channel to other continents and devour more energy in order to recover and escape as soon as possible. He needs a vanguard to serve him. Oh, the evil god is temporarily sealed by the gods. If he wants to escape, he needs a lot of energy. Also because he was sealed, he could not do these things personally, and could only do things for him by bewitching the evil god's believers. If someone is willing to surrender to the evil god and find a space channel to other continents for him, perhaps these people will not die in a short time, until the evil god feels that they are no longer needed. Similarly, these people should also be able to get some benefits from the evil god. The Insect King looked deeply at Aries Shang and asked slowly, how to repair the cage of God? Good question. Aries Shang boldly stated his speculation. We need the majestic power of life and death. The god of nature originally served both life and death. But after the appearance of the god of darkness, he became the main god of death. The god of nature is mainly responsible for life. So we must first restore the power of both the god of nature and the god of darkness. Let them personally repair the cage of God. Aries Shang paused, or there are people among us orcs whose innate skills are life or death. As long as they are cultivated to the realm of the god of law, maybe they can also repair the cage of God. The system did not respond. Shang Fifan smiled in his heart. It seemed that his guess was almost right. Otherwise, why didn't the system give him the fragments of the godhood of other gods, but gave him the fragments of the godhood of the dark god? This was obviously to make him take the blame. When Lang Mu was still the son of destiny, he should have taken the path of life of the god of nature, and the original god of nature might have taken over the death of the god of darkness. The insect king who originally came to make a deal. Can you really take me to see the god of nature? The statue. Ari Shang emphasized. The insect king thought again, and finally, give me 2 beasts. He had to explain some things to his trusted subordinates first, and also meet someone. Chapter 218. As soon as the insect king left, Shang Fifan ran to the bedroom. There was no one on the bed, and there was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Shang Fifan opened the bathroom door and poked his head in. He was knocked out by a back towel. Shang Fifan put the back towel back in the bathroom, closed the door, and went downstairs to prepare lunch. Lang Mu packed up and went downstairs. When the two of them were kicking each other in the kitchen, someone else came. This time it was Iman Chester. Iman was stunned when she saw the 2 people carrying dishes out of the kitchen. You haven't had lunch yet? It was already past noon. Lang Mu saw Iman, paused, and heard a voice shouting wildly in his ears. Yes. Lang Mu was a little embarrassed and pretended to go into the kitchen to get the staple food. When he passed by Shang Fifan, he gently bumped him with his elbow. Shang Fifan greeted Yemen lazily. You are here. I went to bed late last night, so I got up a little late today. Yemen looked apologetic and turned around. Then I will come back later. Since you are here, please sit down and have something together. Shang Fifan was not very enthusiastic to keep the guest. Yemen just said a few polite words, and after Lang Mu brought the main course, they sat down around the table together. My father is gone. Yemen dropped the bombshell right away. Lang Mu paused with his chopsticks. Shang Fifan took a knife and slowly cut the cutlet, saying casually, Oh, how come it's gone? Yemen was not hungry, so she just poured a glass of water and took a sip. When he came back yesterday and learned what happened at home, he didn't get angry or question me, but just cleaned up everything quietly and sent all the surviving daughters to the villa, gave them some of the family property on the spot, and announced that they and their descendants would no longer be the heirs of the Duke of Chester's house. Shang Fifan. Well, this is to clarify the heir and avoid disputes over heirs. Your father is preparing to seize your body. Yemen guessed the meaning of seizing the body and nodded. My sisters dare not make trouble with the Duke, because their Duke father told them that if they don't make trouble, they can still get part of the property and live a rich life, and the Duke's mansion can also give them a certain protection. If they make trouble, they will have nothing. My sisters originally hoped that the Duke would make the decision and wanted to avenge their dead husbands and children. Our Duke father told them that their husbands and children, including many servants around them, were believers of evil gods, and the evidence was conclusive. Lang Mu and Shang Fifan ate quietly, and listened to Yemen talk about the various changes that happened in his family yesterday and last night. Iman, he should have made up his mind by then. Sure enough, after I went to bed at night, he quietly came to my room and asked me to go to a place with him. I wanted to see what other tricks he had, and I knew I couldn't escape, so I went with him. Shang Fifan frowned. Why didn't you notify us? Iman shook her head. Too late. Shang Fifan was puzzled. Then why did you run back to the Duke's mansion? As long as you stay in the Grand Prince's mansion, Chester, even as a Duke, will not dare to drag you out by force. Iman said slowly, It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Although the Grand Prince also wants to deal with Grand Duke Chester, he doesn't have a good reason. I must give him this reason. Hiding is not okay, and the future Tiger King will look down on me. And if I hide from my father, it will only make him more alert, and I am not sure if he has other containers prepared. What if that old guy cultivates another container and continues to be the Duke? He is not wrong. Even the Tiger King cannot remove his title and position, let alone plunder his property. Then I will become a stray dog, living in the painful dilemma of whether I will be captured and killed by the other party every day. Rather than this, I might as well give it a try. Right? Shang Fifan glanced at Yemen's face. Yemen looked at Lang Mu, who set up a mental defense network for him. Lang Mu was helpless. Nothing is absolute. The safest way is not to let the other party take over your body obediently, but to find a way to kill the other party. But now that you can appear here, it means you have won the fight? Congratulations. Yemen smiled. Yes, I won. He took me into the basement of the mansion, just below his study. There is an altar there, and a strange formation is drawn on the ground. He forced me to stand in the middle of the formation. I can't beat him, so I can only do what he says. Fortunately, I was lucky. The mental defense net he prepared for me was also very powerful. When his mental body drilled into my spiritual sea and tried to rob my body, he was first injured by the mental defense net, and then I killed him. Shang Fifan, it seems that Grand Duke Chester's mental power is not very strong. Yes. He was also unintentional. He never thought that my spiritual sea would have 2 layers of mental defense nets. By the way, after I devoured his mental power, I received some of his memories. There is one thing that I am very concerned about. What is it? Shang Fifan asked casually. Yemen cautiously. A secret base. It seems that the wealth that the evil god believers have plundered in Tiger Country for so many years is hidden inside, and there are also some believers they are training. There are many evil god believers guarding there. What do you want? Iman, I want to invite you to go with me. If you don't know this place, it's fine. Now that you know it, how can you let it go easily, not to mention the large amount of money, food and various materials gathered inside. Even the believers who are being trained should be dealt with, otherwise they will become a trouble for Tiger Country when they grow up in the future. Why don't you go to the eldest prince? Shang Fifan rolled up a large roll of fried noodles with chopsticks and asked with a smile. Iman spread his hands. If I go to him, I have to hand over at least 60% to 70% of the things there. It's better to go to you. Not only can I get more, but I can also share the benefits with you as friends. I don't think you will refuse so many good things, right? I don't ask for much. Half is enough. Shang Fifan seemed very excited. When do you plan to go? Aman, there is no time to lose. I want to leave as soon as possible. No one knows whether the evil god believers will transfer the things in that base. That's right. Shang Fifan ate faster and asked Lang Mu, AMU, are you going? Just think of it as making some money. Lang Mu, okay. The two of them ate all the food on the table and ran after Yemen. When Shang Fifan left, he also posted a note on the door, saying that he had something to deal with, and would try to be back before the sun went down. Jinyi ran over. Jinyi had been very carefree during this period. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu stayed in the library for 2 months, and then Jinyi went to the forest near Black Forest City to make friends. Shang Fifan and his friends came out of the library and called it, but it said goodbye to its new girlfriend without mercy. The girlfriend didn't care about this prodigal son. She just wanted healthy and strong seeds from other places. Now that she got them, this temporary boyfriend was useless. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu had no idea how carefree the life of Master Zhu was, and they didn't know that he had left offspring outside. The journey was long, so Yemen also rode a giant insect mount. The 2 giant insect mounts ran out of the royal city one after the other. The secret base was some distance away from the royal city, hidden in a stretch of hills. Yemen pointed to the hills and the nearby land and introduced, "This is the suburban manor of the Chester family. Every autumn, our family members and relatives and friends come here to hunt, and sometimes we invite the royal family. The hills of this generation are not high, only 200 or 300 meters, but the dense plants are enough for a large number of wild animals to live, and except for a few serfs nearby, there are not many orcs who will disturb the wild animals here. Cleaning it up once every 1 or 2 years on average can ensure that no powerful beasts will run out of here. The secret base is hidden behind our manor, in a mountain cave. There are dense vegetation outside, and rugged rocks inside. Most people will not go deep into the mountain." Iman led the 2 people directly through the Chester Manor. The servants and serfs inside saw that the person coming was Master Iman, and no one dared to stop them. There were still people in the manor in front, but when they ran into the mountains and forests, it was all plants and insects. Lang Mu sighed in his heart when he saw such dense vegetation. These plants that can grow have evolved to resist insect poison or have adapted to it, and most of them have coexisted with it. But plants containing insect poison cannot be eaten by orcs. Normal crops that have been cultivated by orcs for a long time have very poor resistance to insect poison and can only grow in purified farmland. This leads to many orcs being stranded in the wild. If they do not bring enough dry food, it is difficult for them to get food other than meat outside. But now insect poison is constantly eroding the arable soil, making the arable area of the orc continent smaller and smaller. Insufficient food is also the biggest reason for curbing the increase in the number of orcs. Orcs have a long lifespan and can reproduce, but insufficient food makes them dare not reproduce. Do you think if we repair the god's cage, can we completely improve the soil of the insect continent? Lang Mu asked the male orc next to him in a low voice. Shang Fifan, the god's cage is only responsible for isolating the channels and energy flow of each continent, and should not be responsible for repairing the local water and soil. Lang Mu thought for a long time, but couldn't help saying, "Why do I feel that the magma, earthquakes and other disasters on the Orc continent are cleaning up the insect poison on this continent? Maybe. You are right, maybe this is the self-salvation of this continent." Lang Mu sighed and regretted. "I should ask the system how I solved the insect poison in my previous life." Shang Fifan immediately said, "I will help you ask now." A ball of light suddenly appeared and floated to Lang Mu's shoulder. "No need to go through Shang Fifan, you can ask me directly if you have anything." Lang Mu looked at the ball of light, and then looked at Amon who was running in front. "Light ball, don't worry, except for you and the existence of gods, no other existence can see me." Lang Mu was relieved and asked, "In my previous life, after I repaired the god's cage, the geological disaster did not happen, right? How did I solve the insect poison in the water, soil and air of the Orc continent?" The light ball revealed, "After you repaired the god's cage, some geological disasters still occurred, but they were all within your control." Shang Fifan understood immediately. "So if you want to completely eliminate the insect poison, you still need the earth to show its power. Did that AMU concentrate the insect poison in a few places?" The light ball didn't like Lao Shang, but he had to admit that this person had an unusually quick mind and was particularly good at grasping the key points and loopholes. "Yes." As for how the insect poison was solved, it had something to do with the potion inheritance left by the third tasker. That Lang Mu got part of the potion inheritance of the third tasker, which happened to be researching how to solve the insect poison. Although this research did not produce clear results, it gave Lang Mu great inspiration. Finally, the power of the god of nature and the self-repairing ability of the Orc continent were combined to finally eliminate the insect poison. The light ball said to Lang Mu, "I can only tell you so much. I can't tell you in detail, because it may affect the future destiny." Lang Mu understood. "I understand. Just know the direction. If you tell me everything and I go directly to get it, I can solve the crisis of this world, then the previous 3 taskers would not have failed." The light ball rubbed Lang Mu and disappeared. "System, wait." Shang Fifan called the system. The light ball appeared again. "Shang Fifan, if we fight against Loren Milton, can you take back his game control?" Light ball, "You mean let me snatch his game system?" Shang Fifan, "That's right. Although Loren Milton also developed a game system, his game system must be different from that of Lang Mu, right? Loren Milton should not have been integrated with the damaged main brain of the Orc civilization, right?" Light ball, "Yes. The damaged main brain was integrated with me. The system used by Loren Milton is based on an ordinary game program developed during the great prosperity of the Orc civilization that he found in a ruin, and then integrated with the brain part of the statue of the god of nature." The light ball said disdainfully, "The false child of destiny is the false child of destiny." Shang Fifan, "In other words, your level should be higher than the game system in Loren Milton's hands, and you can suppress that system and control it?" Light ball, "If you can remove the brain part of the statue of the god of nature in the system, and cut off the spiritual connection between Loren Milton and the system, I can even merge that system into a new game system, completely out of Loren Milton's control." "Okay." Shang Fifan turned around and said to Lang Mu, "This game system should have been yours. Instead of leaving it to Loren Milton to increase his strength and letting the players become the vanguard of the evil god, we might as well take it back." The light ball suddenly lit up and bounced twice on Lang Mu's shoulder. Lang Mu, "Let's solve them one by one first." Shang Fifan looked at Amon in front of him with understanding. "Well, you are right. Solve them one by one first." Yamankia turned back at this time and called the 2. "We are almost there. There are people guarding there. We have to get off the giant insect, and it is best to be invisible." Shang Fifan made a gesture that it was okay. With Yaman leading the way, the 3 of them were invisible and easily slipped into the secret base. Before Lang Mu approached the mountain, a painful expression appeared on his face. Shang Fifan raised his hand to cover his ears and pinched them. Lang Mu pulled his hand down. "By him, knowing that this would not work for him, you just want to pinch my ears." Shang Fifan rubbed his short hair and whispered, "Don't bear it." Lang Mu looked ahead coldly and said nothing. There were only a few people guarding the periphery of this secret base. The evil god believers hollowed out this mountain nest and dug out a huge pit. The opening above the pit is very small, and there are dense plants planted on purpose to block it. Even if someone comes here, whether looking from the sky or from other angles, they cannot notice that there is a deep and large pit in the middle of the mountain. This secret base is built along the circular mountain pit with a circular building similar to the Colosseum. There are layers of stone buildings stacked up on all 4 sides, with a large open space in the middle. There are many rooms in the circular stone building, densely packed like a honeycomb. Perhaps because of his father's memory, Iman is very familiar with the road here. He took the two of them around, and finally turned to the room in the center. This is the control room of the entire secret base. As long as we go in and control the operator inside, all the wealth here can be taken as we please. As Iman said, he reached out to the switch on the door. Wait a minute. A bone staff blocked Yemen's hand. Shang Fifan sighed. You probably don't know much about my innate skills. Before I even approached the mountain, I saw a lot of resentment and death here. Do you know where else I have seen similar resentment and death? This person obviously didn't know Lang Mu's true innate skills. Yemen looked puzzled. There is a lot of resentment and death here? You can actually see it? But this is the secret base of the evil god believers. It is normal that a lot of people have died here, right? Shang Fifan shook his head. It's not the death of the dead, but the death of the undead. Yemen was shocked. What? Undead? There are undead here? Shang Fifan, there are not only undead here, but also many, densely packed, almost filling this secret base. Yemen's face changed. What should we do? Do we need to find more people? Shang Fifan smiled. Are you going to say that you are going to find someone and let us observe carefully here? Yemen sighed. How could it be? Of course I will stay, and you go find someone. Yemen's hand quickly slapped the switch on the door. Freeze! Yemen's hand was frozen by a thick layer of ice, and he looked up and saw Lang Mu, who pulled out the bone stick and pointed it at him. Lang Mu had a blank expression on his face, and his ears and brain were full of the wailing of the dead. In order to prevent his brain from being overwhelmed, he could only block out these sounds. Shang Fifan smiled at Yemen. I didn't let AMU check your spiritual see just now. Mainly, I want to see where you are going to take us. Now that we have arrived, let AMU check if you are still yourself. Yemen was helpless and confused. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? I am Amon Chester, not Grand Duke Chester. You forgot that the mental defense network in my brain was built by you. Lang Mu, I built it. But I didn't say that the 2 layers of mental defense network can definitely block the mental power of Grand Duke Chester. Shang Fifan asked Lang Mu, if Grand Duke Chester has taken over Amon, has Amon's soul died? Lang Mu shook his head, not necessarily. I set up 2 layers of mental defense network to prevent Grand Duke Chester's mental power from being stronger than Amon. If Amon can't resist it himself, he can at least escape to one of the defense points and hide. In other words, as long as we solve this Grand Duke Chester, we can get Amon back? Shang Fifan smiled, and shook the bone staff he was holding. Lang Mu, well, as long as I crush his soul. Amon hurriedly shouted, I can let you check, I am really Amon, not Grand Duke Chester. Suddenly Shang Fifan's face changed. The door of a room is opened, and the undead body came out. Amon's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, raised his hand and threw something, and ran away without caring that his arm was still frozen. Shang Fifan pulled the bone staff and hit the object. He wanted to pull the object away, but in order to prevent the explosion, he didn't dare to use much strength. But the object still exploded with a bang. A lot of smoke filled the air. The entire passage became pitch dark. Soul binding. Soul imprisonment. Soul freezing. 3 similar magics in a row, all instantaneous. Amon's body froze while running, and he fell down with a thud. When he fell, Amon Chester was still wondering what kind of talent this was. Chapter 219. Dispel the smog. A strong wind blew through the corridor, sending all the blinding and choking fog out of the building. The vision became clear again. Shang Fifan grabbed Amon Chester and threw him into the statue square. They didn't have time to deal with this guy now, so they could only wait. The undead rushed over here when they smelled the smell of living people. But Shang Fifan turned his breath and covered Lang Mu with another layer. Suddenly, the undead lost their target and began to wander in the corridor. A few screams were heard, but soon there was no sound. That should be the evil god believers guarding here. Shang Fifan felt a new dead air. Lang Mu was annoyed. We kept an eye on him all the way, and we didn't see him do anything. How could he release so many undead corpses? Maybe when he came in, he had secretly notified the evil god believers here to cooperate with him. Shang Fifan looked at the so-called control room. Is this probably the main switch to open all the doors of the rooms? Lang Mu also looked at the switch on the door. Let's go in and take a look. Shang Fifan gestured. Lang Mu took Shang Fifan to perform the wall-penetrating technique and went directly into the room. The room was empty, with only a stone table. On the stone table was only one item. Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows, walked to the stone table, and picked up the key-shaped item. Lang Mu, same? Shang Fifan took out another fusion key and compared it with this key, exactly the same. Do you want to try to fuse this key? Lang Mu knew what Shang Fifan was thinking as soon as he saw his expression. Shang Fifan was bold, but that didn't mean he would do anything without scruples. It is known that the fusion of two keys can hear the evil god's broadcast, so what will happen if the fusion of the third key? Will the evil god notice him directly? Oh, the evil god may have noticed it, but the evil god's power has not been able to extend to him. But if there are enough media, will the evil god's power crawl along the key? The light bulb popped up. I know this thing. It is the identity certificate of the high-level believers of the True God Church, and it is also a tool for the high level of the True God Church to communicate with the evil god. It is said that if you keep this key with you, the evil god will know whether you have betrayed him. Shang Fifan asked, can all high-level believers have this key? Of course not. This kind of key requires special contributions to obtain. It is a very honorable identity certificate in the True God Church, indicating that this person has been noticed by Armicaleso. Then is this the key of Grand Duke Chester? Not necessarily. It may be placed here to listen to the teachings of the evil god, or even to suppress the undead corpses here. The light ball saw Shang Fifan throwing the key up and down, and couldn't help saying, it is recommended to sacrifice this key to the god of curse. Why should we sacrifice to the god of curse? Why not to the god of darkness? Shang Fifan played with the key, not joking. Light ball, that will have to wait until you absorb and fuse the fragment of the godhead of the god of darkness, and the fragment of the godhead will also have to recognize your position as a god. But you are still far from becoming a god. It doesn't mean that you can become a god after absorbing the fragment of the godhead. At least you have to wait until you reach the level of a god of law. So if I sacrifice to the god of darkness now, there will be no effect? Yes. The sacrifice will fail. Shang Fifan put away the key without saying anything about the sacrifice. The light ball knew Shang Fifan had other ideas from his look, but this person was too righteous, so it could not influence him much, so it could only look at Lang Mu. Lang Mu smiled and said, we can see what this thing does, but we are not in a hurry to sacrifice it. Usually, Shang puts this thing in the statue square, so there is no need to worry that it will be connected to the evil god. The light ball wanted to put his hands on his waist. In the original Fate line, Lang Mu believed in it, and Shang Fifan was the latecomer. But now Lang Mu obviously believes in Shang Fifan more, and is willing to follow him to make trouble even though he knows there is danger. What should we do with so many undead corpses outside? Lang Mu asked about serious matters. Shang Fifan seemed to have sensed something, and took out the previous key again. That's right. This key contains the power of the evil god, and the undead corpses are suppressed by the power of this key. When I put away the key, the undead corpses began to walk out. Lang Mu's face changed. Although this is a Tianking, the height is not very high. It is more than 200 meters high. It won't take long for the undead corpses to climb out. Maybe there is another passage. Shang Fifan asked the light ball again. In the original Destiny line of Lang Mu, can so many undead corpses appear here? Light ball. In the original Destiny line, the Tiger Kingdom did not hold a heritage sharing conference, and Anita did not push Ramil to the throne, but the Tiger Kingdom's capital was still attacked by 4 evil god shadows at the same time. At the same time period, the evil god's believers sacrificed a large number of lives to allow the evil god's consciousness to successfully descend into the container, and the undead corpses also followed to attack the capital. The second prince, the third prince, Grand Duke Chester and others fled the royal city with their confidants. The Tiger Kingdom was about to fall, and a large number of players arrived to fight against the undead. Lang Mu, the Tiger King, and the Grand Governor Shu Yu joined forces to fight against the body of the evil god. Because the body of the evil god only had a little power of the evil god, and it had just arrived, the body and the huge mental power were not well integrated. Imon Chester himself struggled very hard, and was eventually killed by the 3 people, and the evil god's consciousness was separated from the body of the evil god. But Manchester's soul was also consumed by the evil god's consciousness. After that battle, the Tiger Kingdom was almost destroyed, and the Tiger King and the Grand Governor were seriously injured. Lang Mu used the task reward to save the 2. The undead spread, and the recovered Tiger King and others focused on dealing with the undead, and their control over the territory of the Tiger Kingdom was reduced to the lowest. Grand Duke Chester recommended the third prince to be the new Tiger King in his territory. That was the most chaotic and darkest period in the Tiger Kingdom. Lang Mu pondered and asked subconsciously, why did the True God Church only send 4 evil god shadows this time, but did not let the undead corpses attack the royal city at the same time? Before the light ball answered, Shang Feifan said, because there are not enough people, the True God Church cannot implement the original plan. Shang Feifan further explained, first of all, if you want the evil god to come successfully, you need to sacrifice a lot of lives. But we searched the royal city many times, and with the cooperation of the players, we swept the evil god believers in the royal city again and again, dug out several important nails, and destroyed several important altars. These people and places should have been an important part of the large-scale sacrifice, and without the cooperation of these people, the large-scale sacrifice would not be possible. Lang Mu suddenly realized. Secondly, without enough lives to sacrifice, it is not easy for the evil god's consciousness and some of his power to descend into the container smoothly. More importantly, the god also needs a medium to descend into the container. But we intercepted the medium, the evil god's egg. The god's descent plan naturally failed. Shang Feifan continued, without chaos in the royal city, the undead corpses will find it difficult to break through the outer defense of the royal city. In addition, there is no one to support. So many undead corpses can't run from outside the city to the wall of the royal city without being discovered. Shang Feifan turned to look at the light ball again. If I guess correctly, in the original fate line, the reason why a large number of undead corpses were able to attack the royal city should be that someone brought them into the royal city first, right? The light ball agreed. Lang Mu understood everything. We have eliminated a large number of True God cult personnel in the royal city, including many powerful people and wealthy businessmen. They are the easiest people to bring in undead corpses without being discovered. Now that these people are gone, it will be difficult for these undead corpses to sneak into the city again. Shang Feifan nodded. 9 times that is the case. The True God cult saw that the attack of the evil god Shadow failed, and the god's descent was not successful, so they naturally would not risk releasing a large number of undead corpses. Although releasing the undead corpses will make the Tiger Kingdom capital flustered for a while, but with the main combat power not destroyed, and so many powerful orcs in the Tiger Kingdom capital, these undead corpses will not disturb the Tiger Kingdom at all, but may be wiped out by the Tiger Kingdom. So the True God cult kept this batch of undead corpses, and planned to release them, when there is a good opportunity in the future? Lang Mu said, and the Duke of Chester is obviously the key person who arranged these undead corpses. He brought us here on purpose to deal with us, wanting us to die under the siege of the undead corpses. Now that the matter is clear, the next thing will be easy to handle. Shang Feifan used the key to continue to suppress the undead corpses in the Tianqing, preventing them from leaving the Tianqing building area. The light ball issued a task to eliminate the undead corpses. According to the level of the undead corpses, 1 to 3 contribution points will be awarded for each undead corpse eliminated. Can Lang Mu and I team up? Shang Feifan suddenly asked the light ball. The light ball just has no eyes, otherwise it would definitely roll its eyes at Shang Feifan. The tasker Shang Feifan and his partner Lang Mu enter the team state. Unless otherwise specified, this team state will always be effective. Lang Mu's achievements will be counted as one of the members of the tasker's team. Shang Feifan smiled brightly. Then if I cooperate with others in the future, can it also be considered as forming a team? The light ball threw out a sentence stiffly. Please purchase the team props from the game store. Shang Feifan said that he did not have high requirements, as long as he could form a team, and hoped that the system would not sell the team props too expensively for the sake of justice. Light ball. Bah! The shameless Shang Feifan found that he could use dark energy to manipulate this key to control the undead. That is, to use dark energy to stimulate the deterrent effect attached to this key, forcing the undead to return to the room where they were originally locked up. Shang Feifan drove all the undead back to the room, and then began to eliminate these undead one room after another. The greatest power of the undead is that they can't feel pain, and can't be killed easily. Especially when their number is endless, no matter how powerful a person is, he can't deal with them, and can be exhausted to death. And now Shang Feifan has controlled the number of the biggest threats. In this way, the task copy that could have reached the difficulty of hell level has been reduced to the ordinary level. Not to mention that Shang Feifan is accompanied by a lover who has reached the level of magician. The two of them squatted in the Tianqing and easily earned contribution points. Over in the royal city, a bunch of people were waiting for them. When the Insect King made up his mind and went to Lang Mansion to find the two, he saw the message posted on the door and thought that the two were deliberately teasing him. Fortunately, his subordinates found out that it was the male son of Chester, the only 2 Grand Dukes in the Tiger Kingdom, who came to the door to find the two in person and rode a giant insect out of the city with the two. He should really have something to do. The Insect King could only go back to the VIP residence and wait. This wait lasted for 4 whole days. The inheritance sharing conference was over. If the big guys didn't want to get the insect poison removal potion, they would have returned with the inheritance long ago. Seeing that these big guys were unwilling to leave, the eldest prince and other important officials of the Tiger Kingdom were worried and happy at the same time. They took this opportunity to negotiate with them again, from trade to technology to land to border defense to weapons. As long as they could negotiate, they would try their best to negotiate. In this inheritance-sharing conference, the Tiger Kingdom seemed to be at a disadvantage, giving away so much knowledge and technology for nothing. In fact, the Tiger Kingdom did gain a lot of benefits. In addition to the large amount of resources exchanged, some disputed borders were redefined, and all the new judgments were favorable to the Tiger Kingdom. Some disputed territories were also redivided, which was also beneficial to Tiger Country. Other arable land and food transactions, as well as the circulation of materials and professional masters, the traffic routes were open, taxes were reduced or even tax-free. As long as they were used well, Tiger Country's national strength would soon rise rapidly. The upper echelons of Tiger Country were happy, and other bigwigs were anxious. They were all cursing where Manchester had taken people. Some of them were more irritable, and went directly to the prince and others to ask them to find a Manchester. Some people went directly to find Grand Duke Chester, but found that Grand Duke Chester announced that he was in seclusion, and would not receive guests for the time being. Some people also inquired about some internal changes in the Grand Duke Chester's palace. Smart people could feel that the Grand Duke Chester's palace seemed to be changing. The Grand Prince was worried about a Manchester, and sent people to the Grand Duke's palace to inquire about the situation. He wanted to meet Grand Duke Chester, but was blocked. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu had no choice. There were so many undead corpses. Even if they all stood there and let them chop off their heads one by one, it would take half a day. Moreover, the levels of these undead corpses are not low. The weakest one has the strength of level 2, and the strongest one reaches level 6, which is one level higher than Shang Fifan. Fortunately, after Shang Fifan merged with the Fire of Darkness, he became more familiar with dark energy such as resentment and death. The undead corpses saw Shang Fifan as if they saw their own corpses. Not only did they not attack him, but they also did not know how to fight back when they were attacked by Shang Fifan. When Shang Fifan dealt with these undead corpses, he felt his conscience hurt. If these undead corpses were not poisonous, and it was easy to infect a large area if they were released, Shang Fifan would have wanted to collect these undead corpses in his own space and keep them as offensive weapons. However, the two did not waste 4 days. When dealing with these undead corpses, Shang Fifan suddenly entered a state of enlightenment on the 3rd day, whether it was because of too much exposure to death or frequent use of dark energy. When he woke up from the state of enlightenment, he had completely integrated the fire of the dark fire and had a deeper understanding of dark energy. Unconsciously, his innate skill Evil Curse was upgraded from level 5 to level 6, Infinite Power was upgraded to level 5, and Pupil Skills also successfully entered level 4. Before, the Pupil Skills showed that it was elementary. When he re-signed a cooperation contract with the system, the levels of his innate skills and professional skills were all reclassified, and they were all divided from level 1 to level 9. What made him happiest was that he understood 2 new skills. He could use spells and dark energy to directly transform a living person into an undead corpse. And it was an undead corpse without infectious corpse poison. This kind of undead corpse that was forcibly transformed would retain the memory and abilities of his life and be absolutely loyal to him. Another skill is sacrifice. By sacrificing life or other energy, his strength can be greatly increased. Moreover, he does not need to do this sacrifice himself. As long as someone dies, he can absorb all negative energy such as death and resentment to enrich himself. After Shang Fifan comprehended these 2 skills, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the god of darkness makes the gods, and sentient beings so afraid and disgusted. His ability is really terrible. Shang Fifan, who mastered these 2 skills, directly practiced with the undead corpses in the Tianqing. He no longer needed to chop off the heads of these undead corpses one by one and then burn their bodies, but directly absorb their death and all negative energy. The undead corpses whose energy he absorbed turned into mud in the blink of an eye. Shang Fifan felt disgusted when he saw the undead corpses turn into mud, and wondered why they didn't just turn into ashes. But after Lang Mu checked the mud, he found that the mud not only did not have any undead corpse toxins, but also did not have insect poisons. It was a very high-quality nutrient soil that could be used to fertilize the fields. Lang Mu put all the mud into his portable flower garden without any disgust. Shang Fifan, alright. This is really not a waste at all. The couple can be said to have exploited these undead corpses to the fullest. After Shang Feifan absorbed all the energy of the nearly 30,000 undead corpses in the Tianqing, his evil curse level leaped again, from level 6 to level 7. In just 4 days, he was promoted twice. In the game world, this is normal and slow. But in the real world, this is exaggerated. But Shang Feifan also knew that this opportunity was very rare, and there would probably be no such opportunity to smoothly absorb all the energy of 30,000 undead corpses in the future. If there was, the Orc continent would be in danger. The last undead corpse turned into mud, and was collected by Lang Mu in his portable flower garden. Shang Feifan exhaled. Finally, it's over. It was very cool to upgrade quickly, but because he was not skilled at the beginning, he could only extract energy one by one, and the process was really super tiring. And repetitive labor was really boring. Fortunately, after he became skilled, he gradually increased from 1 to 3, then to 5, and later 10 together, as long as the strength level of the undead corpses inside did not exceed his. If I had known earlier, I would have issued tasks for players to do the work. Don't take advantage of it, and sell it out. If you really want to let players come, you probably won't be willing. Lang Mu despised him. Shang Feifan said shamelessly, I can form a team. They are responsible for killing, and I am responsible for absorbing energy. Do you want to keep this here? Lang Mu looked around the circular building. It is not easy to build such a large building under the Tianqing, and it feels a bit of a pity to destroy it like this. If it were on Earth, this place would definitely be a 5-star tourist attraction. Keep it, and give it to the eldest prince. Whatever he does with it in the future. Shang Feifan said indifferently. The two were about to leave. Shang Feifan suddenly stopped. What? What else? Lang Mu asked vigilantly. Shang Feifan turned his head to look at the huge circular building, with doubt in his eyes. Are you saying this is just a soldier cave? Lang Mu, isn't it? Shang Feifan, Grand Duke Chester said, there are a lot of supplies here. Isn't that a lie to deliberately trick us into taking the bait? What if it's not? Think about it, there are so many undead corpses here. Even if someone finds this place, it will be difficult to break through. In other words, if there are a lot of supplies hidden here, others can't easily take them away, right? Shang Feifan's eyes were particularly bright. Lang Mu thought carefully and felt that it made sense. Looking at this circular building again, he suddenly felt that there must be something else inside. Shang Feifan, the true god cult has been lurking in the Tiger Country for such a long time, and has been working near the royal city for a long time. They must have collected a lot of supplies for such a long time, but where did all these supplies go? And if they want to cause trouble, they must have material support, right? Where are these supplies? Lang Mu's heartbeat also accelerated. Shang Feifan even called out the light ball, and asked it if it knew this place. The light ball said that in the original Destiny line, neither Lang Mu nor the player found this sinkhole. The light ball said this. Lang Mu didn't feel anything yet. But Shang Feifan felt strange. He always felt that this light ball knew too much and too much. Can the god of Destiny spy on such a detailed Destiny line? Even such a small matter? And it's so coherent. It's as if the light ball has personally experienced Lang Mu's original Destiny line. And the light ball has a good impression of Lang Mu. Although AMU is very good, it's normal for the light ball to like him. But the light ball was originally just a system without emotions. After signing a contract with him, it suddenly became smart, and even had richer emotions. It couldn't wait to turn into a light ball and run out, and tried every means to get close to Lang Mu. Is this really formed with just a little good impression? Shang Feifan stared at the light ball. Look, this guy is trying to get close to Lang Mu again. Chapter 220. The two looked at the large amount of supplies piled up in the dry cave. Shang Feifan raised his hand, and Lang Mu smiled and high-fived him. On the first floor of this Colosseum-style building that hides 30,000 zombies, the two found a completely inconspicuous room, pushed open the closet in this room, and opened a door. Behind the door is the original cave of the mountain. This cave is extremely cold, but extremely dry, not as damp as ordinary caves. Walking a little further in, you can see a huge natural hollow mountain belly, which is filled with a large amount of supplies including food, weapons, clothes, medicines, and materials. Lang Mu's talent was able to find this treasure cave smoothly. He can hear the voices of the dead. After Shang Feifan dealt with the undead, the remaining corpses were all those of the cult believers. Lang Mu clearly heard the things that these corpses cared about most before they died. Some corpses were wailing for the pain of death, and some corpses kept repeating the things they remembered most deeply. Lang Mu heard a corpse repeating the word supplies, guards, caves, and cast soul magic on the corpse accurately. The soul of the corpse had not yet completely dispersed, and under Lang Mu's guidance, it told the entrance and exit of the treasure cave. The amount of supplies in the belly of the mountain was extremely large, and the food alone was enough for 30,000 to 50,000 people to eat for a month. Zhang Fifan glanced at the large amount of alchemical materials piled in boxes and placed in baskets, and smiled. Lang Mu was about to say that he would either give all these supplies to the eldest prince, but he heard Zhang Fifan say, "It just so happens that we will need resources to win over players in the future. With these things, at least in the short term, we don't have to worry about not being able to pay the task rewards. In addition, your leased territory also needs to be cleaned up. Instead of forcibly taking down those villages and towns, it is better to buy them off. What do you think?" Lang Mu then remembered that they might have a large group of people to support in the future, and nodded immediately. "Just do as you say. Anyway, these materials are durable, and the grains are not shelled." Zhang Fifan didn't have much else on hand, but there were a lot of space storage props. He took out a few bracelets, classified them, and swept these materials into the corresponding bracelets one by one, and then put these storage tools into the statue square. Since he had more storage props in his hands, Zhang Fifan did a big reorganization of his inventory. Considering how he entered the statue square, in order to prevent others from entering the statue square in the same way, Zhang Fifan did not put the materials casually, but hid them slightly. In the past, a large number of items were casually placed in the statue square, but now everything has been packed up. The square became empty again, even if someone is lucky enough to get here, it is difficult to find the space storage props that Zhang Fifan has deliberately hidden. After all the supplies in the belly of the mountain were packed up, the careful Lang Mu pulled Zhang Fifan's clothes and pointed to a corner of the mountain. "Do you think the stones there are blocked in a strange way?" Zhang Fifan looked up and saw a small hole blocked by stones. He walked closer to check, first looking at the stones, then looking at the ground. Zhang Fifan said nothing and went forward to drag the stones that blocked the hole. The heavy stones were moved away one by one, revealing a small hole that only adults could enter by bending over. Zhang Fifan pulled Lang Mu and went in first. After a while, he called Lang Mu in. There was a cave inside the cave. The entrance was small, but the space inside was not small. It was a hollow of about 30 square meters. There were also many boxes piled in this hollow. Zhang Fifan was opening these boxes to check. Lang Mu, who came in, looked over and gasped. These boxes were filled with money. Finally, the two of them calculated that there were a total of 100 boxes of copper daju, 50 boxes of silver dalu, and 20 boxes of gold dadan in this cave, all with 10,000 pieces in each box. This amount of money was not a huge amount for Zhang Fifan, who could refine space props. But the free money, which could make ordinary people rich overnight, still made the two of them very happy. This trip was really not in vain. "Thank you, Grand Duke Chester," Zhang Fifan said sincerely. Lang Mu suddenly asked, "Has the settlement from the system come out?" Zhang Fifan nodded with a smile on his face. When the last undead corpse was eliminated, the system notified him that the task was completed, and he obtained a total contribution value of 47,200 points, a super big harvest. He had never earned so many contribution points from completing tasks before. If it was the previous system, it would probably not calculate his contribution points in this way, and would only give him 100 or 80 contribution points for a complete task. Now, probably because the contract has been re-signed, the contribution points used to be linked to the player's level, but now there is no such need at all, and the system directly gives him a lot of points. With so many contribution points, he could arm himself and Lang Mu with all their hair. Zhang Fifan thought happily. He also opened the system mall, wanting to buy Lang Mu some equipment on the spot. As a result, as soon as the system mall was opened, before he started searching for the products he wanted, he saw several lines of golden words, as if they were afraid that he would not see them, and they pushed them in front of him. Elementary Chapter of the Dark Energy Cultivation Law, 100 contribution points. Intermediate Chapter of the Dark Energy Cultivation Law, 5,000 contribution points. Advanced Chapter of the Dark Energy Cultivation Law, 10,000 contribution points. The Path to Godhood through the Dark Energy Cultivation Law, 100,000 contribution points. How to cultivate and use the Dark Fire Seed, 3,000 contribution points. A grain of soil. It is said that this is the essence of soil stolen by a certain earth-based magic god from the back garden of a certain god. He originally wanted to use it on himself, but unfortunately died in battle. Later, this grain of soil fell into the battlefield of the gods and became one of the spoils of a certain god. Price 10,000 contribution points. Zhang Fifan, I'm waiting for me here. since he plans to take the path of the Dark God. He doesn't plan to become a god, but he is very interested in mastering the dark energy, which he likes more than spells. After all, although spells are good, they still have certain limitations. But dark energy is different, and its application range is wider. After Shang Feifan bought all the 3 chapters of the Dark Energy Cultivation Law, including the basic, intermediate, and advanced chapters, as well as the dark fire usage method, and instilled these knowledge into his mind, he realized that his understanding of dark energy was still too one-sided. Who said that dark energy can only devour, corrode, and destroy? The Dark Energy Cultivation Law tells you that there is nothing that dark energy cannot do except for those who cannot use dark energy. For example, dark energy can also be used for treatment. Wounds, toxins, and illnesses will all generate dark energy in the patient's body. As long as these dark energies are removed and the patient's own self-healing power prevails, the recovery will naturally be very fast. When necessary, dark energy can even keep the injured body in a certain state, so that the situation will not get worse. Dark energy can also be used to exorcise evil spirits. They are all members of the same organization, so isn't it easier to tame and persuade them than to fight against hostile forces? For example, many people can't do anything with spells. To remove spells, they either have to find the caster or find very special sacred items. But if you master dark energy, you can directly swallow the spell or even sacrifice it. In short, there are many benefits to practicing dark energy. The 3 articles on the practice rules praise dark energy, which seem to be far superior to other forces such as natural forces. Even at the end of the advanced article, it was mentioned that dark energy can be reborn from the dead when it is practiced to the extreme. However, this part of the content will only be described in detail in the article The Road to Becoming a God. Shang Feifan opened his eyes. From checking them all, to buying the dark energy practice rules, and then going through them roughly, it took less than 10 minutes. At this time, he couldn't say that he had mastered dark energy, but he could only say that he had a general understanding. Lang Mu saw Shang Feifan open his eyes, and his heart trembled. Shang Feifan's eyes became darker, and there seemed to be a little dark red in the center of his pupils, like flames. And he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Shang Feifan's pupils seemed to be a circle bigger than before. This is for you, the reward for the task just now. Shang Feifan took out an item, and stuffed it into Lang Mu's hand. Lang Mu opened the small box in his hand, and saw a small particle less than the size of a thumbnail. The ball of light jumped out and jumped onto the small box. This is what I prepared for you. It is the soil essence condensed by the gods. It can be put in your portable flower garden. There will be a surprise. Shang Feifan, a grain of soil worth 10,000 contribution points. If there is no big surprise, I will definitely beat you to death. If it is something else, Lang Mu may still refuse, but for this thing, he will not be polite. He is very attentive to the portable flower garden, and subconsciously always feels that this thing will be of great help in restoring the water and soil of the Orc continent. Lang Mu did not think much about it, and immediately put the grain of soil into the portable flower garden. As soon as the grain of soil fell into the flower garden, the entire flower garden began to roll violently. In less than a moment, Lang Mu's consciousness was ejected from the flower garden, and the entire flower garden closed itself. Light ball, has the flower garden changed? Don't worry, it is evolving. When it is over, you can use it as usual. Shang Feifan only looked at Lang Mu's expression, and knew that the grain of soil was worth buying. But the attitude of the light ball was a bit. It's annoying. It was obviously the contribution points they earned to buy the soil, but it was as if the light ball had given it to Lang Mu. The light ball didn't know if it sensed the sinister gaze staring at it, and when it returned to Shang Feifan's body, it left a sentence that only Shang Feifan could hear. The essence of the soil was originally worth 100,000 points. Shang Feifan, yes, things that can be collected by gods as trophies are not ordinary goods. But how can this boss feel so bad when selling treasures at a low price to secretly please his partner? He felt a little green on his forehead. Lang Mu's mind was mostly on the portable flower garden at this moment, and he didn't notice the change in Lao Shang's expression. He just felt that this man was so excited just now, but now, he suddenly became a little listless, thinking that he was tired. Let's go back and rest for a night. We meet the Insect King and his men tomorrow. Lang Mu felt sorry for Shang Feifan. Shang Feifan said that he was taking turns to deal with the undead for the past 4 days, but in fact, he hardly rested. He kept covering him with death energy to prevent any undead from actively attacking him. Yeah. Shang Feifan held the hand that Lang Mu naturally extended, and felt relieved. Even if the system likes Lang Mu, It can only watch. Shang Fifan leaned over and smacked Lang Mu's face. My. Not enough, pecked again. Lang Mu had no choice but to press his lips. Stop making trouble, go back quickly. I don't want to be here with you. Lang Mu didn't finish his words and blushed. Shang Fifan's eyes lit up, and he pulled Lang Mu. Let's go. Go home. If it doesn't work here, it must work at home. It's a pity that Shang Fifan's plan failed. As soon as the two returned to Lang's house, they were discovered by the waiter left there by the Insect King, and the news was passed to the Insect King. Not long after the Insect King went to find Aries Shang, other big guys also soon learned about Aries Shang's return. It was not just the Insect King who sent people to follow Lang Mansion. Shang Fifan saw the Insect King coming to his house again, and he was furious. He was wrong. The Insect King had agreed to meet him in 2 hours, but he was delayed for 4 days because of those undead corpses. It was because the Insect King was wedded by what he said, and as a king, he was quite open-minded, and Aries Shang had something the Insect King wanted, otherwise he would have returned to the East Continent long ago and let Aries Shang find him himself. Now that he came to his house in person, Shang Fifan didn't need to say anything. Lang Mu took the initiative to entertain the distinguished guest. Lang Mu was still dressed as a guard, and his face was disguised. But which of these big guys didn't know Lang Mu's true identity? Even if they didn't know it first, they all knew it when Aries Shang moved into the Lang Mansion with this guard. No matter how bad Aries Shang was, he couldn't bring his new lover to live in the Lang Mansion, unless he wanted to fight to the death with the Lang family. The Insect King was very polite to Lang Mu. He heard some things about Raphael Lang Mu, and he was also very disdainful of the Tiger King's behavior. Originally, the Insect King had some respect for the Tiger King, but after knowing that he had swapped children, he felt that this king was irresponsible. That is, he couldn't win over his wife and make her completely turn to him. He couldn't control his lower body, and even had an illegitimate child. In the end, in order to protect the illegitimate child, he harmed the only son of the sacrificed hero. No matter which point, the Insect King looked down on the Tiger King, who was also a male. Many places in the orc world are not monogamous, and some royal families live extremely absurd lives, but at least they are absurd and never cover it up. The Tiger King is both a man and a woman, but he is in a high position and has extraordinary fighting power, which makes several relatively self-disciplined bigwigs dislike his personal morality. The Insect King is polite to Lang Mu, not because he sympathizes with his past experience, but because he admires that he can grow into an upright person in such a bad environment, and he does not just avoid and retreat when he encounters bullying and humiliation, but advances and retreats with reason, and retaliates when necessary. Not to mention that Lang Mu also attracted people like Aries Shang. People who are usually pursued by many people and powerful people will always attract the attention of others, just like things that are fought for by others are always good. Without knowing Lang Mu, the bigwigs such as the Insect King will naturally weigh Lang Mu's value from the perspective of Lang Mu's pursuer. This is a bit unfair to Lang Mu, but it is also a hidden rule that is difficult for anyone to avoid, not to mention that Lang Mu doesn't care about it. This gem waist pendant can be traded to you. The Insect King got straight to the point. Shang Fifan didn't want to make any more trouble. What do you want? The Insect King said without hesitation. I want to see the statue of the god of nature. Shang Fifan said simply, okay. You can even offer this waist pendant to the statue yourself. The Insect King's eyes lit up. Chapter 221. But there is one thing I must explain in advance, lest your majesty think that I am harming you. Shang Fifan's face straightened. The Insect King thought, I know there is no such good thing as seeing a god casually, but I don't know what other requests this playboy wants to make. Shang Fifan, the power of God is not something that ordinary people can contend with. Even if he has no intention to hurt ordinary people, he will still hurt them. Just like the sun is hanging there, it doesn't want to do anything to us, but if we get too close, the result will be annihilation. Insect King, you mean if I face God directly, I will be hurt? Shang Fifan nodded honestly. It is very likely. For this reason, if you feel that you can't resist the energy of the other party when you see the statue of the god of nature, please let me know, and I will help you leave. Insect King subconsciously asked, can you resist? Shang Fifan shook his head, neither can I. I am just protected by the power of God. As for how to get the protection of the power of God, it depends entirely on the mood of the gods. Insect King understood, it was just like ordinary insect people wanting to see him. If he liked the other party, he would allow the other party to come to see him, and if he didn't like it, he would naturally let the other party go as far as possible. Shang Fifan, excuse me, your majesty, are you ready? The Insect King said calmly, yes. Shang Fifan stood up, then please. The Insect King also stood up, thinking that this journey would take a long time, so he gave instructions to his subordinates. As a result, the Insect King felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he appeared in a huge square. In the distance, a majestic and powerful statue came into view. An unparalleled energy suppressed him. But before the Insect King could see the full picture of the statue, he suddenly felt countless noises rushing into his ears and brain. The Insect King was mentally prepared, but he couldn't resist such a huge and piercing noise. It was like countless people holding sharp trumpets and blowing into his ears. The Insect King covered his ears and roared unconsciously. Instantly, the Insect King transformed. A huge insect appeared at the edge of the square. The insect attacked the surroundings frantically. Shang Fifan hid far away, thinking that he was lucky to have put away everything in the square, otherwise he would be heartbroken now. There was a liquid like blood flowing out of some organs of the insect. Shang Fifan knew that no matter what he said to the Insect King now, the other party couldn't hear it, and he could only wait for the other party to be unable to bear it and ask for help. The Insect King still wanted to struggle, and he tried to get closer to the statue. But with every step closer, the countless screams that pierced his brain seemed to overturn his brain, making him want to smash his head. I am here to present the Gem Waist Pendant and return your power. The Insect King wanted to say this, but all that came out was a miserable roar. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The Insect King could no longer hold on, and threw the Gem Waist Pendant in his hand with his last strength. Offer. The moment the Gem Waist Pendant fell to the ground, the Insect King was sent out of space by a force. Shang Fifan was slightly surprised, and did not follow him out immediately. Instead, he went over to pick up the fallen Gem Waist Pendant and walked to the statue. The statue looked at him silently. Shang Fifan raised the Gem Waist Pendant and placed it on the part of the statue's missing little toe on the left foot. A faint light flashed, and the Gem Waist Pendant, which was originally only the size of a knuckle, became a part of the statue. The vines wrapped around the statue's shoulders were darker green in color, and two small flowers as big as a fingernail bloomed. A small blue-purple flower fell off automatically. Shang Fifan subconsciously reached out and caught the small flower. Another dark black flower quickly produced fruit, which was not big, only the size of a fingernail. Shang Fifan stared at the fruit, and a strong desire arose in his heart. This desire was no less than when he saw the evil god's egg. The fruit ripened and fell off automatically. Shang Fifan quickly caught the fruit. Congratulations on completing the main task of finding the missing little toe of the statue of the god of nature, and successfully obtaining a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Your talent skill, Immortality, has a fusion degree of 50%. You sent back the scattered power of the god of nature, and won the favor of the god of nature. But under the influence of your blood talent, the evil curse, any blessing buff is ineffective against you. For this, you obtain the mysterious gift of the god of nature, the fruit of death, which can increase your control over the power of death. The Insect King Josie Doyle sent back the scattered power of the god of nature, and received the Night Wandering Flower, a gift from the god of nature. Eating it can permanently increase the speed by 15%. The Insect King reappeared in the living room of Lang Mansion. Lang Mu stood against the wall, but there was nothing he could do. The insect was too huge, and filled the huge living room. As soon as the Insect King left the statue square, the countless sharp noises that made him want to self-destruct disappeared instantly. Even so, the Insect King calmed down for nearly half a minute before changing from a huge insect back to human form. Lang Mu took out a bottle of potion and handed it to the Insect King. You will feel better after drinking it. The Insect King did not refuse, thanked him and took it, opened the bottle stopper in front of Lang Mu, and drank it. Lang Mu knew that the Insect King had more or less intended to do it for him to see. Look, this king trusts you so much. But after coming out of the statue square, the Insect King still dared to drink the potion he gave him, which was indeed very courageous. After the potion was swallowed, a trace of coolness was injected into the stimulated brain of the Insect King, and the disordered mental power calmed down. Didn't you try to block those sounds and block your hearing and brain? Lang Mu said softly. The Insect King shook his head. I tried, but it didn't work. Lang Mu was slightly surprised. He also tried it, and it was still effective. Lang Mu had to say, maybe it's the first time you have come into contact with this kind of power, and you haven't adapted to it yet. Maybe? The Insect King smiled bitterly. Lang Mu guessed that he could actively block those noises from the beginning, in addition to his power, and the god of nature, he has the heart of the statue of the god of nature in his body, and he has awakened the blood talent that can hear the voice of the dead, and he has specially learned how to block a lot of sounds, and he has already been favored by the god of nature before entering the square. The Insect King looked at Lang Mu deeply. Raphael Longmu and Aries Shang should have had the same experience as him, but unlike him, they have obviously been recognized by the gods. Suspect that the statue is fake? How is it possible? As soon as he entered the statue square, he felt an indescribable and majestic power. And when he saw the statue, the absolute pressure from the bottom of his heart that made him want to surrender made him know how great it was. That was different from the feeling given to him by the insect mother. That was at a higher level and completely irresistible. Longmu suddenly turned his head. A figure appeared beside Longmu. When the Insect King saw Aries Shang appear, he asked a little eagerly, "Is my offering successful?" Aries Shang nodded, stretched out his hand, and showed the object in his palm. "This is the gift given by the gods after your gift, the night-wandering flower. Eating it can increase your speed by 15% forever." The Insect King was surprised. It's the night-wandering flower. The night-wandering flower is a legendary exotic flower. It was basically not seen during the Great Prosperity era, and it is a rare medicinal material that countless alchemists dream of. Don't look at it as just a small flower, but if you give it to a powerful pharmacist above the master level, you may be able to make at least 3 or 5 bottles of potions that increase agility and improve physical fitness. And these potions are without exception, the added attributes are permanent. Although the night-wandering flower is more valuable when it is handed over to the pharmacist to be refined into a potion, the night-wandering flower is extremely rare, and the master who can refine the relevant potion dare not guarantee that he can make it successfully. If the pharmacist fails to make it, then a very precious night-wandering flower will disappear. In contrast, those who are lucky enough to get the night-wandering flower will basically choose to eat it directly. If you eat it directly, you can also permanently increase a certain attribute point, but it varies from 3% to 10%. And this flower given by the god of nature can directly increase the speed by 15% when eaten, which has reached the effect of the pharmacist refining the finished product. Characters like the Insect King, their strength has reached the peak of ordinary orcs, and it is extremely difficult to improve a little. And such a small flower can increase his speed by 15% at once, and the Insect King's heart suddenly became hot. The Insect King solemnly accepted the gift from the god of nature, and he almost didn't hesitate, and put the flower into his mouth on the spot. Rather than letting the pharmacist refine this rare treasure, it is better for him to eat it directly. After a moment, the Insect King showed an irrepressible joy on his face. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." The Insect King sincerely thanked Shang Fifan. This deal is really worth it, and Aries Shang didn't have to let him face the statue of the god, and he could stop him from offering the waist pendant to the god in person. The Insect King could also guess that Aries Shang would definitely get some benefits from it, but the other party was willing to share the benefits with him, an outsider, which was the key point. "From now on, you two are friends of my insect tribe. As long as you come to the insect tribe, you will be welcomed and entertained with the highest standards." The Insect King almost told Aries Shang directly that he would stand on his side in the future. Aries Shang waved his hand and said indifferently, "This is also your own opportunity." The Insect King smiled. Some opportunities also depend on whether others are willing to give them. In short, he accepted this favor, and he accepted it willingly. By the way, the insect poison removal potion you took out earlier. The Insect King originally wanted to trade this potion with the waist pendant, and it would be even better if he could trade it for the prescription. But after discussing with his confidant, he felt that it was unlikely to get the prescription, so he thought about whether he could exchange it for more finished potions, and then negotiate a wholesale preferential price to facilitate continuous purchases in the future. Who would have thought that Aries Merchant would actually throw out more tempting trading conditions for him, making it impossible for the Insect King to make a decision immediately at the time, and he could only find someone to discuss again. The insect poison removal potion is good, but human nature is selfish, and the opportunity to meet the gods directly is absolutely an irresistible temptation for someone like the Insect King, who has reached the peak of his life. What's more, the insect poison removal potion is in the hands of an ordinary orc. Just looking at the other party's posture of taking out 5 bottles in a row, it is obvious that he can trade it anyway if he wants to. The opportunity to meet the gods. The Insect King, who now has received the gift from the gods, feels that his decision is right. "You want to trade?" "Sure, the price is negotiable." Aries Shang agreed immediately. The last time he completed the task of helping Lang Mu remove the curse, he was rewarded with the method of refining the new insect poison dissolving potion. That was the method of refining that was directly instilled into his brain. As long as he refined it a few more times by himself and connected his body with the memory in his brain, the ability to refine potions would belong to him. But there is a disadvantage of this direct infusion, that is, it is impossible to learn potions systematically. It is equivalent to only instilling this one and only knowing this one, and only knowing how to refine mechanically, but not knowing why the prescription is prepared in this way, and why the potion is refined in this way. But Shang Fifan is not worried about this at all. He has already opened the professional skills of the herbalist, and will slowly upgrade the relevant knowledge in the future. Now, of course, practicality is the main thing. If you want the formula, that's fine too. Aries Shang added. The Insect King was surprised. Can the formula be traded? Yes. Aries Shang nodded and said righteously. Eliminating insect poison is the business of all orcs in the entire orc continent. As long as the insect poison exists, our orc continent and all living things will be tortured by the insect poison. If more people can learn the formula of the insect poison removal potion, our orc continent can recover sooner. The Insect King admired. You really have this heart. You are worthy of being favored by the gods. Aries Shang accepted it calmly. I also think I am very good. Only such an excellent and extraordinary me can be worthy of my AMU. The smile on the face of the Insect King became a little stiff. Of course, I still want the compensation I deserve. Free gifts are worthless, and will not be taken seriously. Aries Shang changed his tone. Next, let's talk about the price of the medicine and prescription. After saying that, Aries Shang also winked at the Insect King. I have a different price for each person. And a contract must be signed that the formula cannot be resold or transferred, including intentional theft and loss caused by intentional loss. But the time limit is only 10 years. Insect King, I see, you just want to do an exclusive deal for 10 years. Aries Shang, I am willing to publicly trade such a precious and important formula. I think everyone will not mind me making a little hard-earned money on it. Don't you think so, Your Majesty? What else can the Insect King say? Of course, he smiled and replied, yes, you deserve it. The Insect King returned home satisfied that day. Although Aries Shang wanted to do an exclusive deal, his price was really not high. And he liked raw materials more than Jinda Shield. The insect tribe has nothing but abundant raw materials, especially medicinal plants. They like to chew plants by nature, probably because they are afraid of being eaten, and they have also lit up their talent for planting after years of evolution. In the Great Prosperity Era and the previous eras, if you ask which race in the whole orc continent is the best at growing crops and herbs, the insects can say without modesty that if they dare to rank second, no one dares to claim to be the first. Now it is the rampant insect poison that has hindered the performance of the insects, and the insects have eaten too many plants containing insect poison, which is particularly prone to mutation, so they have become a little slack in planting. But even so, the territory chosen by their insect tribe and their own planting talent also make their plants more luxuriant than other places. When the Insect King and Aries negotiated the deal, they calculated the raw materials of their medicinal plants according to their market wholesale price. Although they gave a very good discount, it was much more cost-effective than giving Jinda Shield and other items directly. Shang Fifan was also very satisfied with the deal. After he got the formula of the insect poison dissolving potion, he never thought of hiding it in his hands. It would be good for all the orcs if this thing was spread out earlier. But giving it away for free is not good either. It is easy for people to suspect that he has bad intentions, and it is impossible to attract attention quickly. If even the prescription is suspected, it is not worth the loss. It is better to charge a corresponding fee. The list of materials he gave to the Insect King included medicinal plants and minerals, all of which he needed. The price the Insect King gave him was much cheaper than what he had inquired about in the relevant market. The price of some medicinal plants was even as low as 1% of the retail price. Being able to exchange so many materials at such a low price, he can use these materials to practice and improve his professional skills without regret, so as to make better finished products and sell them at a better price. He can exchange more cultivation resources for selling finished products, and in this virtuous cycle, he can also make rapid progress. And he who makes money is more motivated to do things for the world, right? As the Insect King left Lang Mansion with a satisfied smile, more big men followed. When each big man left, it can be seen that no matter whether they are satisfied with the transaction with Aries merchants, at least they did not go in vain. The big men of the leadership class are the first batch of traders, followed by the leaders and powerful people of some small and medium-sized countries and tribes. When these leaders are satisfied, it will be the turn of masters from all walks of life, especially masters in the pharmaceutical industry. During this period, most of the people who came to Lang Mansion to trade insect poison removal potions and potion formulas, as well as those who wanted to trade space storage tools, were very polite, not too arrogant, and certainly not putting on airs in front of Aries Shang and the others. The top leaders of the Orc continent were all polite, when they came to Aries Shang. What kind of status and strength did the others have to dare to show off in front of Aries Shang? There were really those who were so blind that they had no chance to get close to Lang Mansion, and even if they got close, they couldn't get in. Lang Mansion seemed to be unguarded, but the circle of walls and the front and back doors were all specially prepared. Anyone who had ill intentions towards Aries Shang and the Lang family would not only be unable to enter Lang Mansion, but would also be attacked. As for why everyone knew this, of course someone had tried it personally. The idiot third prince actually brought people to trouble Aries Shang, saying that someone had testified that he and Raphael had teamed up to break into the third prince's mansion and took away the third prince's butler Kurt. The third prince believed that Aries Shang deliberately made trouble for him for Raphael, and he did not hesitate to label his butler as a believer of the evil god. The third prince had a very bad time during this period. He could not see his father, and had a bad relationship with other brothers and sisters. He wanted to show his face at the inheritance sharing conference, but no one took him seriously. Now even his mansion could be broken into at will, and his butler, who he relied on very much, was taken away. The third prince's mentality collapsed. On the night of the incident, he ran to the eldest prince and yelled at his eldest brother to find his butler and catch and hang the evil man who broke into his mansion in public. The eldest prince was still busy with the inheritance sharing conference at that time, and he had to be wary of various organizations and existences that were malicious to Tiger Country, including the believers of the evil god. He also needed to review the affairs of the entire Tiger Country, and he was so busy that he didn't even have time to sleep. Regarding the unreasonable behavior of the third prince, the first prince learned from Clement, who had taken away the butler of the third prince's mansion, and also knew that the butler was a bishop of the True God Church. He did not go to the third prince to scold him. Even if he had good patience, the third prince actually came to him to ask for someone. The first prince exploded at that time, scolded the third prince, and had him put under house arrest to prevent him from going out to cause trouble. The third prince was afraid of the Tiger King, but not the first prince. Although the first prince had someone watch him, he still escaped from the third prince's mansion by making trouble, and with the help of some people, and also gathered a group of people to go to the Lang mansion to find trouble with Aries Shang and Raphael. Then, the third prince and his people could not even touch the gate of the Lang mansion, and were blown away by countless vines. Those vines that looked like decorations climbing on the walls, and the door head exerted extremely terrible power at that moment. The third prince did not believe in evil, and wanted to lead people to continue to charge. As a result, some people were caught by the vines and twisted into a dough stick, and finally the vines used them to bury their roots. The third prince was shocked and ordered people to use fire attack. This action completely angered the vines, causing them to spray out some strange invisible energy. And anyone who was touched by the energy suddenly became confused, as if they had seen the most terrifying scene. Those who had some courage could run away, and many people fell to the ground directly, unable to move. The third prince did not escape the invasion of resentment. He saw countless people he had bullied rushing to tear him apart, and he could not kill these crazy orcs no matter how hard he hit them. In the end, the third prince fell to the ground with a pale face and fell into a coma. Other passers-by did not dare to touch the third prince and the people he brought with him, so Clement led people over and directed them to carry the third prince and his lackeys away together. From then on, no one dared to look down on the walls and vines on the gate of the Lang mansion, and no thief dared to climb over the wall of the Lang mansion. Chapter 222. Manchester opened his eyes, saw a familiar face, and slowly exhaled. It seems that my luck is not bad. Amon sat up. Lang Mu smiled at him. It's also because your mental strength is strong. Iman shook his head. If you hadn't found a hiding place for me, I would have been in trouble this time. The mental strength of that old dog is unexpectedly strong. You? Lang Mu glanced at Iman's expression. Iman put on his shoes and stood up. I have some memories, probably from my previous life, but not very coherent. I seem to have been a magician. Iman's expression was very calm. Raphael Lang Mu and Aries Shang saved his life twice, so he had nothing to hide from them. Lang Mu smiled. Then do you know how to become a magician? Do you remember those magics? Yemen nodded and shook his head. I remember part of it, but I have a strong intuition that the knowledge of magicians has penetrated into my soul. As long as I can remember part of it, I can remember more. Now I know how to cultivate my mental power. Lang Mu, that's good. Mental power is an important pillar of magicians. If you can start to cultivate mental power, maybe you can recall all the knowledge of magicians in a short time. Yemen also smiled and shrugged. It's a pity that there is no magic here. Even if the magician's memory is restored, It won't be of much use. Lang Mu flipped his hand and took out a small bag. I hope this is of some use to you, but I don't have much of this stuff. Please try to save it. Yimin's heart skipped a beat and subconsciously took the bag. Without opening it, he sensed what was inside. Thank you. Iman didn't know how to thank these two people. He could only be thankful that he knew them. Would you know me in my previous life? Iman couldn't help asking. Lang Mu laughed. No, I shouldn't know you in my previous life. But I did learn magic. Please keep it secret for now. Of course. By the way, your brother Isaiah, who married the youngest daughter of Earl Merwin, please pay more attention to him. If you find any abnormal behavior in him, you don't need to do anything special. He is likely to be one of the vessels of God's descent. You just need to tell Clement or pass it directly to me. When you inherit everything from the Chester family, it would be best if you can take back the territory there. Iman remembered this incident, and he also knew how important the place where his brother Isaiah stayed was. That was the border of Tiger Country. If it's not handled well, it may be divided, or even become a gap for neighboring countries to invade Tiger Country. It is true that Iman has recovered some of the magician's memories, but his memories of being born and growing up in Tiger Country are also very complete. Although he hates his father, he still has feelings for Tiger Country. Besides, Raphael Lang Mu is also a Tiger Countryman, and he cares about this country very much. I know, I will contact you in time if there is anything. You are going back to your territory, right? Lang Mu paused, took out something again, and handed it to Iman. This is a communicator made by Ashong. Currently, there is only a simple version, and the distance cannot be too far. If it exceeds 1,000 kilometers, it may not be able to contact. Iman took the object that looked like a small metal cube and looked through it curiously. Is this an alchemical item? Yes. Lang Mu instructed how to use it. There are 9 numbers on it, which means that only 9 contacts can be recorded temporarily. First, input the contact's mental power into the corresponding number. For example, I put my mental power into the number 9. You also put your mental power into the value 9 of my communicator. After that, you can contact me as long as you touch this number with your mental power, and you can talk to me directly through this communicator. Can you talk directly? Iman murmured. It seems that there is a similar communicator in the Great Prosperity era. Someone has found it, but it's a pity that it can't be used. Lang Mu. The communicator used in the Great Prosperity era should be a technology plus alchemy item, which requires a signal tower to transmit signals. This is just the simplest version. So it is useless over a long distance, and its function is very simple, similar to radio. But Ashong said that he would research new and more useful communicators in the future. Seeing the pride in Lang Mu's eyes, Yimin couldn't help laughing and envied in his heart. What is radio? It is a kind of radio wave. Lang Mu did not explain in detail. As for the knowledge of radio, our orc civilization has actually discovered and used it a long time ago. You can go to the National Library to read relevant knowledge. It is the inheritance you found in that underground library, right? Yes. Yimin nodded. I will study more. It just so happened that he didn't know what to do in the future. Grand Duke Chester died, and he was about to inherit everything in this family. He was really rich and free. And he was not good at politics. Maybe he could rely on his previous magic knowledge and combine it with the scientific and technological knowledge in the orc civilization to research something new. The two left their spiritual power on each other's communicators to facilitate future contact. Yimin walked out of the gate of Lang Mansion, stopped and looked back. He had an inexplicable intimacy with Raphael Lang Mu. Although the other party said that he did not know him in his previous life, he had a subtle intuition that he must have seen this person in his previous life, or even had contact with him. That afternoon, Yimin Chester went to the palace to meet the eldest prince. Less than a day later, the Tiger King issued an order to recognize Yimin Chester's inheritance of everything in the Chester family, and demoted his title to become the new Marquis of the Tiger Kingdom. And Yimin Chester gave away most of the family's territory in one breath. Most of this territory was almost all close to the border or important mineral deposits, including the Dean Fortress where Isaiah went. When Isaiah went to the Dean Fortress, he was nominally going to be the lord there, but Grand Duke Chester attached great importance to his own territory and power. He just let his son go there to manage things, and did not really give that territory to Isaiah. That is to say, from a legal perspective, Isaiah was only the manager of Dean's Fortress, not the real owner. The eldest prince immediately sent an army to Dean's Fortress after receiving the transfer permit. The leader and 2 deputies were all selected by Tiger King, Grand Commander Lion Domain and Prime Minister. The eldest prince was only responsible for listening. Tiger King and others considered the possibility that the border army commander of Dean's fortress was bribed or controlled by Isaiah, so of course, it was impossible to send only a few civil servants to take over. The day before Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu left the royal city, they received a generous gift from Manchester. It was really a very generous gift. In addition to the transfer of the territory that Amon and them agreed to that led directly to the coastline, there were also a large number of seeds, a large amount of refined ore, and a deposit certificate of 10,000 gold and a withdrawal password. Because the quantity was too large and difficult to transport, Yemen just wrote a document in the gift box and asked the two to go directly to the place of origin to collect it. He was worried that the two would not want this generous gift, saying that those things were piled there. If they did not take them, they would be useless after a long time, or they would be discovered and robbed by others. He asked the two not to waste his heart. Lang Mu looked at Xiang Fifan helplessly. What should I do? Xiang Fifan was happy. The things the other party sent are very practical. You see, he knows that you want to manage the territory, and what you need most is a large number of healthy seeds. Even the money was deposited in the National Bank in our name. As for so many minerals, he is now the Marquis of Chester, and he owns the huge family property accumulated by the Chester family for hundreds and thousands of years. Didn't you read the gossip newspaper that the Chester family owns the most mineral deposits in Tiger Country? Xiang Fifan patted Lang Mu's shoulder. He is repaying his life-saving grace. As the saying goes, debt-free is light. He gave you these things because he wanted to get along with you on an equal footing in the future. Lang Mu said lightly, and understood. Speaking of gossip newspapers, they have been very active recently, and there is a trend of turning from secret to open. The eldest prince sent someone to find the editor-in-chief of their newspaper, and clearly expressed his intention to invest. Tiger Country can of course also open an official newspaper, but few people like to read official newspapers. Gossip newspapers are different. Their popular base has been formed. Now not only the residents of Tiger Country's capital, but also other towns and villages in Tiger Country like gossip newspapers very much, and would rather pay more to buy newspapers with caravans. The official investment of Tiger Country in gossip newspapers is not to control this newspaper, but to hope that official things can be quickly spread through gossip. In addition, when explaining certain things through gossip newspapers, more people will believe them. The editor-in-chief of the gossip newspaper couldn't make a decision on his own, so he contacted the boss behind the newspaper. The boss behind the scenes, Shang Lauda, changed his identity and became Long Yu again, and went to sign a share transfer contract with the officials sent by the government. The Tiger Kingdom royal family bought 10% of the shares of the gossip newspaper for 5,000 gold, and agreed that they would never interfere in the management and reporting of the gossip newspaper. They only agreed that the gossip newspaper must be truthful when reporting news related to the royal family, and must not make up stories or catch wind in shadows. At the same time, Long Yu also gave several backbone shares to the newspaper. The highest was 5%, and the lowest was 1%. As long as Long Yu made sure that his shares exceeded 51%, he planned to slowly dilute the other shares in the future, mainly to give them to players, so that players would have a greater sense of autonomy and participation. After the players got the shares, they really worked harder on the gossip business. After Xiang Fifan got a large amount of funds, he planned to open the gossip newspaper throughout the Tiger Kingdom, and even expand to other countries and regions. First, he asked editor-in-chief Dingo to open the first branch of the gossip newspaper in the player camp of Tianquan Valley. He planned to build the second branch in Moyo Town. And the gossip newspaper was also the vanguard of his invasion of the player forces affiliated with Loren Milton. The matter of the royal city had basically been resolved, and the next thing to deal with was Loren Milton. Xiang Fifan hated this person much more than Lang Mu did. This was not just jealous of Lang Mu's relationship with this scumbag. Xiang Fifan hated the other party for not treating and cherishing the treasure in his heart. This was like a person who had been hungry for a long time and had been hungry for more than half a month, seeing someone eating a full banquet, but with an arrogant attitude, only eating 1 or 2 bites, and then dumping it all into the cesspool. He wanted to beat him to death, starve that bastard to death. When Xiang Fifan and Lang Mu left the royal city, they only quietly said hello to Clement and the eldest prince. The two also received the simplified communicator made by Xiang Fifan. Fortunately, Moyo Town and Lang Mu's new territory are within the communication range of the communicator from the royal city. If it doesn't work, there is still a radio transmitter for communication. Xiang Fifan left one for Clement. Yes, Xiang Fifan made an old-fashioned radio. This kind of old-fashioned radio is not difficult to assemble as long as there are raw materials, and detailed assembly drawings can be found on the network of Earthstar. After collecting enough materials, Shang Fifan rubbed the radio station by hand. Lao Fu also provided him with some accessories. Some instruments are not difficult to assemble, but the accessories are difficult, such as diodes, chips, etc. Players have long wanted to copy various hot weapons on Earthstar in the game, but the difficulty lies in the initial materials. For example, seamless steel pipes, alloy refining, non-destructive drilling, inner bore processing, etc. If you don't pursue safety and longevity, then it doesn't matter if you just do it for fun. But the players are ambitious. They have all come to the holographic game, and there are no laws to govern them. They can do whatever they want. It just so happens that the owner of Tianquan Valley also supports them to start from the most basic, so for a long time many players have been busy with the most basic industrial preparations. Now it is almost the harvest season. Not only have the players' levels been upgraded, but their industrial and agricultural foundations have also been established. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu both know that the owner of Tianquan Valley was dormant before, under the pretext of recuperating, just waiting for this period to come. After the two left the royal city, they went to the underground library of Black Forest City. Lang Mu told Shang Fifan, "I plan to talk to the soul of Marquis Dinton today." "Are you sure?" Shang Fifan was very supportive of this. "Lang Mu, when I eliminated the soul of Grand Duke Chester, I made some discoveries. Perhaps Marquis Dinton has the same problem. This problem may be a means for me to break through his soul defense." Shang Fifan raised his eyebrows. "What problem?" Lang Mu deliberately, "I tell you later." The old man appeared when the two just walked into the library. "You two are really capable. The priest's palace complained to me that they obviously asked you to entrust something, but you gave them a big problem. Now the priest's palace is conducting self-examination. Did the self-examination show any results?" Shang Fifan asked casually. The old man sighed. "It's not that fast. It's been infiltrated for so long, and now even the upper echelons can't be trusted. The priest palace decided to call back all the priests sent to various places. Isn't this a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater?" Lang Mu frowned. The old man, "It's better than those priests sent abroad who are connected with the evil gods and lead the entire country and tribe into the trap." "Yes." Shang Fifan stood on the side of the old man this time. "It doesn't matter whether the priests are sent or not. The biggest role of the priests is to be responsible for the inheritance of knowledge and technology, but the priest palace seems to have not come up with any truly useful inheritance for so many years, which is a problem. Now that there is the real inheritance given by this library, the role of those priests is not great." Lang Mu thought so too, because the Tiger King attached great importance to the royal priests before, and he subconsciously felt that this position could not be missing. But if you think about it carefully, the royal priests seem to be not irreplaceable except for giving some vague prophecies, verifying the royal bloodline, and teaching royal members some knowledge. There are very few priests who can prophesy. Although the priests sent to other countries and tribes have their own abilities, their absence does not mean that the countries and tribes will not be able to function. Chapter 223. Marquis Dinton didn't expect that he would wake up again. No, he knew he would wake up, but he didn't expect to see the two people who killed him when he woke up. Shang Fifan smiled at him. "Good day, Marquis Dinton." Another voice sounded. Marquis Dinton looked to one side, Raphael Lang Mu. "It seems that he and the Queen underestimated this bastard." "It's me. You don't have much time. There are some things I want to ask you. I hope you can tell the truth. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. I just want to solve a few doubts," Lang Mu said politely. Marquis Dinton subconsciously lowered his head to check his condition, and then fell silent. He was actually in a soul state, but the two people opposite could not only see him, but also talk to him. "Is this possible? Where is my body? I remember you promised me that you would give my body to my sister." Marquis Dinton glared at Shang Fifan. Shang Fifan waved his hand. "Don't look at me like that. I'm a man of my words. I did give your body to your sister. I heard that she died the day she saw your body. She was probably too excited. As soon as the queen died, the second prince led his team to leave the Marquis of Dinton's territory and took a boat to find an island in the sea suitable for living. Everything left by the Marquis of Dinton's family was taken back by the Tiger King. This is also a kind of exchange. The second prince exchanged his freedom with the territory and assets of the Dinton family." Marquis of Dinton was incredulous. "The queen is dead? How is it possible? What did you do?" Shang Fifan, "We did a lot. Where should I start? Don't look at us with the expression that we killed the queen. Just like you, the reason why your great-granddaughter died early was all her own fault. When Marquis Denton heard the word great-granddaughter, his eyelids twitched. He stopped pestering the queen and asked, "Why did my soul leave my body?" Shang Fifan looked at Marquis Denton, as if he were looking at an innocent child. "Of course we took it out. We can't leave it to the queen and ask her to find a container for you. You are very smart. When I interrogated you, you used the truth to gain my trust and sympathy, and then died in front of me on the spot, in exchange for the possibility that I would hand over your body to your sister. Generally speaking, out of respect for the dead and the cost of information exchange, I will indeed keep this promise. But you are smart. Don't treat others as fools, okay?" Marquis Denton was angry at Shang Fifan's eyes, and was also shocked by what the other party said, and even more shocked that the other party could separate his soul from his body. "Are you surprised that we know so much?" Shang Fifan joked. "That's because you are not the only one who prepared a container for yourself and successfully transferred your soul. Marquis Denton probably felt that he could not escape, and put on an uncooperative attitude of whatever you want, don't even think about asking anything from me." Lang Mu spoke slowly on the side. "The reason why your soul can survive death is that it can not only be transferred to the body of your direct descendants, but also remain intact after death again, only because a trace of the evil god's spiritual power has been injected into your soul." Marquis Denton was silent, with obvious disbelief and disdain for Lang Mu on his face. That expression seemed to say, "Little bastard, don't try to trick me with this trick." Lang Mu smiled. "Otherwise, how special do you think your soul is that it can remain intact after 2 consecutive deaths? Or do you think the price you paid is enough for the True God Church to worry so much about your soul's immortality?" Marquis Denton wanted to say that he had paid enough. Lang Mu shook his head. "You did pay a price, but not what you thought. But since you entered the magic circle, you have been paying a price continuously. You are using your soul and mental power to nourish the evil god's mental power. The longer you live, the better it is for the evil god's mental power. To be honest, you are just a puppet. Your soul was controlled and eroded as soon as you entered the magic circle." Marquis Denton's throat moved, but he still refused to speak, and refused to believe it. "Lang Mu, do you often have headaches? Do you need to take mental recovery and enhancement potions and food to feel better?" Marquis Denton's lips were tightly closed. Lang Mu smiled. "It seems so. I noticed something strange when I probed your soul before. I wonder how much do you know about soul science, Marquis?" Lang Mu did not need Marquis Denton to answer, and then said, "The soul theory I have studied tells me that there is a difference between living souls and dead souls, and there are also damaged souls, soul fragments, missing souls, and soul erosion. And your situation is soul erosion. What is soul erosion? This has to do with the composition of the soul. In the soul theory, the soul is divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul. The heavenly soul controls wisdom and self-awareness, the earthly soul controls experience and memory, and the human soul controls the body and emotions. And the 7 spirits can be simply summarized as mental power. After my examination, I found that only the heavenly soul and the earthly soul were left of your 3 souls, Marquis. That trace of mental power devoured your human soul, and is invading your heavenly soul and earthly soul. In other words, your memory makes you think you still exist, but in fact you are no longer you. At least part of you is no longer you." Lang Mu paused for a while to give Marquis Denton time to digest it. Then he dealt another heavy blow. "This is why you care less and less about your descendants, family, and people in the territory. You only care about power, because the evil god wants to gain power. The evil god doesn't care what the world becomes, but only cares whether he absorbs more energy. You think your actions and thoughts are all from yourself, but in fact it is just the desire of the evil god." Lang Mu looked at the soul of Marquis Denton. "If it was the original you, do you think you would sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Black Forest City? Would you conceal the fact that the underground city of the Black Forest City might erupt with magma? Would you marry your descendants to the king?" Lang Mu shook his head. "No. The original you was not that kind of person. You used to attach great importance to the development of your family, and you would not marry the king, because you knew clearly the outcome of marrying the king. It would not make the Denton family stronger, but would give the royal family the opportunity to swallow up the Denton family. You used to give many measures to benefit the people in order to increase the number of people in the territory, which is why Black Forest City can develop rapidly. You used to not care about the stone ear, even if you knew that it might contain the power of the gods, but you just put it into the family treasury, because you know very well that the power of the gods also represents disaster and destruction." Lang Mu sighed. "But your original idea changed completely after your soul was transferred to your great-grandson. You began to pursue your heir eagerly, wanting to obtain the power of the gods. You even sacrificed countless people just to satisfy your selfish desires. You said that you sacrificed so many people in order to use the power of the evil god to make the disaster of magma eruption disappear. Ask yourself, is this true? What is the evil god? He wishes the world would be destroyed. How could he lend his power to you to eliminate the disaster? The empty study room fell into silence. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu only looked at the soul of Marquis Denton. Marquis Denton slowly raised his head and suddenly said, "Since you know so much about the soul, why don't you interrogate my soul directly? You should be able to do it, right?" Lang Mu nodded, "Yes, I can do it. But your situation is special. While the evil god's spiritual power erodes you, it also protects your memory. If I forcibly interrogate or search your soul will immediately break and become the nourishment of the evil god." Lang Mu did not say that if he searched the soul of Marquis Denton, that trace of the latent evil god's spiritual power might also enter his spiritual sea. The evil god's spiritual power was not so strong originally, but it has become stronger and stronger after being nurtured by Marquis Denton for so many years. This is the secret that Lang Mu discovered in the soul of Grand Duke Chester. However, the evil god's spiritual power in Grand Duke Chester's soul is not very strong, probably because the nurturing time is not as long as that of Marquis Denton. Lang Mu also figured out why the evil god would take a fancy to Amon Chester's body as a container, and also allowed Grand Duke Chester to take a fancy to Amon's body. Because no matter who gets Amon Chester's body container, the inner core in the future will become the evil god or Mukaleso. Marquis Denton, according to you, I am hopeless, right? Lang Mu did not hide. Yes. If you are just missing a soul, even if the missing part of the soul has disappeared, you can use the means of nurturing the soul to slowly make your soul complete again, just like rebirth. But in your case, it is the soul erosion, or the erosion by the existence of the evil god. The spiritual power of the evil god has densely covered your soul, and cannot be removed. Unless there is a being more powerful than the evil god and good at soul magic, but... Marquis Denton, will I lose myself soon? In fact, you have begun to lose self-awareness and self-judgment. I think you, Marquis, have actually noticed it, but you just don't want to admit it. But is the originally proud and noble Marquis Denton really willing to turn himself into a puppet? Lang Mu said mercilessly. You don't need to use such words to provoke me. You are not suitable for playing such a role. Marquis Denton disdainful. Lang Mu smiled. He was not suitable to be a lobbyist, but the words of sincere people were often the most stimulating. I know you want to find a body to live on, but what does it mean to the original Marquis Denton? You are no longer yourself, and even the family you value most has been almost destroyed by you. Even if you find a suitable body to transfer your soul, you will only use the remaining things of the Denton family to continue to provide nutrients to the evil god and his followers, and be cannon fodder, and you, the Marquis, are just a pawn. Shut up. Marquis Denton fell silent again, and after a long while he spoke again. What do you want to know? Shang Feifan glanced at Lang Mu in surprise. Lang Mu gave him a look in return. That's because you don't understand the old-school nobles of this world. These old-school nobles are so proud. Their pride makes their self-esteem very high, and they can't stand others' rudeness and teasing of them. They are greedier than anyone else, but because of this extreme greed, they can't stand their interests being violated. They can cooperate with the evil god to prolong their lifespan, but when they find that the evil god is deceiving them, plotting against themselves and their families, and wants to suck them dry, they will also retaliate crazily. Lang Mu finally asked Marquis Denton the answers to several questions he really wanted to know. Shang Feifan also chatted with Marquis Denton again. This time Marquis Denton really had nothing to hide. His only request was to let the Tiger King clear his name, to announce to the whole Tiger Kingdom that Marquis Denton did not intend to sacrifice the citizens of Black Forest City. The once excellent and proud Marquis Denton had long been dead, and now this one is just a puppet controlled by the evil god. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu were very sure that the Tiger King would agree to Marquis Denton's request. Because although the second prince had given up all the territory and assets left by the Denton family, it was not legitimate in the case of Marquis Denton's disappearance. In addition, the queen escaped and died, and the other nobles felt sad, and had many complaints about the Tiger King in private. But now Marquis Denton led them to find the secret room that only the head of the family knew about, and the head of the family's alchemy seal and private vault inside, and borrowed the dark power given to him by Shang Feifan. His soul materialized, and he personally wrote the territory and asset transfer letter, and also wrote a letter to the Tiger King. Lang Mu also recorded this video with magic. If these things are handed over to the Tiger King, as long as they are used well, the nobles can transfer their resentment towards the Tiger King and the royal family to the evil god believers and the evil god. The Tiger King can also use the suicide note of Marquis Denton to concentrate the hatred of the Tiger people towards the evil god, and even blame the series of things done by the Queen on the True God Church, and recondense the hearts of the Tiger people who have been somewhat scattered. Lang Mu cast the highest soul magic he has mastered on the soul of Marquis Denton, and Shang Fifan helped on the side to ensure that no power escaped. The soul of Marquis Denton disappeared completely, and the energy returned to the origin of heaven and earth. Lang Mu did not deceive Marquis Denton. The spiritual power of the evil god has indeed eroded his entire soul, and there is no salvation. Marquis Denton does not want to be controlled anymore, so he can only choose to die cleanly. I didn't expect that Marquis Denton drove the citizens of Black Forest City into the underground city, not only to borrow the power of the evil god to curb the eruption of magma, but also to prolong his health and lifespan, and to have more powerful power. Lang Mu sighed. Shang Fifan was looking at the system prompt. The previous Black Forest City Mission 67 was finally completed, and he was rewarded with 20 contribution points and a 4th level magic crystal. Shang Fifan immediately stuffed the magic crystal to Lang Mu. The powerful have everything. In the end, what they want most is nothing more than a longer life and a healthier body, as well as the ability to master more powerful power. Lang Mu didn't ask where this pure magic crystal came from, and put it in the ring. He should have discovered that continuous soul transfer is not good for his soul. Even if it is the evil god, I'm afraid there is no way to allow people's souls to transfer continuously without any restrictions. Shang Fifan changed the subject and turned to the management of magma disasters. Just now, Marquis Denton mentioned the time point of the magma eruption in the Blackwater River Plain, saying that the evil god believer told him. Do you think it is credible? Lang Mu asked. Do you have a related task? Yes, the reward is not bad. There are 50 contribution points, and a winged flying car with special equipment. Shang Fifan was very tempted by the winged flying car. Your territory is in the Blackwater River Plain. If we want to develop your territory, this magma eruption disaster must be dealt with. Shang Fifan really smelled a little bit of fate at this time. Not to mention that Moyo Town is on the Blackwater River Plain. Just the compensation given to Lang Mu by the Tiger King, they can't refuse it. Such a large territory, and it has been free of rent and tax for so many years. With Shang Fifan's temperament, how could he let it go? Not to mention that Lang Mu knew that there might be a magma disaster in the Blackwater River Plain, so it was impossible for him to ignore it. So they had to do this task whether they wanted to or not. If the time point mentioned by Marquis Denton is true, then we only have less than 4 months left. Let's ask the light ball. The original fate line should also include the magma eruption disaster in the Blackwater River Plain. Let's see how it was solved at that time. Lang Mu suggested. Shang Fifan didn't hold out hope. That guy probably won't say too much, otherwise it would have jumped out long ago. Lang Mu, ask, it's good to have a reminder or direction. At least we can't repair the cage of God now. Shang Fifan suddenly said, in fact, it has told us the direction. Lang Mu was stunned. What did it say? Shang Fifan, transfer the disaster and deal with it in a centralized manner. Chapter 224. Lang Mu felt incredible. Even though he had reached the level of a magician, he could not transfer the disaster of magma eruption to other places and deal with it in a centralized manner. Shang Fifan laughed and rubbed his head. Baby, you are thinking wrong. This disaster transfer does not mean that you should separate the disaster area and transfer it to other places. It is similar to flood control, dredging the river, or simply digging a new river to allow the flood to drain. Lang Mu suddenly realized that it seemed much simpler to think in this way. At least it became feasible. It just requires them to understand the situation of the ground veins and the underground magma accumulation. You are really smart. Shang Fifan likes Lang Mu to praise himself, but he still said modestly, it's just experience. In many places where he has been, in addition to war disasters, various geological disasters are also common. People always say that the more miserable the place, the more unlucky it is, and sometimes it is really like this. Problems that could have been easily solved, but because the locals were poor and ignorant, and there was no government or relevant agencies to help, small problems often led to large-scale disasters. If the place was critical, it would even be artificially created. Shang Fifan personally experienced a man-made tragedy. There were 2 areas on the left and right, separated by only a mountain, but the left was rich and the right was extremely poor, and the 2 sides belonged to different forces. When a flood occurred in the wealthy area on the left, someone dug through the mountain in the middle and drained all the flood water to the area on the right, causing the area on the right, which was originally safe, to be flooded into an ocean. Afterwards, the surviving forces in the right region came out to protest, but it was useless. In the end, the survivors in the right region got a batch of humanitarian aid weapons from somewhere and attacked the left. The left region naturally could not sit still and wait for death, so it fought back. In the eyes of the left region, the right region was so poor that even if there were weapons, they would be the worst, and there would not be many, so they thought that the riot would be quelled quickly. But the left region never expected that the riot would eventually develop into a war that spread to the entire left and right regions, and it would last for a very long time. There were always people supporting the right region, because the left region did not do anything first, and they could not bear to see it, so they supported it. They really gave them food and weapons, and even had people to train their soldiers. Because there were many mines and a lot of timber in that area, Xiang Fifen's motherland invested a lot there, and hoped that there would be stable development there, so Xiang Fifen was sent to investigate there. Xiang Fifen found out that the people who came up with the idea of flood discharge in the left region were actually closely related to the humanitarian organization that supported the right region. In order to defeat the other side, the two regions sold the development licenses of their mines and forests, all of which started at 30 years. When the war ended, the two regions suddenly realized that their territories still belonged to them on the surface, but their resources had already belonged to large companies in other countries. Their population and living standards had dropped to the lowest level, and they couldn't even resist again. Moreover, after the war, everything was in ruins. They needed food and various living supplies, so they could only work for those large companies. It's really selling yourself and counting money for the other party. In 30 years, when the two regions can take a breath and resist, those large companies have already made a lot of money. Xiang Fifen didn't know why he suddenly remembered this, until he and Lang Mu rushed to Moyo Town. Before rushing to Moyo Town, the two went to the vicinity of Jinmai City. The two did not enter Jinmai City under the jurisdiction of Earl Songhan. They came to find the Lang family. After discussing with the two, the Lang family did not immediately choose a place to stay, but planned to take a look at the entire Blackwater wasteland territory assigned to Lang Mu. The Lang family has their own caravan, and at this time, they are wandering around the Blackwater wasteland as a caravan. Old Lady Lang is not suitable for such a hard caravan activity, so she and some of the old, weak and disabled people went to Moyo Town to stay. Old Earl Lang led the team personally, and wherever they went on the road and what situation they encountered, they would contact the two through a simple communicator. Now the Lang family's caravan is near Jinmai City. This is also the location of the main city of Heishui Wasteland that they originally planned. The reason for choosing this land is that there are already well-developed villages and towns such as Jinmai City and Moyo Town in this area, with a relatively concentrated population, and the Heishui River also flows through this area. But after getting the territory given to them by Manchester, Xiang Fifen and Lang Mu both thought it would be better to put the main city of Heishui Wasteland at the junction of that territory and Heishui Wasteland. That area has a tributary of the Heishui River flowing to the sea, and is close to the sea. At the same time, it can be connected to the King's City in the south and the Tianzong Valley in the north. At least in terms of straight-line distance, it is much closer than taking a detour from Moyo Town and Jinmai City. It is not far from Moro City. The disadvantage is that it has not been developed, but once it is developed and the road is built, it will be a well-connected traffic artery. This time, the two came here just to tell the Lang family about this matter, and let them send a group of people to that area to check the situation. It happened that the old Earl Lang and his people were not very satisfied with the land near Jinmai City. The situation of this land is too bad, and the good arable land has long been occupied by Jinmai City. Even the worst ones are occupied by some small forces. These small forces are related to the Earl Songhan, and it is very troublesome to deal with them. Although the Lang family came in the name of Lang Mu, the head of the district, Jinmai City was not included in this district, so they naturally did not have to fear the Lang family. And the people who were included in the district had Jinmai City as their backs, and did not take this cross-river dragon seriously at all. It is not difficult for the old Earl Lang to deal with these small forces ruthlessly. He is not afraid of offending the Earl Songhan, but he thinks it is not worth it. This place is not suitable as the main city. Lang Lao Earl saw his grandson and grandson-in-law, and said, "There are too many forces here, big and small. Although we can deal with them, it takes too much time to solve them one by one. Jinmai City over there is always monitoring us, so it is inconvenient to do anything." Lang Lao Earl unfolded a map while speaking, pointing at the map. "This is the place we have been through. The places suitable for the main city are marked in green, and the places that are particularly unsuitable are marked in red. But even the green places have their own shortcomings. Because we are checking the situation along the river area, but any slightly better land near the Blackwater River is occupied by someone. We can deal with these small forces, but we don't have many people. If we are attacked by these small and medium-sized forces, we won't have to do anything else, and can only fight all day. But our biggest problem is the lack of logistics and food. Another problem that we have to consider is that other noble forces don't want us to take root here. They will definitely cause trouble for us. This will be very detrimental to our initial development. So, Earl Lang approached a green dot below. This is a place I like to take root, away from medium and large forces. The advantage is that there are not many people within a radius of 500 miles, and the water source is relatively abundant. There is a large swamp area that needs to be managed, and there are many mutant beasts and insects. But the resources are relatively abundant. It is not suitable for the weak, but suitable for us. The nearest force to this land is the territory of Count Bexon. Oh, now it no longer belongs to Bexon, but was given by Bexon to his abandoned son Tionkan. In addition, this land is separated from Bexon's territory by a deep canyon. You can develop it with peace of mind in the early stage. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. Shang Fifan didn't know what to say. Count Lang's vision was too good. He actually chose a fatal place at once. Shang Fifan immediately shook his head. This land is not suitable. This is where I met the servant of the god of fear. In addition, the owner of Tionkan Valley also regarded this area as his own sphere of influence. He has sent people to build a camp here. Servants of the god of fear? Old Earl Lang frowned. If there is that thing wandering around, it is indeed not an option. No wonder there are so few people nearby. Old Earl Lang said regretfully, I also saw the camp you mentioned. That is one of the reasons why I chose that place as the initial development point. The orcs there seem to be very good at doing business, especially the various foods are very delicious. I also want to absorb that group of orcs. So they are all people of Baekchuan's son? Lang Mu interrupted. Those orcs can be used, but not now. If we develop there now, it will alert the Lord of Tionkan Valley. He will also suppress us with all his strength for the development of his own power. But what else does the Lord of Tionkan Valley have besides his beauty? Old Earl Lang did not take the Lord of Tionkan Valley seriously. He is very strong. Shang Fifan said frankly. His subordinates are even stronger. I will tell you clearly that all the subordinates of Tionkan Valley Master have an extremely terrifying talent, which is immortality. Lang Laurel opened his mouth in surprise. Immortality? How is it possible? Or all of them? All of them. Their characteristics are related to the undead. Shang Fifan said, but they don't have the toxins of the undead. How is this possible? Lang Laurel still couldn't believe it. There are not just 1 or 2 orcs with immortal power, but tens of thousands. If this matter gets out, it will definitely detonate the entire orc continent. This immortal power is not without disadvantages. They are controlled by Tionkan Valley Master. If Tionkan Valley Master wants them to disappear, they will disappear completely. Shang Fifan said vaguely. Earl Lang frowned. But even so, it's too scary. No, it's even scarier this way. What does the Tionkan Valley Master want to do by controlling so many undead orcs? Shang Fifan gave him a look that said, what do you think he wants to do? Earl Lang cursed. Lang Mu said faintly. He doesn't want to be the emperor of the orc continent. His ultimate goal is to become a god. Earl Lang. No wonder they dare to build a camp where there are servants of the god of fear. Let's choose another place. They don't want to get along with a psychopath, let alone an ambitious and capable psychopath. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu took out the map of the land that a Manchester gave them. Old Earl Lang looked down at the two and pointed out that it was a suitable place to build the main city. After studying it for a while, he said, it is located on the border of the Blackwater wasteland. It was not originally suitable for the main city, but if this land leading to the sea belongs to us, including this tributary of the Blackwater River, it is indeed good. I will personally take people to check it out. Old Earl Lang had something to do, and a goal to achieve. He was full of energy every day, and looked a little younger. The two told Old Earl Lang the receiving location of the seeds, minerals, and 10,000 gold given to them by a Manchester, and handed him the token, asking him to send someone to pick it up, indicating that these things were the first batch of basic materials for building the main city of the Blackwater wasteland in the future. With the space storage tool, it is not difficult to get these things. The Lang family also relied on a lot of empty storage in their hands to walk around the wasteland so easily and freely, and walk through the entire wasteland in just a few months. They don't need to carry a lot of luggage. They can take out a lot of daily necessities wherever they go, and they can be comfortable as long as they arrange it a little. Just pay attention to safety at ordinary times. Where are you two going again? Have you ever thought that this territory belongs to you, not to an old man like me? You throw everything to an old man like me, and you two young people are just wandering around, right? After finishing the business, the old Earl Lang also had the leisure to chat with the two juniors. Lang Mu didn't know how to act like a spoiled child with the old man. He just held the old man's hand and smiled. Old Earl Lang snorted, Okay, go ahead and play if you want. Lang Mu was embarrassed. It's not playing. We plan to go to Moyo Town first, and then go to the territory of the Lord of Tionkin Valley to check. Old Earl Lang nodded. You should go to Moyo Town. I heard from your grandma that the people of Moyo Town treated her, and the people she brought with her very well, and your uncle, the mayor, took good care of them. In addition, Sean's adopted son, Adai, was also taken care of very well. Your grandma took the child to her side, and raised him as her great-grandson. She seemed to like the child very much. Lang Mu exhaled lightly. Shang Fifan also smiled. That Lord of Tionkin Valley, do you have a grudge against him? Old Earl Lang was an old man, and he could tell from the slightly different attitudes of the two people when they mentioned the Lord of Tionkin Valley that they had different views on the Lord of Tionkin Valley. Lang Mu's expression was relatively calm, and he just nodded slightly. I guess so. This man must be dealt with, otherwise he will bring danger to us and the entire Orc continent. Old Earl Lang looked at his grandson, and then at his grandson-in-law. You two are both promising. I won't ask you for details, just be careful. In addition, remember that you are all family members. Don't take your life lightly. The two laughed together. Shang Fifan patted his chest. Grandpa, don't worry, AMU will definitely protect me. He will protect me without losing a hair. Otherwise, when we come back, you will beat him. Go! Old Earl Lang laughed and scolded. You two, do you understand? Lang Mu stepped forward, gently hugged the old Earl, and whispered in the old man's ear, Grandpa, thank you. Go and play, have fun. Old Earl Lang patted his grandson's shoulder, and sent the two out of the temporary camp. Please say hello to your uncle and aunt for me. Lang Mu knew that the old Count Wolf wanted to acknowledge this relative, as long as the other party also had that intention. Moyo Town is not far from Jinmai City. With the speed of the giant insect mount, it can be reached in 2 or 3 days. Shang Fifan also wanted to meet Adai. Although Adai came to him by force, Shang Fifan had some feelings for this cheap son after getting along for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have specially asked the housekeeper Maria to go to Moyo Town to take care of Adai. Lang Mu's mood was much more complicated. The source of his feelings for Moyo Town was all from the town mayor uncle. This town mayor uncle really had nothing to say about him. But his background is now well known. Thanks to the gossip newspaper, almost the entire Tiger Country now knows that he is not the illegitimate son of Anita and the Tiger King, but the son of the former guard commander Lang Fei. With such an identity, he didn't know how the town mayor uncle would look at him and treat him when he returned to Moyo Town. In addition, his consular district also includes Moyo Town. He also has the title of the chief of the Blackwater Wasteland. He is in charge of everything from government affairs to military affairs. All officials sent by the royal city in the future will be under his jurisdiction, which is greater than the authority of the Lord. And Moyo Town has been autonomous for a long time. So how will he, the chief of the district, get along with Moyo Town in the future, if the other party refuses to pay taxes and refuses to follow the district rules he has set? Can he send people to fight the other party? In short, it's all trouble. Fortunately, they met the old Earl Lang first, and learned from the old man that Moyo Town did not reject their Lang family. His uncle, the mayor, did not seem to be alienated from his blood relatives just because he was not his blood relative. On the contrary, he took good care of his grandmother. This made Lang Mu's home-loving heart much calmer. When they were about to see Moyo Town, Shang Fifan suddenly stopped Master Shi and looked up at Moyo Mountain not far away. Lang Mu immediately asked, What? Is there something wrong? Shang Fifan's eyes were dark. The death energy has increased. Huh? Shang Fifan pointed to Moyo Mountain. The death energy on that mountain is very strong, far more than the last time I came. Lang Mu frowned. I remember there are undead corpses in Moyo Mountain. Legend has it that there are more sleeping under the mountain. But as long as they are not disturbed, they will not wake up, nor will they go out of the range of Moyo Mountain. Shang Fifan always felt that something was wrong with the other party. You go to Moyo Town first. I will go to Moyo Mountain to check the situation. I will go with you, Lang Mu said immediately. Shang Fifan shook his head. No. There is too much dead air there. It's not suitable for you. It's more convenient for me to go alone. You go to Moyo Town to ask about the situation, and see if anything unusual has happened recently. Lang Mu saw that Shang Fifan had made up his mind, and he was also worried about Moyua Town, so he finally agreed. Okay. Then be careful. Don't worry. You know my ability. Shang Fifan tilted his head and stole a kiss, jumped off the back of Jihe, and ran quickly towards Moyua Mountain. Chapter 225. One day ago. In the morning, Dai got out of bed, stretched his body on the bed, and then jumped out of bed in high spirits. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom door, he was picked up from the ground by a hand. Grandma's dear, you are up now. Are you hungry? Let's go to eat, okay? The gentle voice of the old woman sounded in Dai's ears. Dai lay in the arms of the old woman, looking up at her blankly. You are the wrong generation, great-grandma. When Mrs. Lang saw the silly look of the little thing in her arms, she was so fond of it that her heart melted. What a cute little thing. Dai is no longer the miserable look when he first met Shang Fifan. Now he eats well, drinks well, sleeps well, lives comfortably, and many adults take the initiative to take care of him and care about him, and he has his own little playmates. He has a smooth fur, is chubby, and doesn't grow big. He is a small ball when held in the arms. He also has a square head that is different from others. He looks stupid and silly, so he is especially popular with adults and old people in the town. Everyone wants to touch and hug him. On the first day when Mrs. Lang came to stay in Moyo Town, she asked about Dai. This is the first child adopted by her grandson and grandson-in-law. Maybe he will be the heir of their Lang family in the future. Of course, they have to cultivate their feelings quickly. Xia Bing and Maria brought Dai to meet the old lady. The old lady gave Dai a gift, and didn't forget to give Xia Bing and Maria a share. Xia Bing is doing well in Moyo Town now. He opened an alchemy shop. The business is not very good, but he can definitely make a living. Before Maria came, he took Dai with him alone. He sent Dai to the town library in the morning, took Dai to the store for lunch at noon, sent him there again in the afternoon, and took the child home in the evening. Dai was not a difficult child to take care of, and he was specially taken care of by the mayor and the priestess Aunt Sheep, so Xia Bing did not have any difficulty taking care of him. After Maria came, Xia Bing felt more relaxed. Xia Bing was a boy after all, and he had the carelessness and casualness common to most male orcs. Although he had taken good care of Dai, his intentions were obviously very different from those of female orcs. As soon as Maria arrived, Dai gave people a different feeling from head to toe. He was still clean and well-fed, but he was different. All these differences were reflected in the details. For example, Dai's 4 paws now have someone to trim their hair every day, remove the dirt between the nails, and even trim the hair between the toes to ensure that Dai can run more easily. The hair on Dai's body was trimmed naturally and neatly, and he was also smeared with special oil for fur maintenance. As the weather got colder, Maria also made Dai small clothes, small socks, and small hats that could be worn by the beast's body. He looked so cute when he wore them, and the little beast men in the town envied him. The snacks that Dai brought every day also began to become more varied, not only delicious but also cute in style. Not to mention the meals we usually eat at home, Maria pays special attention to balanced nutrition, and the meals she makes are not only good for the little beastman's health, but also very delicious. Xia Bing also benefited from this. He was not too old, so Maria took care of him while taking care of Dai. Xia Bing called her Auntie so sweetly. If Maria hadn't been unmarried, he would have wanted to recognize Maria as his mother. Before Maria came, she was worried that the child she was going to take care of would have a bad personality or reject her. Unexpectedly, Dai was such an easy child to take care of, and so cute. Even Xia Bing, who had a cat head, was a good child. Maria's expression of liking people was to take care of them from head to toe. Especially after she found that Xia Bing didn't mind her bossing them, and was even willing to let her manage the business in the store. She simply took over all the chores at home and really became the housekeeper of this small family. Xia Bing was happy to have someone to help him manage the chores, and he could also focus on improving his alchemy technology. Soon, he handed over almost all the business of the store to Maria. As a former noble housekeeper, Maria could manage a large family, so managing such a small store was a very simple thing for her. The old lady asked Maria some questions, and not only quickly understood Dai's situation, but also had a preliminary grasp of the current situation in Moyo Town. She couldn't help but be very satisfied with this housekeeper. Ari Shang had a good eye. The old lady focused all her attention on Dai. She liked Dai very much the first time she saw him. Dai saw her waving, and he ran over happily, raised his head, and called her great-grandma in a baby voice. But the old lady was so cute that she hugged him, and refused to let go. Dai was not a noisy child. He looked a little stupid, but he was not really stupid. He would go into the arms of adults when he had something to do, bury his head in the arms of adults, and call him great-grandma softly, which made the old lady feel very distressed and wanted to love him very much. Xia Bing. I've never seen Dai act so spoiled. Oh no, this kid was like this before when the handsome guy was not around. Sure enough, the other little beast men in this town may be little idiots, but Dai is definitely not stupid. The old lady used to raise a daughter, Lang Fei, and a fake grandson, Ramil, but those two were naughty since childhood and were unwilling to be held in the arms of adults for a long time. Dai and them are two different species. Yes, the species are indeed different. Dai is 99% likely to be a stone macaque, which is rare now. Most of the stone macaques don't like to move and are more home-loving. Unless there is a major change in the tribe, they will never leave the tribe too far in their lives. The old lady chatted with Dai and asked him about his past. Dai didn't speak clearly. Finally, the old lady only knew that Dai was abandoned in Tianquan Valley not long after he was born, and was taken in by the people of Tianquan Village. He grew up eating food from many families, and then met Shang Fifan, who strayed into Tianquan Village, and was adopted by Shang Fifan and taken out of Tianquan Village. The old lady carefully examined Dai's physical condition, and found that there was no obvious sign of natural disability on his body. After asking about his age, combined with the fact that he usually only had one state of beast body, she knew that his natural disability was that he could not transform, and it was possible that he grew slowly, or was simply a dwarf. Generally speaking, orc children can switch between the two forms flexibly within a few days after birth, but they are more likely to stay in the beast state before the age of 5 or 6, because the beast state is more convenient for them to move. But no matter what form it is, the beast body of a 10-year-old child cannot be the same as that of a 5 or 6-month-old cub. Stone macaques are not small orcs. Their adult body size is even larger than that of tigers. Logically, the size of their cubs should also exceed that of ordinary cubs. 10 years old, but still the same size as a 5 or 6-month-old cub, even if it is slow growth, it is too slow. The old lady believes that Dai is a natural dwarf and cannot transform into a human form, so she pities this little guy even more. After breakfast in the morning, the old lady touched Dai's round belly. Well, I'm full. Let's go for a walk with Grandma. Dai, since it's a walk, then you put me down and let me walk by myself. The old lady's walk is to stroll around the town with little Dai in her arms. There are no servants following her. Moyo town is relatively safe. The townspeople know that she is Hu Bushuai's grandmother, and they accept her very quickly. Now they will take the initiative to say hello when they see her. The old lady did not put on status. She smiled and chatted with everyone she saw, just like an ordinary female old beastman next door, who took her grandson out to play. Walking and walking, the old and the young strolled to the edge of the town. Old Motu was still sitting at the entrance of the tavern at the town entrance. His cloudy old eyes looked like he would never wake up. The old lady nodded to Old Motu. Old Motu put his right fist on his chest, and bowed slightly to the old lady. Grandma Zeng, when will the fathers arrive? Dai asked this question for the nth time. The old lady did not feel annoyed, and said gently as usual, soon, it should be in these few days. She had just contacted the old man last night, and the old man told him that the two older ones had been to him, and were rushing to Moyo town, and would arrive as soon as tomorrow. The old lady deliberately did not tell Dai, just to give Dai a surprise. Their two fathers obviously had the same idea. When Dai heard that his fathers changed from will be here in this period of time to will be here in the next few days, he immediately became energetic, stood up, and said excitedly, really? The fathers are coming back? Yes. Your fathers miss you very much. During the time in the royal city, they often mentioned you to me, saying that you are a very good child. Your father Shang was worried that Xia Bing, a big boy, could not take good care of you, and he specially asked Maria to come back early to take care of you. Dai was so happy that the hair on his head stood up, and his short, round, furry tail trembled behind his buttocks. Aunt Maria said the same thing, and brought back many gifts bought by Shang's father for him. Then doesn't handsome dad miss me too? Dai asked the same question he had asked many times. The old lady's eyes were full of smiles. Of course. You are not handsome, but dad still thinks of you. He also said that you are the child of our Lang family. Grandma Zeng, you are also my real grandmother. Dai was so happy that he put his square head against the old lady's neck and rubbed it. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't stop laughing. Good morning, Grandma Lang. Good morning, Adai, you are out for a walk again. A lively little orc ran out of the town tavern door, holding a piece of wheat cake in his hand. Good morning, little Anton, who are you going to deliver wine to? The old lady also likes the lively and sensible little Anton. Old Clay has a sore leg. When Kong Chung, the pharmacist, was here, he would prescribe medicinal wine for him. Now he is gone, and there is no other pharmacist in the town, so he can only use the wine from our tavern to rub his joints. Little Anton picked up the wheat cake and put a box of wine on the small trailer neatly. Adai, see you in the library later. Adai waved his little paw. The old lady heard what little Anton said and thought for a while and asked Adai, is there no pharmacist in the town? She had just arrived not long ago, and she brought a lot of medicines, so she didn't pay much attention to whether there was a pharmacist in the town. Adai shook his head. There was one before, but the pharmacist apprentice Kong Chum was a bad guy. He was sent to the town by someone else, and the mayor drove him away. Who do you go to for medical treatment now? Auntie Yang, the priest, can treat some diseases, but not many. The main thing is that the fathers left her a lot of medicines. If you have any symptoms, you can go to her to find out if there is a corresponding medicine. Most injuries and diseases can be solved. If they really can't be solved, the mayor will send the patient to G-My City for treatment. The old lady asked a few more questions, and she knew what was going on. She thought that if they really wanted to settle in Moyo Town or nearby in the future, pharmacists and doctors would be a good starting point. The Lang family also had a pharmacist, but they later let him go. This time when they left the royal city, an old doctor who had the closest relationship with their family also came with his apprentices. This old doctor never married and trained apprentices. Some apprentices left after completing their studies, while others stayed with him and ran the clinic together with him. Doctors are different from pharmacists. They are more proficient in medical theory. Some patients don't know what disease they have, so they naturally dare not take medicine randomly. At this time, they need doctors to help diagnose and tell them which medicine is most effective. When they heard that they were leaving the royal city to develop in other places, the old doctor sold the shop to the apprentices, who were willing to take over the shop without saying a word, and took a few apprentices, who were willing to follow him to follow their team. Now the old doctor and his apprentices are following the old man. They need to travel the entire territory. It would be more convenient to have someone who knows medicine around them. They can also collect medicinal herbs along the way. The old lady thought that when she contacted the old man next time, she would talk to him and ask if the old doctor could send an apprentice with good medical skills first. The old man and the child walked past the town tavern and walked to the main road outside the town. This is the fixed walking route for old lady Lang after she arrived in Moyo Town. She called it bringing her precious great-grandson to welcome his two fathers back. Because she didn't know the exact date, she walked twice a day. A gust of cold wind blew. Moyo Town has entered winter, and the weather is getting colder day by day. The old lady hugged the warm little Adai tightly. Little Adai suddenly straightened up, turned his head 180 degrees, and looked straight in the direction of Moyo Mountain. The old lady felt Adai's muscles tense, and immediately looked down at him. Daibao, what's wrong? Adai raised his little face and sniffed hard. Grandma's saying, There's danger. The old lady didn't neglect the child's childish words, but asked seriously, what danger? What do you sense? Adai turned his body around and faced Moyo Mountain. His cute expression became nervous. Zingbing? I smell the smell of the living dead, so many. The old lady also looked at Moyo Mountain. She didn't see anything, let alone smell any special smell. Grandma Zung, I didn't lie to you, it's true. Adai was worried that the old lady didn't believe it. The old lady touched his little back. I know, Grandma Zung believes you. Grandma Zung is just wondering where these living dead came from, and whether they are going to harm Moyo Town. The old lady turned around and walked back while speaking. Let's go find your mayor grandfather, and ask him to send someone to check Moyo Mountain. When passing by Old Imo, the old lady stopped and reminded him, there may be some situation outside the town, it's best to be alert. When Old Imo heard this, his dim old eyes opened completely, and he stood up. What's the situation? There may be a large number of zombies attacking Moyo Town. It's just a suspicion now, and someone needs to confirm it. I'm just about to find the mayor. I know. Thank you, ma'am. Old Imo also did not ignore this information, and immediately notified the town's guard militia. Whether the news is true or not, the town's defense must be done first. A few minutes later, barriers were erected at all the entrances and exits of the entire town. The entrances and exits that seemed to be unattended were also guarded by militiamen, and the number of patrols inside and outside the town and the number of trips increased. Now the townspeople don't know the situation yet, so they are waiting for the mayor to send someone to check. When the mayor met Old Lady Lang and learned that the source of the news was actually Ah Dai, he did not laugh at the old lady for making a fuss, but led a team to Moyo Mountain to check the situation. It was not that the mayor particularly trusted the old lady, but he remembered that Shang Huang had mentioned to him that his son Ah Dai had some special skills. If he said anything, it would be better to go and see. Ah Dai saw the mayor and his men running out of the town, and raised his little paw to scratch his cheek. He looked at the old lady who was talking to Lady Delia, then looked around and quietly slipped out of the reception room. When he ran out of the reception room, Ah Dai's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He also wanted to go to Moyo Mountain to take a look. Just now, he had one more thing he had not told his great-grandmother, that is, in addition to the smell of the living dead, he also smelled the smell of his own people, and it was very likely his blood relative. Chapter 226. Time goes back to the present. The closer Shang Fifan got to Moyo Mountain, the weaker his vitality became. When he entered Moyo Mountain, all the creatures on the road that saw him fled quickly. No matter how powerful the mutant insects and beasts were, they were unwilling to get close to him. Shang Fifan walked towards the direction where the death energy was most concentrated. Out of a little caution, he tied a triangular scarf around himself, covering most of his face, leaving only his eyes and forehead exposed. He also changed his clothes into leather armor that was old but suitable for action. This time he and Lang Mu returned to Moyo Town, which was more or less a return home in glory. They also had to meet their elders. The scheming Shang Fifan changed into a particularly energetic outfit in the morning and dressed himself up to be particularly cool and handsome. Now he might go out to fight, so of course he couldn't waste the clothes and outfits he had customized at a high price. Not long after entering Moyo Mountain, Shang Fifan saw a large number of living dead in a depression. Living dead, undead corpses, uncorrupted corpses. The beast men have many names for these terrible existences. Shang Fifan still remembers that the last time he came to Moyo Mountain, he came here with Lang Mu to find the uncorrupted corpse heart requested by Lady Delia. Those uncorrupted corpses are all hidden in the deep mountains, and they are not very active. They sleep in caves or under the ground like corpses. If you don't bother them, they won't jump out to show their presence. This characteristic is quite different from the zombies circulating on the earth. Zombies are always looking for living things to bite, but these undead corpses have entered silence after the poisonous fog period. They have fallen into a deep sleep, and will not run out to actively look for living people to bite. Even if there are activities, they will only stay in a small area and basically will not leave the nest too far. Moreover, these uncorrupted corpses have the characteristic of gathering in groups. As long as one is found, a group of them can often be found nearby. Is it because the poisonous fog has disappeared? Does the poisonous fog contain energy that allows the undead corpses to move? Or is there an ingredient in the poisonous fog that stimulates the undead corpse's desire to pursue living things? Without the poisonous fog, the nerves of the undead corpses will become insensitive? Shang Fifan kept this doubt in mind and planned to ask the system later. In general, uncorrupted corpses are difficult to find in Moyo Mountain. Otherwise, Madame Delia would not have taken them out as a task to embarrass him. But now, the uncorrupted corpses that were difficult to find at the beginning are densely packed in this huge depression. Shang Fifan's eyes swept over these living dead. He wanted to find traces of living people, but he did not detect any vitality of living people. Shang Fifan saw that he could not bypass these living dead, so he simply walked in. Those living dead did not notice the appearance of a living person in the group at all. Shang Fifan walked through the group of zombies with a dead air and went deeper. There was a mountain path that was trampled out in the depths of the depression. The traces left on the mountain path were still fresh, and it was obvious that a large number of creatures had passed through here recently. Shang Fifan walked forward along the mountain path. An indescribable intuition came to his mind, and he quickly activated the invisibility prop. Scattered zombies appeared on the roadside. These zombies either stood in a daze or walked around in an area. As Shang Fifan continued to move forward, the number of zombies appeared more and more. After passing through a rocky road that looked like a crack in the sky, Shang Fifan's eyes suddenly opened up. At the same time, Shang Fifan also stopped. He saw countless zombies. This low mountain forest was full of zombies, as dense as a large number of fish in the sea. Shang Fifan jumped into the air and found a high ground to look down. Now he could see more clearly. Not only was this mountain full of zombies, but there were also a steady stream of zombies coming from the south. Shang Fifan walked through the woods, over the low mountain, and followed the direction of the zombies to find the source. After walking for more than 2 hours, Shang Fifan finally saw the source of the zombies. That was the Blackwater River. A large number of zombies walked ashore from the bottom of the Blackwater River and walked into Moyo Mountain. This Blackwater River bank is not suitable for a dock. It is not only rocky, but also has small swamps. It is suitable for some mutant creatures to live, but not suitable for humans to stay here for a long time. This large area belongs to the uninhabited area. Because of this, these living dead chose to go ashore from here, and no one has discovered it so far. But why did these living dead choose to go ashore from here? Why did they behave in such a collective way? And where did these living dead come from? The first thing Shang Fifan thought of was the True God religion. They found nearly 30,000 living dead in the sinkhole near the royal city, which means that the True God religion has mastered the method of controlling these living dead to some extent. But why did the True God religion send the living dead to Moyo Mountain? Shang Fifan thought about it, and could only think that the True God religion was taking revenge. They might have known through one or several evil God believers, who had not yet been excavated, that he and Lang Mu were the main attackers, who secretly destroyed the True God religion's conspiracy to devour the Tiger Kingdom. The main reason is that they did not hide their traces on purpose. The third prince was able to find the Lang mansion for his housekeeper. It is not surprising that the True God Church found them, and retaliated against Moyo Town for this. Although most people in Tiger Country now know that the mayor and his wife of Moyo Town have no blood relationship with Lang Mu, Lang Mu's territory also includes Moyo Town. And it is because of the awkward relationship between Lang Mu and Moyo Town, that is close yet distant, that it is easier to provoke. When the King City thought that Lang Mu was the illegitimate son of the Tiger King, they launched an epidemic in Moyo Town in order to provoke the relationship between Moyo Town and Lang Mu, and cut off Lang Mu's retreat. Now it is just a change of soup, but not medicine. They want to let the living dead attack Moyo Town, and then plant the root cause on Lang Mu, so that the people of Moyo Town will hate Lang Mu and the Lang family. This is equivalent to planting a nail in Lang Mu's territory. Lang Mu is a sentimental person. In addition, since Moyo Town is being ravaged by the living dead, he will definitely give preferential treatment to the survivors in Moyo Town and make various concessions. At that time, the survivors in Moyo Town will become a mustard disease in the new territory, and may even kill Lang Mu and the Lang family. Think more deeply. With so many living dead gathered in Moyo Mountain, will they only harm Moyo Town? Of course not. If these living dead cannot be eliminated, they will roam in the Blackwater River wasteland from now on and pounce on living people. Lang Mu and the Lang family will be exhausted just by eliminating these living dead, not to mention building a territory here. And a large number of living dead appear in the Blackwater wasteland territory, and spread from here to other places. How will people in other places view the Blackwater wasteland territory and the district chief Lang Mu? At that time, no one would care how so many zombies appeared in the Blackwater wasteland. They would only see that these zombies that harmed people came from the Blackwater wasteland, and those who were harmed by the zombies would definitely put the blame on Lang Mu. And Lang Mu and his family would become the target of public criticism, and all the orcs who were harmed by the zombies would hate him. What a vicious plan. Shang Fifan's eyes were cold. When he and Lang Mu attacked the evil god believers, they had already thought that they would be retaliated. For this reason, they were very careful at the beginning. But Lang Mu, as a special investigator, was specifically looking for evil god believers. The fact that he hunted and killed evil god believers had been exposed, and it was meaningless for them to conceal their actions. After that, they did not deliberately cover it up. This was also one of the important reasons why they did not leave the royal city immediately to build a territory after receiving the compensation from the Tiger King. Without beating the evil god believers in the Tiger Kingdom to dissipate and fear them, their construction of the territory would only become a target for the evil god believers. Now that they have left the royal city, they also feel that the True God Church's power in Tiger Country is not as great as before, and it is difficult to concentrate on doing anything. This information is not their guess, but is inferred after multiple collections and verifications. Players who have infiltrated the True God Church have also revealed a lot of news, saying that the True God Church has shifted its power and gave up the plan to take down the Tiger Kingdom in one go and control Tiger Country by eroding the upper class, and instead hid in remote areas to accumulate power again. The latest news Shang Fifan recently received is that the middle and upper levels of the True God Church have changed their focus of development to nearby countries. It seems that they were too relieved too early. These evil god believers are still energetic. Shang Fifan sneered. It's a pity that the true God cult only got half of the news. They didn't go to check the Tianqing. Didn't they wonder where the 30,000 zombies went? Or did the true God cult people who went to check the Tianqing not find so many undead corpses, thinking that the undead corpses left on their own? Maybe it's true. Otherwise, why would they release a large number of zombies as a means of revenge? It just so happened that AMU wanted to build a territory and cultivate arable land, but he still lacked a lot of fertilizer, so these undead corpses were delivered in time. Zhang Fifan cast his eyes on the Blackwater River. With his and Lang Mu's abilities, it would not be difficult to deal with these undead corpses. He just wanted to know where the source of these undead corpses was, and how many of these undead corpses were still in stock. If he knew where the warehouse was, he and Lang Mu could go there directly to take down the pot, and avoid being harassed in the future. Or should he go down to the river and try to see if he could swim upstream along the riverbed? At this moment, Zhang Fifan suddenly saw something flashing where the undead came ashore. A small black-gray thing appeared on the rocks on the shore. The little thing seemed to have no idea where it had landed, and it raised its limbs and looked around in panic. Seeing that it had fallen into the encirclement of the undead, it was so scared that it clapped its claws and wanted to teleport again. But it was not known whether the energy was almost consumed after multiple teleportations, or for some other reason, the little thing failed to teleport again and was panting with exhaustion. Shwa shwa shwa, the breath of the living creature greatly attracted the undead, who came ashore. The undead corpse closest to the little thing seemed to be extremely hungry, and pounced on the little thing with one foot. The little thing screamed, and its short limbs quickly tumbled, jumping from the stone it landed on to another stone. But other undead corpses pounced on him. The little thing moved on several stones, jumping so fast that his heart was flustered and his hands and feet were numb. It's over, he's going to die here. Shang Dad, Bushui Dad, help me. The little thing didn't know that he had cried out. A big hand grabbed him. Ah Dai shivered with fear. He only smelled the full breath of death, and he opened his mouth and bit it in fear. His mouth was pinched. His body moved with it. Ah Dai struggled desperately. It's over, I've been kidnapped by the living dead. No, how could the living dead kidnap living things? They should immediately pounce on living things and eat them. Ah Dai stopped struggling and looked up at the living dead, who kidnapped him. Can't see. He was caught by an invisible zombie. Bang! Ah Dai's forehead was hit. Why did you come here alone? Are you practicing your teleportation ability? You still can't control the direction after so long. You deserve to fall into the zombies. If your father hadn't come back today and come to check, you would have become a raw carb slice, you know? A familiar teasing voice. Ah Dai was stunned for a second, and then excitedly shouted, Dad! Yeah! Another big hand fell on his head, but this time it was no longer knocking on his forehead, but rubbing his square head. Ah Dai was so excited that tears came out. Dad, you are back, you are finally back, woo woo. You don't know what I found. I'm not running around, I smelled the smell of the living dead, and I also smelled my blood relatives. I found them, and found that they were doing bad things. They also found me, and wanted to catch me. They are so fierce and bad. Slow down, slow down. Zhang Fifan frowned and showed his figure. Didn't you accidentally fall into the pile of living dead? Adai shook his head and saw Zhang Fifan appear. He turned excitedly and threw himself into his arms, trying to hug his father Shang's neck with his two front legs. Zhang Fifan held the little guy's chubby butt and waited. It seems that you haven't treated yourself badly. You have gained at least 3 pounds. Not that much. Adai was a little embarrassed, just a little bit heavier. Zhang Fifan is happy. He is fat, but the little thing is not happy. Okay, tell me what happened. What did you find? Adai found that it was difficult for him to hug his father Shang with his short limbs, so he stopped struggling and curled himself up into a ball, nestling in his father Shang's arms, feeling relieved. Huh? The little furry Adai let out a big breath, and the muscles of his whole body relaxed. It's good to have a father to protect the child. Zhang Fifan looked around and found that this place was far away from the area where the living dead were active, and his intuitive alarm system did not warn him. Zhang Fifan touched Adai's little belly and felt that it was a little flat. He took out a meat pie and a bottle of water and stuffed it into this cheap sun. Adai hugged the meat pie and chewed it. He consumed a lot of energy. Although he had secretly eaten a lot of breakfast, he was hungry now. The meat pie was still a little hot, and the mouth was full of wheat and meat aroma, as well as crispy vegetables. Meat pie is a thick freshly baked wheat pie cut in half, stuffed with meat with rich marinade and 2 vegetable leaves. It's delicious. His father Shang's cooking is still the best. Adai ate without raising his head, chewing big mouthfuls. The wheat pie is very chewy, and tastes especially delicious when hot. Shang Feifan held a dye in one hand, and held a water bottle in the other, feeding the little guy a sip of water from time to time to prevent him from choking. Why does he feel like a nani? Shang Feifan looked at Dai, who had become fatter, but had not grown much, and shook his head. A nani is a nani. Next time he asked Amu to feed him like this. Hey, when Dai was full and satisfied, he felt sleepy. But Dai still held on, and told his father Shang about the important things first. Dad, my teleportation can control the distance and direction a little bit. I found a man in a black robe in the mountains. He can control the zombies. He led the zombies to Moyo Mountain, and hid them in the mountains. I was discovered by the zombies when I first teleported here, but because I was small and far away from the black-robed man, he thought I was a small animal in the mountains. Shang Feifan nodded. Generally speaking, such a small orc cub would not run into the deep mountains alone. Although orcs can instinctively distinguish between orc cubs and ordinary wild beasts, they have to get close to them. Dai continued, many zombies chased me, but after a while, the zombies seemed to have received some orders and went back again. I hid in the distance and secretly observed the black-robed man. I found that the black-robed man was walking this way, so I followed him. There was a boat to pick up the man in black robes. He boarded the boat and headed south. The boat was big, so I teleported to it. Shang Feifan heard this, and tapped his little nose. You are really brave. Let your ugly dad know, and I will spank your little butt. Dai twisted his chubby little butt, thinking that his ugly dad would not spank him, and only Shang's dad would threaten to spank him. Dad, are you still listening? Dai has been spoiled by the big and small people in Moyo Town for such a long time, and is treated as a sweetheart by Mrs. Lang, so he is more courageous than before. You talk, I listen. Shang Feifan laughed secretly. Dai continued to talk about his great adventure, mumbling for a long time, and he didn't know how to describe some parts, and it was a bit messy. Shang Feifan listened and summarized. That is to say, you followed the boat to a city, and that city is called Puncture City. Puncture City is built on a mountain, and that mountain is a very large stone mountain. You followed the black-robed man, and found that there was an underground city under Puncture City. It's not an underground city, it's a sewer, a very large sewer. Dai corrected. Shang Feifan hummed. You found this huge sewer, and found that the black-robed man led the living dead hidden in the sewer into the Blackwater River. He took a boat, and the living dead walked on the bottom of the river, and after a long journey, they were transported to Moyo Mountain. Is that right? Dai nodded vigorously. Shang Feifan, there are many living dead in that sewer as complicated as an underground city? Dai gestured with his forelimbs. Many, they keep coming out from the depths of the sewer. It's too scary there. I don't dare to go there. Dai shrank back timidly. Shang Feifan rubbed his head. You are already very brave. What you found is very important, and useful to the fathers in Moyo Town. You have made a great contribution this time. Dai fluttered his feet happily, and hugged his father Shang's arm. Shang Feifan thought of another thing Dai said. You said that the black-robed man and other orcs found you, and they wanted to capture you. One of the orcs is related to you. He thought you were a cub of the stone macaque in the city? Well, I can feel his blood relationship with me, but he doesn't seem to feel it. They just thought I was a cub in the city who accidentally ran into the sewer. So they didn't kill me at first. I accidentally teleported to the living dead, and the black-robed man did something to prevent the living dead from attacking me. I took advantage of this gap and teleported to other places. But after they found out that I could teleport, my blood relative suddenly changed his attitude and told them to catch me at all costs, or kill me if they couldn't. Dai was very angry, and a little sad. After being abandoned by his relatives, Dai had no illusions or feelings towards his blood relatives, but it was impossible for him to be completely indifferent when he heard someone who seemed to be his relative say that he would kill him without mercy. Shang Feifan pondered for a moment. Did you hear what they said? Dai shook his head. I didn't dare to get too close. But they were very bad, and they let the zombies catch me. But they didn't seem to dare to let the zombies go to the city. I fled to Puncture City, and they didn't let the zombies chase me. But they found many people to catch me in the city, and said that I was a thief who stole the treasures of the city lord's mansion. Shang Feifan, it's a cheap and old-fashioned way of framing. Old-fashioned, but it works. Dai became a wanted criminal, and his appearance as a cub did not spare him. The orcs who saw him on the road would capture him, and want to exchange him for a bounty. Because he looked like a cub, the orcs in Puncture City thought he was easy to catch, and were very active in catching him. Why didn't you teleport out at that time? Shang Feifan was puzzled. Adai was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and whispered, "I'm not willing." Shang Feifan understood. "Do you want to know why your relative orc wanted to capture you or even kill you? Did you go to his house?" Adai nodded, looking a little uneasy. "I'm sorry, Dad. I should check the source of the living dead, and why they sent the living dead to Moyo Mountain. No. This is not what you should do. You have done enough." Shang Feifan didn't have a deep impression of Puncture City. He only knew that it was a city located between Jimai City and Wancheng. It was not very eye-catching. It was on the southern edge of the Blackwater Wasteland territory, but it was not under the jurisdiction of Longmu. "So did you find anything when you went to that person's house?" Adai shook his head and said sadly, "No, I was discovered as soon as I went there. They seemed to have very powerful alarm alchemical items. Many people tried to catch me, and I kept running away. Later, I fled to their dungeon, where I saw a person. A beast. It seemed that she could no longer transform into a human. She hid me in her arms." Adai's eyes overflowed with tears. "But when I woke up in the morning, I didn't see the beast. I was the only one in the dungeon. I recovered a little strength and teleported back, but Moyo Town and Puncture City were too far apart. I teleported several times on the way. In the end, I didn't have enough energy and couldn't teleport directly to the town. I almost fell into. Fortunately, Dad, you came." Adai leaned his head against Shang Feifan's chest and wiped his tears. He didn't know why he was crying. It was the first time he saw the beast. But he really liked the beast. Her embrace was particularly gentle, and her eyes were full of love and pity when she looked at him. But he knew the beast was just an illusion, the last remaining strength of the other party. She gave him the last shelter and disappeared. "Dad, I seem to see Mom." Adai sobbed softly. Chapter 227. Shang Feifan carried Adai, who was sobbing and sleeping, back to Moyue Town. On the way, they met a team that was looking for Adai. Lang Mu led the team again. When Lang Mu saw the little thing in Shang Feifan's arms, he immediately ran over. "You found Adai. Great. As soon as I entered the town, I noticed that the atmosphere was not right. The militia guarding the town entrance saw me, and the first thing he said was, 'Have you seen Adai?' Lang Mu looked down at the little thing and touched it gently. He has been missing for a day and a night, which scared everyone. Grandma was so anxious that she didn't sleep all night, and she took the Lang family to look for him everywhere, until she was too tired to bear it and came back." "Is he scared?" The little guy still had tears on his face, and his fur was wet. "Have you entered Moyue Mountain?" Shang Feifan didn't say anything about Adai for the time being. Lang Mu's expression changed. "I was just about to tell you this. The people who went into the mountain to investigate found a large number of living dead gathered together. They did not dare to alarm the living dead and returned. Grandma was worried that Adai would encounter the living dead, and wanted to take people into the mountain to look for him, but was forced to stay by the mayor. The mayor said that if she took people into the mountain, he would also take people into the mountain. Grandma did not want to implicate others, so she could only look for Adai nearby. After entering the town, Lang Mu did not have time to see Mrs. Lang, but met with the town sheriff Andre. After asking about the situation, he took the initiative to lead the team to enter Moyo Mountain again. Lang Mu only planned to enter Moyo Mountain alone, but the others did not know his ability, and did not trust him to act alone, so they temporarily organized a death squad. This death squad was not just to find Adai, but mainly to find out the number of undead corpses in Moyo Mountain and their purpose. The people of Moyo Town are now particularly worried that these undead corpses will resurrect, and become a terrible disaster that will wreak havoc on the entire Orc continent like the Poison Mist era. "You don't have to go into Moyo Mountain. I just came out of it. Where is the mayor?" Although he and Lang Mu can deal with the undead corpses with 90% of their strength, they still need to take precautions, especially since this matter involves another work city. Shang Feifan is not sure whether Puncture Chung and the evil god believers are colluding. He plans to go there in person to check after dealing with the undead corpses. The mayor is staying at the police station. Even Mrs. Lang is there, but she did not participate in the meeting, but waited in the waiting area. She had heard that Lang Mu had returned and had taken people to find Adai. She couldn't sit still at home, so she ran here to wait for first-hand news. Shang Feifan and Lang Mu saw the old man and hurriedly saluted. Shang Feifan even stuffed the sleeping Adai to the old lady to comfort her. The old lady saw that Adai was fine, except that he cried himself to sleep and had a few bald patches on his fur, but he was fine. She breathed a sigh of relief and held Adai tightly. The old lady also had a lot to ask her grandson and grandson-in-law, but the mayor had already rushed out. Business was important, so the old lady asked the two to get down to business first. As it was a matter of life and death for the town, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu did not exchange many pleasantries with the mayor, and quickly went into the security office to meet with several leaders in the town. You entered Moyo Mountain? How many undead corpses are there? Do they kill any living thing they see? The mayor asked 3 questions in a row. There are a lot of them, estimated to be tens of thousands, and there are still a steady stream of undead corpses coming out of the Blackwater River. The mayor gasped. How many people are there in their Moyo town? Not to mention that the undead are hard to kill. At least they can't be easily eliminated without beheading them. When facing so many undead, their town can only flee. Why did so many undead suddenly appear? Sheriff Andre was puzzled and uneasy. Shang Fifan did not answer this question, but asked, there were undead in Moyo Mountain before. Why did those undead never leave Moyo Mountain? Mayor Longsho was stunned, wondering why Shang Fifan didn't know this common sense, but still explained, because of the poisonous fog era. The poisonous fog of the poisonous fog era turned corpses, and even living people into undead, and living dead in large numbers, and triggered their primitive instincts, causing those undead and living dead to have only the idea of eating in their minds, never full, and always chasing living people. But after the poisonous fog era, the poisonous fog disappeared, and those undead and living dead suddenly stopped being active, and fell into a deep sleep. The pharmacists and researchers at that time believed that it was because of the loss of some source of stimulation in the poisonous fog. The most widely accepted theory is that the poisonous fog contains some special insect poison that can transform the glands and brains of the undead and the living dead, giving them a certain characteristic of the Zerg, that is, they can be stimulated and controlled by the information system. When the poisonous fog disappears, the stimulating element disappears as well, and the undead and the living dead will no longer be controlled and stimulated by pheromones, and naturally choose to sleep. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu looked at each other. The orcs at that time really didn't guess wrong. The medicine of the vine people was mixed with insect poison, which caused the mutation and the poisonous fog, and then infected the corpses and the living, causing the undead and the living dead to appear. It turns out that there is a difference between the undead and the living dead. Shang Fifan murmured. Of course. The undead are transformed from dead bodies, and the living dead are transformed from living people. Mayor Longsho saw that Shang Fifan was interested in the difference between the two, so he said a little more. For example, the undead transformed from corpses generally do not have innate skills, and are difficult to upgrade. Even if they are upgraded, they only make the skin and bones of the body tougher, not easy to be cut or burned. In addition, they run faster and react more sensitively. However, the living dead transformed from living people mostly have the innate abilities of their life, and are more flexible and more lethal than the primary undead from the beginning. The subsequent upgrades are also faster than the undead. In other words, in addition to the continuous improvement of the physical fitness of the living dead, their innate abilities can also be continuously improved. What about the undead? Is it different from the two? Shang Fifan simply asked clearly. Mayor Longsho, the term uncorrupted corpses came later. Because those undead corpses and living dead are no longer moving and falling into deep sleep, even if you dig out their hearts and cut off their limbs, they have no reaction, just like real corpses, but because they will not rot, they are called uncorrupted corpses. Shang Fifan understood. The orcs really didn't name the zombies randomly. Those who can move are called undead corpses and living dead, and those who can't move and won't rot are called uncorrupted corpses. Then have you ever heard of living people who can control undead corpses and living dead? The mayor, the sheriff, and others all frowned. I have heard some legends. Sheriff Andre hesitated for a moment, but we haven't seen it with our own eyes. It's just some legends that have been passed down, which may not be taken seriously. Shang Fifan, you tell me first. Andre, legend has it that the Worm Mother should be able to control the undead and the living dead. There are also some orcs with special talents, who control the dark energy and the power of death, who can do it. But this is just a legend. The mayor added, if the Worm Mother can really control the undead and the living dead, we orcs would not have any living people who could survive the war. Now it will only be the Worm Mother and the mutant Zerg who occupy the orc continent. As for whether the orcs with special talents, who have mastered the power of darkness and death can control the undead, no one has verified this, but there is such a saying. Shang Fifan thought, it's not a saying, it's true. At least, he can control those undead and the living dead. So is the black-robed man that Dai saw the orc who has mastered the special talents of darkness and death? From now on, I hope that Moyo Town will take wartime measures, and immediately put all personnel on alert, and use all defensive forces to prevent the undead and other evildoers from taking the opportunity to attack Moyo Town. Shang Fifan seemed not to realize that he had taken over the command power with just one sentence. He continued, "There may be spies sent by evildoers in the town. I think the mayor and the sheriff must have a certain understanding of outsiders, and you should all know who may be spies and troublemakers. At this time, even if you catch 1,000 people by mistake, please control the objects you think are suspicious first." "Okay." Mayor Longsho agreed immediately. He didn't mind Shang Fifan's meddling at all. "Militiamen, don't leave town for now. Focus on defense and counterattack. Leave Moyo Mountain to me and Lang Mu. We try to find the source, and the reason why the undead corpses are active. If we can kill the controller, we might be able to solve this disaster without bloodshed." Mayor Longsho was about to express his objection. Shang Fifan raised his hand. "It's not that AMU and I are taking on too much, but the town's strength is not suitable for fighting so many undead corpses. But if everyone abandons the town now, I think the townspeople will not be willing. AMU and I dare to go to Moyo Mountain alone. Of course, it's not our arrogance, nor is it heroism to seek death. Even if we can't completely solve the root problem, at least we can escape by protecting ourselves." Lang Mu also said, "It's more convenient for us to move there, whether it's attacking or leaving, it's very fast. I'm afraid it's difficult for others to cooperate with us." Langshuo Town Mayor, Sheriff Andre and others can feel that this time Hu Bushuai comes back. It seems to be very different from before. The previous Hu Bushuai was very quiet. He would not take the initiative to cause trouble, nor would he talk much. In some important meetings, he often listened to the role, and he would not take the initiative to make suggestions, but just silently executed. And at that time, Hu Bushuai always looked like a calm and unperturbed person, as if nothing could really affect his mood. He has a young face, but he looks like an old beast man who has lived for 300 years and experienced many hardships. But the Hu Bushuai who came back this time not only has a lively expression on his face, but also has a different temperament. He is still calm, but his calmness is no longer silent, but full of vitality and vigor, full of enthusiasm and yearning for the future life. This is what a real young man should look like. The mayor sighed in his heart as he looked at Hu Bushuai. "Oh, he is no longer called Hu Bushuai, but Lang Mu. Your task is also very heavy. We cannot guarantee that some of the undead will not run out to attack Moyo Town after we enter the mountain. Your task is to defend the town before we find and solve the root cause." Shang Fifan looked very serious. "If you really can't defend it, then retreat to the coastline. This is the migration map." Shang Fifan took out a map that had been prepared long ago. However, this map was originally used to tell the people of Moyo Town where their Lang family would focus on developing in the future. The mayor took the map, opened it, and saw a very finely made complete map of Tiger Country. There was a line on the map, from Moyo Town to somewhere on the border of the Blackwater Wasteland, and that place was on the coastline. There is an enlarged map of the Blackwater Wasteland on the back, and you can see a clearer retreat route. Shang Fifan reminded. The mayor flipped over the map, and saw a clearer enlarged map. In addition to a green line marked on it, some dangerous places near the line were also marked. Of course, this is the only way. It would be best if we don't have to evacuate. This was the last sentence Shang Fifan and the mayor and others said before they set off. The mayor wanted to prepare some dry food, water, and equipment for the two, but Shang Fifan showed the ring on his finger and took Lang Mu away. Sheriff Andre saw this and felt a little relieved. "You don't have to worry too much about them. Shang and Lang Mu both have space storage props in their hands, so they will not lack food and water. If they really lack water, they would have mentioned it long ago." The mayor smiled bitterly. "I'm not worried about their lack of water and food. I'm worried about how they can survive among so many undead and living dead. Didn't you read the latest gossip newspapers? They are powerful beings who can withstand and destroy the evil god Shadow. Listen to the latest rumors brought back by the caravan. The merchant seems to have a potion that can eliminate insect poison." Andre said. "What? Is it true?" The mayor was incredulous. "We talk about these things later. Let's set up defenses first. Some people should also be controlled quickly." The militia captain stood up. "So many undead suddenly appeared at our doorstep. It would be a pity if there was no conspiracy. 9 out of 10, it was done by some great nobles, who didn't want Lang Mu and the Lang family to accept the Blackwater Wasteland. They knew the relationship between our town and Lang Mu, so they deliberately came to destroy us. If they succeed, Lang Mu will inevitably suffer a major blow. If it fails, our Moyo town will also be alienated from Lang Mu. The priest and sheep saw it clearly. It could also be a believer of the evil god. Doesn't Lang Mu work in the Special Investigation Bureau, specializing in dealing with those evil god believers? I also think it is 90% a believer of the evil god. I have never heard of any noble having a way to control the undead. How can someone tell you such a secret? Those nobles must do bad things secretly, and clean up after they are done. How can you know? I gather all the old orcs and cubs, just in case. And Sheep said as she walked out. I have put away all the inventory. Thanks to Shang, the storage tools he brought back are really useful at this time. The mayor also found a task for himself. Later, Wolf 4, and I will mainly guard the planting area. If I really can't hold it, I will try my best to dig out all the planting soil there, and take it away. The planting soil and the town supplies are the big ones, and they are also the hope for the survival of the entire town. The mayor is not avoiding the war. He took the heaviest responsibility on his own initiative. Andre and the militia captain also have their own tasks, one to catch possible spies and troublemakers, and the other to start urgently arranging the town's defense and mobilizing the orcs in the town to guard various important checkpoints. The whole town followed suit. Fortunately, Moyo town is not big, and it has long been accustomed to various wars. Everyone has also rehearsed many times before. When they heard that tens of thousands of undead corpses were about to run out of Moyo Mountain, not many people panicked. Only a few outsiders and people in nearby villages became active when they heard that a large number of undead corpses appeared. Some of them wanted to send the message back quickly, while others did not dare to stay in Moyo town. Under the arrangement of the militia, these people left Moyo town from another path away from Moyo Mountain. On the other side, Shang Fifan and Lang Mu successfully sneaked into Moyo Mountain. They soon saw the black-robed man that Dai mentioned. The black-robed man should have just arrived by boat not long ago. He did not immediately command the undead to attack Moyo town, but gathered all the undead together. What do you think he is doing? Shang Fifan asked in a low voice. Lang Mu looked at the other party's behavior and speculated, dispatching the army. That's not right. Why do I feel that he is not in a hurry to attack Moyo town, but more like transferring and gathering the undead? Indeed. If you just want to attack a small town like Moyo, you don't need so many undead corpses. This is what Shang Fifan can't understand the most. The black-robed man has a strong dark energy, and he is very powerful. Lang Mu also felt it. Shang Fifan raised his mouth. He is very strong, but it is not his own power. What do you mean? Lang Mu turned his head to look at the male orc beside him. Shang Fifan whispered, System, do you know something? Does this black-robed man have a fragment of the God of Darkness? A ball of light appeared. Yes, but it's a very, very small fragment. When the God of Darkness was devoured by the evil god, he blew up his own fragments of the godhead before he died. Most of the fragments were absorbed by the evil god, but some fell into the orc continent. The one on you is the largest one left, and the others are not a concern. Do the fragments of the godhead attract each other? Yes. The system generously informed. Because you have the largest fragment of the godhead left by the God of Darkness, the other fragments of the godhead of the God of Darkness will unconsciously gather towards you. This is also called the centripetal force of fate. Things that did not happen in Lang Mu's fate line will happen because of you. Shang Fifan understood. He had a subtle feeling as soon as he found this black-robed man. The system even proactively reminded Shang Fifan, don't you want to absorb the fragments of the God of Darkness? I know what you are worried about. This small particle is delivered to your door. You can start absorbing and digesting it from this small particle, which will be of great benefit to your absorption of the big one. Shang Fifan also had this plan. He had no intention of letting the black-robed man go when he saw him. Regardless of the fragment of the divine power the black-robed man was carrying, or what he had done, Shang Fifan had never thought of letting the other party leave Moyo Mountain. This black-robed man is more skilled in controlling the undead than I am. He must have practiced for a long time. Shang Fifan moved his body. I will sneak into the undead and draw a spell array around him. Don't do it yet. Lang Mu, I can help you distract his attention. Shang Fifan shook his head. No, you just need to be careful not to let the undead run out of Moyo Mountain in large numbers. I'm afraid that after being besieged by the two of us, that guy will directly control the undead to attack Moyo Town, or activate their desire to eat, so that they will flee and become a major scourge in the Blackwater Wasteland. Shang Fifan was afraid that Lang Mu would worry about him, so he emphasized, don't worry, I have a way to take him down. If I can't do it, it won't be too late for you to take action. Lang Mu had no choice but to agree, and watched Shang Fifan slip into the dense group of undead. The black-robed man didn't notice that a living person had mixed in with the undead he controlled. He didn't notice the fragment of the godhead of the god of darkness, but felt that the ring on his finger was a little cold. It was getting colder and colder, and it was about to turn into ice. The man in black touched his finger with the alchemical ring and told himself, "This is the price of using dark energy." His alchemical ring has an extraordinary origin, which is also the biggest reason why he can control so many undead corpses. If he left this alchemical ring that could amplify his innate ability, he could only control 3 or 4 undead at most, and he had to be careful of their backlash at any time. Since he got this alchemical ring, he has turned over and leaped from being a corpse driver who was originally hated and rejected to a guest of honor of the city lord, and now he has a lot of power in the family. The curse backfires. A black light rose from the ground. The man in black robe realized something was wrong at this time. What's going on? Where did this black light come from? And where did all the undead around him go? Why did they all turn into ashes in the blink of an eye? The undead that turned into ashes naturally became the sacrifice for the curse to take effect. The black light disappeared, and the man in black robe was still looking for the reason why the undead turned into ashes. Suddenly, a large number of undead around turned their heads together and looked at the man in black robe among them. They smelled the fragrant flesh and blood of living people. There was a force that awakened them before. They had been hungry for a long time and wanted to devour a lot of fresh flesh and blood, but that force suppressed them, forcing their instincts to succumb to that force. But now that power has become looming. No, it is the instinctive desire that overwhelms the power that suppresses them. Eat him. Eat the person who suppresses them, and they will be completely free. The undead corpses just stared at the black-robed man at first. When one of the high-level undead corpses suddenly pounced on the black-robed man, the other undead corpses all seemed to be awakened, and they were more like they were afraid of missing this bloody meal, and they all rushed to the black-robed man in a hurry. The black-robed man was shocked and hurriedly controlled his alchemical ring, trying to use dark energy to suppress these crazy undead corpses. But it was useless. The undead corpses paused for a moment, and then pounced again. Oops. The man in black robe regretted it very much. He said that he couldn't control so many undead corpses at once, but the city lord gave him many compliments and promised him many benefits, insisting that he could do it. And it was indeed very smooth in the beginning. After the city lord saw his power, he could see the fear in the city lord's eyes. He had thought before that if the city lord dared to do anything to him, he would control those undead corpses to directly attack the city lord and his people, and directly change the city lord of Puncture City. He even dreamed of using undead corpses as soldiers to attack the entire Orc continent and sit on the position of Beast King. But he didn't have this dream for 2 days, and these undead corpses began to bite him back. He regretted it, really. He should have listened to his teacher and stayed alive after mastering the alchemy ring. These undead corpses are such good tools. He can use them to do many things, and it is not a dream to conquer a small territory and develop secretly. He shouldn't have been bewitched by that damn city lord. That's right, the other party must have discovered his power, and was afraid that he would snatch the position of city lord from him, and become the most powerful person in Puncture City, so they took this opportunity to destroy him. That must be the case. The black-robed man was not too stupid after all. He used his innate skills, and the alchemical ring to control 2 more powerful undead corpses, and let them protect him to escape. A huge force hit him. The black-robed man was knocked out. The black-robed man fell into countless undead corpses. In shock, he didn't care about who knocked him away, and quickly raised his hand, wanting to use the alchemical ring to attack the undead corpse that wanted to eat his flesh and blood again. Huh? Where's my alchemical ring? The black-robed man's eyes widened. A group of undead swarmed over the black-robed man in disbelief, and soon overwhelmed him. The black-robed man didn't expect that he could still escape from the undead group alive. Just when his neck was bitten by an undead, and a piece of flesh was about to be torn off, a hand grabbed him and pulled him out of the undead group. Save me! The black-robed man stretched out his hand. I can save you, but I need you to tell me something. Chapter 228. The black-robed man collapsed on the ground, firmly controlled by Shang Fifan's mental pressure. The black-robed man's eyes were full of fear, and he knew that he had completely lost the ability to resist. What do you want to know? The black-robed man did not dare to look at Shang Fifan's eyes, and asked with his eyelids down, seemingly honestly. Shang Fifan stood on the height of Moyo Mountain, overlooking the dense undead corpses below. His eyes were cold, as if he could penetrate these rotten bodies and see the truth behind them. Tell me, why did you drive so many undead corpses to Moyo Mountain? Shang Fifen's voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. He slowly raised his hand, and a black light flowed out from between his fingers, instantly covering the black-robed man. This is his new ability, Dark Pressure. This energy can not only suppress the opponent, but also directly act on the opponent's mind, making it impossible for him to lie. It is similar to the mantra and mental control in magic. The man in black robe felt an invisible pressure coming from all directions, and his mental power seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. He also felt that his consciousness was penetrated by a powerful force, as if all his secrets were ruthlessly exposed. It was the order of the Lord of Puncher City. The man in black robe was still struggling, his voice was hoarse and trembling. He continued with difficulty. We found a large number of undead corpses in the sewers of Puncher City. It just so happens that my bloodline talent can control dark energy and undead corpses. The Lord of the city asked me to lead these undead corpses to Moyo Mountain near Moyo Town. Shang Fifen continued to ask, why lead them to Moyo Mountain, not somewhere else? The black-robed man felt that his spirit was further oppressed, and he dared not hide anything, that is. The Lord of Puncture City was angry that the King of Tiger Country leased the Blackwater Wasteland area to Lang Mu for free for 100 years, and exempted from tax for 50 years. He was even more jealous that Lang Mu became the Lord of the Blackwater Wasteland area, had the power to appoint officials, and could also set up a militia team. I remember that Puncture City is not within the scope of the Blackwater Wasteland area. Shang Fifen raised his eyebrows. The black-robed man lowered his head. It is not, but our Puncture City is on the southern edge of the wasteland. The area divided by your majesty is exactly the area that I, the Lord of Puncture City, also want to expand, and the wasteland territory to the north of Puncture City has always been under the jurisdiction of Puncture City. So you are diverting the trouble? Shang Fifen smiled. Use the undead corpse to destroy the relationship between Moyo Town and Lang Mu, add trouble to Lang Mu, and make him too busy dealing with the undead corpse to take care of the development of the Blackwater Wasteland? The black-robed man laughed dryly. Shang Fifen sneered and asked, why did so many undead suddenly appear in the sewers of Puncture City? The man in black robe felt his spirit being penetrated further, and subconsciously answered, they were forced out by the magma from the ground. Shang Fifen said expressionlessly, oh, did you see the magma? The man in black robe licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. The city lord forced me to investigate why there were so many undead in the sewers of the city, and forced me to find the source. I could only search forward against those undead. I didn't expect that there would be a large number of undead hidden at the bottom of the stone mountain in Puncture City, which seemed to be the place where the undead slept. After passing the bottom of the stone mountain, the further we walked, the hotter it got. The underground water was bubbling. I felt something was wrong at the time. Later I found that the ground was cracked, and I could see the fiery red magma deep inside. Those undead corpses that once slept underground and under the mountain probably left their habitats and fled far away because they sensed that the magma was about to erupt. The black-robed man had a fear of a large-scale natural disaster in his eyes. I went back to inform the city lord. The city lord judged that even if the magma erupted, it would not flow to our Puncture City, because our city is very high and is built on the hillside. Our stone mountain is not a volcano. On the contrary, those undead corpses, if not dealt with, will surely cause a great disaster. Shang Fifen thought that even if you build Puncture City on the top of the mountain, it would be useless. When the magma erupts, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions will occur. Stone Mountain can't escape. What's more, the magma eruption spreads throughout the Blackwater Wasteland. Almost all creatures living in this wasteland can't escape. But there is no need to tell these words to the black-robed man, and the other party will not believe it. Do you know Ah Dai? Shang Fifen asked suddenly. The black-robed man was stunned. Who is Ah Dai? Shang Fifen didn't answer the question, stretched out his hand, and twisted the black-robed man's neck. Shang Fifen didn't even bother to announce the charges. This guy with resentment all over his body, I don't know how many people he has killed. He also attracted so many undead corpses to harm the people of Moyo Town, and even the entire Blackwater Wasteland. Such sins are enough for him to die countless times. If he hadn't just changed his allegiance and jumped from the god of curse to his big boss, the god of darkness, Moyo Town, and them would not know what would happen now. The black-robed man could not believe that he was killed so easily until his death. Doesn't the other party want to know more secrets of Puncture City, and the city lord and other important figures in the city? Doesn't the other party wonder how he controls the undead? Could it be? The black-robed man's various thoughts came to an abrupt end. Shang Fifen reached out, and took off the alchemy ring on the black-robed man's finger, and put it on his own finger. The vigorous dark energy instantly poured into his body, making him feel an unprecedented power. Shang Fifan closed his eyes, and felt the flow of this energy with his heart. Soon, he found that his consciousness could penetrate the endless darkness, and connect with the energy of those undead bodies. Those gray-black light spots are death. Then what are those purple-black light spots? Insect poison? At first, he could only feel a faint connection, but as time went on, this connection gradually became clear and strong. At the same time, it also made it easier for him to distinguish what the various light spots mixed in the colorful black represent. He discovered that dark energy was like a special language that could communicate with the dead air in the undead bodies, and with insect poison. He could use this language to issue instructions to the undead bodies, just like the insect mother used pheromones to communicate with her people. Originally, he could sense the insect poison. Now he seemed to be able to control the insect poison. If this could really succeed, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise. However, Shang Fifan was not in a hurry to verify this. He just used the dead air and insect poison in a general way to try to control and master the huge number of undead bodies. If he wanted to control so many undead bodies with the dark energy in his body, it would be basically impossible. Even if he could control them for a while, it would give him a splitting headache after a long time. But now with this alchemical ring, it's different. He only needs to pay a small amount of mental power and his own energy, and he can use this ring to control thousands of undead corpses. Good stuff. After thanking the Black-Robed Man for his contribution, Shang Fifan dealt with the Black-Robed Man's body and burned it clean with the dark fire. The other party's body also provided him with a small ball of dark energy. Shang Fifan absorbed it without hesitation. The ring is inlaid with fragments of the God of Darkness. You can absorb it at any time. The system seemed to be afraid that he would miss it, and reminded him immediately. Shang Fifan hummed. The ring was unexpectedly easy to use. There was no need to rush to absorb the fragments of the God of Darkness. The system only reminded him, and seeing that he didn't respond, it didn't say much. This guy is completely different from Lang Mu. He is very self-centered. The suggestions given by others are really just suggestions. He has his own ideas and plans. Shang Fifan used the ring to control all the undead corpses to stay in the valley obediently, and not run around. So all the undead gathered in the valley, and they closed their eyes as if they were asleep. The Black-Robed Man must have died to see this scene, otherwise he would have been shocked. Because even if he used the ring, he could only control the dozen or so leading undead bosses, and it couldn't be said to be control, but to follow their thoughts of wanting to go to a safer place, and guide them to Moyo Mountain. The other undead followed the dozen powerful undead, and acted mindlessly. But Shang Fifan really controlled all the undead. This led to Shang Fifan not knowing how powerful he was, and thinking that anyone who had this ring and the dark talent could do it. The system knows how powerful Shang Fifan is, but it won't say it. Shang Fifan and Lang Mu meet. Lang Mu said as soon as they met, those undead corpses suddenly changed direction and stopped heading towards Moyo Town. They all went back to the depths of the valley. Is it related to you? Shang Fifan showed his alchemy ring, and shook it. The lines on the surface of the ring glowed slightly purple under the skylight. Loot? Lang Mu guessed it right away. Shang Fifan smiled, and told him about his encounter with the man in black robe. This thing is very useful for controlling the undead. The point is, the Black-Robed Man told me, these undead are gifts that City Lord Puncher specially gave us. Lang Mu's pupil shrank slightly. What do you mean? Shang Fifan said coldly. It means that City Lord Puncher is not happy with you becoming the Lord of Blackwater Wasteland, and is not happy with you getting this big bargain. He wants to make you busy and even ruined before you start building the Blackwater Wasteland territory, and it would be best if you die. Lang Mu was speechless. Did I offend him in any way? As a special investigator, he certainly knew City Lord Puncher, but he didn't know much about him. This City Lord seemed to be playing by himself behind closed doors, and rarely interacted with other dignitaries. Shang Fifan, it's just a dispute over interests. Although his Puncture City is not included in the Blackwater Wasteland territory, he cannot avoid your territory as long as he develops northward, and Puncture City is located on the administrative boundary of the southern part of the Blackwater Wasteland. Many of its citizens and wealth come from a piece of land in the north. In the past, it was a no-man's land, and the people nearby assumed that the Lord of Puncture City was their manager. Now that you, the real Lord, suddenly appear, it will certainly affect the interests of that Lord. Lang Mu. So he didn't hesitate to create a parade of undead corpses? Isn't he afraid of causing another disaster like the poisonous fog era that spread throughout the Tiger Country and even the entire Orc continent? Shang Fifan chuckled, As long as it doesn't seem to harm them, and it's others who are unlucky, they won't think too much. Even if they think about it, they think they are lucky people who are comparable to the sons of luck. Others will have problems, but he won't. Lang Mu, okay. There's nothing to argue with this kind of person, just fight directly. How many undead corpses are there? In addition to the black-robed man, is there anyone in Puncture City who can control the undead corpses? Shang Feifan shook his head and began to describe in detail the information he got from the black-robed man. After listening to this, Lang Mu quickly understood what Shang Feifan meant. You want to use those undead corpses. What a great labor force they are. Shang Feifan waved his hand a little exaggeratedly, not afraid of pain, not afraid of fatigue, and not afraid of death. Is there any better labor than undead corpses? Instead of letting them become fertilizer now, it is better to use them first. For example, let them dig magma drainage channels. He was also inspired by the people of Puncture City. The people of Puncture City can transfer these undead corpses to harm others, so why can't he use these undead corpses to work for himself? Where can you find free laborers who don't complain or get tired, and don't have to pay for death or injury? There are so many of them. If he watched these laborers disappear, even if they could be converted into some energy, it would make Shang Feifan heartbroken. Now, as long as he thought of the 30,000 laborers in Wancheng, who were slaughtered by him, he felt so heartbroken that he bled. Well, at that time he could only intimidate the undead, but could not completely control them and make them do things for him. Lang Mu's eyes lit up. This is possible. Use the undead to dig a channel to lead the magma to the no man's land? The more Lang Mu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Can you do it? Will it cost you a lot of mental power? No. This will help. Shang Feifan showed the ring again. This is the central control, and I am the person who operates the central control. Lang Mu smiled. Then we have to study the map carefully. It happens that I can use my natural perception to perceive the geological structure and select the best excavation route. Then the channel planning will be left to you. Shang Feifan couldn't help but pinch his ear. No problem. Lang Mu shook his head cutely. But are you sure you can suppress so many undead corpses? Don't turn around and bite you as a snack. Don't be afraid. Shang Feifan laughed. I put a large-scale curse on them. If they dare to disobey and walk out of the range of Moyle Mountain without following orders, they will become ordinary corpses and rot quickly. Lang Mu couldn't help laughing. This curse technique really makes you play a trick. I always feel that the god of curse seems to like you very much. Is he really not sad that you have turned to the god of darkness? Shang Feifan said faintly. How could it be? Seeing that his loyal believers are so motivated, he should be happy. Don't talk nonsense. Lang Mu slapped Shang Feifan's hand that was stretched out again. Then let's go back to the town now, and tell the mayor and my grandma the good news. Shang Feifan went around and still successfully pinched Lang Mu's ear. He stopped pinching it and said seriously, after explaining to them, I have to go to Puncture City. I have to go and see it too. Lang Mu didn't think much and said naturally, I go with you. I want to ask the city lord what he was thinking. How could he come up with such a vicious idea and implement it? More than that. Shang Feifan narrowed his eyes. The city lord and Ah Dai may have something to do with each other. Ah Dai accidentally broke into the dungeon of the city lord's mansion before, and said that he saw a body of an orc suspected to be his mother in it. Lang Mu's pupils shrank slightly. Do you suspect that the city lord is the murderer? Or worse? Shang Feifan gently hooked Lang Mu's fingers. Lang Mu was silent for a moment, then looked up. I go with you. No, you stay here. Shang Feifan shook his head. In addition to the time you need to study the map, Moyo Town also needs someone to guard it. To prevent Peng Shircheng or some other guy from taking this opportunity to do something again. As for Peng Shircheng's affairs, I take Ah Dai with me. How old is Ah Dai? It's not appropriate for you to take him there. Lang Mu frowned, unwilling to let the little cub take risks. Shang Feifan reminded helplessly. He can teleport. He can take me back and forth quickly. It's not like he's going to fight. Lang Mu, I almost forgot that Ah Dai's ability is super awesome. Half an hour later, Shang Feifan took Ah Dai from the old lady. When Ah Dai heard that he was going on an adventure with his father, he immediately became energetic and stepped on his father's arm excitedly. He also asked Bushuai's father if he would go with him. When he heard that Bushuai's father was going to stay, Shang's father laughed at him again, saying that a small cub could not take care of two adults, and he squatted in Shang's father's arms in frustration. Lang Mu kissed him several times. Ah Dai was sticky with him, and kept saying that he missed Bushuai's father. Shang Feifan's eyes hurt when he saw it next to him. Lang Mu was amused and rubbed Ah Dai's head. Your Shang father is in your hands. Remember to bring both of you back intact. Ah Dai nodded especially hard. The mayor also came out to see him off, but before he had time to give any instructions, the two figures, one big and one small, disappeared from the spot in a flash. Chapter 229. A Dai wanted to bring one more person, so he stopped twice on the way. Shang Fifan had already prepared potions to replenish energy and mental strength, and he chose the most expensive and best ones. A Dai gulped it down, smacked his lips, and complained that it was a bit astringent and not very tasty, and it would be better if it could be sweet. Shang Fifan touched his head with a smile, saying that potions rarely tasted good, and if he wanted to drink potions that tasted good, he could think of ways to improve it himself in the future. After all, if you rely on mountains, they will fall, and if you rely on people, people will run away. It is better to rely on yourself in everything. Skills are very important. Once you learn and master them, they are yours. Once something happens, such as falling into trouble, ordinary people may be helpless, but people with skills will at least have more chances of survival. Swimming, martial arts, painting, distinguishing herbs and minerals, cooking, refining medicine, and alchemy, these are all basic skills to survive. A Dai nodded stupidly, not knowing how terrible the wish he made at this time was. He wanted to learn all the life-saving skills that Shang's father said. The second landing point was almost near Puncture City. Standing on a high place, we could already see the city wall of Puncture City. Puncture City was built on the hillside of a flat-top mountain, and buildings such as watchtowers and turrets were built on the top of the mountain. This area is mostly hilly and mountainous, but the plants are not rich, perhaps because of the lack of water sources. Shang Fifan had learned about the southern part of the Blackwater Wasteland when he looked at the map before. It was surrounded by mountains, the temperature was very high, it was dry and hot, there was little rainfall, and strong winds were frequent, a typical continental desert climate. Although Puncture City was built on the hillside of a mountain, this mountain was located in the middle of this basin. When the Tiger King divided the territory of the Blackwater Wasteland, no one knew what he was thinking. He actually included all the hills on the north side of the basin into the territory of the Blackwater Wasteland. Puncture City had long regarded this basin, including the mountains surrounding the basin, as its own territory. Naturally, it could not tolerate that half of its territory was taken away by others. Shang Fifan sneered. The Tiger King definitely had bad intentions when dividing the territory. In addition to the administrative division of Puncture City, which would cause anger and fear in Puncture City, the same is true for Jimai City. These are the two places they have noticed, and there are still many other similar places that have not been discovered. If Lang Mu can take all these areas into his own hands, after the 100-year lease period ends, these areas will naturally become the official land of the Tiger Kingdom, and the Tiger King will not have to spend a lot of effort to fight and deal with those neighboring lords. If Lang Mu cannot take these areas back, it will not be a hindrance to the Tiger King. At most, it will be the same as before. Shang Fifan was only angry for a few seconds. Ever since Lang Mu clearly expressed that he had no interest in being a king or an emperor, Shang Fifan had no interest in conquering the world. Now he wanted to manage the Blackwater Wasteland territory, but it was just to give the old couple of the Lang family a place to live and find something for them to do. Besides, the territory that came for free would be good, even if it was used to cultivate arable land for Lang Mu. So Shang Fifan really didn't care much about these border areas with pits. If he could take it, he would take it. If he couldn't take it, he would forget it. Unfortunately, the Lord of Puncture City didn't even ask the two people, but wanted to do it thoroughly. Not only did he want to occupy their territory, but he also wanted to kill them in one go. This is unbearable. Dad, I've rested. Ah Dai had already replenished his physical and mental strength after drinking the potion. Then let's go, we better. Shang Fifan hadn't finished speaking when he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the air around him suddenly became cold and damp. The dizziness caused by teleportation had not completely subsided, and he had already appeared steadily in a dark dungeon with Ah Dai in his arms. Ah Dai saw the environment clearly, and was stunned. This is not. Perhaps the impression was too deep. He teleported here subconsciously. The little guy's claws tightly grasped his father Shang's clothes, and the sharp claws popped out, almost piercing the leather armor. It's okay, there's no one here. Shang Fifan thought Ah Dai was blaming himself for not teleporting to a suitable place, so he comforted him softly and looked around vigilantly. The space of this dungeon is larger than that of an ordinary dungeon, about more than 20 square meters. The walls and the ground were covered with moss, and water was dripping from the cracks in the stone bricks. Shang Fifan looked out of the fence of the dungeon and found that this dungeon was actually a single room. That is, there was only this dungeon on this floor. To the right was the wall, and to the left was a stone brick staircase leading upwards. There was also a lot of moss on the stone brick staircase, and it was obvious that this dungeon had been abandoned for quite some time. Dai recovered and jumped down from his father Shang's arms. The moment his little paws touched the cold ground, he shuddered all over. "Dad, it's here." The little guy's voice trembled, and his furry ears were tightly pressed against the back of his head. I saw her here." Shang Feifan reached out to touch the wall, and his fingertips ran across the wet stone bricks. The moisture from the years left deep water marks on the bricks, and the fingertips felt slippery. This place has been abandoned for at least 7 or 8 years. But the dead air here has only been here for 5 years at most. Shang Feifan picked up a piece of fallen moss with his fingers, first used the identification technique to check it, and then put it to the tip of his nose to sniff it. This moss is edible. If I am right, the orcs imprisoned here may live by licking these mosses and seepage water. Dai felt very sad. Following his father Shang's description, he seemed to see a large stone macaque lying on the ground, stretching its head to lick the moss on the wall, struggling hard to survive, but in the end. Dai? Shang Feifan turned his head. The little guy's movements were not fast. He slowly walked to the corner of the wall, as if he was bewitched by something, and as if he was guided by something, his little claws stretched out to a seemingly ordinary stone brick. Shang Feifan stopped talking, and turned to watch the little guy's movements. He thought, maybe it was Dai's chance. Dai's little claws actually penetrated the hard rock directly, as if it was just an illusory image. When Dai retracted his hand, there was already a blue-black bead in his claws. There was light flowing in the blue-black bead, like a living thing. Dai lowered his head, opened his mouth, and actually swallowed the bead. Shang Feifan, okay, if there is a problem, give this kid some laxatives and see if he can pull it out. Shang Feifan also saw that Dai's condition was not normal at this time, but he did not detect any malicious intent. He absorbed dark energy, and any negative energy would not escape his eyes and perception. It was because he detected a bit of malice in that bead that he didn't deliberately stop Dai. In the silent dungeon, the swallowing sound was particularly clear. "How does it taste?" Shang Feifan teased his son. Dai opened his mouth, as if he wanted to answer his father Shang's question, but his body suddenly stiffened, and then he fell down softly. Shang Feifan reached out, and quickly caught the little cub. Then he found that the little guy was just sleeping, breathing evenly, and his body temperature was normal. "It seems that your mother still left something for you." Shang Feifan noticed that a blue-black whirlwind pattern appeared between Dai's eyebrows, and there was a little light swimming back and forth in it. Shang Feifan didn't know how long it would take Dai to wake up, and was hesitating whether to put Dai into the statue square. The system said, he is integrating the power left to him by his direct blood relatives. This power is too huge for Dai. He needs time to absorb it, and it will be absorbed in segments. The first section is the longest and most dangerous. He needs a safe and quiet environment. Shang Feifan, can I put him in the statue square? Will the noise there hurt him? I circle a place for you, and you can put Dai there. Shang Feifan's mental power probed into the statue square, and soon found a ranged circle by blue light at the edge of the square. He took Dai directly into the blue light circle, felt it himself, and indeed could not sense any noise, so he put Dai down. Shang Feifan returned to the dungeon again. This time, there was no little guy to distract him, so he could also explore this cell well. Shang Feifan pressed his right hand on the wet wall, and the ground in turn, and his mental power penetrated into the cracks of the stone, like a living silk thread, shooting in all directions. The information fed back by his mental perception made him smile. There were solid stones under the dungeon. But less than 2 meters above the side of the dungeon was the huge sewer system of Puncture City. No wonder there was so much moisture here and water seeped in. Without hesitation, Shang Feifan performed the wall-penetrating technique. Some small magics were still very useful. Shang Feifan had already mastered these magic knowledge directly through the system before, but he used resentment instead of magic power, which consumed a lot. Now he directly used the energy of the fragments of the godhood in the ring to replace magic power. Even if the consumption was a little higher, it was very cost-effective. Anyway, it seemed that this ring could also absorb the dark energy nearby to replenish itself. Puff! Shang Feifan, who used the wall-penetrating technique for the first time, felt like he was squeezed out. The damp and cold air rushed in his face, and an indescribable chill invaded his whole body. Shang Feifan didn't seem to feel it. His feet stood on the edge of the ditch. This is a circular underground sewer built with stone bricks. The space is very large. In the middle is a ditch for sewage flow, and on both sides are banks. The width and depth of the ditch are comparable to a small river. Now this black sewage is full of undead corpses. These undead corpses seem to know the direction, and keep walking to the north. In addition to the ditch, there are also many undead corpses walking on the banks on both sides. The undead corpse brushed past Shang Feifan, and he didn't realize that it was a living person. Shang Feifan wanted to block his sense of smell. The smell of this sewer was very bad, and the strange smell of those undead corpses, which seemed to be rotten and deeply fermented, made this sewer like a gas tank. His eyes were so irritated that he almost burst into physiological tears. Shang Feifan quickly wrapped himself with dark energy. The terrible smell disappeared instantly. Suddenly, a rude curse came from a distance. What's going on? Why are these monsters not obedient? Why are they all walking outside the sewer and jumping on living people? Go and report to the city lord. No need to report. The city lord already knows. He is almost mad. Another voice continued. He has ordered that we must not let these monsters run away no matter what. If these ghosts run away, our puncture city will be finished. Fuck. Didn't you say that Master Joseph can control these monsters? Where is Master Joseph now? Master Joseph has other important tasks. As long as he comes back, it will be fine. Yes. As long as everyone holds on until Master Joseph comes back, these ghosts will be obedient again. Everyone hold on a little longer. Shang Feifan raised the corners of his mouth silently. It seems that the city lord of Puncture has not realized that the black-robed man, who can control the undead, will never come back. Compared with dealing with the mayor of Puncture City, it was more urgent to find out the situation of the undead and the magma eruption. Shang Feifan turned around and went in the direction of the undead. The undead in the sewer were bustling and seemed to be endless. When he reached the end, Shang Feifan thought he would see a large drain. He did see a large drain, and there was a fence made of stone at the exit. Those stone fences could be removed completely. Shang Feifan only studied it for a while before finding the mechanism, and pried open the stone fence to look out. There was actually a huge pit below. The pit was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. Shang Feifan casually picked up a stone and threw it down, but there was no response for a long time. I don't know if the people in Puncture City know what is under the pit, or if they know nothing and just use the pit as a sewage pit. The undead corpses obviously didn't climb the mountain from this pit. Shang Feifan reinstalled the stone fence and looked at a place about 10 meters away from the stone fence. There was a crack in the wall there. The crack was just enough for a slightly fat person to squeeze out. A large number of undead corpses walked out one by one from this crack. Stop! Shang Feifan issued an order. The undead corpses that were blocking the gap and were about to go out stopped, along with the undead corpses behind them. Shang Feifan pulled out the undead corpse in front alone, walked in and looked back. The passage behind the gap was not particularly narrow, probably enough for him to squeeze through. This crack is naturally formed. It must have been cracked little by little over the years, or it must have been caused by an earthquake. Shang Feifan turned around, raised his finger, and ordered all the undead within the range of his mental power. Stop here, don't move, don't eat living things. All the undead in the sewer stopped moving in an instant. At several exits, the undead, who were fighting with the orcs of Puncture City, and wanted to eat living things and leave the sewer also stopped. The guards of Puncture City were amazed. It should be Master Joseph who is back. Sure enough, as soon as he came back, these monsters became obedient. Okay, it's okay, everyone can have a good rest for a while. Let the people on duty come quickly, and guard the exit to prevent undead from running out. Strange, since Master Joseph can control these undead, why doesn't he just kill them? So many undead are stuck in the sewers. I can't eat or sleep well when I think of these monsters under my house. What are the city lords thinking? Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. You dare to talk about the decision of the city lord and his people. Do you want to die? The city lord will definitely not harm us, maybe they have some plan. Okay, don't talk about these things that only the upper level can decide. We just need to do our own things. At the other end, as Shang Feifan went deeper into the crack, he felt that the surrounding temperature was gradually rising, and the moss and other things that could be seen before had all disappeared. After walking straight for a long time, he saw the first underground hole. Shang Feifan estimated that he had walked at least 3 kilometers. I'm afraid the people of Puncture City didn't know that there was a crack connecting to the underground in their mountain, and it was so long. The crack didn't all go down. Based on the display of the small map in his right eye and his own estimation, Shang Feifan speculated that he should have left the scope of Puncture City and entered the southeast direction. This direction is very close to Black Forest City. Shang Feifan continued to walk forward and passed 2 underground holes. At this time, he had walked about 20 kilometers. Fortunately, there were a constant stream of undead corpses to guide the way, so he didn't go wrong. He went against the direction of the undead corpses, and touched the source of the undead corpses. When he saw the source of the undead corpses, he first saw the dark red magma flow hidden deep in the cracks. Joseph, the man in black robe, probably thought he had discovered the reason for the large-scale migration of undead corpses when he found this place. Perhaps because of fear, he did not continue to move forward, but went back to report to the Lord of Puncture City. This lava flow is not far from Puncture City, and the straight-line distance on the ground is at most 13 or 14 kilometers. But the location is very deep. The man in black robe did not worry much about the lava eruption, probably because of the depth. But Shang Feifan could sense that these magmas have not yet reached the active stage, and they are still accumulating strength. Once the underground plates change and the underground pressure increases, these magmas will spray out from deep underground, and then from high to low toward the direction of Puncture City. Puncture City is located on the mountainside and seems safe, as long as the earthquake does not affect the stone mountain. If the managers of Puncture City are smart, they can also use the huge bottomless pit at the exit of the Puncture City sewer. That pit is the best lava discharge point. When turning a curve with an arc of nearly 120 degrees, Shang Feifan suddenly stopped. The sight in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. What a huge underground cave! There is no trace of human intervention. It is so big that you can't see the edge at a glance. It is at least as big as 50 football fields. The top of the cave is also very high from the ground, and there are many messy stones in the cave. This is not a karst cave. There is no water, only dry rocks and ground dust. The ground is densely packed with undead corpses, and there are also some uneven platforms on the cave wall. However, the level of undead corpses that can have a single room seems to be very high. They are also the first batch of undead corpses that actively look at Shang Feifan. Shang Feifan looked directly at the undead corpses, and his dark pupils seemed to expand, as dark as the abyss. The ring interface on the left hand emitted a dim light, as if echoing Shang Feifan's eyes. The high-level undead on the mountain wall suddenly made a gesture of pressing their right fists on their chests, and bowing their heads. Shang Feifan, this is definitely not the tune he likes. He just ordered these undead to be obedient, and threatened them that those who disobeyed would be turned into fertilizer directly. Forget it, as long as they can be obedient. Fortunately, the black-robed man Joseph did not find this place, otherwise with his little control, even with the Godhead fragment ring, he would not be able to control these high-level undead, and he might not even be able to escape. Any high-level undead here can tear him apart. Shang Feifan did not dare to be too arrogant. Without the ring on his hand, he did not dare to tease these high-level undead. If he did not perceive it wrong, these high-level undead were at the lowest level of level 6, and the highest level one might have reached the peak of level 8. And he and Lang Mu were only at the beginning of level 7. Shang Feifan jumped to the highest point, squeezed out the skinny undead corpse occupying the single room at the highest point, and looked around. According to a rough estimate, the number of undead corpses in this crypt is at least 50,000 or 60,000. Adding the batch that had left before, there are about 100,000 undead corpses hidden here. It's so scary. It's as if the undead corpses that suddenly disappeared in the Poison Mist era are all hidden here. No, the number of undead corpses in the Poison Mist era reached hundreds of millions, and the ones hidden here should be just a drop in the ocean. Shang Feifan felt a little bit of fear for no reason. These undead corpses seemed to be ordered by someone. As soon as the poisonous fog disappeared, they automatically gathered at the hiding place, concealed themselves, and waited for the right opportunity to be summoned again. Then, who ordered these undead corpses? Who can command undead corpses equivalent to the peak strength of the Mage Saint? Unfortunately, even the highest level undead corpses could not answer this question. Chapter 230. The alchemy ring on Shang Feifan's left hand was slightly hot, and he could feel that he seemed to have established some kind of spiritual connection with these undead corpses. When he focused on communicating with the high-level undead corpses, there was no complete conscious feedback, but he clearly knew that his instructions had been sent out and the other party would execute them. After pondering for a while, Shang Feifan smiled. He understood. These undead corpses are really dead, and the souls in their bodies have long dissipated and are not trapped in the body. The reason why these undead corpses can still move and even eat living things is that they are given instructions. It's as if someone deliberately destroyed the intelligent control center in the orc's body. The soul, and even destroyed most of the operating system, turning the highly intelligent an efficient AI machine into the simplest mode of pure machinery, and finally leaving only a wire to transmit the simplest instructions. And the medium for controlling the undead corpses is insect poison. On the surface, the insect poison seems to be related to the insect mother, but according to the signals reflected by the undead corpses to him, it seems more like a transmission method of some plants that are lower than insects. Is it some kind of fungus? So the essence of the insect poison is actually a kind of fungus? Shang Feifan thought of this not only because of the signals fed back to him by the undead corpses, but also because he got the formula of the insect poison dissolving agent. In reverse, he would have such a speculation. Is it true that the lowest and most basic life is the most terrifying? Shang Feifan no longer thought about it. The key point is that he can control these undead corpses now. They even know how to salute? The higher the level of the undead corpse, the more cell memory they can restore? If the undead corpse reaches the 9th level of the magic god realm, will the cells in the whole body be regenerated and then restore the memory before death? Or directly become a new species of creature? Shang Feifan touched his chin. He looked at the strongest level 8 undead corpse. It was a tall orc with a skinny body and tattered armor. It had lost an eyeball, but the deep black eye socket was like another eye. On the contrary, the other eye that still existed was almost shriveled. When Shang Feifan looked at it, it was also looking at Shang Feifan. This undead corpse was actually observing him. Shang Feifan thought so subconsciously. Then the question is it the body cells of this undead corpse that have evolved, or the fungus that controls its nerve center that has evolved? No matter what you are, only those who can work honestly can stay. Shang Feifan smiled at the countless undead corpses, and ordered the high-level undead corpses to lead the ordinary undead corpses to work for him. Shang Feifan raised his left hand, and the ringed surface glowed with a dark red light. The high-level undead corpses turned their heads in unison, as if waiting for Shang Feifan's order. Without Lang Mu, Shang Feifan could not determine the geographical orientation of the place, let alone find the most suitable route for the magma flow to discharge floods. But he was just trying this time, so failure was not a big deal. And he had a ready-made flood discharge channel, which was the underground crack where he went upstream. I need you to go from the place where you can see the magma. Shang Feifan stamped his feet, and a black energy spread from under his feet, outlining a winding line on the ground. Follow this line, and dig a channel that leads all the way to the deep pit at the outlet of the Puncture City sewer. After this order was issued, those high-level undead corpses did not hesitate at all, and screamed at the countless undead corpses in the huge underground cave. More than 50,000 undead corpses all started to move. They walked out of the cave, walked to the cracks of the magma that Shang Feifan had seen before, and began to dig frantically according to the line drawn by the dark energy on the ground. The high-level undead corpses did not participate in the labor. They were like supervisors, and even automatically divided into management sections. The most powerful level 8 undead corpse was the biggest supervisor, and it still stood beside Shang Feifan. Shang Feifan watched this scene with satisfaction. Undead corpses are indeed the best laborers. Their nails and teeth are harder than ordinary tools. They are tireless, and they will not complain about the working environment. Even better, if the body is accidentally damaged during the excavation process. It will help Shang Feifan solve the trouble of dealing with these undead corpses. Shang Feifan turned to the level 8 undead corpse, and tried to communicate with it. Tell me why you are gathered here. The level 8 undead corpse responded to him, but he could not fully understand it. He could only guess based on his intuitive receiver. If he did not perceive it wrongly, it seemed that these undead corpses did not hide here because they received any instructions, but they sensed that the environment at that time was no longer suitable for their survival, so they automatically looked for a place suitable for them to exist for a long time. The poisonous fog retreated into the ground, and the undead corpses needed some substance in the poisonous fog to evolve? So they followed the poisonous fog into the ground? Shang Feifan looked at the level 8 undead corpse again, just like seeing a large fungus that grew into a human shape. Who would have thought that the insect poison combined with the poisonous fog actually gave birth to a new mutant creature, a fungus that can parasitize living things? The poisonous fog kills living creatures, and the insect poison will make the dead bodies mutate into insect-shaped monsters. The insect poison combined with the poisonous fog gave birth to a new type of fungus, which is the culprit that turns corpses into undead corpses and turns living people into living dead. Shang Feifan understood it completely. While he was thinking, the ground suddenly shook slightly. Shang Feifan immediately looked around vigilantly. Earthquake? Or is the magma activity about to enter the eruption period? Shang Feifan narrowed his eyes. The situation is more urgent than he thought. He must speed up the progress and ensure that Puncture City will not notice the abnormality. Thinking of this, Shang Feifan called the 8th level undead corpse, and took it to quickly leave the huge cave, and ran all the way back to Puncture City. When passing through the sewer of Puncture City, he gave a new order to the undead here: stay still. Without my permission, you are not allowed to attack anyone or leave the sewer. This order will confuse the people of Puncture City, and make them think that the black-robed man Joseph is still in control of the situation. But in fact, Shang Feifan also let the 8th level undead corpse stay in the sewer. He did not throw the undead corpse into the statue square, always feeling that there would be accidents if he threw it in. And what he needs least now is an accident. Dai hadn't woken up yet, so Shang Feifan couldn't rush back to Langmu. He thought that since he was here, he might as well investigate the background of the Lord of Puncture City. If Dai woke up and planned to avenge his mother, he could also have some information for reference. Look, what a responsible father he is. Puncture City is not particularly large. It is just a traditional mountain city, and the citizens live in the tall city walls that seem safe. The city is centered on the Lord's mansion, and the buildings in the city are all made of stone, and the streets are paved with stone slabs, which seem solid, neat, and clean. But this city is very quiet. There are not many pedestrians on the road, and even if they bump into each other, they will not make loud noises. It looks particularly civilized, but in reality, Shang Feifan only feels depressed and deserted. There are quite a few patrolling guards. Shang Feifan strolled around the city, and saw no less than 4 patrol teams passing by. The citizens seemed to be more afraid of patrol teams. When they met patrol teams, they dared not look at them. They usually hid in the corners of the streets, and waited for the patrol teams to pass by first. The city lord managed the city like a military camp. If it was a special period, this management model would be very useful, but if it was like this for a long time, Shang Feifan would have to pity the citizens here. After walking around the street for a few times, Shang Feifan found that the people here were very secretive about the privacy of the city lord's mansion. He tried to change his clothes and pretend to be a foreign merchant to enter the tavern, but found that there were almost no people in the tavern in broad daylight. He chatted with the tavern owner and said that he wanted to do business here, so he wanted to know more about the dignitaries in this city and the preferences of the city lord, but the tavern owner looked at him with a vigilant look. Shang Feifan pretended not to know, and did not entangle too much. He drank a glass of wine and left. After that, he went to the grocery store, bought some local specialty items, and tried to talk to the owner. As a result, he said that everything else was fine, but when he mentioned the city lord and the dignitaries in the city, the owner began to smile falsely, and then started to scold his son. The citizens of the city were afraid of the city lord. At least they didn't dare to talk about the city lord's private affairs. Shang Feifan had also been to similar places, and knew that ordinary conversations would not get him to find out the real truth. It seemed that he had to use some extraordinary means. Shang Feifan looked at the towering city lord's mansion. With the cover of the invisibility props, he easily avoided the patrolling guards, and kept wandering around the city lord's mansion. There are also alchemical items to prevent people with invisibility. Shang Feifan has experienced many times in the royal city, and has a clear understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of these alchemical props. He specifically went to blind spots, and those alchemical props had no reaction at all. Because he didn't know much about the city lord's mansion, Shang Feifan searched for a long time before finding someone who might be the city lord's confidant. Inferred from the servant's name and the other party's residence. It was a male orc who was still in his prime, and his actual age could not be determined. His facial features were shrewd. It was just past noon, and the other party was returning to his independent courtyard, seemingly preparing to rest. Shang Feifan appeared behind him silently, and the dark energy drilled into his ear holes like a living thing. Tell me everything you know about Ebenezer Shire City Lord. Shang Feifan's voice seemed to come from the abyss, especially his marriage and offspring. The controlled orc's eyes were dazed, and after a long while, he spoke mechanically, Lord City Lord. As far as I know, he was just a wandering adventurer. He married Miss Hoyue, the only daughter of the former city lord. The two were together for nearly 5 years. 5 years later, the former city lord was ambushed and killed by the enemy. Miss Hoyue, who was pregnant, was hit and almost had a miscarriage. After that, her health deteriorated. Originally, after the death of the former city lord, Miss Hoyue should have succeeded to the throne, but because she was bedridden and pregnant, she had no energy to manage Puncture City, so she let Ebenezer act as the city lord. Shang Feifan simply summarized it as, a sinister phoenix man successfully seduced the only daughter of the former city lord with his handsome appearance and sweet words. After the sudden death of the old city lord, he quickly won over a group of people and sidelined his sick wife. After his wife died of illness, he naturally became the official city lord. What about the child born by Shermalwe? Shang Fifan asked. The young master was weak and sickly when he was born, and died a few days later. The wife couldn't bear the blow and died soon after. Did Ebenezer remarry? No. Does he have a lover? Yes. Several. Does he have a child? No. The city lord doesn't seem to be in a hurry to have children. He is still very young, only in his 50s. Why don't the citizens dare to talk about the city lord? The shrewd-faced orc said in a daze. Some people say, the city lord killed Shermalwe in order to seize the position of city lord. Sister is even his own son. When Miss Shermalwe just passed away, many citizens said this. At that time, many citizens had opinions about the city lord's position. The city lord was very angry that someone gossiped, and he would punish them severely if he found out. Over time, no one dared to discuss the city lord's private affairs. Shang Fifan wanted more detailed information, but this smart-faced beastman didn't seem to know much. He only heard rumors, and had never seen Shermalwe, a member of the city lord's mansion, let alone the young master who died at birth. Who knows the current city lord best? Shang Fifan asked. The smart-faced beastman murmured, no one. All the people who served the city lord before are gone. The people around the city lord now are all trained and promoted by him after he became the city lord. A cold light flashed in Shang Fifan's eyes. Obviously, after Ebenezer took the position of city lord, he had almost dealt with all the confidants who knew the truth back then. Forget what happened just now. You are just tired and dazed for a while. Shang Fifan patted the smart-faced orc's shoulder and disappeared on the spot. After 2 seconds, the smart-faced orc blinked, raised his hand to rub his temple, and felt a sharp pain in his head. Alas, there are too many things to deal with in the past 2 days, especially the undead corpses in the sewer. I don't know what the city lord is thinking. He found so many undead corpses, and neither dealt with them nor reported them to the royal city. It's just hard for those subordinates, who know the secret. They are so worried that their hair has fallen off. The smart-faced orc just thought he was too tired, and didn't realize that he was hypnotized just now. Shang Fifan has been walking around for so long, that he has figured out the location of the city lord's bedroom and study. At this time, Ebenezer was staying in the study. He seemed a little tired. He leaned back in a chair with a fragrant milk tea, and looked out the window with deep eyes. This is a handsome male beastman, with a pair of deep eyes that seem to be full of affection, and a particularly good figure. Even when he is sitting, it cannot affect the smooth lines of his body. He looks like a dog. Shang Fifan curled his lips. It's okay for you to be a gigolo. All roads lead to Rome. As long as you don't hurt others, it's not shameful to take any road to achieve your goal. Some people are very happy to eat gigolo. There are also some of his comrades, who are devoted to praising their wives and their families. They have indeed risen very quickly relying on their wives and their families, but they are very loyal to their wives and respect their family. Others laugh at him for relying on his wife, but he is not ashamed but proud, and even shows off his handsomeness. Others who want to follow his path are not qualified. The couple lives a good life, and have 2 children. His comrade is devoted to his career, and devotes most of his free time to his wife and children. He knows very well what he wants, so he is very stable. This lordship should also know very well what he wants. It's just that he can't get what he wants by himself, and can only seek it through conspiracy and murder. He thinks he is a ruthless hero, but his actual level and rank are much lower than his comrades. Shang Fifan looks down on this Lord Puncture. This kind of person can only be called scum. Calling him a gigolo is an insult to a real gigolo. There are also good skills and professional ethics for gigolos, not to mention the title of hero. Shang Fifan wanted to vent his anger for his son, but didn't want to kill Lord Puncture right away. He really wanted to take his place, but thinking of Dai's temperament. Although the little guy is stupid, he has a lot of ideas. Dai should want to deal with this matter, and this person himself. Then let's have an appetizer first. Have a good dream, Lord Sher. Shang Fifan said silently, raising his hand and sending a dark energy mixed with resentment into Ebenezer's body. The eyelids of City Lord Puncture slowly drooped, and the milk tea cup in his hand slowly tilted, and the milk tea inside flowed down his trouser legs to the ground. Ah! City Lord Puncture suddenly woke up and jumped up. Did he fall asleep just now? Damn it! How could he dream of such a thing? City Lord Puncture was in a bad mood, and he noticed that half of his body was strange. He looked down and saw his wet pants, and his mood suddenly became worse. Shang Fifan watched City Lord Puncture go to the restroom, and after changing his clothes, he lay on the bed, seemingly wanting to take a nap. In less than 2 minutes, City Lord Puncture fell into a deep sleep. It seems that dark energy can also help sleep? Shang Fifan's eyes were full of curiosity, and he stood in front of the window and looked at City Lord Puncture. He was a little curious about the effect of his first nightmare-making technique. Judging from the reaction of City Lord Puncture just now, it should have a certain effect. City Lord Puncture's expression suddenly became distorted. His eyelids trembled violently, and the eyeballs below rolled back and forth. After a while, he uttered unclear mumbling. Shang Fifan pricked up his ears to listen, but didn't hear clearly. City Lord Puncture suddenly shouted, and waved his hands violently as if he was chopping something. With just this chop, he woke up. The servant outside knocked on the door to ask if the City Lord was okay. Nothing, retreat. City Lord Puncture calmed down and scolded. Touching his forehead, it was full of sweat. This nightmare was too terrible. He could still remember the plot clearly when he woke up. City Lord Puncture didn't dare to sleep anymore, got out of bed, called the servant, washed up, and went to the study again. But after entering the study to work for a while, he dozed off again, perhaps because he didn't rest well during the lunch break and lost his energy. His eyelids slowly closed. Ah! Don't come over. You've been dead for a long time. You've been dead for a long time. A shrill scream came from the study. The servants were so scared that they ignored the order and hurriedly pushed open the study door and ran in to check. Get out! Get out! The Lord of Puncture City felt that he had made a fool of himself and was furious. Shang Fifan, who was watching the excitement on the side, curled his lips and smiled slightly. It's a pity that he doesn't know the dream-entering technique like Lang Mu, otherwise he could see what the Lord of the City dreamed of. Shang Fifan walked around the Lord of Puncture City and hand-painted an invisible spell array with dark energy. I sincerely curse you. Every time you close your eyes due to fatigue, you will have nightmares about your wife Shirhoyue and your father-in-law hunting you and torturing you. You will not be able to have any normal sleep time. As long as you fall asleep, you will have nightmares, unless the child you and Shirhoyue have together is willing to forgive you. Shang Fifan pointed his finger at the target, and a thick black gas jumped out from the ring interface and jumped into the body of the Lord of Puncture City. Old Shang was not worried about consuming dark energy. Although it cost some now, he believed that the Lord of Puncture City would make him earn it back with interest. After doing this, Shang Fifan suddenly sensed that a die in the statue square had moved. The little guy seemed to be waking up. This kid has the right time. Shang Fifan muttered, and flashed into the statue square,